The tale unfolds in the autumn of 2025, when the world is gripped by the outbreak of the Pale Plague. The protagonist, Ming Nan, fortuitously acquires classified military documents prior to the virus spread, enabling him to prepare gas masks and weapons in advance. During his flight, he witnesses his mother transform, compelling him to take her life, thus embedding a profound psychological scar within him. The new Pale Plague leaves its victims with their pre-mortem appearances, yet their skin becomes marbled, and their pupils glow with an eerie blue luminescence. The virus is transmitted through blood, possessing an incubation period of up to 72 hours. Infected individuals remain intact and do not decompose, resulting in a distinctive phenomenon known as whole-body zombies. Zombies evolve by preying upon humans. While humans must complete a gene leap before succumbing to zombification, otherwise, they will be relegated to the lowest tier of the food chain. Ming Nan carries a mysterious fragment of meteorite, the core of the Pale, which serves as both the source of the virus and the key to evolution. It can accelerate the evolution of zombies while also harboring the potential to reverse the virus, thus becoming a coveted resource in the struggle between humanity and the undead. Chapter 1. The Zombie Disguise Pack. Beneath a dim sky, amidst crumbling edifices and frigid streets, Ming Nan finds himself utterly lost, his heart racing as he traverses the deserted thoroughfare. Suddenly, a fleeting silhouette vanishes into the shadows. Spurred by an instinctive urge, he gives chase, shouting towards the direction of the figure's disappearance. "Hey! Wait up!" As Ming Nan runs, his shouts stir the air, and he begins to discern the faint sound of rustling footsteps. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, he halts abruptly, panting heavily, his gaze scanning the surroundings with a mix of vigilance and hope. Steadying his breath, he cautiously moves towards the source of the footsteps. Drawing closer, the sound becomes increasingly distinct. He finds himself standing at the entrance of a dark alley, which looms before him like the gaping maw of an abyss. A faint light flickers on the wall, casting ominous shadows, and Ming Nan's heart sinks as he hesitates at the threshold, uncertain whether to proceed. Shoo! A sound echoes again. Peering into the alley, he glimpses a figure facing the wall, shuffling forward, the noise emanating from the scraping of the person's shoes against the ground. A drunken man? The absurdity of the figure's gait flashes through Ming Nan's mind, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. He exhales, emboldened by the thought, and cautiously approaches the individual. "Excuse me, sir?" Ming Nan ventures, hoping to engage the seemingly inebriated stranger. After all, this is the first living person he has encountered. The figure pays him no heed, continuing to shuffle against the wall. Murmuring to himself, Ming Nan musters the courage to step forward and lightly taps the man's arm to rouse his awareness. "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where I am?" Upon the gentle touch, the figure pauses, as if finally acknowledging his presence. Seeing the drunken man respond, Ming Nan sighs in relief, his heart filled with hope as he watches the figure slowly turn around. Yet, as the figure pivots, the anticipation on Ming Nan's face morphs into sheer terror. This is no drunken man, this is a zombie. Time stands still in that moment. Only when the creature lunges at him does Ming Nan react, scrambling frantically back towards the alley's entrance. But it is already too late. As the ghastly visage draws closer, Ming Nan closes his eyes and screams. Abruptly, he awakens, bolting upright in bed, gasping for breath as if emerging from the depths of drowning. Sweat drenches his hair, and the fear lingers in his eyes. Thank goodness, it was merely a dream too vivid. As he sits on the edge of his bed, his mind gradually clears, affirming that it was merely a nightmare, allowing him to finally calm down. As if responding to his earlier cry, the door swings open, revealing his mother, Zhang Yan. "Xiaonan, what happened?" Upon hearing his mother's voice, Ming Nan instinctively replies, "I'm fine," and prepares to rise and wash the sweat from his face, only to encounter Zhang Yan just entering the room. Gazing at his mother, a sense of unease washes over him, but he cannot quite pinpoint the reason. "Mom, it's nothing really, just a bad dream." Noticing the concern etched on Zhang Yan's face, he reiterates his explanation. Zhang Yan, taken aback, glances at him quizzically. "A bad dream? How could you have such dreams? Isn't middle school overwhelming enough?" Disregarding his mother's murmurs, Ming Nan sidesteps her and heads to the bathroom, turning the faucet on and splashing water onto his face in an attempt to wash away the remnants of fear. "Xiaonan, why is your hair so damp? And why does it smell like raw meat?" "Oh no, Mom, you're acting strangely today. Why are you up so early making breakfast?" Xiaonan, Xiaonan, get up for breakfast. After sleeping so much at night, you'll be unable to sleep during the day. School starts tomorrow. Don't be late on the very first day. Old Ming, take care of your son. He's flipped his days and nights upside down during the summer. Feeling increasingly bewildered by Zhang Yan's words, Ming Nan senses something is off about her today. Rubbing his eyes, he steps into the living room and greets Ming Hua, who is watching the news. Glancing at the lavish spread on the dining table, he mutters, "Why is breakfast so greasy, so early in the morning?" As Ming Nan prepares to wash up, Zhang Yan emerges from the kitchen. "Breakfast is ready. Stop dawdling. I need to wash up. It'll be done soon." Zhang Yan gives him a peculiar look. "You've never been this particular about cleanliness before washing up before meals. Hurry up." Seated at the table, Ming Nan can't help but inquire, "Mom, why is breakfast so lavish today? Son, why do you seem so odd today? We always eat like this for breakfast, don't we? I just added some stewed chicken." Casting a glance at him, Zhang Yan dismisses his concern and begins to eat. "Xiaonan, school hasn't even started yet. Why are you so anxious?" After speaking, Ming Hua sniffs the air and remarks, "What's that smell of raw meat?" "Xiaonan, where have you been playing? The meat smells so strong. We bought too much meat today and even slaughtered a chicken. Just open the window to air it out. Why all the chatter at the table?" With that, the matriarch's word is final, and father and son dive into their meal. As Ming Nan lifts a piece of chicken to his mouth, he is struck by how incredibly delicious it tastes. The texture is delightful, and even the rice is exceptionally fragrant. His mother's cooking has suddenly reached new heights. "It's simply exquisite. Slow down, no one is competing with you." I know. In one sitting, Ming Nan devours most of the chicken. Just as he is about to continue, a peculiar phrase flashes through his mind. "Obtain zombie disguise pack." Ming Nan pauses abruptly, blinking in confusion, and is startled. Upon closing his eyes, a small box appears in the darkness, strikingly conspicuous, as if he could grasp it with a mere reach. "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly stop eating? Hurry up. Once you finish, go take a shower." Zhang Yan's voice interrupts his reverie. "I am full. By the way, Mom and Dad, you both look a bit pale. You should exercise more. If you're feeling unwell, you ought to visit the hospital for a checkup." Upon finishing, he inexplicably produces a mirror from somewhere and examines his reflection. "How could that be? Your mother's complexion is so fair it can't be bad. Don't listen to that brat." Chapter 2. Zombies. Upon returning to his room, Ming Nan eagerly shut his eyes, contemplating the mysterious box before him. He reached out to grasp the small chest, and as his fingers closed around it, a weighty sensation enveloped his hand, as if he were clutching something tangible. Opening his eyes, the sensation vanished, leaving his hand empty. He closed his eyes once more, and the feeling returned. It was indeed real. With his eyes shut, he opened the box in front of him, revealing nothing extraordinary. Yet a boy appeared before him. Ming Nan grew increasingly familiar with this visage. Was this not himself? However, this incarnation of Ming Nan, clad in the zombie disguise set, bore a pallid complexion, reminiscent of his parents' expressions earlier that day. Upon closer inspection, the figure appeared somewhat ethereal, with dilated pupils and an overall air of lifelessness, though other features remained largely unchanged. How was it to be utilized? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the zombie disguise set floated towards him, merging with his body and vanishing, along with the box cloaked in darkness. Was that it? Upon opening his eyes, Ming Nan felt no peculiarities or transformations within himself. He glanced at the mirror, discovering he had morphed into the appearance depicted by the zombie disguise set. As he took in this change, he felt no distinct difference. Curiosity compelled him to examine himself further. Yet he found no explanation for it. How to remove it? The thought flitted through his mind, and his reflection in the mirror instantly returned to its normal state. In the future, he could wear this disguise to frighten others. How delightful. However, he needed to remain discreet. Otherwise, should anyone discover him as a zombie, he would surely face dire consequences. That would be exceedingly unjust. After experimenting with the zombie disguise set, Ming Nan contemplated venturing outside. In the living room, Ming Hua glanced at him and remarked, "Are you going out at this hour? You should shower and rest early. School starts tomorrow, don't you know?" Meanwhile, he found it peculiar that it was only a little past 9 in the morning. Why the insistence on bathing and resting? School was still a while away. And what was that peculiar term his father had used, day dog? Confounded, Ming Nan pushed these thoughts aside. At just past 9, the streets were eerily deserted, amplifying Ming Nan's confusion and urgency to access the internet, prompting him to hasten without further contemplation. Upon reaching the internet CAF, he immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere, ominous and foreboding. It was still early, and few patrons occupied the space. Each silhouette appeared grim, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. "One temporary card, please." He placed 10 yuan on the counter, nearly knocking over a small ball perched atop it, quickly retracting his hand. "Hey, the model you've made is incredibly lifelike. Where did you acquire it?" "Quite impressive," Ming Nan began, but as he spoke, the model turned to face him, startling him. Only then did he realize that the model was connected to a long tube leading directly to the face of the CAF attendant. The attendant's complexion was ashen, one eye fixated on the computer screen, head unraised, as he handed Ming Nan the prepared temporary card. As Ming Nan accepted the card, a chill ran down his spine. The attendant spoke in a low, grave tone. "Take it. The shop is just down the street. Precious Eye Shop. They have decent merchandise, by an eye. And you receive a tube for remote control, much like what I possess." Suppressing his fear and steadying his emotions, Ming Nan located an unoccupied corner and began to browse the internet, attempting to cast aside the unsettling events that had transpired. He opened a game, intending to play a round to alleviate his mood. However, no matter how he searched, he could not find League of Legends. The only game with a semblance to a league was Zombie Alliance. Frustrated, he abandoned the search and switched to movies. The next moment, he was taken aback. All the films displayed had transformed. A Date with Humanity, Rise of the Humans, Human Crisis. Ming Nan stared at these titles, utterly bewildered. What was going on? Switching to novels, he found that familiar titles had vanished. Randomly selecting a few, he discovered that every protagonist mentioned was a zombie. Indeed, they were all zombies. Titles such as the Zombie Cultivation Chronicles, Super God Mechanical Zombie, and Global Zombie Crisis filled the screen. Alarmed, Ming Nan hastily opened the news, and the content within sent chills down his spine. Everything he knew had been turned upside down. Everyone around him, or rather, every corpse, appeared to be a zombie. Terrified, Ming Nan donned the zombie disguise set for a semblance of safety. He casually opened a forum and typed, "What would happen if humans appeared in our world?" Urgently awaiting responses. Refreshing the post frantically, he read comments that only heightened his anxiety. "Quickly contact the zoo. Of course, they'd be captured as lab rats. Humans are so adorable. Why harm them? Let that human go. I want to. Would being bitten by a human turn you into one? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Dad, are you a zombie?" "Of course not. What would make you think I'm a zombie? You little rascal, are you trying to insult me?" Ming Hua shot Ming Nan a sidelong glance, laughing as he scolded. "Then how am I human? Did you sneak onto the internet again? I told you, tomorrow is the start of school. And you're still thinking about playing? What is going on in that head of yours? Hurry and shower. Rest." Meanwhile, the bizarre puzzles in his mind began to unravel. Lying in bed, Ming Nan wished fervently that he was merely dreaming, a dream within a dream, and prayed to awaken soon. "Xiaonan, come out for dinner. You didn't even wash yesterday. Don't be late on the first day of school." His mother's voice broke through, rousing him. Ming Nan rose and glanced out the window. The sky was dim, the sun gradually setting, yet his vision remained clear. Suddenly, he recalled wearing the disguise set. Perhaps it was a feature of the disguise. Walking down the street, he observed the bustling activity around him. No, it was not just people, but a throng of zombies, starkly contrasting the morning's desolation. Moreover, Ming Nan had a new understanding of this world, where most individuals appeared normal, akin to his parents, albeit with pallid complexions. Yet some figures were peculiar, such as the one passing by him now, a hefty individual clad in a white shirt and slacks, clutching a briefcase, devouring a large meat pie. However, this person was enormous, easily standing over 3 meters tall, resembling a mountain of flesh. As he passed, the ground quaked beneath him, prompting Ming Nan to hurriedly step aside. The sight was jarring, and the quality of that clothing was undeniably good. With no time to ponder further, he needed to get to school. He certainly did not want to be late on the first day. Chapter 3. Evolution Branch Testing. Upon finally arriving at school, Ming Nan let out a sigh of relief. As he passed the eye shop along the way, he finally comprehended the type of latest eyewear that the network administrator sported. The shops along the route bore a striking resemblance to those in his former world, with the notable addition of establishments selling limbs, arms, and legs. Essentially, any detachable body part, save for the head, could be exchanged. The guarantee was tenfold for any counterfeit merchandise. Thus, this also elucidated why the zombies on the street appeared so remarkably normal. Amused by this thought, Ming Nan located his classroom and settled into an empty seat. Contrary to his expectations of a chaotic scene, the seated zombies, aside from their pallid complexions, resembled ordinary individuals quite closely. This brought him some comfort. Had his classmates been grotesque, with missing eyes and exposed intestines, he would have felt quite unsettled. Before long, the homeroom teacher arrived, offering a brief self-introduction, assigning seats, distributing textbooks, and promptly commencing the lesson. The days of school passed swiftly, and before he realized it, a month had elapsed. During this time, treasures and similar phenomena had not reappeared, were it not for the disguise pack he wore. Ming Nan might have nearly forgotten that he was a man with a system. Throughout this month, Ming Nan observed that, apart from their somewhat pale complexions, all the students appeared relatively normal, while some teachers bore rather peculiar appearances. His physical education instructor, for instance, was a muscular giant, his physique resembling granite, with every inch of his body defined by sinewy muscle. Standing around 5 meters tall, he dwarfed even the portly individuals Ming Nan had previously encountered, making him feel as though he were facing a small mountain, imposing and intimidating. Consequently, during physical education classes, all the students exhibited extraordinary obedience. During this month, through history lessons and casual news reading, Ming Nan gained a general understanding of the state of this zombie world. Overall, it was quite similar to his original world, with parents and familiar friends unchanged. However, humanity had vanished, replaced entirely by intelligent zombies. It was akin to a parallel universe, albeit with certain oddities. Archaeologists had posited that zombies might have evolved from humans based on the comparison of excavated human fossils and zombie skeletons, much like how humans in Ming Nan's previous world were believed to have evolved from primates. As he read this in the history book, Ming Nan felt as though the shattered fragments of his worldview were swept away by a gust of wind. Originally devoid of intelligence, zombies had, after countless years of development and research, established a course known as evolution theory. This course existed in various forms across the globe, albeit under different names. How it became disseminated remains a mystery to Ming Nan. Historians speculated that the shifts and transitions in early history may have been partially due to self-interest and partly due to their incomplete understanding of evolution, which left their intellects underdeveloped and unable to exert full control over themselves. Evolution theory is a mandatory subject for all zombies, accompanying them from birth. It is also one of Ming Nan's most intriguing subjects, though formal classes had yet to commence during the past month. Rumor had it that the high school curriculum differed significantly from prior teachings, necessitating a month of quiet reflection before students began their studies. The lesson had yet to begin, and the class buzzed with discussions about the upcoming evolution course. Lu Chun, seated to Ming Nan's left, leaned in with a mischievous grin and said, "Xiao Ming, I heard that before studying evolution theory in high school, we must undergo a test to determine which branch suits us. Following this, we will be sorted into classes in the second year based on our evolutionary branches, hence the seriousness of this occasion." Raising an eyebrow at Lu Chun, Ming Nan, despite his irritation at being called Xiao Ming, inquired curiously, "Where did you hear this? What does this evolution branch entail?" On the other side, Yu Quan, having caught wind of their whispered exchange, chimed in with a smug expression, "I know about that. My cousin in college told me that the evolution branches are divided into 3 categories: physical vitality, brain domain vitality, and parasitic. Each category requires different tests and subjects, which is why early assessment is essential for tailored education in the second year. Oh, there is also a 4th category for those lacking evolutionary talent. Those who end up in university will find little advancement, as they belong to the most ordinary class." Yu Quan, you seem rather pleased with yourself, don't you? Just don't be surprised if you end up testing as a 4th-class zombie and have to settle for being an ordinary one. Lu Chun retorted, his disdain evident. "Watch it. If you keep giving me silly nicknames, you'll wish you hadn't." Yu Quan shot back, tackling Lu Chun, and soon they were engaged in playful scuffles, swiftly removing each other's arms in the process. Ming Nan, accustomed to such antics, merely observed. After all, dismembering limbs was a commonplace occurrence among zombies. Noticing the dismembered arms on the ground, he nonchalantly kicked one away and resumed watching the two bickering. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "The homeroom teacher has arrived." Instantly, the previously chaotic classroom descended into further disarray, with limbs, arms, thighs, and calves flying through the air as students hurriedly reattached their severed parts. Amidst the commotion, a loud exclamation broke the silence. "What happened to my arm? Which scoundrel took it?" With that, Lu Chun, missing an arm, expressed his indignation. Unfazed, Ming Nan discreetly kicked the arm he had nudged earlier further away. keeping his contributions to the chaos hidden. A light cough resonated throughout the classroom, unbeknownst to them. The homeroom teacher, Tang Junhua, had taken his place at the podium. Known by the nickname Candy, he was an unremarkable figure in his 50s, sporting glasses that seemed ill-suited considering the plethora of eye shops around. His thinning hair was a mix of black and white, and he had a rotund, affable appearance. Yet, his demeanor conveyed authority as he spoke with conviction. Evolution theory is a concept you are all familiar with, having been a part of your growth since childhood. The curriculum prior to high school merely enabled you to control yourselves to a satisfactory level for daily life. In high school, however, evolution theory will truly embody the essence of evolution. This is essential for laying a solid foundation for your future academic endeavors. Therefore, I urge all students to take it seriously. It pertains to your futures. I want to elaborate further. You will learn more in the upcoming lessons. Class monitor, please distribute the books, one for each student. Those whose names I call, please come forward for the test. Chapter 4. The Complete Evolutionary Branch. As Ming Nan observed his classmates called up one by one, he noticed Tang Junhua producing a small device resembling a clamp, which held a paper card. He clamped it onto a student's finger. But Ming Nan could not discern the result, only catching a glimpse of Tang Junhua marking a tick on a sheet of paper beside him. Brain activity. Upon completing the announcement, he called the next name, Wu Jin. At the utterance of his name, Wu Jin's expression faltered as he heard the stark reply, none. The moment he received the verdict, his demeanor shifted to one of dejection, his eyes losing their luster. The testing proceeded swiftly, each session lasting less than a minute. Observing this, Ming Nan grew increasingly anxious, realizing that the clamp bore resemblance to a blood-drawing instrument. He was acutely aware of his own identity. He was not a zombie, but a fully fledged human, merely donning a disguise. What would happen if he were called next and subjected to this procedure? The thought sent his heart racing. As one classmate after another was summoned for their test, Ming Nan's unease intensified. Elchun. Upon hearing his name, Elchun stood tall, swinging his empty sleeves, striding confidently toward the podium. Once Tang Junhua concluded his assessment, Elchun eagerly inquired, Candy. Oh no. Teacher Tang, what is my branch? Tang Junhua, initially frowning at Elchun's unabashed enthusiasm, contemplated whether to categorize the outspoken lad into the fourth tier, but ultimately marked a tick for physical activity without lifting his gaze, stating, physical activity. The moment Elchun heard his classification, he nearly craned his neck to gaze at the ceiling, evidently pleased with his physical activity designation, his demeanor radiating arrogance. In his excitement, Elchun failed to notice Ming Nan's anxious expression, realizing that he would soon be next in line. Ming Nan. Sure enough, shortly after Elchun returned to his seat, Ming Nan's name was called. As he stood up, electrified, he walked stiffly toward the podium, wishing desperately that time would freeze at that moment, though he knew it was futile. Standing awkwardly at the podium, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Sensing his tension, Tang Junhua reassured him, don't be nervous, it's all right. Just give me your hand, and the results will come swiftly. Acknowledging Tang Junhua's words, Ming Nan realized the inevitable was upon him. He closed his eyes and extended his hand. As he felt a sensation akin to an ant bite, he opened his eyes, anxiously watching Tang Junhua. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, Tang Junhua's furrowed brow relaxed, and he nodded, cheerfully exclaiming, Excellent, Ming Nan. Keep up the good work. Time seemed to stretch as Tang Junhua's praise marked the first compliment given throughout the testing process. Ming Nan was momentarily bewildered, uncertain of the significance of his results. However, observing Tang Junhua's delight, he surmised that he had successfully concealed his true identity. This revelation eased his anxiety. Yet curiosity gnawed at him. What could possibly elicit such joy from the typically stern Tang Junhua? Earlier, he had discreetly glimpsed the paper card in Tang Junhua's hand, which revealed a combination of red, blue, and green colors. Could it be? As Ming Nan pondered, Tang Junhua's subsequent declaration confirmed his suspicions. Physical, brain domain, parasite, complete evolutionary branch. To ensure clarity, Tang Junhua emphasized, listen closely. At his words, the previously inquisitive classmates erupted in astonishment. They had all, to varying degrees, gained insight into the classifications of evolutionary branches from family or relatives, but had never heard of anyone belonging to the complete evolutionary branch. Silence. If this happens again, we won't conduct further tests. All will be classified into the fourth category. Now, let's continue testing. Yu Quan. Upon hearing Tang Junhua's proclamation, the previously raucous classroom fell silent, and Ming Nan, standing at the podium, exhaled in relief, a thought bubbling to the surface. What the system produces must be exceptional. Casting a discreet glance, Ming Nan chose to ignore the commotion, while Yu Quan, sitting beside him, flashed a thumbs up, clearly elated by Ming Nan's result. Before rising for his own test, parasite activity, the results were swiftly revealed, and Yu Quan's expression betrayed his prior knowledge of his branch. Witnessing his friends categorized into the 3 primary branches, Ming Nan felt genuine happiness for them. Once Yu Quan completed his assessment, the testing concluded. In that moment, every face reflected a myriad of emotions: joy, sorrow, excitement, disappointment, and grief intermingled. Tang Junhua, having observed all students' results, began to announce the outcomes and the subsequent course arrangements. Ahem. Overall, the results are quite satisfactory. Our class comprises 51 students, with 23 belonging to the 3 primary branches and 1 to the complete evolutionary branch. The remaining 28 fall into the 4th category. However, do not despair, for I do not wish for you to lose hope due to these results. As long as you pursue higher education, there are methods available to transition into the 3 primary branches. What those methods entail, I shall not elaborate here. Just know that with diligence, opportunities lie ahead. Remember, in the realm of evolution, all possibilities exist. Hearing Tang Junhua's words, the 28 students of the 4th category simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. As for the 23 students of the 3 primary branches, Tang Junhua cautioned, do not become complacent. I do not wish for you to grow arrogant due to your status, leading to neglect of your potential. This is merely the beginning. You have only taken a slight lead. Without effort, even the greatest talent renders one worthless. The same applies to you. In the journey of evolution, all possibilities exist. Now, rise to the challenge, students. Class dismissed. Ming Nan, please come to the office. With that, Tang Junhua turned and exited, and as he departed, the classroom erupted in chaos. Chapter 5. The Theory of Evolution. In the classroom, students sharing the same evolutionary branch gathered in lively clusters, engaging in animated discussions. Some took the opportunity to console their friends who had been classified into the 4th category, while others sat silently at their desks, lost in thought. A few individuals approached Ming Nan, initiating casual conversations. Surrounded by so many classmates, Ming Nan felt a bit overwhelmed and quickly excused himself, claiming that the teacher was looking for him, and breathed a sigh of relief upon exiting the classroom. Alas, my hand. How did it end up here? Hey, watch your step. Move your feet away. As Ming Nan left the classroom, he faintly heard the exaggerated voice of Lu Ken, which brought a smile to his face. Observing the student's exuberance, Tang Junhua shook his head. No matter how many times he witnessed such scenes, they always reminded him of his own youthful days, filling him with nostalgia. Upon entering the office with Tang Junhua, he first brewed himself a cup of dark red tea, the contents of which Ming Nan couldn't quite discern. Noticing Ming Nan's curious gaze upon his cup, Tang Junhua chuckled, completely shedding the stern demeanor he had in class, and kindly offered, "Would you like a cup? It's pig's blood tea, quite delightful. The pig's blood is edible, with a smooth, delicate texture and a certain springiness." He tilted his cup back, taking a hearty sip, and added, "Old Zhao mentioned that in the era when humans still existed, this was referred to as pudding, a rather poetic name, and indeed, it tastes good." Listening to Tang Junhua's words and observing his enjoyment, Ming Nan felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Pudding? Old Zhao? Surely, that must be the history teacher. In Ming Nan's mind, the history teacher was immediately labeled as unreliable. Noticing that Ming Nan wasn't drinking, Tang Junhua didn't press the matter further, instead turning serious as he addressed him. "Ming Nan, I need not elaborate on the significance of the theory of evolution. Your talent is exceptional. The all-evolutionary branch is exceedingly rare. You are not the only one in the world with such a gift. There are many who possess greater talent and work harder than you. Remember, while talent is undoubtedly important, I hope you do not become arrogant. Thinking that you can afford to be lazy simply because you are gifted is a grave mistake. The all-evolutionary branch is a double-edged sword. A powerful talent necessitates that you exert double the effort compared to others. Otherwise, it will drag you down, leaving you with nothing in the end. Regarding your test results, I will report them to the school and inform your parents. We will focus on nurturing your abilities. Work diligently. Do not betray the expectations of the school and your family. Most importantly, do not squander your own talent." Having delivered a lengthy admonition, Tang Junhua took a hearty sip from his cup. Upon learning of his test results, Ming Nan had indeed felt a swell of pride. After all, A student who had just entered high school could hardly suppress the elation of discovering his exceptional talent. Even if he remained silent about it, deep down, he felt superior. At that moment, the seed of pride had been planted within him. If no elder were present to awaken him, this pride might take root and flourish until he became arrogant and ultimately faltered upon facing setbacks. However, after hearing Tang Juinghua's words, Ming Nan felt genuinely touched. After all, a teacher who corrects your misguided thoughts is truly deserving of respect, casting aside his arrogance and restoring his inner calm. Ming Nan felt as though his spirit had undergone a cleansing, and he bowed slightly to Tang Juinghua. When he raised his head again, his eyes shone with clarity. "Thank you, Teacher Tang." Ming Nan found himself at a loss for words regarding the antics of his two classmates. Just then, a piece of paper struck him squarely on the head. Teacher Tang said, "I possess extraordinary talent," and encouraged me to study diligently and strive for improvement. After contemplating for a moment, Ming Nan wrote the same words again, tossing one note to each side before ignoring them altogether. If you cannot even restrain your own desires, it signifies that your next generation will be the same. You are unworthy of having descendants, let alone evolving. You have been forsaken. Su Jin nudged the nearly dozing Lu Ken and tossed a note over to Ming Nan. Disregarding Lu Chen's puzzled gaze as he flipped through the pages again, Ming Nan briefly scanned the table of contents. The human body, cells, the 4 primary tissues, the 9 major systems. Various organs, brain activity, skeletal structure, bodily vitality, cerebral domain activity, parasitic vitality, and so forth. Some images featured comparative dissections of the corresponding parts in zombies. Confused, Ming Nan wondered how the theory of evolution could encompass such content. Noticing the time, he realized school would soon dismiss, leaving him no time for a thorough examination. He skimmed through the material, which detailed the 4 primary tissues in the 9 major systems. 9 consecutive pages were dedicated to the introduction of the 9 major systems of the human body, each accompanied by intricate anatomical illustrations depicting the various systems in exquisite detail. Further along, he found the section that piqued his interest, the 3 major evolutionary branches. As he turned to this part, Ming Nan became attentive. Humans are truly remarkable beings. After several years of exploration, we discovered a fragmented anatomical atlas. Through a prolonged process of restoration and research, we have finally comprehended the intricate structure of the human body, aligning it with its characteristics. We have confirmed that humans are indeed the ancestors of our zombies. Based on these anatomical illustrations, we have refined the theory of evolution. Chapter 6, Physical Activity Enhancer, the high school version of evolutionary theory. From this moment forth, we must delve into the intricacies of human anatomy. Firstly, humans are composed of cells, tissues, organs, and systems, progressing from the minuscule to the grand. Our kind, the zombies, share a similar structure. However, why must we resort to evolutionary theory to attain the innate functions of the human body? Through repeated experimentation, we have ultimately uncovered the reason: activity. This term has provided us with profound insights into our own nature. By examining the anatomical structure of the human body, we have identified 3 primary activities: physical, cerebral, and parasitic. Due to the complexity and uniqueness of our zombie existence, we have also discerned that our abilities are similarly categorized into 3 types. We collectively refer to these 3 activities as the 3 branches of evolution, each named after its respective activity. Following extensive research and the activation techniques, we have finally grasped the evolutionary pathways of these 3 branches. The evolutionary theory learned prior to high school merely scratched the surface, activating the body's various functions to enable zombies to lead normal lives, preventing them from succumbing to madness and transforming into a pack of beasts. In the high school version of evolutionary theory, we shall embark on a systematic study of how to evolve. Here, we shall systematically introduce the 3 branches. Let us begin with the physical activity branch. The term physical activity can be understood as primarily activating the vitality of the body. Once the physical activity is activated, zombies can develop their corporeal form. At that juncture, if the evolutionary theory reaches a certain level, the body will undergo evolution. As per our current findings, the physical activity evolutionary branch encompasses 6 known forms: tank, flesh bomb, flying spike, whip tongue, claw, and faceless. Each of these illustrates distinct evolutionary directions within physical enhancement. The cerebral activity evolutionary branch is similarly divided into 6 types: superbrain, shadow, frost, blaze, stone, and cavewood, each representing different evolutionary directions within cerebral enhancement. The parasitic activity is the most intricate and unique category, discovered only after the previous two branches. The evolutionary branch of parasitic activity involves the transplantation of limbs from different creatures into oneself or the fusion of their flesh and blood for enhancement. Having introduced the three categories, let us briefly discuss the process of evolution, as the differences in evolutionary talents and the activation of activities dictate the sequence of activation. For instance, in physical activity, the sequence is external first, then cerebral, and finally internal. In contrast, cerebral activity begins with the brain, followed by simultaneous internal and external activation. Parasitic activity, however, follows the reverse order: internal first, then cerebral, and finally external. The specifics of this process will be elucidated by the instructor. Remember, due to the variations in evolutionary talents, it is imperative to adhere to the sequence of activation based on one's own gifts. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to uncontrollable transformations. Having grasped the general overview, Ming Nan finally attained a preliminary understanding of evolutionary theory. The subsequent discussions will focus on the activation and application of one's own activities, complemented by systematic training based on previously provided illustrations. After absorbing this information, Ming Nan exhaled in relief, finally recognizing the uniqueness of this world. It is no wonder that some zombies appear so extraordinary. This thought ignited a profound excitement within him. If his talent, the disguise package, encompassed all evolutionary branches, what might he become? Imagining the physique of his physical education teacher and the portly individual he encountered earlier, Ming Nan involuntarily shivered, knowing full well who those two fools were. Come clean. What exactly did Teacher Tang tell you? What do you mean by studying hard and improving daily? Nonsense. Stop it. You've nearly broken my arm. Teacher Tang advised me to remain humble and not to emulate certain individuals who neglect their studies. All right. Enough of the antics. Teacher Tang said he would prioritize my development. That's all. Finally breaking free from the two jesters, Ming Nan arrived home, unable to contain the excitement of sharing the good news with his parents. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a lavish breakfast spread, prompting memories of a similar feast from a month prior, the day he received the disguise package. Throughout the past month, Ming Nan had exhausted every means, yet since acquiring the disguise, the system had remained unresponsive. Comparing the meals he had consumed over the last month, the only discernible difference was the chicken from that particular breakfast. I wanted to surprise you all, but it seems Teacher Tang has already spilled the beans, Ming Nan said, scratching his head sheepishly. As he spoke, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The door swung open, revealing Minghua. Honey, our son possesses the full evolutionary branch. Little Nan is here. Let us discuss it with Dad. Seeing Minghua's eager demeanor, Ming Nan felt a wave of embarrassment, yet joy blossomed within him, for who wouldn't he want their parents to feel proud? Today marks a month since school began, and I had no idea that my test would reveal I had the full evolutionary branch. I was worried I might fall into the fourth category. At this moment, Ming Nan felt increasingly bashful before his parents and refrained from boasting about his capabilities. My lineage could never belong to the fourth category, Minghua exclaimed, giving Ming Nan's shoulder a hearty pat. Observing the joyful exchange between father and son, Zhang Yan interjected, All right, let us eat. The food will get cold. Yes. Let us hurry. Today is joyous, but you're still young, so skip the wine. See what Dad has brought you. New drink. Pig's blood tea. It's said to be a recreation of something called pudding milk tea from the human era. It's quite trendy. The family shared a delightful meal. Yet Ming Nan ultimately declined the modified pudding milk tea in favor of meat broth. While consuming the chicken, Ming Nan meticulously observed each bite, closing his eyes to savor the experience, leaving Minghua and Zhang Yan perplexed, though they didn't dwell on it. Ming Nan indeed made a significant discovery the moment the chicken slid down his throat. A flicker of one appeared in the darkness behind his closed eyelids. Had he not been vigilant, he might have overlooked it. Ming Nan, unsure of how the number was computed, counted the total after finishing all the chicken, 22. This revelation filled him with elation. He had finally found the breakthrough. Even more thrilling was the fact that upon reaching a total of 20, he acquired an item, the physical activity enhancer. Chapter 7, the final exam. Upon witnessing this scene, Ming Nan nearly leaped from his chair. He hurriedly took a deep breath to suppress his exhilaration. Why the rush? There was no one competing with him. He could savor the moment slowly. Almost choking, he gasped for air, prompting Zhang Yan to quickly pat his back in concern. Mom, it's nothing. This chicken is simply exquisite. What kind of chicken is this? Your mother managed to procure it through a friend. It is truly thanks to you that I can indulge in such a delicacy. Ming Hua remarked, his expression tinged with jealousy, particularly as he fixated on the chicken bones before him. Come on, a grown man is envious of his own son? With so many dishes, can't you find something to occupy your mouth? Zhang Yan chuckled at her husband's demeanor, placing a piece of pork into his bowl. Hey, Xiaonan, did you see that? Poor thing. Only this pork to appease your wife. When will you treat me to a whole mutant chicken to pair with my drinks? Xiaonan, do not disappoint your mother's expectations. Your father and I lack talent. We are both of the 4th class. If your father had your abilities back in the day, he would have already become a formidable figure. Study hard, aim for a prestigious university. And do not squander your gifts, understand? Ming Hua spoke sternly to his son. Mom and Dad, rest assured. Ming Nan replied, though his parents had transformed into zombies. He recognized them as his true family, silently setting a personal goal, a flicker of determination shone in his eyes. Observing Ming Hua's rapt attention to his meal, Ming Nan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing he needed time to acclimate to this world. Returning to his room, the sun had just risen. The sky tinged with a soft light, and the sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his desk. Standing there, basking in the sun, Ming Nan yawned. Surprisingly, the effects of the disguise package were quite remarkable. The warmth of the sun made him drowsy, shaking his head to dispel the lethargy. He closed his eyes, seeing the box materialize in the darkness. Skillfully, he opened it, revealing a test tube-like container in his hand, filled with a red liquid that danced like a living entity within. He unscrewed the cap and leaned closer to sniff it. There was no discernible scent. Gazing at the vial, Ming Nan hesitated, uncertain whether to consume it. Ultimately, he decided against it, recalling the cautionary notes from his evolution textbook, which indicated that the activation sequence of different talents varied, as he belonged to the complete evolution branch, and since the book provided no guidance on it, he resolved to wait for further instruction from his teacher before making any decisions. At 6 p.m., Ming Nan sat up from his bed, brimming with excitement. Today marked the first day of evolution classes. Having received the potion that morning and grasped the system's function, it truly was a splendid day, filled with fortuitous events. As the sun had not yet fully set, Ming Nan arrived at school, initially believing himself to be the first to arrive. However, he was taken aback upon entering the classroom, which was nearly full. It appeared that everyone shared his eagerness for the day's evolution lesson. After an agonizing wait, when Tang Junhua entered the classroom and surveyed the neatly seated students, he nodded with satisfaction. I trust everyone has reviewed the material for today's class and possesses at least a basic understanding of evolution. Let us commence our lesson. Opening the first chapter, the human body. The human body is a complex yet unified entity, and humans are the ancestors of our kind, the zombies. Our structure closely resembles that of the human body. To comprehend evolution, we must first solidify our foundational knowledge. To excel in our endeavors, we must first sharpen our tools. Only by establishing a solid foundation can we progress further. As days turned into weeks, the first year was nearing its conclusion, and the evolution courses continued. With the curriculum deepening, all students gained a more profound understanding of the human body and evolution. The zombies absorbed blood like desiccated corpses, gradually becoming more robust. Even Ming Nan, despite being human, had never comprehended his own anatomy in such detail before enrolling in evolution studies. As the semester drew to a close, today was the day for class divisions. Based on prior test results, each student was assigned to their respective classes for the next term, except for Ming Nan. In the office, Tang Junhua observed Ming Nan, who, after 9 months of study, appeared more composed, with slightly defined muscles beneath his clothing and a noticeably stronger physique. Tang Junhua was quite pleased. Throughout these 9 months, he had dedicated extra time after school to mentor Ming Nan, providing him with personalized guidance, for which Ming Nan was immensely grateful. Tang Junhua noticed Ming Nan's considerable progress in understanding evolution. While other students were merely grasping the structure of the human body as the first semester concluded, Ming Nan had already begun experimenting with activating his evolution branch, having successfully completed the preliminary activation of physical vitality. Although part of this achievement stemmed from Tang Junhua's extra assistance, the primary credit belonged to Ming Nan's own diligence. Ming Nan, which branch do you wish to delve into next semester? Meanwhile, his parents, who scrimped and saved, ensured that each month, Ming Nan received a mutant chicken to bolster his health. Aware of the significance of the mutant chicken for the system, Ming Nan understood the hardships his parents endured and, After multiple attempts to dissuade them, resigned himself to their choices. This realization only strengthened Ming Nan's resolve. He was determined to work hard and not disappoint the expectations of his parents and teachers. With 9 mutant chickens, Ming Nan amassed a total of 192 vitality points. Adding the previously accumulated 2 points, he now had a total of 194 points. After the system rewards were deducted, he was left with 14 points. Vitality served as the unit of measure for Ming Nan's system points. Simultaneously, Ming Nan unraveled the system's patterns each time he obtained a box. The vitality required for the next box would increase by 10 points from the previous total, such as needing 10 points for one, then 20 for the next, and so forth. He had acquired 4 bottles of vitality enhancers, 2 bottles for brain enhancement, 1 bottle for physical enhancement, and 1 bottle for parasitism. Chapter 8. Activate Brain Domain Activity. In his view, Ming Nan's physical vitality had only just completed its preliminary activation. At this stage, he should focus on enhancing his physical capabilities, solidifying the foundation in preparation for the first level of evolution. Achieving this first evolution would undoubtedly benefit his future university applications. Unbeknownst to Tang Junguo, by February, when Ming Nan received the second vial of physical vitality enhancer, he had already completed the initial activation of his physical vitality. Nearly 6 months had passed, and Ming Nan's physical vitality had long since stabilized. He had even attempted to activate his brain domain vitality several times. The only aspect that remained unresponsive was his parasitic vitality, which was precisely why Ming Nan had chosen the parasitic type. After spending so much time together, Tang Junguo believed Ming Nan had his own plans and refrained from offering further advice. Instead, he inquired, "What have you decided regarding our previous discussion?" Ming Nan, having already contemplated the matter, responded without hesitation, a hint of eagerness in his voice. "Teacher, I have made up my mind. I want to participate." Hearing the urgency in Ming Nan's tone, Tang Junguo couldn't help but shake his head. The young are often fearless. Although the training would be supervised by teachers, the uncertainty of venturing outside the city posed many risks. Sometimes, even teachers could not oversee every aspect. Furthermore, this training was a trial run, and its implementation would depend on the actual circumstances. Since you have made your decision, I will report to the school. During the summer vacation, you will join the third-year students for the training. Remember, once outside the city, all actions must follow orders. Understood. The vacation would begin tomorrow, with the formal training commencing the following Monday. Tang Junguo advised Ming Nan to take these 2 days to relax and prepare for the training. It felt as if everything had transpired just yesterday, so surreal. Over the past 10 months, Ming Nan had adapted to life in this world, acclimatizing to the zombie high school. Observing the bustling streets filled with busy zombies, he sighed, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Live in the moment and focus on oneself. Moreover, Ming Nan now had a new ambition: evolution. In this world, effort could unlock infinite possibilities, especially with the assistance of the system. As he contemplated the system, a surge of enthusiasm ignited within Ming Nan, prompting him to quicken his pace. He had 1 more vial of brain domain vitality enhancer. If used wisely, he could activate his brain domain vitality by morning. Ming Nan was aware that the sudden surge of strength could lead to the illusion of power without full mastery over it. Yet he found himself enamored with the sensation of evolution, driving him to work even harder. In the days that followed, with the stimulation from the activation method, he gradually gained control over his strength, feeling a significant increase in power. Objects that once required both hands to lift could now be easily handled with a single hand. The muscles hidden beneath his skin brimmed with strength and explosiveness. Upon returning home, Ming Nan swiftly finished breakfast, informing his parents that he needed to do homework, practice the activation method, and requested not to be disturbed. He also shared with them his plans to train outside the city during the summer, assuring them not to worry. After much persuasion, he finally eased their concerns. Observing their son's diligence and transformation, Ming Hua and his wife felt a sense of pride, only advising Ming Nan to take care of his health and heed his teacher's guidance while outside the city. Looking at the closed door of Ming Nan's room, the couple exchanged gratified glances, remarking, "Our son has grown up and become responsible." Inside the room, Ming Nan locked the door, lying on his bed with his eyes closed. Clearing his mind and regulating his breathing to achieve a state of relaxation, he picked up the test tube-shaped container, gazing at the swirling blue liquid, and tilted it to pour the contents into his mouth. As the last drop flowed in, the tube vanished from his hand. Unperturbed, he prepared for the main event. With his eyes shut and an air of solemnity, he braced himself. Suddenly, a violent headache struck. Lying on his bed, Ming Nan curled up in agony, clutching his head and shaking as he grasped the iron block he had prepared earlier, biting down hard. Sweat poured from his body, his face contorted in pain. The relentless torment felt as though someone had pried open his skull and poured in a ladle of scalding hot oil. The two forces collided, resulting in an explosion. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Ming Nan activated the method, channeling its stimulation into his brain. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until, under the dual stimulation of the brain domain vitality enhancer and the activation method, Ming Nan's brain trembled imperceptibly. A wave of coolness cascaded down from above, akin to sipping an icy cola on a scorching summer day. Ming Nan shuddered, releasing a sigh of relief. He extracted the iron rod, now marked with bite marks, and collapsed onto his nearly soaked bed. Ah, I finally made it through. What a relief. At that moment, Ming Nan felt as though his brain had awakened from a stupor, his thoughts crystal clear, as if a pair of cool hands were caressing him, soothing the pain in his head. As the discomfort subsided, that sensation of mastery returned, and he lay there, eyes closed, savoring the afterglow of the brain domain activation, eventually drifting into a comfortable slumber. Monday arrived in the blink of an eye. During these past 2 days, Ming Nan had noticeably experienced the benefits of brain domain activation. While physical vitality made his body stronger, brain domain vitality endowed him with greater composure and clarity of thought. The initial activation of his brain domain vitality also enhanced his physical coordination, instilling him with newfound confidence for the upcoming training. At 6 o'clock in the evening, as twilight descended, Ming Nan arrived at school 30 minutes ahead of schedule. He had thought he had arrived early, yet the playground was already filled with senior students. Observing the orderly lines of students, Ming Nan felt a bit lost. Finally spotting Tang Junguo in a corner of the playground, he felt a wave of relief. Though Tang Junguo appeared busy and asked him to wait a moment before attending to other matters. Chapter 9. The Trial. As the sky succumbed to darkness, an overwhelming aura of terror enveloped the students present, silencing their murmurs. In the depths of the obscurity, it felt as though a ferocious beast lay in wait, watching them intently. Their senses screamed that any slight movement would provoke the creature to leap forth and rend them to shreds. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and soon, some students could no longer endure the oppressive weight. Their bodies crumpled to the ground, akin to a line of dominoes succumbing one after another. Time lost its meaning until, at precisely 7 o'clock, the terrifying presence receded like a tide, leaving behind a group of seniors sprawled on the ground, bewildered and disoriented. Ming Nan remained silent, gazing at his fallen seniors. He too had been struck by the beastly aura, nearly collapsing under its intensity at first. However, as the pressure stabilized, he regained his composure and stood observantly, scrutinizing the actions of those around him. At that moment, the attention of all turned toward the podium, where the principal had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Clearly, the voice they had just heard belonged to him. After surveying the standing students, he casually informed the instructional director beside him, "We may commence." Ignoring the complaints of those who lay defeated, the principal departed the stage. Once he had exited completely, the instructional director addressed the students below in a detached manner. "If you cannot withstand such pressure, you shall merely become prey for the mutant beasts beyond the city. The principal's intentions are to prevent you from becoming mere fodder for these creatures." He then shifted his tone, speaking sternly. "Of course, if you have diligently studied the high school curriculum on evolution, you should find this pressure trivial. Those who have fallen have squandered the resources afforded to them by this institution and have wasted their own potential. Furthermore, the results of this trial will be recorded as part of your final examination scores. I urge you to strive earnestly and respond seriously." The instructional director turned to the assembled teachers and declared, "We may begin." Upon hearing his words, the teachers sprang into action, inspecting the students' belongings. Soon, an assortment of bags filled with snacks and miscellaneous items were cleared away and piled to the side. Once the teachers had completed their task, the instructional director spoke again. "We are nearly ready. These unnecessary items will only weigh you down and hinder your performance. We shall now set off." The students began boarding the vehicles in preparation for departure. As Ming Nan observed those around him boarding, anxiety welled within him. He felt uncertain about his next steps. At that moment, Tang Junguo appeared behind him, patting his shoulder. "Ming Nan, you performed admirably. I encountered the principal earlier, and he praised you, seeing great potential in you. Keep it up. You will follow class 3 of your grade. The principal has put considerable effort into this." Nearly half of the students from each class have been eliminated. However, This has helped weed out those who have been lazy and irresponsible. The remaining students are all capable of grasping the principles of evolution. I'll take you to find the homeroom teacher of Class 3. He will guide you. Following Tang Junhua, they located Li Bo Long, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, who was currently counting heads and organizing students onto the vehicles. After the earlier display of pressure, Class 3 had dwindled from 51 students to 38, making it one of the classes with a relatively high number of remaining students. Upon meeting Li Bo Long, Tang Junhua introduced Ming Nan, saying, "This is Ming Nan. Please take good care of him. He is a full-fledged evolutionary branch student, having preliminarily activated his physical vitality. He is a seed of potential for our school. Do not let him slip away, or I shall hold you accountable. Rest assured." "Old Tang, do you not trust me?" Li Bo Long replied, clapping his chest and throwing an arm around Tang Junhua's shoulder, clearing his throat. Tang Junhua removed the arm from his shoulder and waved at Ming Nan. Heeding the gesture, Ming Nan climbed into the back of the truck, where the classmates regarded him with curiosity. Whispers erupted among them, speculating how a new student had suddenly joined their ranks. Yet, under the weight of the earlier pressure, most were too preoccupied to pay him much attention, aside from a few who cast him a lingering glance as he boarded. Once all students were aboard, the homeroom teacher took his seat in the passenger side, and as preparations were finalized, the truck slowly rolled out of the school gate, heading in different directions. Initially, 5 trucks set off, but upon reaching a fork, they split into 2. Eventually, only their truck remained on the route, journeying onward as the scenery receded. The urban environment gradually gave way to dense vegetation, and the students' spirits began to lift. After an hour of travel, they passed through 2 checkpoints, each guarded by numerous sentinels clad in dark green camouflage. The truck driver presented pre-prepared credentials for inspection, allowing them to pass through. Once outside the city, the chatter subsided, replaced by the sounds of chirping insects and rustling leaves. The students, on edge, peered out at the thick jungle, apprehensive about the possibility of mutant beasts emerging from the underbrush. Despite their trepidation, the journey remained uneventful. Upon traversing a tunnel carved through a mountain, they finally arrived at their destination, a settlement resembling a quaint town. A collective sigh of relief escaped the students. Chapter 10. Disappearance. Upon arriving at the gathering site, the students disembarked, and the homeroom teacher organized them into a line to prepare for a head count. Curiosity gripped everyone as they surveyed their surroundings. Many of the zombies were experiencing the outside world for the first time. Some might never venture beyond the city limits due to the myriad dangers that lay beyond. "Ah, we finally arrived. I'm exhausted, but this place doesn't seem so frightening after all," exclaimed a stout boy with green bean-like eyes as he stretched lazily and looked around with a carefree attitude. "Fatty, enjoy your moment of bravado while you can," mocked Wang Yu, seemingly unsatisfied when Pang Bin ignored her. "Zombie, dare you say that again? With so many eyes around, why wear glasses to act smart?" Pang Bin, who initially did not wish to engage with Wang Yu, felt his temper flare at her words. "What did you call me?" "Fatty, go ahead and say it. Am I supposed to be afraid of you?" Wang Yu's voice became sharp, rising several pitches as if her words had struck a nerve. "Enough. Stop the bickering," a calm voice interjected. The two ceased their quarrel and obediently stood by the speaker's side, falling silent. Ming Nan, having just disembarked, witnessed this scene but paid it no mind. However, he committed the appearance of the leading student to memory. His seemingly ordinary demeanor carried an air of nonchalance, exuding an imposing presence. Once all the students had disembarked, Li Bolong began the head count, consulting the list as he called out names one by one. Lu Yahue. Upon hearing the name of the composed leader, Ming Nan silently memorized it. Pang Bin. Present. Wang Yu. Present. Wang Wan. Silence ensued, no response. The previously noisy atmosphere fell eerily still, every gaze fixated on Li Bolong. Alarmed by the students' reaction, Li Bolong felt a pang of dread. The expedition had yet to commence, and if a student had already gone missing, he would be at a loss in explaining the situation to the school and the parents. "Did anyone see Wang Wan after we boarded the vehicle?" Li Bolong inquired, but all students shook their heads. Undeterred, he pressed on. "Did anyone see Wang Wan after we departed? When was the last time you saw her?" Finally, a few hands went up, relieved to see 3 students volunteering. Li Bolong motioned for them to step forward. One of the students, a boy, spoke first. "Teacher Li, I saw Wang Wan just as we reached the first checkpoint. The truck braked suddenly, and she was crouched in a corner. I accidentally stepped on her foot and apologized. After that, I moved to avoid stepping on her again. Teacher Li, I was at the second checkpoint. I, too, stepped on her due to the sudden break. Another student chimed in. Teacher Lee, just as we left the city. She noticed I was feeling nauseous from the ride, so she switched places with me, the last student added. From their accounts, Li Bolong deduced that Wang Wan had gone missing sometime between the second checkpoint and now, which had already elapsed about half an hour. With no time to waste, he sternly instructed everyone to remain in place and not to wander off. He called upon the truck driver for assistance in keeping watch while he went to contact the guards stationed at the gathering site. As Li Bolong's figure vanished into the darkness, it felt as if the shadows had swallowed him whole, sending shivers down the spines of the students. Even in the gathering site, they felt no sense of security. What should have been a warm and peaceful night transformed into something terrifying and foreign. Only then did the students truly comprehend the horrors that lay beyond the city. Some even experienced goosebumps, a reaction to the palpable dread in the air. Ming Nan exhaled deeply, feeling a chill run down his spine as he realized that a living zombie had vanished right before their eyes. Initially, he had planned for this expedition to be a simple venture into the wild, gathering some mutated creatures to boost system vitality while exploring the world beyond the city. He never anticipated such a harrowing event nor the peril that existed outside the city walls. He wondered what kind of monstrous entity had taken Wang Wan. The thought that the creature could have targeted him sent a shudder coursing through his body. At that moment, Ming Nan felt insignificantly small. If his initial evolution had stemmed from curiosity and the thrill of control, he now desperately longed for rapid growth, so he could protect himself and safeguard his companions, achieving true mastery over his fate. Before long, Li Bolong returned, flanked by two guards clad in deep green camouflage. The students' attention shifted to them. Feeling a renewed sense of hope, one of the guards, a middle-aged man, stood tall and imposing, his serious demeanor radiating authority. When he glanced at the other guard, Ming Nan was taken aback, though he quickly recovered. After nearly a year in this world, he had grown accustomed to the bizarre appearances of zombies. The second guard's facial features were striking save for his mouth. The rest of his features were entirely missing, obscured by skin. Upon seeing him, Ming Nan immediately thought of the faceless from the living vitality branch, surmising that this individual belonged to that category. Sensing Ming Nan's gaze, the faceless turned, a smile creeping across his lips, though the lack of features made it eerie. Regardless of whether the guard could see him, Ming Nan hurriedly returned the gesture. When Li Bolong, alongside the two guards, addressed the students, he introduced them while offering reassurances. These two are Captain Shi and Deputy Captain Han from the gathering site. They have already dispatched personnel to investigate Wang Wan's situation. There is no need for alarm. Results will emerge shortly. I have reported this matter to the school, and what you all need to do now is focus on successfully completing this expedition. The arrangements for the expedition will be overseen by Captain Shi. Chapter 11. The Mutant Rabbit. After Li Bolong finished speaking, he stepped aside, allowing Shi to take his place. Shi's deep voice resonated like thunder as he addressed the students. I will only state 2 points regarding your upcoming trial. First, no student is permitted to remain within the gathering area during the night. Second, throughout the first month, regardless of the methods you employ, each of you must submit 10 mutant creatures per month to be deemed qualified. Remember, I only care about the results. Any mutant creature will suffice. Shuayang, you will take charge from here. Shi seemed to have other matters to attend to and turned to leave. Survive if you can. Once Captain Shi had walked away, a collective sigh of relief swept through the students. The pressure Shi exerted was overwhelming, and during his presence, none dared to breathe audibly. All right, I will arrange the dormitories for everyone. Follow me, Han Shuayang said, his voice hoarse. A group of students, along with Ming Nan, gathered their belongings and followed Han Shuayang to the dormitory. The accommodations were quite rudimentary, furnished with bunk beds. The 38 students were separated by gender, with the boys' quarters being particularly cramped, yet they managed to fit in. As soon as the students had settled their luggage, Han Shuayang, standing at the door, cleared his throat softly. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced the ears of all the students, causing them to clutch their heads in discomfort. Ming Nan furrowed his brow slightly, setting down his backpack to investigate. Before they could fully recover, Han Shuayang's raspy voice rang out again. Gather. At the sound, most students hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed outside, while four lingered in the dormitory, eventually meandering out at a leisurely pace. Once all the students had assembled, a smirk slowly crept across Han Shuayang's face as he mockingly remarked, Have you all settled your belongings? Let us depart. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, since you all seem to have ample time, the requirement for mutant creatures has now increased to 15 per person for this month. Upon hearing this, the students' furious glares immediately converged upon the four who had arrived last. Had Han Shuoyang not been present, they would have surely confronted them. At that moment, Li Bolong reappeared. Noticing his arrival, Han Shuoyang turned to leave, understanding that Li Bolong had more to communicate to the students. Ignoring the pleading looks from the students, Li Bolong stated, "Students, your performance in the coming month will be crucial. You may choose to train alone or form your own teams. However, I strongly advise against venturing outside the gathering area alone. Such actions are unwise and exceedingly perilous. Now off you go." The students were taken aback by Li Bolong's sudden shift in demeanor, leaving them bewildered as they gazed at him. Yet, this time, Li Bolong paid no heed to their expressions, turning to walk towards the entrance of the gathering area. "You have 10 minutes to form your teams." After 10 minutes, all the students exited the gathering area, ultimately splitting into 8 teams, while those 4 who had dawdled found themselves isolated, forming a team of their own. With Ming Nan opting to go solo. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he made his way to the exit, unfazed. For he had observed the performance of all the students. Even regarding Lu Yahue, the Soul Trio, he shook his head, recalling the earlier antics of the chubby student. One need not fear formidable opponents, but rather foolish allies. Upon reaching the entrance of the gathering area, Li Bolong, who had been waiting, noticed Ming Nan standing alone. He contemplated assigning him to Lu Yahue's team, but was met with a polite refusal. Li Bolong sighed, handing Ming Nan a device resembling a wristwatch, explaining its usage before allowing him to proceed without further persuasion. After fiddling with the device and familiarizing himself with its functionalities, Ming Nan felt a sense of reassurance. He feared getting lost in the dense jungle. Now, with this locator, his journey would be considerably easier. The 8 teams set off in different directions, and Ming Nan chose a path devoid of any other teams, embarking on his solitary quest. As he treaded outside the city, surrounded by lush thickets, he remained vigilant, gripping his folding shovel, with a dagger secured at his thigh, moving softly to avoid making any noise. Though he had often accompanied his parents on excursions to the outskirts of the city, the present environment was shrouded in dense foliage and towering trees, rendering any familiar landmarks unrecognizable. The surroundings felt utterly alien to him. During this trial, Ming Nan remained resolute in his objective. The requirement of 15 mutant creatures over the month held little weight in his mind. With the system's demand for vitality being so high, he would need 80 points to acquire the next box. Relying solely on mutant chickens would require at least 4 months. So he had no intention of surrendering any creatures he caught. After all, this assessment bore no constraints on him. Unlike his peers, Ming Nan felt no sense of urgency. Instead, he pondered how to prepare the mutant creatures to enhance their flavors once captured. With this thought, he tightened his grip on his backpack, consulting his compass as he headed southward. Before long, he had wandered an hour away from the gathering area, yet in that time, aside from the chirping of insects, nothing seemed amiss. Occasionally, he heard rustles in the grass, but each time he cautiously approached, he found nothing. As Ming Nan prepared to rest momentarily, a shadow darted from the underbrush ahead. Immediately transitioning from a seated position to a prone one, Ming Nan focused intently on the direction from which the shadow had emerged, cautiously inching forward to avoid startling it. After considerable effort, he finally reached the vicinity of the shadow, revealing its true form, a mutant rabbit. Ming Nan had seen illustrations of such creatures in the compendium given to him by Tang Junguo, but this one bore a peculiar difference. Before him stood a creature resembling a toad, its abdomen inflating and deflating as it emitted a gurgling sound. Its hind legs, akin to those of a toad, were covered in repulsive warts that expanded and contracted with its breathing. Most bizarre of all were its hands. Indeed, they were hands. This mutant rabbit possessed a pair of human-like hands, devoid of forearms, with palms the size of a child's, grasping leaves from the foliage before it and munching on them voraciously. Chapter 12. The Symbiotic Variant Beast. Upon witnessing this mutated rabbit, Ming Nan could not help but ponder whether the variant chicken he had consumed for so long bore any similar mutations, albeit with certain parts meticulously excised by Zhang Yan. The very thought sent a wave of nausea through his abdomen, compelling him to suppress the urge to regurgitate his recent meal, lest he inadvertently frighten away the mutated rabbit. Resolving to address the creature before contemplating his own meal, he tightened his grip on the folding shovel and lowered his body, inching forward like a serpent. After crawling to a thicket approximately 3 meters behind the mutated rabbit, he observed its silhouette in silence. Ming Nan found himself in a quandary. Should he circumvent the thicket to approach closer? seeking a position behind the patch of grass where the rabbit was feeding to deliver a lethal blow, or should he launch an immediate attack? Yet, he feared that the time taken to crawl might allow the rabbit to satiate itself and flee, squandering a golden opportunity. Lying on the ground like a sniper, he silently calculated how to swiftly close the 3-meter gap. Just as he was deep in thought, the grass to the left rustled, prompting the rabbit, engrossed in munching leaves, to twitch its ears but continue its feasting. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ming Nan's brow as he held his breath, wary of startling the creature. Then, a lengthy, nearly 3-meter-long variant snake emerged from the left thicket, slithering toward the rabbit. Oblivious, the mutated rabbit continued to eat. Witnessing this, Ming Nan's heart surged with excitement. An opportunity had presented itself. If he could wait for the snake to consume the rabbit, it would be his moment to strike. 2 birds with 1 stone. He remained prone, suppressing his anticipation. As the variant snake coiled around the rabbit's hind legs, the creature showed no signs of struggle. Gradually, the entire rabbit became ensnared by the snake. Ming Nan's excitement heightened as he gripped the folding shovel, poised to reap the rewards at the precise moment the snake would swallow its prey. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The variant snake slithered into the rabbit's mouth, its body diminishing as it disappeared within, while the rabbit's hind legs began to sprout fur, transforming back to their original form. A symbiotic variant beast. Ming Nan had encountered such a creature in illustrated tomes, though they contained only textual descriptions, devoid of images. The text elaborated on these complex beings, typically composed of 2 or more mutated animals, and he had not anticipated encountering one so soon. Seeing this spectacle, Ming Nan steeled himself, regardless of who was consuming whom. He would not hesitate to strike. Resolving his indecision, he rose and dashed forward. In an instant, the rabbit seemed to anticipate his movement, turning swiftly, its tongue darting out like a toad's, aimed directly at him. In a flash, as if time had slowed, Ming Nan observed with acute focus. The projectile was not the rabbit's tongue, but the very variant snake that had just entered its mouth. They coexisted in this astonishing manner. With no time to ponder further, he rolled away from the oncoming snake, narrowly evading its grasp. Before he could regain his footing, the snake lunged at him again, its venomous fangs glinting ominously. Ming Nan had no desire to suffer its bite. He executed a series of evasive rolls, inching closer to the rabbit while dodging the oncoming snake. Finally, he found refuge behind a tree, gasping for breath. This combination of beasts was utterly grotesque. He picked up a stone and hurled it outward, only for it to be deflected by the snake as it shot past. An idea sparked. Concealed behind the tree, he remained cautious, sensing that the symbiotic beast was waiting for him to emerge to deliver a fatal strike. With everything prepared, Ming Nan took a deep breath, gripping the folding shovel with his left hand while launching a mud ball with his right. As he threw, he focused intently on the mud ball, feeling the world around him slow once more. Just as the mud ball reached its apex, the snake catapulted toward him. Now was the moment. Like a baseball player, he summoned all his strength, swinging the folding shovel with ferocity. Clang! The snake's head, the mud ball, and the shovel collided in a moment of intimate contact. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly struck the snake, stunning it, and ensnared its head within a noose, tightening it resolutely. He retrieved a spare backpack and stuffed the snake inside, zipping it up. However, as the snake's tail remained lodged in the rabbit's mouth, he could not fully secure it. Yet, he deemed this sufficient. The chance was fleeting. The 3-meter distance vanished in an instant. With muscles taut, Ming Nan swung the folding shovel fiercely at the rabbit. Thud! He narrowly escaped disaster as he observed the descending snake, its tail still attached to the rabbit. Without mercy, he rotated the shovel and drove it forcefully downward. Splat! The rabbit's head shattered, along with the snake's tail, as Ming Nan plunged it into the earth. He watched as the variant snake writhed violently, akin to a fish skewered on a cutting board. Timing his move, he stomped down on its vulnerable spot. Retrieving his dagger, he plunged it into the snake's body. With a swift pull, he disemboweled the creature, which thrashed helplessly on the ground. Yet, not yet satisfied, he thrust the dagger down once more, impaling its head. Confirming that its jaws could no longer open, he finally felt a sense of relief. Exhausted, Ming Nan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. 2 birds with 1 stone indeed. But these 2 birds were exceedingly ferocious. Finally, the ordeal was over. He felt fortunate for having activated his cerebral domain prior to this encounter. Otherwise, even if his body had been quick enough to evade the symbiotic beast's attacks, his mind would have struggled to keep pace. It was all too swift. What transpired in those fleeting minutes seemed brief, yet throughout, Ming Nan faced imminent peril. A single misstep, and it would have been him lying on the ground. Chapter 13. The system lacks corporeal essence. In this moment, the heightened concentration of spirit and tense physique found a moment of respite. However, Ming Nan dared not to lower his guard completely. He crawled 2 meters to the side, his eyes fixed on the mutated snake, still struggling with its head impaled into the ground. After lying still until the snake ceased its movements, he recovered a bit of strength and picked up a stone, hurling it towards the creature. After confirming its demise, Ming Nan finally relaxed, approaching the lifeless body of the snake and delivering a few kicks. He then turned to inspect the mutated rabbit, whose skull had been crushed by a folding shovel, and found it equally devoid of life. As he stood to collect the mutated snake, he discovered, to his horror, that within its split abdomen lay a nearly unrecognizable corpse of a mutated rat, partially dissolved by gastric juices. No wonder the snake had been searching for food, and it explained why the mutated rabbit had been alone. How barbaric! Thank goodness it wasn't him, Ming Nan thought, glancing at his perforated backpack with trepidation. Afterward, he retrieved his dagger and severed the rabbit's forelimbs and the snake's head, carefully storing these parts. Yet, upon gazing at these prepared limbs, he ultimately abandoned the idea of consuming them. The thought of eating these parts, even if it meant gaining system vitality, was too repulsive for him to overcome his mental barriers. If not for the vitality, he would not have considered eating the mutated rabbit at all. It was not that Ming Nan was being squeamish. Rather, it was a deeply ingrained notion that he had yet to surmount. As he treaded cautiously through the jungle, Ming Nan did not allow his recent victory over the symbiotic beasts to swell his pride. The appearance of those 2 creatures only deepened his awe of the wilderness beyond the city. While walking, he resolved to locate a water source first, as without it, the scant reserves he carried would be futile. Suddenly reminded of water, he yanked open his backpack, discovering that after the tumultuous rolling, the plastic bottle had cracked, leaving only a scant amount of water. Had he delayed in noticing it, the entire contents would have likely spilled. Seeing the state of the water bottle, Ming Nan promptly drank the remaining drops, as it was better than wasting it. This realization intensified his urgency to find a water source. Logically, the presence of mutated creatures in the vicinity suggested that water was nearby. After all, even mutated beings required sustenance, including hydration. With this thought in mind, he followed the direction from which the mutated rabbit had appeared. As for where to go next, he was uncertain, recalling advice he had read online. He remembered 2 methods: sensing the humidity of the air and observing the moisture of the ground. Employing these techniques, Ming Nan began to sniff the air and, to his surprise, found it effective. However, had he not activated his physical and cerebral vitality, he would not have been able to detect the air's moisture with his previous sense of smell. Following the trail of humidity, after about 10 minutes, he crouched down and dug into the soil, inhaling deeply, the damp scent becoming more pronounced, and the earth in his hands grew increasingly viscous. This discovery bolstered his confidence. After another 10 minutes, he could faintly hear the sound of flowing water, and his spirit soared as he hurriedly approached the source of the sound. Emerging from the thicket, he was greeted by a small stream, the moonlight casting a sacred veil over the crystalline waters. The surroundings were steeped in silence, save for the gentle flow of the stream and the chirping of insects. Through the clear waters, he could glimpse fish swimming within, a revelation that sent a thrill of joy through him. He hastily set down his belongings, found a sturdy branch, sharpened one end, and stealthily approached the stream, endeavoring not to startle the fish. Just as Ming Nan was about to strike, the fish sensed his presence and darted away. Alas, my vitality wasted, he lamented, watching them swim off in frustration. Never mind, better to catch one than chase many. With this thought, he rubbed his hands together, knowing the main event was yet to come. Prepared with all necessary materials, Ming Nan skinned and cleaned the 2 mutated beasts. While meticulously handling the rabbit's legs, he recalled the toed legs and the unsightly bumps, taking care to use a garbage bag as gloves. Though he was currently a zombie, it was merely due to a disguise. Safety first. After cleaning up, he also splashed some of the refreshing stream water on his face, invigorating him. He cupped his hands to drink, the sweet taste spreading through his mouth, and he drank deeply until his parched throat finally felt relief. He impaled the 2 mutated animals on branches, setting them over the fire to roast. Producing the seasonings he had prepared earlier, he sprinkled them occasionally, and soon, enticing aromas wafted into the air, making Ming Nan salivate. The taxing battle with the 2 symbiotic beasts had left him famished, as he tended to the roasting meat. In another location, Li Bolong, Shirley, and Han Shuayang sat in a meeting room, sipping tea. A screen mounted on the wall displayed 1 yellow dot and 38 green dots, their eyes fixed on the screen, observing the fluctuations. Had Ming Nan been present, he would have noticed that the green dots represented the students, with his own flickering alone to the southwest of the gathering place. While somewhat strict, a disturbance zone had been established within a 20-kilometer radius of the gathering place, and the more formidable mutated creatures had been cleared away, leaving only harmless small animals. This student is promising. I sensed the activation of his physical and cerebral faculties as soon as he arrived, albeit vaguely. It is clear that his bodily activation has succeeded. Li Bolong remarked. Do not underestimate this young man. He is a seed candidate for our school. Teacher Tang specifically instructed me to keep an eye on him. Hearing Li Bolong's words, Han Shuiyong smacked his lips, murmuring in a nostalgic tone before falling silent. At that moment, he turned his gaze toward the door, noticing his movement. Li Bolong and Shirley followed suit, and soon, a guard appeared at the entrance. Captain, the missing student has been found. Where? Li Bolong exclaimed, rising in excitement. On the way back to the gathering place, the guard replied, nodding as Shirley acknowledged him. Upon hearing this, Li Bolong dashed outside to report the good news to the school, knowing that if Wang Wan truly was missing, the responsibility would weigh heavily on him. Thank heavens. Once Li Bolong departed, the meeting room was left with only Shirley, whose expression remained impassive, and Han Shuiyang, who continued to sip his tea without a hint of emotion. As Ming Nan devoured the golden-brown mutated meat, he disregarded the heat, eagerly consuming every morsel. Not even wasting the charred bits. Waste was shameful. After relishing every bite of the mutated flesh, he meticulously calculated the vitality points he had gained. Feeling satisfied as he patted his belly, now pleasantly full, especially after the recent battle with the symbiotic beasts. He felt both his physical and cerebral vitality surging with newfound vigor. Even the dormant vitality seemed eager to awaken. This experience had undoubtedly been worthwhile. The two mutated creatures had collectively granted him 42 vitality points, and with the 14 remaining from before, his vitality now reached 56 points. Just 14 more. He could once again acquire the box. He aimed to accomplish this today. After calculating the vitality obtained, Ming Nan felt a surge of excitement within. However, the thought of having to close his eyes and assess each morsel of meat he consumed, meticulously calculating the vitality, made him apprehensive. Over time, he feared he would develop a condition akin to sand in his eyes. Although this world offered the option to exchange eyes, he still preferred the original ones. The system lacked sufficient humanity. As he pondered this in the darkness behind his closed eyelids, a blank progress bar appeared in the upper left corner. It soon filled with a vibrant red until it reached approximately 2/3 full before halting. This revelation left Ming Nan utterly astonished. He swiftly redirected his attention to the progress bar, where the number 56 was displayed. However, as soon as he diverted his gaze, both the bar and the number vanished simultaneously. Observing this change in the system piqued Ming Nan's interest immensely. Could it function this way? Though it lacked a certain lifelike quality, it was sufficiently humane. Increase vitality. Acquire items. Obtain vitality enhancement agents. Regardless of how Ming Nan attempted to engage with the system, it remained unresponsive, leading him to surrender his efforts. At the very least, the issue of exchanging eyes had been resolved. Chapter 14. The trap sated in content. Ming Nan glanced at the time, realizing he should be able to secure the remaining 14 points of vitality today. Prepared and eager to continue his journey, he first checked the locator to familiarize himself with the gathering point's location, understanding that a water source is an essential need for living beings. Moreover, it was convenient for him to handle his ingredients, ensuring that he would not suffer any losses. Just as he was about to depart, Ming Nan paused. Glancing at the brook, a thought sparked in his mind, reminiscent of something he had encountered online previously. He hurriedly collected a substantial amount of branches, sharpened them, and stripped them of leaves. He then arranged the branches in a circle in the middle of the brook, spacing them about 3 centimeters apart, leaving a gap of approximately 6 to 7 centimeters. After securing the structure with stones and covering it with leaves, he tossed the leftover bones into the enclosure. Task completed. Clapping his hands, he admired his creation with satisfaction, now awaiting the outcome on the morrow. It seemed he had exhausted all his luck, as in the following 4 hours. Despite his relentless searching, he found no mutated creatures, which left him deeply frustrated. He was merely 14 points short of his goal. As dawn approached, Ming Nan pondered whether the animals were simply asleep at night. After a long night of travel, he was physically and mentally drained. Yet the thought of the missing 14 points gnawed at him. He retrieved the mutated mouse from his backpack, holding it before his eyes, contemplating for a long while. As the sky gradually brightened and life began to stir, small birds occasionally flitted overhead, yet Ming Nan felt powerless to act against them, sighing in resignation. In a moment of vexation, he picked up a stone and threw it at the birds to vent his frustrations. With a splat, a droplet of bird droppings landed before him. Though it missed his head, it only added to his annoyance. "One day, I shall roast you all and feast upon you," he muttered, feeling indignant at the audacity of the small birds. The thought of roasting reminded him of the delectable mutated meat he had just enjoyed. And he couldn't help but lick his lips, his mind conjuring the aroma of freshly cooked meat. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. The scent, the flavor of meat. He resolved to adjust himself to optimal conditions before proceeding, fearing a misstep could lead to his downfall. Finding that he had nothing in his possession, he took the mutated mouse again and secured it tightly in a bag filled with air. Digging a small hole in the brook, he placed the bag inside, anchoring it, and covered it with branches to shield it from sunlight, finally departing with a sense of relief. As for the other two parts of the mutated creatures, he reconsidered and decided against keeping them. Upon entering the dining hall, an irate voice reached his ears. "What? They don't serve food here? What are we supposed to eat? I'll report you for this. It's inhumane. It's illegal. Mutated creatures. This is outrageous." Following the sound, he spotted the corpulent figure of Pang Bin, looking disheveled and muddy, standing at a window, furious. Despite his loud protests, the serving staff remained indifferent. Standing beside him, Lu Yahweh patted his shoulder and said, "Let it go," before producing a mutated chicken from his backpack and handing it to the server, who finally obliged and served them. Ming Nan cast a glance at the mutated chicken in Lu Yahweh's hands, relieved to find it resembled a normal chicken. Accepting the food passed to him, the three of them found seats to eat, though they could still hear Pang Bin's disgruntled mutterings in the background, realizing the dining rules here. When it was Ming Nan's turn, he offered the two unwanted parts of the mutated creature to the server, perhaps due to the nature of what he handed over. The food he received was rather bland: a bowl of plain rice, a bowl of almost clear soup, and a small dish of pickles. However, Ming Nan did not mind. He considered it a form of resource recycling, better than going hungry. As he entered, no one paid him any heed, and he could faintly hear others grumbling about the lack of food, lamenting their impending transformation into corpses. Ming Nan paid them no mind, quickly freshening up before collapsing into sleep. At 6 in the evening, Ming Nan awoke punctually. Upon reaching the gathering point's entrance, he encountered Li Bolong, beside whom stood a timid-looking girl, Wang Wan. In front of them stood Lu Yahweh and the others. When Li Bolong saw Ming Nan approach, he waved him over. "Ming Nan, you've arrived just in time. This is Wang Wan, who went missing yesterday. I was about to suggest she join Lu Yahweh's group. Since you'll be with them, that makes 5 of you. A good arrangement for mutual support." Ming Nan caught Wang Wan's gaze as she looked at him. But upon making eye contact, she quickly averted her eyes, akin to a startled doe. "No thanks, Teacher Li. I believe I can manage on my own." Ming Nan, feeling overwhelmed at the prospect of being placed with Lu Yahweh's group, adamantly refused again, stating that having too many people was too cumbersome, as he intended to accomplish something significant today. Moreover, having others present would be inconvenient. Seeing Li Bolong about to speak again, Ming Nan quickly interjected, "Really, Teacher Li? It's unnecessary." He then hurriedly exited the gathering point. Watching Ming Nan's retreating figure, Li Bolong shook his head in resignation, realizing that old Tang had posed him a conundrum. "TCH, what a show-off," Wang Yu muttered, visibly displeased by Ming Nan's repeated refusals to join their group. Leaving the gathering point, Ming Nan swiftly navigated the familiar path, arriving at the brook in less than an hour. Eagerly inspecting the trap he had set the previous day, he was dismayed to see the branches in disarray, realizing he had underestimated the strength of the mutated fish. He reorganized the trap, opting for sturdier branches this time, driving a significant portion of the branches into the brook for stability. Let us see how you escape this time," he chuckled, pleased with his newly reinforced trap. Turning to check on the mutated mouse he had stored in the brook, he was dismayed to see a garbage bag floating in the current. His face turned pale, and his frustration deepened. Truly, it seemed he was plagued by ill fortune. Chapter 15. A startling encounter. At this moment, hope rested solely on the idea conceived yesterday, and he was filled with vigor and determination. With this thought, Ming Nan's mind shifted, and he removed his camouflage pack. It was as if the lights in the night were abruptly extinguished, plunging him into darkness, causing him to hastily don the camouflage pack once more. Finding a spot he deemed secure, Ming Nan cautiously removed the camouflage pack again, silently waiting for his eyes to acclimate to the darkness. He retrieved a flashlight from his backpack, a replica he had painstakingly acquired from a human artifact enthusiast. However, this flashlight proved futile against the nocturnal vision of zombies. There had been a time when zombie scholars pondered the purpose of such a seemingly useless invention until research revealed that humans could not see their surroundings clearly at night, thus illuminating this mystery. Utilizing the feeble glow of the flashlight, Ming Nan set off again, exercising increased caution. He understood that in his current human state, he was akin to a powerful signal source, attracting certain visually and olfactorily acute mutated creatures. Indeed, the strategy he devised was to serve as bait himself. For only in this way could he transform the tables on the mutated animals, compelling them to hunt him rather than aimlessly searching for him. He was well aware of the immense risks this entailed, yet he understood the reality that rewards often come with sacrifices. Risks are typically proportional to gains. As he traversed through the pitch-black jungle, his focus heightened. He remained vigilant to any rustling or movement around him, ready to react at the slightest disturbance. In the enveloping darkness, time felt elongated. He sensed that an eternity had passed, but upon glancing at his watch, he realized that merely 10 minutes had elapsed. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the thicket in the distance, as if something were running, the noise growing louder as it approached. Upon hearing the sound, Ming Nan swiftly donned his camouflage pack. As he did so, the approaching creature seemed to pause, yet it continued to draw near, albeit at a much slower pace. Gradually, Ming Nan could hear the creature's labored breathing and the sound of it sniffing the air. He climbed the nearest tree and quietly awaited the creature's arrival. A mutated dog, over 2 meters long, materialized in Ming Nan's line of sight. It was approximately 10 meters away, lowering its head to sniff at the ground and air, searching for the source of fresh blood and flesh. Upon seeing the mutated dog, Ming Nan felt a shiver run through him. The creature boasted powerful limbs, yet its muscles appeared somewhat slack, suggesting age. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, and saliva dripped from its bared teeth, clearly indicating its extreme hunger. A small, bulging tumor adorned its left shoulder, its hairless body cloaked in grayish-black skin, surrounded by a mist, possibly a result of evolved sweat glands or body heat. As the mutated dog approached, Ming Nan's palms grew clammy with sweat, and he dared not move, silently awaiting the opportune moment. When the creature stood directly beneath him, he realized he could wait no longer. Its keen sense of smell would soon reveal his position. He drew his folding shovel, calculating the dog's likely responses. The dog, still focused on its search, lifted its head at a noise from above, momentarily confused by Ming Nan's sudden appearance as he shed his camouflage pack. Seizing the opportunity, in that fleeting moment of the dog's bewilderment, Ming Nan descended from the tree, leveraging his fall to strike its flank with the shovel. A violent jolt coursed through his hands, rendering them numb, yet he clung fiercely to the shovel, pressing down with all his might. However, despite his efforts, the shovel failed to penetrate, caught in the dog's muscular frame. The dog, reacting to the assault, sank its body low. Although this strike yielded minimal success, Ming Nan refrained from overextending, withdrawing to maintain distance. The creature, reeling from the blow, swiftly turned and snapped at him. Thankfully, Ming Nan had anticipated this move and evaded just in time, or he would have suffered a severe bite. With its intended target escaping, the dog's eyes flashed with rage, and it prepared to spring again. Just as Ming Nan ready to dodge and seek another opportunity, he was suddenly tackled to the ground by the mutated dog. With its sharp teeth closing in, Ming Nan hastily raised the folding shovel to shield himself, bracing against its jaws. At that moment, he felt as though he were being pressed down by a boiling cauldron, the creature's rising fury increasing its body temperature, intensifying the fog surrounding it. As the dog's hot breath neared, Ming Nan, nearly overwhelmed, kicked fiercely at its abdomen, momentarily alleviating his dire predicament. Stalemate ensued. The dog's saliva dripped onto Ming Nan's face, igniting a searing sensation. Initially indifferent to the droplet, he soon recoiled from the creature's spittle. As Ming Nan shifted his body, he inadvertently aggravated the dog's hind leg injury, inciting its ferocity. Its jaws tightened, nearly severing the shovel in his grip. And in that moment, Ming Nan felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as the dog's claws, akin to heated iron, pierced his flesh. Sensing the rising temperature of the dog's body, Ming Nan realized that if this continued, he would either be bitten or cooked alive. Though he anticipated the possibility of a catch, he had not expected to reel in a shark. Regret was not an option. He resolved to fight back. With this resolve, Ming Nan summoned his strength, delivering a powerful kick to the dog's injured leg. A crack echoed as the already wounded limb was shattered. Seeing his attack take effect, Ming Nan intended to reposition for another strike, but this time, the dog would not grant him that luxury. It reared back, expelling the shovel lodged in its mouth. Now, the mutated dog radiated heat, its left shoulder tumor pulsating ominously, its expression twisted with malice as it loomed over Ming Nan, eyes filled with disdain. With a fierce snarl, it opened its mouth to an exaggerated angle, drool spilling forth as it lunged towards Ming Nan. Chapter 16 Encounter Ming Nan felt his grip loosen, and the folding shovel nearly slipped from his grasp, only to find the menacing maw of the beast charging at him once more. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the shovel forward to defend himself, yet this time, the shovel fulfilled its purpose only to be severed upon contact. The creature spat out the broken handle and lunged at Ming Nan again. In a bold move, he thrust his right hand into the jaws of the mutant dog. Twisting his wrist, he positioned the jagged handle upright, driving it fiercely into the creature's upper jaw. Then forcefully straightened the lower end to unleash the shovel's final spark of energy, wedging it in the beast's mouth and preventing it from closing. With that thrust, the mutant dog emitted a dreadful howl as its temperature surged, flames flickering ominously across its skin. Its muscles bulged, and its body swelled dramatically, the tumor on its left shoulder writhing violently as if something were about to burst forth. Witnessing this transformation, Ming Nan was momentarily taken aback. This mutant dog was incredibly resilient, seemingly on the verge of a significant metamorphosis, leaving Ming Nan to ponder if he would ever escape its wrath. As he observed the handle bending within the creature's maw, he seized the opportunity to break free from its claws, drawing his dagger to strike at its vital points with fervor. Just as he prepared to flee, the mutant dog attempted to pursue, but its injured hind leg impeded its movement, leaving it helplessly watching as Ming Nan slipped away, spitting out the now useless handle and licking its wounds. At that moment, the pulsating tumor on its shoulder appeared to be forming into something that resembled a miniature dog head. Ming Nan quickly assessed the damage to his shoulder, where the dog's claws had inflicted burns, and treated it as best as he could while contemplating his next move against the mutant dog. His only advantage lay in their respective speeds. The crippled hind leg of the creature significantly hampered its agility. Although he was uncertain about the creature's strength post-evolution, he sensed an imminent transformation looming after its recent display of power. Suddenly, Ming Nan felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched. The gaze from the other side of the trees seemed to lock onto his position. Having regained a modicum of strength, he dared not linger and pressed on, trusting his instincts. With the acute sense of smell possessed by dogs, it would be all too easy for them to track him down. The danger was encroaching upon him. Disregarding thoughts of a sumptuous dog meat feast, he prioritized his own survival and resolved to evade detection first. The recent battle had drained him significantly, and he sought a place to recuperate, ensuring he could maneuver freely. Before that, however, he mixed mud and leaves, applying it to his body. Uncertain of its efficacy but reasoning that it might obscure his scent, he then made his way toward a nearby stream, convinced that the water would help mask his trail. Upon reaching the stream, the feeling of being watched lingered. Glancing at the water, which barely reached his knees, Ming Nan followed its current downstream, swimming for about half an hour before finally submerging himself in the water without hesitation. As he sank beneath the surface, the sensation of being targeted dissipated, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He continued to swim downstream for another half hour, finally feeling secure enough to emerge from the water. Throughout his swim, he encountered no monstrous aquatic threats, though plenty of mutant fish darted past him, effortlessly evading his attempts to catch them. Sitting on the bank, recovering his strength, Ming Nan lamented his unfortunate streak ever since his encounter with the symbiotic mutant beast. After overcoming that challenge, he had been eager to showcase his prowess, hoping to acquire numerous system boxes, yet here he was, barely surviving the second day. Perhaps it was due to his earlier waste of the mutant rat? Regret washed over him as he realized he still needed 14 vitality points, uncertain of what the next box might yield. Letting out a deep sigh, he lamented the futility of his situation. His lighter had malfunctioned after getting wet, leaving him unable to ignite a flame. Silently, he wrung out his clothes, draping them aside, sitting by the stream in his undergarments, lost in thought. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a distance, prompting him to cast a wary glance to his right. Just as he was about to find a hiding spot, a voice reached his ears. "Fatty, what do you think the kid was trying to prove? Did he really believe himself to be formidable? It's for the best he declined. Otherwise, we would have another burden to carry." With that, Wang Yu shot a glance at Wang Wan, who stood nearby. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Wang Wan recognized that she was the subject of his remarks. Her face etched with helplessness and fear. "I am sorry for being a burden," she stammered, glancing around. "Wang Wan, don't listen to this corpse demon's nonsense. If it weren't for your warning earlier, we would have all been injured. Whose the burden is still up for debate," retorted Pang Bin, casting a challenging look at Wang Yu. Wang Yu, sensing the tension, shot a dark look at Lu Yahue, her mouth opening as she recalled a previous incident, unsure of how to counter Pang Bin's words. As Pang Bin's words faded, 4 figures appeared before Ming Nan. He quickly donned his clothes and ignored the newcomers, remaining seated to regain his strength. The only one he distinctly recognized among them was Lu Yahue, while the others were merely names he had heard before. Just as the 4 figures began to vanish from his sight, Ming Nan seemed to recall something and called out, "Wait, don't go." Hearing his voice, the 4 figures halted, regarding him with caution. "Could I borrow a light? My lighter fell into the water and is broken." He fumbled for his lighter, attempting to ignite it unsuccessfully. While he was not particularly sensitive to the cold, Ming Nan found his wet clothes uncomfortable. The group visibly relaxed upon hearing his request, well aware of Shirley's earlier instruction to use any means necessary to survive. Lu Yahue exchanged a glance with Wang Wan, who, though timid, was not foolish. Following Lu Yahue's cue, she retrieved a lighter from her bag and handed it to Ming Nan. "No need. Keep it for yourself." "Thank you," he replied with a nod, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness, before turning to leave. The others followed suit, disappearing from Ming Nan's view. After walking for about 10 minutes, Wang Yu couldn't contain his disdain any longer. What does that Ming Nan think he's playing at? Doesn't he realize how pitiful he looks? He acts like he is so impressive, yet he is just a loser. If Brother Yahue were to take action, capturing that mutant dog would be a piece of cake. With Brother Yahue leading us, even with a burden, we would fare far better than his sorry state. Chapter 17, Crisis. At last, he possesses the means to kindle a fire. Otherwise, even if he were to acquire mutated meat, he would be compelled to consume it raw. Rather than hastily drying his clothes, Ming Nan first sought a concealed location, subsequently crafting another trap, embodying the adage of casting a wide net to catch more fish. If the east does not shine, the west will. As for wading into the stream to catch fish, it was not due to a lack of desire. Rather, it was because he had already attempted this while swimming downstream, and it was not that he was incapable, but the fish in these waters were far too fierce. Once his clothes were sufficiently dried and his strength nearly restored, Ming Nan set forth with renewed vigor. This hunting expedition proved remarkably successful. Within an hour of departure, he captured a mutated chicken. Drawing from his prior encounters with the 2 mutated beasts, Ming Nan found himself at ease when facing the mutated chicken, swiftly dispatching it with ease. The brief swim in the stream seemed to cleanse him of his rustic aura, leaving him invigorated and radiating good fortune. As he gazed at the golden brown chicken roasting before him, Ming Nan rubbed his hands together, extracted the seasoning from the sealed bag, and sprinkled it on. He swallowed hard, disregarding whether it was fully cooked, and began to eat with abandon. After savoring the delightful flavor, he closed his eyes, envisioning the contents of the box before him. And yet again, he felt the exhilarating surge of the physical enhancement agent. Next time, when he is just a tad short on vitality, he must remember to wash his face. He felt too grimy. Meanwhile, deep within the jungle, near the upper reaches of the stream, a robust, hairless mutated dog emerged. Flames flickered intermittently from its skin, and it sported 2 heads, one large and one small, perched upon its shoulders. The mutated dog stood there, yet the surrounding temperature escalated, causing the vegetation to wither and turn yellow. The 2 heads sniffed the air, seemingly in search of something. After a moment, the mutated dog appeared to catch a scent, its eyes flashing with confusion and rage. It then pivoted and began to sprint away with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of heat in its wake. Moving further from the stream, 1 kilometer ahead, a group of 4 zombies remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. 3 of them stood alert, scanning their surroundings, while one trailed in fear beside the others. Suddenly, a cacophony of furious footsteps echoed from afar, drawing the attention of all the zombies. "Conceal yourselves, prepare." The voice grew steadily closer, and Lu Yahue's expression turned grave. He instructed the 3 zombies to retrieve traps from their bags, carefully positioning them, while Pang Bin produced a large net, each zombie grasping a corner and climbing nearby trees. With everything in place, Lu Yahue concealed himself just as a muscular mutated dog appeared before them. The sight of this creature sent a shiver through the group, a wave of terror spreading from their cores. Simultaneously, they recalled Ming Nan's earlier words. Lu Yaoe was no longer composed. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Although he recognized the significance of the burn marks on Ming Nan's clothes, he had not felt a profound sense of crisis until this mutated dog manifested before him, revealing a creature evolved beyond his expectations. Indeed, this mutated dog had completed its evolution, its previously broken hind leg now fully restored. The two heads disdainfully surveyed their surroundings. Their already keen sense of smell amplified post-evolution. Lu Yahue's traps appeared utterly futile in its eyes. With muscular limbs, it advanced toward its target, a glimmer of hatred igniting within its gaze. Thud! Its pace quickened as it began to charge, crashing violently into a tree, causing the entire trunk to shudder. Leaves cascading down like rain. Woof! It bared its teeth and let out a furious roar, lunging toward the tree as it attempted to climb. As its body pressed against the trunk, the bark quickly charred black. It had not forgotten the blow it had received earlier. It was determined to rend a nearby zombie to shreds. With this thought, its fury intensified. Seeing the mutated dog fixated on the tree where Wang Wan was perched, Lu Yahue and the others felt perplexed. Although they did not comprehend the reason for the mutated dog's intense animosity toward Wang Wan, witnessing this scene brought them a sense of relief. Regaining their composure, Lu Yahue exchanged glances with the others, who seemed to draw courage from his demeanor, nodding resolutely, suppressing their fears. Meanwhile, atop the tree, Wang Wan trembled in terror, clutching the trunk as if her life depended on it. Noticing Lu Yahue and the others signaling her, she peered down and nodded firmly. Once the trio was poised for action, Lu Yahue steadied himself, waiting for the moment the three zombies descended with the net. Then he charged forward with a dagger in hand. As the zombies fell, the mutated dog had been lying in wait, leaping upward. Upon spotting the descending Wang Wan, it hesitated momentarily, but its momentum did not falter. In her panic, Wang Wan flailed her arms, inadvertently striking the trunk and altering her descent, narrowly avoiding the lunging mutated dog. Just as the mutated dog landed, Lu Yahue arrived, positioning himself behind it, and thrust his dagger with precision toward the vulnerable points on the creature's body, executing the movement seamlessly and without hesitation. Sensing danger, the mutated dog attempted to evade Lu Yahue's assault, but it was too late. In that fleeting moment, the creature sustained multiple stabs, narrowly escaping fatal wounds. Lu Yahue swiftly withdrew, shaking off the burns on his hands, keeping a vigilant eye on the mutated dog. He noticed the large net draped over it was turning black and beginning to smoke, threatening to be incinerated. Without delay, he signaled to the other three zombies, instructing Wang Yu and Wang Wan to reattach the broken leg. Meanwhile, Pang Bin sprinted to the rear of the mutated dog, brandishing a pre-prepared axe, ready to assist Lu Yahue at a moment's notice. Confronting the mutated dog, Lu Yahue observed the scene and, without hesitation, surged forward. Just as he was about to make contact, he sidestepped to avoid the creature's frontal assault, his dagger striking like lightning toward the jaws of its two heads. Seizing the opportunity, Pang Bin swung his axe towards the distracted mutated dog, fully committed to the attack. Chapter 18. Blade Arm. With a furious roar, caught between attacks from both sides, the mutant dog erupted in flames, instantly incinerating the net that ensnared it. It leapt forward, evading the grasp of the two corpses, and once again turned to pounce upon Lu Yahue. Upon witnessing the mutant dog break free from the net, Lu Yahue decisively abandoned his assault and sought to evade its lethal strike. However, Pang Bin was not as fortunate. The mutant dog, having failed its initial attack, swiftly redirected its claws toward him. Just as Lu Yahue, who had narrowly evaded the dog's onslaught, attempted to warn Pang Bin, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the claws surged towards Pang Bin. As the moment of impact loomed, Lu Yahue, without hesitation, charged forward, closing the distance to the mutant dog, and bravely wielded his dagger against the searing heat. In that instant, his ribs quivered, and to the astonishment of Wang Yu and Wang Wan, two arms erupted from his ribcage. These arms were muscular and adorned with serrated edges, their sharp blades extending from the forearms to the palms, which had vanished, replaced by the lethal tips. No sooner had the blade arms manifested than they began to slash fiercely at the mutant dog. In the brief moment that Pang Bin was flung away, Lu Yahue's blade arms executed a flurry of strikes, ultimately converging to deliver a powerful blow to the mutant dog's hind leg. Bang! Boom! Both Pang Bin and the mutant dog were sent flying. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining corpses exhaled in relief. Exhausted, Lu Yahue's body weakened, and he sank to the ground. Wang Yu, with a face full of concern, rushed to his side, eager to assist, but Lu Yahweh waved him off, indicating he required no help. Nevertheless, Wang Yu continued to circle around him, intent on offering aid, until Lu Yahweh's persistent reassurances finally convinced him to relent. Wang Wan approached to examine Pang Bin's injuries. Discovering a gaping wound that traversed his abdomen, he pressed his hands against the wound, attempting to activate his healing abilities to mend the surface injuries. Thank you. I'm fine. Once the wound heals a bit more and stops leaking, I'll be able to move, Pang Bin managed to say, his face contorted in pain, revealing a smile more sorrowful than tears. But this assessment has ended prematurely for me. My performance is over. Seeing Pang Bin in such a state, the other corpses felt equally despondent, unsure of how to console him. At this moment, Lu Yahweh regained a modicum of strength, struggling to his feet, his expression returning to one of calm. He approached Pang Bin and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "It's all right, fatty, don't give up. We need the mutant animals. I'll assist you. Stay with the team. Those damaged parts of your abdomen can be healed as much as possible. And for those that cannot, we'll find a replacement after the trial. There are merely 15 mutant animals to deal with." Hearing Lu Yahweh's words, Pang Bin looked at him with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. "Thank you, old friend," he exclaimed. Suddenly, Pang Bin let out a loud shout, disregarding his injuries as he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Lu Yahweh and tumbling aside, the movement causing fresh waves of pain to shoot through him. Unbeknownst to them, the mutant dog had silently appeared nearby, charging towards them. In a flash, it was upon them, and as all the corpses were facing Pang Bin, only he noticed the impending threat. Woof! Just narrowly avoiding the mutant dog's charge, the two corpses quickly pivoted, only to see the dog's eyes blazing red, letting out a thunderous roar as flames erupted around its body, resembling a hellish harbinger of destruction. Having failed in its ambush, the mutant dog halted, warily observing the two corpses, particularly Lu Yahweh. Though filled with rage, it had not succumbed to madness. It fixated on Lu Yahweh's ribcage, where those two blade arms had posed a significant threat, and as it felt the pain from its injured hind leg, the expressions on its canine faces grew increasingly menacing. Locked in a tense standoff, the mutant dog dared not charge recklessly. Seeing the dog's unwavering gaze fixated on him, Lu Yahweh gestured to the two women who had been knocked aside, signaling them to leave. Meanwhile, he contemplated his next strategy. Having yet to undergo a first evolution and having forcibly employed the parasitic blade arms, his stamina was still depleted. Coupled with the recent ambush by the mutant dog, he could only remain upright thanks to Pang Bin's support. Lu Yahweh understood that if he revealed any sign of weakness now, the mutant dog would undoubtedly pounce without mercy. Noticing Lu Yahweh's signal, the two women hesitated momentarily, sorrowfully nodding. They recognized their inability to assist and understood that remaining would only hinder Lu Yahweh. With expressions of grief, they cautiously limped away, careful not to make any noise that might provoke the mutant dog. As the two women departed, the mutant dog twitched its ears, its primary head remaining vigilant, while the newly formed head glanced at the women without shifting its body. Only when the women had completely vanished from sight did Lu Yahweh exchange a knowing glance with Pang Bin. Pang Bin, understanding, feigned needing support from Lu Yahweh while clutching his stomach, moving in the opposite direction of the departing women. As the two corpses made their exit, the mutant dog limped along behind them, keeping its distance. It mirrored their movements. When they paused, it paused. When they walked, it followed. Thus, a peculiar dance unfolded, with the two corpses and the mutant dog engaged in a silent tug-of-war, each vying for time to recover their strength. After what felt like an eternity, the two corpses found a tree to lean against and settled down to rest. Observing their halt, the mutant dog likewise came to a stop at a distance, casting a glance at them before lying down in the grass to tend to its wounds. The two corpses idled for a while longer, and just as they prepared to set off, Lu Yahweh glanced at the underbrush and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. The mutant dog that had been lying there had vanished without a trace. The two corpses, now on high alert, scanned their surroundings and approached the brush. Aside from the charred remnants of leaves, there were no signs of the mutant dog. In a dire situation, Pang Bin, stifling his pain, clutched his abdomen and hurriedly made his way toward the gathering point. Chapter 19. Bone spurs in a secluded part of the jungle, before a small hillock. Ming Nan was crouched down, his backside raised as he peered into a small burrow, his hands digging restlessly within. He muttered to himself, lamenting how swiftly the mole had escaped. 2 hours had passed since he set off from the creek, during which he had encountered a few other teams. Yet they had all kept their distance, not hindering his training. He had also crossed paths with several mutated creatures, but he had failed to capture even one, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. Watching vitality slip away from him like sand through fingers, Ming Nan felt a pang in his heart. This time, Ming Nan dared not remove his camouflage pack. Setting aside the potential encounter with other students, he feared the sudden appearance of a mutated dog or similar creature. At that moment, escape would be impossible. Indeed, the risks often correlate with the potential gains, but when those risks exceed one's capacity to endure, pursuing them is no longer a display of courage, it is akin to courting disaster. The priority, therefore, remained on self-improvement. Only by growing stronger could he truly thrive. Hence, a cautious approach was warranted, one that was grounded in reason. With a sigh, he dismissed the notion of yet another failure. It had only been 2 days, and he had already amassed a considerable amount. One must learn to be content. After gently touching his aching heart, Ming Nan abandoned the burrow and continued his search for other quarry. Unbeknownst to him, the night was drawing to a close. He pondered whether he should swim in the creek each morning before beginning his tasks, perhaps seeking some form of blessing. However, he quickly brushed aside the thought, for he had grander ambitions to attend to. Seated on his bed, he glanced at the door, closed his eyes, and retrieved a red enhancer from his box. Drinking it without hesitation, he simultaneously activated his enhancement technique, waiting silently for the storm to arrive. Without warning, an intense pain surged through him, causing Ming Nan to furrow his brow as he focused on regulating his breathing, striving to remain relaxed. Yet, as the enhancer took effect, the pain intensified, twisting his features into a grimace. A powerful sensation of expansion enveloped him, akin to becoming a deflated balloon that could never be fully inflated. With each frantic heartbeat, he felt his body swell and contract, as if an unseen pump was relentlessly inflating him. His heart raced, and the discomfort escalated until, with a crack, something seemed to shatter. At that moment, Ming Nan had no time to dwell on it. He gritted his teeth and endured the overwhelming pressure. Just as the sensation reached its zenith, everything suddenly halted, as if time itself had frozen. In that instant, he felt a release. The air that had filled him dissipated, and he exhaled deeply, relieved. Though this was his third encounter with the physical enhancer, the sensation remained disconcerting. Clenching his fists, his muscles bulged, and he struck a nearby bed frame with a punch. The sound echoed as the frame bent under his blow, prompting a satisfied nod from Ming Nan. His strength and explosive power had indeed increased. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and feeling slightly embarrassed, he straightened the bent frame, nodding in approval at its restored state. The imprints from his previous blow were merely remnants of what had been there before. Having acclimated to his newfound strength, Ming Nan proceeded to cleanse his sweat-soaked body. While rinsing his mouth, a refreshing sensation surged within him until he realized, with a start, that he had chipped a tooth from biting too hard. Staring at the half-missing incisor in the mirror, Ming Nan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How could he have forgotten to bring that iron rod? He would have to address it after his training. He could only hope that the repair would be as good as the original. Upon awakening, he smiled at his reflection, gazing at the gap in his teeth, and sighed heavily. Just as he was struck by the unusual silence in the dormitory, he sensed an oppressive atmosphere. Every student's face was etched with fear. Inquiring with a senior, Ming Nan learned that Liu Yahue and his group had encountered a mutated dog. The students in the gathering area were on edge, too frightened to venture outside, all awaiting news. The thought of the mutated dog weighed heavily on Ming Nan. The joy of his recent physical enhancement was quickly overshadowed by a dark cloud of urgency and resolve. Without hesitation, he ventured outside the gathering area, ready to embrace the new day. For swift days passed. By the creek, Ming Nan sat by the campfire, reflecting on his recent accomplishments. Over these 4 days, he had consistently gained approximately 20 points of vitality each day. His 2 fishing traps had finally yielded a mutated fish, contributing 8 points to his vitality. The moment he had spotted that fish, tears of joy had welled in his eyes, and he had nearly embraced it in celebration. In summary, while the average yield over these days was not as bountiful as on the first day, it was characterized by consistency and stability. As he savored pieces of roasted meat, his vitality had risen to 79 points. With a calm demeanor, he rose to wash his face, shaking off the water from his hands before resuming his seat by the fire, his expression solemn as he tore off a piece of meat, savoring it thoroughly. Suddenly, a system notification jolted him, gained parasitic bone spurs. His heart raced at this unexpected development. Finally, something different had manifested. Fortune favored the diligent. and Ming Nan refrained from hastily opening the box. Instead, he finished the remaining meat, boosting his vitality by another 10 points, now feeling secure enough to inspect the contents. Closing his eyes, he opened the box before him, revealing a grotesque mass of flesh in his hands. The sight of it immediately reminded him of the writhing lump on the left shoulder of the mutated dog he had encountered. The resemblance was uncanny and somewhat repulsive. How was he supposed to utilize this? Holding the fleshy mass, Ming Nan found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. The enhancer was far more straightforward. Attempting to place the mass on his shoulder resulted in it falling to the ground with a dull thud. Eating it, an impulsive thought surged within him. And despite his efforts to dismiss it, it lingered persistently. Unable to conceive of any other option, Ming Nan resolved to give it a try. Chapter 20, Power. Yet, it must first be cooked to perfection. Eyes opened, tools prepared anew, then closed again. A blind assembly, blind roasting, blind seasoning, each movement flowed with an exquisite grace. If only the ingredients were of the highest quality, it would be sublime. Observing the gradually cooked meatballs, Ming Nan wasted no time and began to devour them, finishing them off in mere moments, leaving not a trace behind. Through days of arduous training, Ming Nan had grown significantly. From the first day, when he was unable to stomach the peculiar parts of mutated animals, to now, where he could confront them with ease, only a tinge of repulsion remained. Yet it did not deter him from consuming them. Reflecting on his initial behavior, he felt a sense of waste. After all, even the tiniest mosquito is still flesh. And little by little, it adds up. Having resolved to become stronger and evolve, if he couldn't overcome such trivial issues, how could he navigate the long, thorny path of evolution? Every challenge and setback encountered on this journey would become his stepping stones, each one trodden underfoot, propelling him higher and further, rendering him even more formidable. After finishing the meatballs, Ming Nan licked his lips, savoring the crispy chicken flavor. He awaited the inevitable physical transformation that followed such meals, akin to awaiting a judgment. Each time he consumed the system's offerings, a bout of pain would ensue, a sensation he had grown accustomed to. Soon enough, the anticipated sensation arrived. However, this time, it was an itch, a maddening itch emanating from his palms. Initially, Ming Nan managed to endure it, but as time passed, the itch intensified to an unbearable degree. Unable to resist, he scratched, yet no relief came. It was as though he were scratching through a barrier, the itch only growing stronger. It was an itch that penetrated to the very marrow, as if countless ants were crawling over his skin, leaving his palms raw and bloodied. If he had the energy to observe at that moment, he would have noticed the bones at the peaks of his fists slowly writhing, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the skin. Gradually, the itch subsided. All that comes swiftly also departs swiftly. With a long sigh, he examined his hands, marred with numerous intersecting wounds, some so deep that bone was visible. He tended to the injuries with care. When he clenched his fist, he sensed a pressure at the peaks, as though something was eager to emerge. The tighter he grasped, the more pronounced this sensation became. At the pinnacle of his grip, for white spines pierced through the skin, emerging from the peaks of his fists. Furrowing his brow, he endured the pain. After all, his hands were already so injured. A few more scratches mattered little. Yet again, the freshly bandaged skin was torn. Observing the 4 protruding spines, they appeared somewhat conical from above, but from the side, they resembled eagle talons, approximately 3 centimeters long, slightly curved, and razor-sharp at the tips. Next came the crucial test of the spine's hardness. Imagine if their hardness was insufficient. A few strikes against an enemy could render them useless, leading to an awkward predicament for Ming Nan, who might perish from calcium deficiency if not slain by foes. In such a case, the spines would be of little value. Approaching a nearby tree, he took a deep breath, clenched his fist tightly, and summoned strength from the ground. Twisting his waist to engage his arms, unleashing his full might, he struck. Bang! The half-meter-wide tree shook violently, leaves cascading down like rain, nearly splintering under the force of his blow. Feeling the spine still intact at the peaks of his fists, he adjusted his stance and swiftly swung left, delivering a left hook that grazed the bark, leaving 4 distinct marks from the spines. Touching the grooves, he nodded in satisfaction. It felt rather gratifying. Of course, if he encountered a mutated dog, the creature might well reveal which flower was the fairest, as it had already undergone a level of evolution, something Ming Nan was yet unaware of. How curious! Such a discovery filled Ming Nan with delight. The system's offerings were not to be questioned. He silently atoned for any doubts. With a light heart, he hummed a tune as he made his way back to the gathering place. Upon returning, he found the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. observing the idle seniors wandering about. Their faces etched with terror and unease, Ming Nan sighed and shook his head. Each individual was infected by this atmosphere, their spirits plummeting, until he located Wang Yu and Wang Wan and confirmed the danger had fully dissipated. It seemed none dared to venture beyond the gathering place, fearful that they might be the next to vanish. Yet, Lu Yahui and Pang Bin were exceptions. Like Ming Nan, they left early and returned late each day, tirelessly searching for Wang Yu and the others. Due to the students' performance under pressure, the gathering place reluctantly reopened the cafeteria, abandoning the system of exchanging mutated animals, which effectively crippled half of the experimental training plan. Without engaging with anyone, Ming Nan had a meal in the cafeteria, having merely sampled the mutated animals earlier, leaving him still unsated. Returning to the dormitory, he observed the lifeless expressions of his peers, who, without the need for makeup, could easily be cast in a zombie film. Lying on his bed, he activated his stimulation method to invigorate his physical vitality. Ever since consuming the last enhancer 2 days prior, his physical vitality had grown increasingly vigorous, especially in recent days, as he had been sleeping only 2 hours a day, using the remaining time to stimulate his physical activity. With each stimulation, Ming sensed that his vitality was on the brink of a significant evolution. Yet, at present, he could not be certain. It was merely an inkling. Chapter 21. Deceit. Around 5 in the afternoon, Ming Nan, who had only managed to sleep for a little over an hour, was awakened by the cacophony surrounding him. Groggily, he surveyed the suddenly animated dormitory, puzzled by the abrupt excitement among his peers. As his awareness sharpened, he realized the sole event capable of igniting such fervor among the students, Wang Yu and Wang Wan, had been found. Clearly, he was not alone in this realization, as 2 figures swiftly darted out of the dormitory. Witnessing this, Ming Nan hastily donned his clothing and followed suit. Gradually, more and more students streamed towards the training ground. There, he beheld a cluster of individuals, Li Bolong, Shirlei, Han Xiang, along with the guard stationed nearby, and at the center stood Wang Wan. Wang Yu, however, was still unaccounted for, likely not yet located. A throng of students encircled her, seemingly inquiring about the situation. Just as Lu Yahui squeezed into the crowd, poised to ask a question, both he and another student abruptly froze, as if struck by lightning. Ming Nan, approaching their side, cast a glance at the assembly and came to an abrupt halt as well. On the ground lay a stretcher draped with a white cloth, subtly revealing the outline of a head beneath, while the rest of the form appeared alarmingly frail, stirring a flicker of dread within him. Observing Wang Wan's visage, etched with terror and shock, as she recounted the harrowing events, the surrounding students listened intently, their eyes drawn to the lifeless figure of Wang Yu beneath the white shroud. It was as if the fallen student embodied their own demise, and the excitement that once surged within them was instantly extinguished, akin to being doused with a bucket of cold water. This stark reality appeared to provide them with a sense of safety. In that moment, a gust of wind swept through, lifting a corner of the cloth, revealing a grotesquely fragmented head. Wang Yu's features were a macabre tapestry of horror, disbelief, rage, and agony, all frozen in that eternal moment. Several students standing nearby recoiled in terror, nearly inciting a fresh panic. Witnessing this, Li Bolong bellowed, asserting his authority, causing the ambient temperature to plummet. At the sound of his voice, the students fell into a stunned silence, the chaotic throng stilled. As their emotions gradually stabilized, Li Bolong's expression softened slightly as he reassured them, "Do not worry, the school will provide you with answers." In that instant, aside from those already present, Ming Nan, Lu Yahui, and Pang Bin remained rooted, unwilling to depart. Teacher Li, Lu Yahui interjected, his composure faltering, "I encountered that mutated dog in the jungle before. I can provide valuable information." Li Bolong nodded at Ming Nan and Lu Yahui, then turned his gaze back to Wang Wan, signaling her to continue. Swallowing hard, Wang Wan, despite her fear, found a renewed sense of security in the gathering and summoned her courage. We rushed towards the gathering place, eager to rescue Lu Yahui and Pang Bin. Just as we neared the location, the mutated dog suddenly materialized before us. Her expression shifted into one of mounting terror, prompting Pang Bin to comfort her with a gentle pat on the back, finally managing to quell her emotions. Fortunately, its hind leg had been injured by Lu Yahui, or else we would have. Wang Wan's voice broke, her words turning fragmented. We fled, desperate to escape its pursuit, seeking refuge in trees, water, and mountains, anywhere we could hide. Yet, time and again, it reappeared behind us, haunting us for 2 or 3 days. After several encounters, we realized it aimed to bite off our locator. When we threw the device away, it seemed to settle down and followed us from a distance, she continued, her expression devoid of emotion as she nodded for Wang Wan to proceed. As we evaded it, we soon realized we were lost. Then, when the mutated dog appeared behind us once more, Wang Yu accidentally stepped on a mutated snake and was bitten on the leg. I wanted to save her, but the dog seized the opportunity and pounced on Wang Yu, smashing her head. I ran away, and you all know what happened next. Having recounted the ordeal in one breath, Wang Wan was overwhelmed by the recollection of her companion's tragic fate, the image of Wang Yu's shattered skull haunting her. The weight of her emotions erupted, tears streaming down her face, while Pang Bin's attempts at comfort fell on deaf ears. As Wang Wan finished her narrative, Ming Nan was beset by a myriad of doubts, yet he momentarily set them aside, crouching down to lift the white cloth. His gaze fell upon the mangled body, shredded by vicious teeth, its form marred by bite marks. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. No wonder the body appeared so frail beneath the shroud. Turning to Wang Yu's frozen expression, his unease deepened, sensing something amiss in Wang Wan's account but unable to articulate it. At that moment, Han Shuaiyang interrupted Ming Nan's thoughts with a raspy voice. Young one, you mentioned encountering this mutated dog before? After a moment's contemplation, Ming Nan recast his own experience as an encounter with the mutated dog, detailing the events that ensued, particularly emphasizing the sensation of being hunted after his escape. The sequence of events is now clear to all. Our next task is to capture this newly evolved mutated dog, Shirley stated gravely. Turning to leave towards the conference room, Li Bolong cast a lingering glance at Wang Wan before following Shirley. As Ming Nan prepared to depart, Lu Yahue approached his side, both remaining silent until they exited the gathering's gates. Turning to glance back at the remaining Wang Wan and Pang Bin, Lu Yahue remarked, do you sense something amiss in Wang Wan's narrative? Surprised by Lu Yahue's insight, Ming Nan nodded in agreement. I too feel something is off. It seems Wang Wan may be fabricating her story. A glimmer of understanding passed between them as Lu Yahue said nothing further and veered off in another direction. In the gathering place's conference room, the same location, the same individuals occupied their seats, yet the atmosphere was starkly different from before, heavy with silence. Han Shuang was the first to shatter the stillness, his finger tapping the table as he addressed Li Bolong. What shall we do about Wang Wan? She lied, presumably to protect herself. However, harming her classmates for the sake of her own survival is an entirely different matter. At this juncture, Li Bolong paused, seemingly contemplating how to address this student of his. Observing that Li Bolong did not favor his student, Shirley and Han Shuaiyang exchanged knowing nods and fell silent once more. The entire conference room was enveloped in a profound quietude. Ming Nan, embarking anew, likewise discerned the crux of the issue. Reflecting on Wang Wan's numerous fallacies, he mused that perhaps only a fool like Pang Bin could remain oblivious to her deceit. Such a foolishness, indeed. With a mixture of lament and resignation, Ming Nan chose to relinquish further contemplation on the matter, leaving the vexation to those who were truly foolish. The root of it all lies in power. Weakness is the original sin. With strength, such occurrences would be utterly inconceivable. With this thought, Ming Nan's resolve grew ever more resolute. Evolution. Chapter 22. Is the training concluded? Time slips away swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 weeks have passed. Unbeknownst to them, all the students have been outside the city for a month. During these 3 weeks, the mutated dog seemed to vanish completely, no longer appearing, leaving the patrol teams that ventured out each day in vain. Humans are often forgetful, and zombies are no exception. The remaining students, after observing the situation for a few days and heeding Li Bolong's counsel, resumed their training, quickly casting this incident aside. No one spoke of the mutated dog or Wang Yu, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Determined to stay and seek out the mutated dog for revenge on Wang Yu, Wang Wan transformed into a different being. Her former fears and anxieties were concealed, leaving her silent. Each day, she accompanied Lu Yahue and Pang Bin in their search for the mutated dog's trail. Though Lu Yahue harbored suspicions about Wang Wan, he refrained from voicing them, allowing her to continue following him. During these 3 weeks, Ming Nan diligently hunted mutated creatures, with his vitality steadily increasing at a rate of about 20 points per day. By the end of 3 weeks, his vitality had increased by a total of 426 points, adding to the initial 10 points, culminating in 436 points of vitality. He should have felt elated, but after receiving a system reward for 100 points of vitality, he found himself frozen in place, his once hopeful demeanor now diminished. Ming Nan had naively imagined that reaching 110 points would grant him the next reward. But reality struck him hard. When he acquired another 20 points of vitality, the expected increase was only about 1/10 of what he had anticipated. Staring at the meager increment, Ming Nan's heart sank into despair. Realizing his naivety, he resolved to work even harder to accumulate vitality. After arduous efforts, he finally reached 200 points. Only to confront the harsh truth. Beyond 100 points, the vitality required for each subsequent system reward began to escalate by increments of 100. Desperation washed over him as he observed the ever-growing vitality requirements. He could not help but imagine a future where the numbers would balloon to 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, and beyond. A wave of helplessness surged within him, but it quickly transformed into motivation. The 3 rewards he received were not as exceptional as the last, merely consisting of 3 enhancement potions from the major branches. However, Ming Nan did not dwell on disappointment. After consuming the newly acquired potions, he felt himself grow stronger. His parasitic vitality had also activated upon consumption. With the activation of his parasitic vitality, Ming Nan noticed that the bony spikes on his fists had grown about a centimeter. As for their strength, he could not yet assess it, for no mutated creature he had encountered thus far could withstand his bony assault. Overall, the enhancement of his spikes significantly boosted his confidence. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that his spikes were beginning to resemble those of Wolverine. As the sun rose once again, Ming Nan suddenly recalled that a month had elapsed since he had been at the gathering place. He tidied up the remaining tools on the ground, preparing to depart. Upon reaching the gathering area, he discovered that nearly all the students had assembled at the training grounds. Moments later, Li Bolong and the 3 zombies made their appearance. Gazing at the students before him, who had undergone significant transformations, Li Bolong nodded in satisfaction. Over the past month, many events had transpired, all of which you have successfully overcome. I have observed your performances throughout this month. Regarding this training, it has lasted only this month, so now, I declare that this assessment has concluded, and all of you have passed. Most of the students were unable to contain their tears. Having been pampered, this was their first encounter with such hardship, and they felt relieved that they had not given up. Teacher Li, what about the mutated dog? At that moment, an ill-timed voice interrupted, dousing the students' excitement with a cold reality, plunging the atmosphere of the training ground into a heavy silence. The mutated dog had become synonymous with fear for them, a taboo subject that conjured images of Wang Yu's frozen expression in their minds. All the students turned their gazes towards the speaker, and there stood Lu Yahui, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Li Bolong, awaiting an answer. Over the past month, Lu Yahui had lost considerable weight, his already pale complexion becoming even more ghostly, resembling someone recovering from a severe illness. Upon hearing Lu Yahui's words, Li Bolong furrowed his brow, about to respond when Han Shuiyang patted his shoulder, stepping forward to address Lu Yahui. I had originally planned to wait until you all left to act. But since a student has inquired, allow me to inform you. We have essentially grasped the range of the mutated dog's activities, and we are preparing to ensnare it. At the mention of the mutated dog, a flicker of anger flashed in Lu Yahui's eyes as he clenched his fists. Teacher Li, I wish to stay and join this operation. I too wish to participate. So do I. As Lu Yahui's words fell, Pang Bin and Wang Wan chimed in simultaneously, their voices laced with animosity. No, this operation is perilous, and it will be handled by the guards. I cannot allow you to participate. You are my students, and I must be responsible for your safety. Seeing Li Bolong's reaction, Lu Yahui stepped forward, whispering something to him. After a moment, Li Bolong's furrowed brow relaxed, and he glanced at Lu Yahui in surprise before nodding. You can wait here for a moment. All right, the school has consented. You all must take care of your safety. Ming Nan, having no idea what Lu Yahui and Li Bolong had discussed, was taken aback by the sudden change in Li Bolong's attitude. Seizing the opportunity to stay outside the city for an additional day, he eagerly chimed in. Teacher Li, I also wish to remain. Li Bolong turned to face Ming Nan, about to speak, but before he could say anything, Lu Yahui interjected, Teacher Li, let Ming Nan join as well. Sighing at the hopeful gazes of the 2 students, Li Bolong shook his head in resignation. This student has certainly kept me on my toes this month. Once again, he stepped aside and dialed a number to Tang Junguo, sharing the situation with him. After a brief silence on the other end, Tang Junguo finally replied, let him go. It's good for this kid to face some challenges. Besides, isn't he going with the guard team? With Tang Junguo's words, Li Bolong refrained from further discussion, hanging up the phone and nodding at Ming Nan. Seeing Li Belong's approval, Ming Nan was nearly overjoyed, but sensing the heavy atmosphere, he tempered his excitement. Chapter 23. Encountering the mutant dog again. As Shirley needed to remain at the gathering point, the task was led by Han Shuoyang. Accompanied by 10 guards and a total of 15 corpses, including Ming Nan and others, as they journeyed towards the northwest direction of the gathering point. Observing Han Shuoyang methodically assigning tasks to each team member, Ming Nan and the others felt immense admiration. This transformed the once perilous jungle into a realm of ease and comfort. Whenever mutant creatures appeared, or sometimes even before their emergence, Han Shuoyang could always sense their presence beforehand. He would swiftly organize his team to neutralize the threat. Through observation, Ming Nan noticed that although the guards were well-trained and coordinated, none of them seemed to have undergone even the first stage of evolution, which puzzled him greatly. Unable to contain his curiosity, he voiced his doubts. After assigning the tasks, Han Shuoyang turned to him, his empty expression fixed on Ming Nan, causing an unsettling chill to creep over him until Han finally spoke in a raspy voice tinged with annoyance. Do you think evolution is as simple as turning over a new leaf? It is a transformation of life's essence, a refinement of one's very being. How can it be so easy? While every member of our team is elite, evolution is exceedingly difficult. It requires talent, effort, and opportunity. Each factor is indispensable. In the end, only a fraction truly evolves. With a tone of nostalgia, he added, in high school, how many individuals can genuinely evolve? Each of those corpses is a prodigy. He then glanced at Lu Yuhui, pausing briefly before continuing. Even upon entering university, many do not evolve if they do not apply themselves. This statement seemed to carry deeper meaning, and after uttering it, he fell silent, lost in thought. After walking for over 4 hours, Han Shuoyang suddenly raised his right hand, signaling the others to halt. He then focused intently, entering a state of heightened perception. The group watched him anxiously. And after about 5 minutes, he wiped the sweat from his brow and beckoned 2 nearby guards. The guards retrieved several bags of dark brown powder from their packs, distributing some to Ming Nan and the others before applying the same substance to themselves. Taking the powder given to them, Ming Nan and his companions followed suit. And as they smeared it over their bodies, a peculiar odor began to permeate the air, reminiscent of some mutant creature's excrement. At this moment, no one dared to speak. All remained silent while applying the powder. Observing the scene, Ming Nan hesitated to ask questions, waiting until everyone had finished before Han Shuoyang lightened his steps and led the group onward for about half an hour. After traversing through a thicket, a cave obscured by branches and leaves appeared before them, emanating a hint of warmth. The entrance was charred black, as if it had once been engulfed in flames. Upon witnessing this, Li Yuhui and Peng Bin exchanged alarmed glances, recalling the figure they had seen engulfed in fire, tightening their grips on their weapons. Do not act impulsively. Follow orders. Han Shuoyang's voice reached Li Yuhui and Peng Bin as a warning, seemingly aware of their agitation. Ming Nan, observing their tense posture, feared they might act rashly. Only after hearing Han Shuoyang's caution did he relax, as the 2 corpses eased their bodies. The group found suitable places to conceal themselves while Han Shuoyang stood at the cave entrance, once again attuning himself to his surroundings. Confirming that the mutant dog remained unaware of their presence, he felt reassured. Without any further action from Han Shuoyang, the guards began their meticulous preparations at the cave entrance. From Ming Nan's vantage point, he could not discern their arrangements until they were complete. Han Shuoyang's voice then echoed in their ears, "Stay hidden and do not move. Leave everything to us." With that, he stepped into the center of the cave entrance, taking a deep breath before suddenly opening his mouth as if to shout, yet no sound emerged. This silence persisted for nearly a minute. Just as Ming Nan grew curious about Han Shuoyang's intentions, an enraged roar erupted from within the cave. Woof! The once dark cave ignited, flames surging forth as a figure engulfed in fire charged toward Han Shuoyang. Unperturbed, he sidestepped, allowing the mutant dog to collide with the spot he had just vacated. Unable to halt its momentum, the creature slammed into an invisible barrier, trembling as though electrified. Forced to retreat a few steps, it regarded the empty space ahead with trepidation, unwilling to advance further. If Ming Nan recalled correctly, that very spot was where the guards had set their traps, and he marveled at the effectiveness of their preparations. Surprised by the mutant dog's current state, he remembered Lu Yuhui's earlier descriptions of a tumor on the creature's shoulder, which had grown into a small dog's head. Remarkably, after 3 weeks, the new head had reached the same size as the original. Its body had also expanded, muscles becoming more robust. leaving behind the initial flaccid appearance and the desperate glow in its eyes. Han Shuoyang, standing at the cave entrance, wasted no time and launched another assault on the mutant dog. As the creature barely regained its footing, it faced Han Shuoyang's relentless onslaught. Swaying like a drunken fool, before crashing into the invisible wall again, trembling uncontrollably. From his hiding place, Ming Nan found Han Shuoyang's unique method of attack perplexing. The dramatic combat he had envisioned was absent. It felt as though a silent theatrical performance unfolded before him, one participant singing a voiceless melody while the other trembled in response. This dramatic exchange continued for 3 or 4 cycles. Bright red blood flowed from the creature's dual heads, evaporating almost instantly in the flames. Gradually, the mutant dog seemed to acclimate to Han Shuoyang's attacks, stabilizing its stance. Seeing this, Han Shuoyang decisively retreated, but the recovering mutant dog, infuriated by his retreat, lunged at him, fury blazing in its eyes, particularly in the head upon its shoulder, where the flames seemed to materialize. Woof! Woof! Chapter 24, The Battle Resumes. As Han Shuoyang dashed to the other side of the invisible wall, the mutated dog roared fiercely, flames coalescing in its 2 mouths, unleashing twin fire serpents. At that moment, the other guards, sensing the urgency of the situation, emerged from their hiding spots, guns blazing at the mutated beast in an attempt to distract it and provide cover for Han Shuoyang. Although the shift in the narrative was somewhat abrupt, this world was indeed equipped with firearms. However, as the rapid gunfire erupted, the anticipated sight of blood splattering did not materialize in Ming Nan's expectant gaze. Perhaps due to the mutated dog's newfound strength, its skin had become remarkably resilient. The bullet struck the creature, yet it stood unfazed, shaking off the impacts as if it were merely undergoing a vigorous massage. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off its skin, leaving a scattering of spent casings on the ground. But ultimately, they only slightly impeded its advance, allowing Han Shuoyang to reach the shelter and evade the fiery serpents. Taking refuge behind the cover, Han Shuoyang exhaled in relief. He had not anticipated that this mutated dog would adapt so swiftly, stabilizing at the early stage of its first evolution. He had assumed that even with 3 weeks, it would not be capable of adapting to the metamorphosis so rapidly, leaving him feeling outwitted. Had it merely been the adaptation phase after such a combination of attacks, the mutated dog should have succumbed to his sonic waves, rendering it vulnerable to his onslaught. Now, it was too late to lament. He found himself in the mid-phase of the first evolution. While he could handle early-stage mutated dogs without issue, this would require more time. The longer the battle dragged on, the greater the risk of unforeseen complications. Initially believing that the interference zone had been cleared, he was surprised to discover a lone survivor. Fortunately, they had identified the mutated dog in time. Had it continued to grow unchecked, the consequences would have been dire. With this in mind, Han Shuoyang took a deep breath. Crouching behind the cover and shouting to the distant guards, as well as Ming Nan and Lu Yahui, "Hold it off for me." Ming Nan, who had been idly waiting, suddenly felt invigorated at the prospect of entering the fray, contemplating how to test the limits of his bone spikes against this mutated beast. Having acquired the bone spikes for some time, he had yet to encounter a mutated creature capable of withstanding their power. The foes he had faced thus far were merely trivial, as he had not fully unleashed the potential of his bone spikes. The most significant threats he had encountered thus far were the symbiotic mutated beast and the one before him now, excitedly licking his lips. He felt his bone spikes yearning for action. Once Han Shuoyang finished speaking, he opened his mouth again to unleash a sonic wave. Under its influence, the mutated dog's body swayed, and the fire serpents it expelled weakened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Ming Nan and Lu Yahui charged from their cover, while the 8 guards discarded their firearms and drew their weapons to assist Han Shuoyang in alleviating the pressure. The remaining 2 guards continued to shoot, distracting the mutated dog. Pangbin mimicked their actions, picking up a gun from the ground and joining the fray against the creature. Upon noticing the sudden influx of threats, the mutated dog diverted one of its heads to attack the advancing guards, while its main head continued its assault on Han Shuoyang's shelter. In this critical moment, the absence of any corpses went unnoticed by the guards, whose attention was solely focused on the mutated dog, as Ming Nan and Lu Yahui maneuvered closer to the creature. Taking advantage of the surrounding trees, the mutated dog, consumed by rage, recognized its former adversaries. With a furious growl, it forsook its attack on Han Shuoyang and charged towards them, its anger palpable as it prepared to unleash its fury. However, restrained by the invisible wall, the mutated dog hesitated, turning its heads to glare venomously at Ming Nan and Lu Yahui, their very presence igniting its wrath. With a snarl, the enraged mutated dog abandoned its pursuit of Han Shuaiyang, baring its teeth as it unleashed twin torrents of flame towards Ming Nan and Lu Yahui, eager to incinerate them. Seeing this, Han Shuaiyang could hardly contain his delight and shouted at Ming Nan, simultaneously amplifying the intensity of his sonic wave. The mutated dog, affected by the sound, shook its two heads vigorously, compelled to redirect one towards Han Shuaiyang in a desperate bid to mitigate the sonic impact. In that moment, the creature seemed to tire, its fiery breath ceasing as it gasped for air, white smoke billowing from its mouth and nostrils. All the guards, witnessing this, felt a surge of determination, hastening their steps to seize this opportunity to vanquish the mutated dog. However, they hesitated to enter the cave, casting anxious glances at Han Shuaiyang, whose sonic attacks could be more effective against the creature within. Ming Nan and the others understood that entering the confined space would render them vulnerable, akin to fish in a barrel, easily incinerated by the mutated dog. With their target eluding them, the gunfire ceased. Watching Han Shuaiyang unleash another sonic wave at the cave entrance, Ming Nan and Lu Yahui took positions on either side, waiting for the mutated dog to emerge for a decisive strike. Tension gripped Ming Nan as he realized that this mutated dog had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. According to Han Shuaiyang and the others, it had merely entered the early stage of its first evolution. Clenching his fists tighter, he steeled himself, sweat trickling down his forehead, fully aware of the stakes at hand. Han Shuaiyang's sonic assault persisted for nearly 5 minutes, yet the mutated dog remained concealed, causing Ming Nan to wonder if the cave had another exit. However, this thought quickly dissipated as the mutated dog burst forth once more. Exhausted, Han Shuaiyang swiftly sidestepped to recover, leaving the ensuing battle to the others. As flames erupted from the cave, the guards braced themselves, eagerly awaiting the creature's emergence. As the mutated dog charged from the cave, flames billowing around it, its fury coalescing into a tangible force intent on incinerating all in its path. Seizing the moment, Ming Nan roared, swinging his fist with all his might, bone spikes erupting from his knuckles. Ignoring the searing pain, he struck the mutated dog with explosive force. As his fists connected, Ming Nan felt as if he had struck a layer of tough, resilient metal. The bone spikes had failed to pierce the creature's hide. With determination igniting within him, he let out another fierce roar, the veins in his arms bulging as he summoned all his strength. Finally, the bone spikes penetrated the mutated dog's skin, embedding themselves deep within its flesh. Chapter 25. A sudden turn of events. At the same time, Lu Yahui's blade struck the mutated dog, delivering a blow far more potent than Ming Nan's bone spikes, carving 2 deep wounds into its flesh, exposing bone beneath. Witnessing this spectacle, Ming Nan exerted force once more, embracing the air as he carved 2 additional wide gashes, amplifying their victory. Caught between the 2 attackers, the mutated dog swung its body violently, its tail lashing like a whip towards Ming Nan, while its 2 heads lunged at Lu Yahui. Anticipating this, the 2 zombies rolled to the ground, evading the assault, while the other guards, undeterred, filled the gaps in their formation. At that moment, a hoarse, anguished scream pierced the air. What is that sound? Ming Nan swiftly turned to investigate. He beheld Wang Wan, one hand gripping Han Shuaiyang's throat, lifting him off the ground and rendering him voiceless, while the other hand plunged into his abdomen, seemingly searching for something. Before long, Wang Wan extracted a controller from Han Shuaiyang's innards, applying force with her fingers until it crumbled into fragments, scattering across the floor. Little puppy, it's time for a feast. The interference circle has been lifted. Come forth, she called, whistling at the mutated dog, her expression twisted with madness and a hint of frenzy. What? Wang Wan, what are you doing? The zombie stared in terror at the now mad Wang Wan, shouting at her in outrage. Ming Nan, aghast, watched the unfolding drama. Memories of Wang Wan's earlier demeanor flashing through his mind, from her timid, fearful nature to her subsequent strength and silence. Initially, he believed her lies were merely a means of self-preservation, a way to conceal her abandonment of Wang Yu, even pushing Wang Yu towards the mutated dog. Yet, it now appeared that this was not entirely the case. Her deception was a deliberate ruse, designed to divert attention from deeper truths. Realizing this, a grave look crossed Ming Nan's eyes. Meanwhile, the mutated dog, sensing Wang Wan's words, cast a fearful glance her way. Injured by Ming Nan and Lu Yahui, it found itself obstructed by 8 guards. Even with the disruption circle dismantled, it could not break free from the encirclement. You are not Wang Wan. Who are you? Lu Yahweh exclaimed, suddenly comprehending the situation. TSK, clever little brother. You truly are my target, hey. I didn't expect to spend extra time fishing. Yet I caught a fish. The imitation of Wang Wan's voice shifted to a mocking tone as she laughed at the gathering zombies, relishing her charade. Unfazed by her taunts, Lu Yahweh replied coldly, I do not care who sent you to kill me. Tell me, did you murder Wang Yu? That corpse demon, Good use of the term. That fat one? Hee, at the brink of death, she still cried, Brother Yahweh won't let you go. Brother Yahweh will come to save me. How unfortunate, she said, extending her tongue to lick her fingers, mimicking Wang Yu's demeanor. Where has Pang been? What have you done to him? At this moment, Lu Yahweh could no longer contain his rage. However, recalling Pang Bin's safety, he forced himself to suppress his fury. That fat one. Oh, he's over there, lying down. Don't worry, little brother. Once I deal with this one, it's your turn. Hearing this, Lu Yahweh glanced over, and, though Pang Bin appeared gravely injured, he was still alive. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over him. The sudden turn of events left every zombie present in shock. Fists clenched, Ming Nan surveyed the chaos, uncertain of how to proceed. Despite having traversed to this world, he was merely a high school student, lacking experience, especially in such extraordinary circumstances. At that moment, Han Shuaiyang's voice rang out, resolute and decisive. She is the out-of-control one. Kill her. Don't worry about me. I will create an opportunity for you. Out of control. As Han Shuaiyang's words echoed, he suddenly opened his mouth wide. The zombies hardly had time to react before a powerful sound wave erupted from him. Boom. A ripple of sound surged forth, crashing towards Wang Wan. The unexpected shockwave hit Wang Wan, causing her to scream. Her grip on Han Shuaiyang tightened reflexively, but he was cast aside. Left on the ground, fate uncertain, Wang Wan clutched her head, hands pressed against her ears, attempting to alleviate her discomfort. An opportunity. Ming Nan pivoted and dashed towards Wang Wan, while Lu Yahweh followed suit without hesitation. The two acted in unison. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. At that moment, all the zombies diverted a fraction of their focus, anxiously monitoring the situation. Seeing the crisis unfold, the mutated dog roared in fury, retaliating against 3 guards. And one of its heads unleashed flames towards Ming Nan. The mutated dog understood that if Ming Nan and the others eliminated Wang Wan, it would be next. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. The zombies and creatures present exerted their utmost efforts for survival. In the next breath, Ming Nan reached Wang Wan, just as his bone spikes were about to strike her head. Suddenly, flames engulfed his back, causing him to stagger, enduring the searing pain. Die. Ming Nan roared, forcing his fist to connect with Wang Wan's shoulder, and with a powerful swing, her arm fell away. At that instant, Lu Yahweh's blade slashed forth. Reacting swiftly, Wang Wan crouched and countered, sending Lu Yahweh flying with 5 claw marks etched into his abdomen. Regaining his stance, Ming Nan surged forward once more. His fist aimed at Wang Wan's head, relentless in his pursuit. Hiki. Fully recovered, Wang Wan let out a cold laugh, her nails extending to 10 centimeters in length. With a forceful step, she charged toward Ming Nan. As the two neared, Ming Nan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as Wang Wan swung her arms, and in an instant, his body was cleaved in 2, collapsing to the ground, convulsing, stripped of combat capability. Glancing at Ming Nan, Wang Wan retrieved her severed arm from the ground, pressing it against her shoulder. The wound pulsated as flesh writhed, illustrating that even a high school student could execute such a maneuver. For an evolved zombie in this world, reattaching a limb was merely a basic skill. Chapter 26, Evolution. Flying Thorns. As Ming Nan gazed at the approaching Wang Wan, her playful expression ignited a fierce determination within him. Gritting his teeth, he clenched the ground tighter as a wave of urgency washed over him. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he propelled his upper body forward, seizing the fractured remnants at hand. In that critical moment, he felt an extraordinary surge of vitality coursing through his body. As if he were teetering on the brink of a transformation, his physical essence boiling with energy. The severed parts of his body swiftly reconnected, and with a roll, he narrowly evaded the lethal claws of Wang Wan, dodging a fatal blow. A sigh of relief escaped Ming Nan's lips. Had he hesitated for even a second, his fate would have been sealed. As his body reformed, the sensation of vitality intensified, a chaotic collision within him threatening to erupt. Without a moment's pause, he retreated hastily, channeling his energy to amplify his vitality. His muscles writhed violently under the stimulation, and an instinct whispered to him that this was a herald of evolution. Finding a concealed spot, Ming Nan sat cross-legged, fervently activating his energy. His muscles writhed with increasing intensity, rendering him immobile, as if his flesh were disintegrating and reassembling. Nearby, the guards battling the mutated dogs suffered casualties. 2 lay lifeless, charred beyond recognition, 1 missing its head. The remaining 6 guards struggled valiantly, their rigorous training and coordination preventing total annihilation, but their bodies bore the scars of battle, flesh and clothing singed and stuck together, resembling their fallen comrades. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Ming Nan's escape, Wang Wan chose not to pursue. Her true target was not him. Instead, she mocked the fallen Lu Yahui, taunting, "So this is your companion? Abandoned you in your time of need? While it appears I've had a minor setback, I recall mentioning that you would be next." Her derisive laughter morphed into madness as she prepared to deliver the final blow to Lu Yahui. Seeing Han Shuayang reattach his neck, Lu Yahui wasted no time. Clutching his abdomen and sprinting towards him, Wang Wan flickered like a wraith, swiftly closing the distance to Lu Yahui, her hands slicing through the air, severing his legs in an instant. His body, propelled forward by inertia, flew ahead. With a feline curiosity, Wang Wan relished the moment, toying with him as a cat would with a mouse. If only a little more time passed, the mutated dogs would soon dispatch the remaining guards, and then it would be their end. She was in no hurry. The longer she delayed, the more advantageous it became for her, especially since she only faced 2 half-destroyed first-stage evolved zombies, one of whom was the weakest in offensive capabilities. Gazing at the severed legs, Wang Wan danced her fingers like a pianist, instantly pulverizing them. With deliberate steps, she sauntered towards the now united Lu Yahui and Han Shuayang. As she approached, she suddenly accelerated, her foot striking the ground with force. Han Shuayang, supporting Lu Yahui, opened his mouth to emit a sound, but was too weak to utter a word as he faced impending doom. Just then, a shadow approached silently from afar, akin to lightning, materializing behind Wang Wan before anyone could react. She stumbled, the shadow flickering away again. Quickly, the shadow moved with astonishing speed. As Wang Wan nearly lost her balance, Lu Yahui keenly observed a portion of her hair missing from the back of her head, revealing what appeared to be a fracture. Before she could regain her footing, the shadow reappeared behind her. This time she was ready. She defensively countered, leaving 5 deep claw marks on her wrist. The shadow, undeterred by the failed strike, vanished from sight once more. Moments later, it attacked from another angle, skillfully using the nearby tree to propel itself, altering its trajectory with alarming speed. The shadow darted left and right, leaving the eyes of onlookers struggling to keep up. With each attack, Wang Wan grew increasingly exhausted as wounds multiplied. Her eyes reddened, and blood oozed from within. With a piercing shriek, she lunged forward, seemingly offering her hands to the shadow's grasp. "Is that you? Ming Nan? Ming Nan?" At that moment, the horde finally recognized the shadow as Ming Nan, much to Han Shuayang's and the others' astonishment. Unable to lose focus, Wang Wan tightened her grip on Ming Nan's wrist. But he retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at her face, simultaneously delivering a forceful kick to her head. As she released his wrist to defend against his onslaught, Ming Nan seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful kick, leveraging her head to propel himself away. In unison, the minds of the 3 zombies echoed a singular thought: flying thorns. Indeed, Ming Nan had completed the first stage of his physical evolution, having reached the critical point of vitality. He had no choice but to retreat into the shadows to silently undergo his transformation. Just as he finished evolving, before he could comprehend the changes within himself, he witnessed Wang Wan preparing to strike Han Shuayang. Driven by urgency, he dashed forward, only to discover his newfound abilities. He felt as light as a feather, his agility heightened, and explosive power coursing through his legs. As he sprinted, the world around him blurred, yet his vision remained unaffected, as if he could take flight. With a mighty leap, everything around him receded, and he found himself suddenly before Wang Wan, his speed exceeding even his own expectations. Chapter 27. Rescue in the initial attempt. Unprepared and taken aback by the magnitude of the power bestowed by evolution, Ming Nan struggled to maintain balance and control. Had he been more adept, he could have swiftly incapacitated Wang Wan with that first strike, rather than merely leaving a crack on the back of her head. As his encounters with Wang Wan increased, he grew increasingly accustomed to the physical transformations brought forth by evolution, mastering his body with remarkable fluidity. Ming Nan also observed that his fingernails had morphed into sharp, retractable claws akin to those of a beast, a discovery he had only begun to scratch the surface of, as time had been too brief to fully appreciate other enhancements. When needed, his claws could easily propel him up any tree, complementing his extraordinary leaping ability to launch attacks against Wang Wan. Understanding the term flying stab gradually dawned upon Ming Nan. Concealed in the shadows, he leaped onto a tree not far from Wang Wan. Extending his claws to latch onto the trunk, using branches and leaves to cloak his presence as he awaited the opportune moment. Whether it was excitement or the aftermath of his recent evolution, he felt no hint of fatigue from the earlier intense assault. He was in a state of exhilaration. Ming Nan savored this feeling, for was it not this very moment he had strived for through his arduous evolution? Certainly, if the circumstances were different, it would have been even more splendid. This time, Ming Nan refrained from rashly attacking, having noticed a significant change in Wang Wan. When her eyes began to glow red, her speed, strength, and reflexes surged dramatically. Although he could identify her evolution type as Claw, he was uncertain about her current state and dared not act recklessly. Observing the two corpses of Han Shuayang nearby, he noted that the red-eyed Wang Wan seemed to be losing her grip on sanity. Her inherent madness escalating to near delirium, convinced she would not relent until Ming Nan was found. Seizing the opportunity, Ming Nan propelled himself from the tree, using a nearby trunk for an added burst of speed. However, this time, his target was not Wang Wan but to rescue Han Shuayang's corpses. He aimed to extricate them first to eliminate any lingering concerns. In an instant, he leaped beside the corpses, grasping one in each hand, and with renewed vigor, he propelled himself away from Wang Wan. Upon witnessing Han Shuayang's corpses being rescued by Ming Nan, Wang Wan let out a piercing, frenzied roar, her rage intensifying. She stood there, a whirlwind of fury, unleashing her wrath upon the spot they had just occupied, her claws thrashing wildly. In mere moments, everything within a 2-meter radius was obliterated, trees shattered, and the ground marred by claw marks. With Han Shuayang's corpses in tow, Ming Nan maintained his swift pace, occasionally using the trunks of trees to augment his speed. Had she truly lost her mind? Observing the frenzied Wang Wan and hearing the distant echoes of her rage, Ming Nan felt a twinge of fear. No, this was a trait of the claws. When injured, their eyes would redden, the more severe the injury, the more intense the crimson glow, leading to heightened ferocity and augmented physical capabilities. However, typical clawed corpses did not lose their sanity to such an extent. Wang Wan's current state was primarily due to her being an out-of-control entity. Han Shuayang, his voice hoarse and weak, emphasized the term out of control with palpable hatred. Out of control? Ming Nan echoed, intrigued. He had heard the term twice before, once in a textbook on evolution and once during a class when Tang Junguo had mentioned it. His tone mirroring Han Shuayang's current intensity. He had solemnly warned that if one encountered an out-of-control entity, it must be eliminated immediately, or, failing that, one should seek the enforcement team. Though he did not fully grasp the reasons, Ming Nan had taken note of Tang Junguo's serious demeanor. Indeed, out-of-control entities. It was crucial to remember that every out-of-control being was a lunatic, irredeemable, and insane. Any discovery of such a being must be addressed without delay. Coughing violently, Han Shuayang seemed to aggravate his throat injury, appearing as though he might expel his very lungs. Witnessing his severe condition, Ming Nan hesitated to inquire further. Mentally recording the information, a glance at Lu Yihui revealed his state was manageable, although the fire of anger in his eyes indicated his inner turmoil was far from settled. Only when Wang Wan was no longer visible did Ming Nan release the two corpses, exhaling a sigh of relief. You must hurry to assist the others. Prioritize dealing with the mutated dogs. I fear Wang Wan's madness may bring them harm. Understood. Ming Nan recognized the gravity of the situation. Should Wang Wan assist the mutated dogs in dispatching the remaining guards, the trio would face a dual threat. They had to resolve the mutated dog issue before Wang Wan regained her senses. Keep an eye on Pang Bin for me. Just as Ming Nan prepared to leave, Lu Yihui, suppressing his anger, addressed him, glancing at Lu Yihui, who appeared disheveled after losing his legs compared to the calm confidence he had exuded when they left school. Ming Nan felt a deep appreciation for his friend's concern for their comrade's safety. He gave Lu Yihui an encouraging okay gesture, then launched himself into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Teacher Tang has cultivated a remarkable student, Han Shuayang remarked, watching Ming Nan's swift departure. Hearing this, Lu Yihui's eyes flickered as he instinctively nodded. At this moment, they could only place their hopes in Ming Nan. Let us not be overly pessimistic. I have already contacted the gathering point. The captain is likely en route with the team. Chapter 28. The disappearance of Wang Wan separated from Han Shuayang's lifeless form. Ming Nan hastened towards the cave with great urgency. The mutated dog, which had been grievously wounded by Ming Nan and Lu Yihui, was astonishingly beginning to heal. With a heavy sigh, Ming Nan's expression darkened as he gazed at the 5 fallen guards, whose sacrifices had afforded him precious time. Without further delay, he glanced at Pang Bin, noting his distance from the battlefield, unharmed by the chaos. There was no time to assess the situation. Ming Nan leaped to a nearby tree. Casting his gaze towards Wang Wan's location, he observed her eyes, once glowing with a fierce light, now dimmed considerably, yet her countenance remained grotesquely fierce as she stood there, roaring incessantly. Taking a deep breath, Ming Nan resolved not to hesitate any longer. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he nearly shattered the tree beneath him as he propelled himself forward with lightning speed. In an instant, he closed the distance to the mutated dog, extending his claws like a bullet striking its target. The mutated dog, caught off guard, was struck, its body tilting and collapsing to the ground. Ming Nan pinned the creature down, stifling the searing pain in his hands as he unleashed a torrent of ferocious blows upon it. His sharp claws plunged into the creature's wounds, tearing them open afresh, exacerbating the damage. Sensing the depth of the wounds insufficient, a glint of ferocity flickered in Ming Nan's eyes as he relentlessly gouged at the mutated dog's injury until he pierced through muscle, reaching the bone. Satisfied with his handiwork, Ming Nan swung his fist again, bone spikes extending as he unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the mutated dog's main head. Each blow reverberated through the ground, shaking it violently. After a relentless series of punches, the mutated dog was left on the brink of collapse, its flames flickering weakly, as if they would extinguish at any moment. The sudden turn of events left the nearby guards momentarily stunned, witnessing Ming Nan's brutal onslaught against the mutated creature, unsure how to intervene. However, upon seeing the flames upon the mutated dog dim, they instinctively seized their weapons and charged forward. The preceding flurry of attacks had drained Ming Nan's strength significantly, yet the creature still lingered, showcasing an astonishing vitality akin to that of a cockroach. Breathing heavily, Ming Nan relinquished his position to the other guards, entrusting them to finish the fight. Though their previous assaults had barely harmed the mutated dog, the gaping wound Ming Nan had inflicted on its abdomen now presented itself as the prime target for their attacks. With the main head injured, the secondary head appeared affected, weakened in its demeanor. Observing the grotesque state of the primary head, nearly reduced to pulp, Ming Nan felt a surge of satisfaction, avenging the fallen guards. He took a moment to recuperate. Since his evolution, he had been in a state of high tension, and only now did he find a moment to rest. A casual glance towards Wang Wan's previous position sent a jolt of alarm through him, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Wang Wan had vanished. "Be careful," he shouted urgently to the guards still engaged in battle with the mutated dog, simultaneously leaping away, refusing to linger in one place. Just as Ming Nan vacated his position, ripples surged in the spot he had just occupied, as if something had manifested there. Unaware of this, Ming Nan anxiously observed the guards, who were still fervently attacking the mutated dog. Upon hearing his warning, they paused momentarily, their instincts heightened, and then redoubled their efforts, intent on vanquishing the creature. They were not hesitant to abandon their own safety, driven by the necessity to eliminate the threat. "Quickly move away," Ming Nan urged, darting to one of the guards. Wrapping his arms around the man's waist, preparing to leap to safety, intending to position him atop a tree. "What are you doing? Let go of me," the guard protested, irritated rather than grateful. Ming Nan, feeling helpless, recognized the urgency of the moment. They had the opportunity to eliminate the mutated dog, but Wang Wan lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. With this thought, Ming Nan exerted more force, disregarding the guard's struggles, forcibly lifting him away. Just as they ascended, one of the guards attacking the mutated dog collapsed silently. The suddenness of it sent shockwaves through Ming Nan as he witnessed the unexpected event. Wang Wan had a hidden card. The moment Ming Nan landed atop the tree, another guard crumpled to the ground, succumbing without a sound, just as abruptly. Seeing his comrades fall one after another, the guard Ming Nan had rescued ceased his struggles, his pupils dilating in terror. "Thank you," he managed to utter, his body rigid with fear, gratitude lacing his voice. Though he was unafraid of sacrifice, he wished for it to hold meaning and value. Weighed down by the gravity of the situation, he gazed solemnly towards the cave. Initially, a spirited team of 15 had come to confront the mutated dog, but the reality had turned grim, their ranks now decimated. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes as he tightened his grip on the tree trunk, splintering a chunk from it, his resolve hardening. At this moment, Ming Nan was reluctant to approach the cave. He sensed that Wang Wan lay in wait, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. He could only watch as the mutated dog's wounds slowly healed, its flames reigniting with renewed vigor. Let us regroup with Captain Han first, and then we shall strategize from there. Chapter 29, Shirley. In no time, Ming Nan arrived at the location where Han Shuoyang and the two corpses were. Seeing them safe and sound, recovering in place, he let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Wang Wan and her group had not launched an attack. Upon encountering Han Shuoyang, Ming Nan fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to begin. After much contemplation, he simply recounted the situation at the cave to Han Shuoyang and the others. Upon hearing Ming Nan's account, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. We must rally ourselves. This is not the time for sorrow. If we are to grieve, we must first deal with that wretched uncontrollable one. After a brief silence, Han Shuoyang shook off his despondency and encouraged everyone. Ming Nan, take the two of them to find the captain. I will remain here to sense the enemy's movements and restrain them, ensuring they do not escape. In just a few sentences, the subsequent tasks were established. Without allowing Ming Nan and the others to say more, Han Shuoyang exchanged locator devices with them, waved his hand, urging them to leave, and resumed his position to recover from his injuries, turning his attention to sensing the situation in the cave. Glancing at Han Shuoyang's locator, Ming Nan observed the scattered green dots on the map, with the most prominent being 7 dots flashing in the same location, along with their 4 dots and another group of 5 dots rapidly approaching. Realizing the whereabouts of Shirley and his team, Ming Nan swiftly picked up one of the dots and set off again. Since his evolution, Ming Nan had been in a constant state of tension, unable to relax. He felt he was nearing his limits, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. At this moment, he would not allow himself to falter. As he sped along, accompanied by the two corpses, Ming Nan felt his stamina waning, his pace slowing. However, after approximately half an hour of relentless travel, he finally encountered Shirley and his team. This brought Ming Nan immense relief. He had not failed the task entrusted to him by Han Shuoyang. Briefly, he updated Shirley on the situation. Listening intently, Shirley's already serious expression became even more fearsome. In that brief moment, Ming Nan broke out in a cold sweat, nearly losing his balance as Shirley seemed to transform into a colossal beast, exuding an aura of terror. Well done. Shirley nodded at Ming Nan before gesturing for his teammates to take over for Liu Yahui and the guard. His deep voice resonated with an icy tone. No sooner had he spoken than he shot forward like a cannonball, creating a gust of wind as he vanished from their sight. The corpses only heard a series of explosive sounds ahead as trees toppled in Shirley's wake. The sounds gradually faded into the distance until they were no more. Witnessing Shirley's ferocity, Ming Nan was genuinely startled, a phrase springing to mind that aptly described Shirley, a ruthless man with few words. He had not forgotten his own purpose. After enduring so much hardship, the prospect of feasting on flesh was tantalizing. He could not afford to leave empty-handed. With this thought, Ming Nan felt a surge of energy, shaking off his fatigue as his speed surged once more, disappearing from the sight of the corpses. While he may not possess the same explosive vigor as Shirley, Ming Nan's pace was equally impressive. Meanwhile, Shirley, who had been charging forward, slowed down and dampened the sounds he made as he neared Han Shuoyang's position. Although he appeared somewhat agitated, his ascent to the role of leader at the gathering place indicated his intelligence. He understood that while haste was necessary, he could not afford to alarm the enemy with excessive noise now that he had arrived at their destination. After ensuring Han Shuoyang was safe, Shirley's tense expression relaxed slightly, though it remained cold. What is the situation? His weighty voice cut straight to the point, devoid of unnecessary pleasantries. This was Shirley's style. 500 meters to the 11 o'clock position, and another location remains unidentified, Han Shuoyang replied. Shirley nodded, indicating his understanding, and retrieved a dark brown powder he had shown Ming Nan before, applying it swiftly. After completing the task, he rotated his neck and set off alone toward the position reported by Han Shuoyang. When he was within 50 meters of the target, he halted abruptly. With a surge of power, he stomped down, causing the ground to lower dramatically and crack open. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Shirley charged forward with ferocity. No longer concealing his presence, the distance was too close for the enemy to escape now. At that moment, a partially recovered mutant dog lay nearby, devouring a guard on the ground to expedite its healing. Upon hearing the sudden explosion, it turned both heads towards the noise, a flicker of concern crossing its eyes. However, when it glanced toward an empty spot to the right, the worry dissipated, replaced by lethargy as it resumed feasting. But just as it lowered its head again, an acute sense of danger surged through its body. Realizing the impending threat, the mutant dog instinctively attempted to flee, but it was already too late. A colossal fist, crafted from immense rock, descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing down upon its main head. Smack! Its primary head burst apart like a watermelon. The massive rock hand then seized its secondary head, spinning the entire body like a whirlwind before slamming it into the ground. Boom! With a decisive stomp on the remaining head of the mutant dog, another watermelon exploded. The ground trembled thrice with Shirley's powerful tread, marking the definitive end of the mutant dog's life, which had plagued Ming Nan and the corpses for so long. Not even a sound escaped its lips. Everything unfolded with effortless grace, an embodiment of sheer dominance. Chapter 30. Lava. Shirley appeared to have accomplished a trivial task after finishing. He shook off the blood that stained his hands and carelessly discarded the corpse of the mutated dog to the side, no longer paying it any heed. At this moment, Shirley's entire being was composed of rock. His stature had doubled in size, reaching an imposing height of 4 meters, robust and colossal. Yet, this transformation did not hinder his movements. Rather, it amplified his strength and speed. The tremors of the ground seemed to awaken something within Shirley, propelling him forward in a powerful stomp towards the right side of the mutated dog. With each step, he harnessed the vibrations to enhance his perception, honing in on the target's location. Without hesitation, he raised his fist and unleashed a devastating strike upon the ground. Boom! Sand and stones erupted. A ripple danced in the distance. Without a moment's pause, he stomped again towards the flickering ripple, delivering another punch. This time, the ripple intensified, suggesting a dual evolutionary branch. Standing firm, Shirley furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he scrutinized the shimmering ripple. He took a decisive step forward, his demeanor turning serious as he aimed another punch at the ripple, his rock-like fist faintly aglow with a crimson light. Roar! Another strike missed its mark, and Shirley let out a furious roar, flames suddenly erupting from his rocky form. The flames intensified, growing more vibrant and engulfing his body, causing the rocky exterior to gradually turn red. The fusion of fire and stone melted the rock, flowing over his skin, meeting the flames once more, merging, ultimately transforming into lava. The molten rock enveloped him entirely, replacing his skin. Cracks appeared on the surface, revealing glimpses of the fiery glow within. He stood there. The surrounding air, ground, and trees instantly warped and ignited by the searing heat. Yet, Shirley remained unfazed, his gaze cold and indifferent as he observed the distorted surroundings consumed by his flames. In this moment, Shirley dwarfed the mutated dog, rendering it insignificant. If his earlier dominance was his fundamental essence, then now, the flowing lava upon him added a layer of ferocity. With a resounding roar, a wave of heat erupted from within him, sweeping over everything in proximity. The already burning trees were instantly reduced to ashes, scattering and shrouding the jungle in a gray haze. With a stern expression, Shirley surveyed the scene, his brow furrowed, as silence enveloped him, the swirling ashes blanketing him, devoured by the lava coursing over his form. He stood quietly, eyes closed, silently attuning to the vibrations, missing no subtle sound around him. His previous strike had failed to draw out his adversary, who now seemed to have vanished entirely, leaving no trace. A kilometer away, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. Thud! A mouthful of blood erupted from her lips. Wang Wan, who should have been nearby Shirley, appeared here, supporting herself against a tree. She gasped for breath, her entire body charred, with every inch of her skin melted away, leaving no unscathed surface. Beneath the remnants of her facial skin emerged an unfamiliar visage, ordinary and unremarkable, easily forgotten in a crowd of corpses. Shirley, her face, marred with scars, radiated hatred, her expression grotesquely fierce as she struck the tree beside her, silently etching his name into her memory. The force of her action reopened her wounds, causing another spurt of blood, her grip on the tree tightening. Enduring the pain coursing through her, her expression contorted further, teetering on the edge of madness. She fought to maintain her composure, unwilling to linger any longer, hastening towards the periphery of the disturbance. She could not afford to lose her sanity now. As her form flickered, ripples enveloped her, her figure gradually dissipating. Shirley remained in place, sensing the area for nearly half an hour. He feigned departure only to return 3 times, ultimately confirming that the uncontrollable entity had indeed fled. Although uncertain of how the escape transpired, Shirley understood that the rogue would never allow a seed of dual evolutionary branches to be exterminated so easily. It was expected for them to possess 1 or 2 hidden cards. With a sigh, Shirley relinquished his molten state, watching as the flowing lava gradually solidified, adhering to him like a second skin. Shaking his head, He made his way towards Han Shuiyang. At that moment, Ming Nan soared in from the distance, landing beside Shirley. "It's me, Captain Shi. Wait, wait, wait," Ming Nan exclaimed, terrified as Shirley's fist came hurtling towards him. He had initially feared that the rogue had returned for a surprise attack and instinctively prepared to retaliate. Thankfully, he realized in time. His reflexes swift enough to avoid a fate akin to the mutated dog. "Captain Shi, you were absolutely magnificent back there." Ming Nan instinctively rubbed his head, a shiver running down his spine. He had arrived here a moment after Shirley, hoping to lend assistance but quickly decided it was best to observe from the sidelines. A choice that proved wise. "Captain Shi, do you still want the corpse of that mutated dog? May I take it?" he asked. "Sure. Consider the mutated dog as a reward for your efforts this time," Shirley replied, casting a bemused glance at Ming Nan before nodding slowly in agreement. "Grateful." Ming Nan expressed his thanks, reflecting that all the turmoil had been for this piece of meat. However, as he recalled the upheaval of this mission and the fallen guards, his spirits gradually dampened, the earlier elation fading. First, he found Pang Bin, relieved to see him still alive, which provided some solace for Liu Yahui. Then, he slung the mutated dog's carcass over his shoulder, catching up with Shirley, who had already moved on. They walked in silence until they reached Han Shuiyang, who similarly shook his head, indicating he had not sensed the direction of the rogue's escape. Chapter 31. The trials conclude. Upon returning to the gathering place, all but those tasked were present in the training grounds. Before them lay the lifeless bodies of fallen guards, nearly 100 of them standing in somber silence, gazing at their former comrades who would never rise again. Memories of shared experiences flooded back, sorrow, pain, anger, complex emotions etched on each guard's face. Standing aside, Ming Nan wore a conflicted expression, his heart heavy as he observed these resilient guards, now revealing their true feelings due to the loss of their comrades. A man may shed tears, but only when the moment calls for it. Witnessing the scene deeply affected Ming Nan. He understood that unseen by them, a multitude of souls silently protected them. Their quiet sacrifices and steadfast vigilance along the city's periphery had secured the tranquility of their lives. On the viewing platform, Shirley observed the expressions of the troops below, a flicker of sorrow crossing his usually stoic face, which he quickly concealed. He then bellowed, "Enough of this cowardice. The departed have gone. This is not the time for grief. We shall avenge our fallen comrades through action, not through lamentation and blame. Remember our duty. We are the guardians of the city's edge. The moment we became protectors, we accepted the possibility of sacrifice. We fear not death. Let go of meaningless sorrow. Fulfilling our tasks is the best tribute to their sacrifices. This mission has unveiled numerous issues regarding our existence, and I bear my share of the blame. For the upcoming tasks, we must first identify all mutated creatures within the interference zone, leaving no stone unturned. Secondly, we must conduct a thorough investigation into how the rogue entities infiltrated our ranks. I will pursue this relentlessly to provide an account for our fallen comrades." After expressing so much, Shirley took a deep breath, casting one last glance at the troops. Noticing the rekindled fire of determination in their eyes, he nodded and departed from the training ground. He needed to report the latent dangers within the gathering place and the guard squad to the higher command, uncertain of how many rogues had infiltrated. As Shirley left, Han Shuiyang appeared before all the guards, first overseeing the respectful handling of the fallen guards' remains, then commencing the assignment to bolster the patrols and intensify the search for intruders. Eventually, only Ming Nan remained in the training grounds. Han Shuiyang approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and spoke sincerely. "Ming Nan, I owe you my gratitude for your contributions. Without you, I shudder to think of the outcome." Shaking his head, Han Shuiyang appeared despondent and guilt-ridden. "This is merely what I ought to do." Ming Nan scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. Noticing Han Shuiyang's somber demeanor, he could not help but exclaim, "Oh, do I need to comfort you? You've just undergone a major evolution, and your vitality is severely depleted. You ought to rest." With a light tap on Ming Nan's head, Han Shuiyang managed to smile, regaining his usual demeanor. "All right. Captain Han, make sure to keep those mutated dogs safe for me. Rest assured, they will be well cared for." Han Shuiyang waved goodbye and left the training ground, leaving Ming Nan alone. It was indeed a long night. A sliver of dawn pierced the darkness, gradually illuminating the training grounds with radiant sunlight. The vibrant hues of morning heralded new hope, as the trees and foliage brimmed with renewed vitality. "How beautiful," Ming Nan murmured, extending his hand to feel the warmth enveloping him. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax and drift into slumber. At 3 in the afternoon, Ming Nan awoke, driven by hunger. The previous night's exertion had been overwhelming, and the fierce battles, coupled with the energy expended post-evolution, left him famished. Glancing at the clock, he sighed. The cafeteria was unlikely to serve meals at this hour. Unable to sleep due to his growling stomach, he sat up and activated his stimulation technique to provoke his parasitic vitality and soothe his stomach, simultaneously distracting himself. By 5 o'clock, unable to contain his impatience, Ming Nan hurried to the cafeteria. His hunger was unbearable. In a whirlwind, under the astonished gaze of the cafeteria staff, he devoured the freshly prepared meal in a matter of moments. Thankfully, meals no longer required exchange for mutated creatures. Otherwise, he would have been utterly depleted. Contentedly patting his belly, Ming Nan resolved to check on the recovery progress of Lu Yahui and the others, making his way to the infirmary. Upon entering, he found Lu Yahui sitting cross-legged on a hospital bed, diligently practicing his activation technique. Not wishing to disturb his focused effort, Ming Nan quietly waited nearby. Although it seemed somewhat uncoordinated, it was certainly preferable to having no legs at all. As Lu Yahui activated his technique, the muscles in his legs appeared to be rhythmically kneaded, reminiscent of a sculptor molding clay. Watching Lu Yahui's new limbs, Ming Nan recalled the words of Tang Junguo, emphasizing that these replacements differed from those sold in parts stores. If one were to lose limbs and replace them, it was imperative to stimulate the new appendages to adapt and integrate with the body, allowing them to gradually feel as natural as the original. However, this process would significantly delay the evolution timeline. It was clear that Lu Yahui was keen on minimizing such delays, which explained his diligent training to activate his new legs. As Ming Nan observed Lu Yahui's transformation, he instinctively licked the remnants of his half-tooth, reassured that this minor activation should not consume too much time. With this thought, Ming Nan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 32. Return to the city. How is the recovery going? Opening his eyes and seeing Ming Nan, Lu Yahui nodded at him earnestly. Ming Nan turned his gaze towards the still unconscious Pang Bin and inquired, "What about Pang Bin?" "Rest assured, he will be fine." As Lu Yahui looked at Pang Bin, a fleeting sorrow crossed his eyes, but he quickly composed himself and asked Ming Nan, "Which evolution academy are you planning to apply to?" Repeating Lu Yahui's question softly, Ming Nan shot him a surprised glance. Soon realizing that Lu Yahui mistakenly believed he was also a high school senior. Understanding this, he pondered for a moment, recalling the prestigious schools that Tang Junguo had previously mentioned, and replied with firm resolve, Dongming Evolution Academy. Upon hearing Ming Nan's choice, Lu Yahui murmured it to himself, nodded, and fell into deep contemplation, not noticing Ming Nan's departure until he left the infirmary. Outside, Ming Nan inquired with a guard he encountered about Han Shuayang's whereabouts. After searching for a while, he finally found him in the cafeteria. Observing Han Shuayang finishing his meal, Ming Nan felt his own stomach rumble, realizing he had digested his food. Emboldened by the disdainful glance from the serving staff, he approached to grab a portion of food and sat beside Han Shuayang. "So, did you offend Master Sun?" No. Hee, Ming Nan awkwardly replied. Not lingering on the topic, Han Shuayang continued eating, seemingly aware of Ming Nan's intent. Without looking up, he spoke directly in Ming Nan's ear. Captain Han, I'm here to ask if I can stay in the gathering area until the summer vacation ends." "Oh." Han Shuayang raised his head, turning to Ming Nan with an expression of surprise, jokingly saying, "What? You want to stay here as a guard?" "I couldn't ask for more." This time, Han Shuayang set aside his meal, turned fully towards Ming Nan, and nodded, "That idea is quite good. It wouldn't be impossible to accommodate your request." Upon hearing this, Ming Nan's heart swelled with excitement at the prospect of having another month to enhance his system's vitality. However, he soon plummeted from elation to despair. But, due to yesterday's incident, all gathering areas are currently under surveillance and self-inspection, and outsiders are temporarily prohibited. At this point, Han Shuayang paused, gauging the atmosphere before his voice once again reached the despondent Ming Nan's ears. "Moreover, from what I've gathered, the events of yesterday were not isolated to our gathering area. It was not a coincidence." "What?" Startled by this revelation, Ming Nan's voice rose an octave, drawing the attention of nearby guards, who resumed their meals after confirming nothing was amiss. Placing a finger to his lips, Han Shuayang gestured for Ming Nan to keep quiet. "The information has been sealed. This is all I can share with you. Focus on your studies. If you wish to join the guard team in the future, you will always be welcome here." Realizing the gravity of the situation from Han Shuayang's words, Ming Nan refrained from further pressing the issue of staying in the gathering area. By the way, please send my regards to Teacher Tang. Will do. Reflecting on this, Ming Nan felt immense gratitude towards Tang Junguo for providing him with this opportunity. Otherwise, he might still be at home, fretting over where to find mutant animals to obtain system rewards, struggling to achieve even the first stage of physical vitality, albeit with a few minor setbacks. This experience had given Ming Nan a deeper understanding of the world, unveiling the potential threats lurking within it. Akin to the sword of Damocles that constantly reminded him to remain vigilant on his path of evolution, Ming Nan felt an almost surreal disorientation as the scene shifted abruptly, leaving him feeling out of place. The vehicle first transported Pang Bin to the hospital, with Lu Yahui accompanying him in the rear compartment. Upon arrival, it seemed that the hospital staff had already been notified, as they stood waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Receiving Pang Bin and ushering him into the operating room, Ming Nan, we shall meet at Dongming Evolution Academy. While he was lost in thought, Lu Yahui knocked on the car window, interrupting Ming Nan's reverie. He left a parting remark before turning away and boarding a nearby black sedan. Just as Ming Nan was about to explain, the vehicle had already driven off. He sighed in resignation, realizing he would have to wait for an opportunity to visit Pang Bin and hopefully encounter Lu Yahui for clarification. With his parents absent from home at this hour, Ming Nan decided to first visit Tang Junguo to report his safety and bring along some mutant dog meat. Speaking of mutant dogs, Ming Nan was impressed by Han Shuoyang's thoughtfulness. Not only did he have someone clean and prepare the meat, but he had also skillfully removed the entire hide. Arriving at Tang Junguo's residence, he was about to knock when the door swung open. You arrived. What did you bring? Noticing the bag in Ming Nan's hand, Tang Junguo smiled. Placing the dog meat on the table, Ming Nan grinned and said, Teacher, I brought some dog meat as a token of respect. You rascal. Spare me the flattery. What about your front teeth? Glancing at the bag of dog meat, Tang Junguo half joked, but suddenly his expression turned serious. This dog meat, where did it come from? Tell me in detail about your experience during the training. Chapter 33. Nocturnal conversations. Upon witnessing such a profound reaction from Tang Junguo, Ming Nan felt compelled to conceal certain details and recounted the events of his recent trials in meticulous detail. Tang Junguo furrowed his brow, and when he heard that Ming Nan had actually completed a first-stage evolution, he cast a surprised glance in his direction. Yet, he refrained from interrupting, patiently allowing Ming Nan to finish his narrative. However, upon hearing the term out of control, Tang Junguo's expression shifted dramatically, becoming grave and serious, maintaining this demeanor until Ming Nan concluded his tale. Nevertheless, that lad Han Shuoyang seems to be faring quite well. My expectations of him have not been in vain. At the mention of Han Shuoyang, Tang Junguo nodded in approval, after sharing his experiences from the past month. Noticing Tang Junguo's change in countenance at the mention of the out of control, Ming Nan hesitated to speak. Yet, thinking of Wang Wan and the threats posed by the out of control, he could not suppress his curiosity. Teacher, what exactly are the out of control? Initially reluctant to broach the subject again, Tang Junguo, seeing the earnestness in Ming Nan's gaze, took a deep breath, paused thoughtfully, and replied with a tone laced with disdain. The out of control can refer to a zombie or an organization. They emerged only after the theory of evolution was refined several decades ago. They comprise a group of failed evolutions, disordered activation sequences, and mentally deranged individuals. Nearly every member is a lunatic. Every moment, zombies fall into the category of the out of control for various reasons, and once they do, it is irreversible. Hence, the government has established specialized facilities to contain them. Their presence is felt across the globe. They also carry out assassinations targeting certain prodigies or significant figures. So you must exercise caution. Their current target is Lu Yahui, but after these recent events, they might have taken notice of you. Rest assured, in interference zones, they typically dare not show themselves, preferring to lurk in the shadows. After a brief pause, Tang Junguo continued, the out of control reveres freedom, and their so-called freedom is a rebellion against the theory of evolution. They believe that evolution interferes with the natural progression of zombies, forcibly evolving them and stripping them of their essence. Their ideology posits that zombies should behave like the primal, bloodthirsty creatures of ancient times. That is the true nature of a zombie. They consume raw flesh, even the flesh of living beings, believing this to be the most authentic form of evolution, a behavior they hold in high esteem. Their ultimate aim is to liberate all zombies' inherent natures, deluding themselves into thinking they are saviors of all zombies. Yet, in truth, they are merely a collective of madmen. Having finished his exposition, Tang Junguo's throat grew dry. He poured himself a glass of water and, with a serious expression, advised Ming Nan, "In any case, should you encounter them again, you must prioritize your safety." After absorbing Tang Junguo's description of the out-of-control, Ming Nan swallowed hard, the image of Wang Wan flashing momentarily in his mind. He had not anticipated that the out-of-control was such an organization, and he felt a surge of urgency, as though the proverbial sword of Damocles hung precariously above him. Tang Junguo glanced at the time and clapped Ming Nan on the shoulder, saying, "Ming Nan, stay for lunch. You'll be feasting on dog meat today. It's been ages since I've savored the taste of evolved mutant meat." "Indeed, Xiaonan, do stay for a meal. It feels like forever since we last met after the holidays." Tang Junguo's spouse chimed in, as Ming Nan occasionally visited their home on weekends for study sessions. "Don't be coy, it's settled then. I'll speak to your parents," Tang Junguo declared cheerfully, giving Ming Nan's shoulder another hearty pat, causing him considerable discomfort. Of course, the primary reason Ming Nan stayed was that he still had several questions he had yet to ask, not merely to partake in the mutant dog meat. As Tang Junguo's spouse retreated to the kitchen to prepare the meal, Tang Junguo feigned irritation and remarked, "By the way, I must say, you've been quite secretive. Just last month, when the holidays began, I thought you had merely activated your bodily vitality, yet here we are, just a month later, and you've completed your evolution." With that, Tang Junguo raised his hand again, inadvertently causing Ming Nan's shoulder to suffer yet another blow. Rubbing his sore shoulder, Ming Nan felt a mix of frustration and resignation. Despite his own physical evolution, he was still no match for Tang Junguo's casual strikes. He inwardly lamented the wisdom that age brings. He wondered just how formidable Tang Junguo truly was compared to Shirley. Noticing the question in Tang Junguo's eyes, Ming Nan hastily relayed the story he had prepared, mindful that he could not divulge details about the system. "Teacher, the truth is, I activated my bodily vitality long ago. Yet I had not anticipated evolving so swiftly. That day outside the city, I stumbled upon something resembling a fleshy tumor. I was utterly famished, so I consumed it. And ever since, my bodily vitality has been remarkably active. It only settled down after my evolution was complete. Also, after consuming that tumor, this bone spur developed on my fist." As he spoke, Ming Nan clenched his fist, showcasing the bone spur to Tang Junguo. The spur had proven useful during his trials, and he knew it could not be concealed, so he chose to reveal it, reasoning that its origin as a tumor was not entirely untruthful. A fleshy tumor? A bone spur? Gazing intently at the spur on Ming Nan's fist, Tang Junguo stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully, deducing that fleshy tumor could very well be a remnant left by a zombie that underwent a dual evolution. "I'm not entirely certain, but your finding it is indeed a stroke of luck." Tang Junguo did not press further, recognizing that every zombie possesses its own unique opportunities. Since Ming Nan had shared this, he would take it as truth, for each zombie harbors its own secrets. "From what you've described, your evolution category should be flying spikes. That is manageable. Your bodily vitality has just completed its evolution, and it will likely exhibit instability over the next few days. Be cautious, however. This is a normal phenomenon. The duration of instability varies among zombies. Once you navigate this adaptation phase, you will officially enter the early stage of first-stage evolution." "What does instability entail? It wouldn't lead to a sudden rampage, would it?" Ming Nan inquired urgently, needing to clarify this point, for he did not wish to find himself in a predicament without recourse. Upon hearing Tang Junguo speak of the adaptation phase, Ming Nan suddenly comprehended, particularly when he recalled the physical education teacher, the muscular figure. It dawned on him that the teacher had been in an adaptation phase all along, explaining his consistently imposing physique. Chapter 34. Homecoming. If one's evolutionary classification is a flying spike, it seems rather benign, merely an elongation of the fingernails and toenails. With this thought, Ming Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, recalling his running shoes, which had been pierced by his toenails, he quickly decided it was imperative to purchase a pair of slippers. Nodding in understanding, Ming Nan grasped the meaning behind Tang Junguo's words, just as Tang Junguo's voice resonated once more, cautioning him about his bone spurs. It would be best not to use them before his parasitic abilities evolved, lest it hinder the activation progress of his parasitic traits. Upon hearing this, Ming Nan was taken aback. He had been utilizing the bone spurs extensively over the past month. Did this imply that his already sluggish activation progress would be further delayed? This thought cast a shadow over his mood, but he quickly reconciled with it. After all, the bone spurs had proven to be immensely beneficial during this month. Without them, his efficiency in gaining vitality would have been significantly diminished, perhaps even preventing him from evolving his physical vitality. The bone spurs had indeed accomplished remarkable feats, particularly during encounters with mutated dogs, significantly amplifying his attack power. Thus, if the progress was slow, so be it. By the way, teacher, I wish to venture outside the city to continue my training. However, I cannot leave the gathering area at this moment. Are there alternative methods to exit the city? Originally, Ming Nan intended to remain in the gathering area for a month of training. Yet, due to the unforeseen incident involving the out-of-control individuals, he was unable to stay as the area was undergoing scrutiny. He had no choice but to seek alternative routes. Ming Nan was also aware of the exorbitant prices of mutated meat. A single mutated chicken would cost Zhang Yin nearly half a month's salary and was still in short supply. If he were to spend the remaining month working part-time for money, he would likely be unable to afford even one mutated chicken. Moreover, regarding the vitality required by the system, the increase provided by a single mutated chicken was utterly inadequate to meet the system's demands. It would be far swifter to hunt for his own food outside the city. Hearing Ming Nan's words, Tang Junguo furrowed his brow and fell into contemplation. Observing Tang Junguo's expression, Ming Nan sensed a glimmer of hope and patiently awaited his response. Eventually, Tang Junguo sighed and advised Ming Nan. There are ways to leave, but I would not recommend venturing outside at this juncture. The crisis involving the out-of-control individuals has not been fully resolved, and the uncertainties of leaving the city are considerable. Furthermore, the resources I have reported to the school for approval should be available once the semester begins. If your sole intention is to expedite the activation of your vitality through mutated meat, the school is likely to supply you with some every month as an incentive, especially now that you have completed your evolution. They may even increase the resources provided. Tang Junguo earnestly counseled Ming Nan. But upon seeing his unwavering expression filled with hope, he paused and sighed once more. If you truly wish to go, you may consider checking with the hunting team. But do take time to ponder this decision. At that moment, lunch was ready, and the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes that made Ming Nan's appetite surge. However, noticing the weighty concerns etched on Tang Junguo's face, he refrained from asking further questions and focused earnestly on his meal. After finishing his meal, he bid farewell to Tang Junguo and his wife. Earlier, he had felt somewhat hesitant to indulge in the dog meat, but even the few pieces he consumed had remarkably boosted his vitality, nearly equivalent to that of a mutated chicken. Reflecting on the hunting team Tang Junguo mentioned, Ming Nan finally saw a potential avenue to gain vitality. However, observing Tang Junguo's demeanor during lunch, he remained cautiously vigilant, planning to scout the team before making any decisions. The prospect of receiving monthly supplies of mutated meat from the school after the semester began was indeed a pleasant surprise. On his way home, Ming Nan first purchased a pair of sandals to avoid the inconvenience of his shoes being pierced during the adjustment period. After securing the footwear, he noticed he still had time to spare and stopped by a parts shop to replace a broken front tooth. Otherwise, his appearance would be quite bothersome, making eating and speaking cumbersome. Life suddenly took on a more comfortable rhythm, and Ming Nan found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this ease. Reminiscing about the thrilling and tense existence outside the city, it seemed that such a life was what he truly desired. After some time, Ming Hua and Zhang Yin returned home one after the other. Noticing Ming Nan's door closed, they refrained from disturbing him. After all, with their son being so diligent, what could they possibly complain about? It wasn't until breakfast was prepared that Zhang Yin knocked on Ming Nan's door, calling, "Xiao Nan, come out for breakfast." Upon hearing Zhang Yan's voice, Ming Nan opened his eyes and responded, licking his front tooth, feeling that he was nearly done with the stimulation. Soon, it would be indistinguishable from the original. Fortunately, this time only his front tooth was damaged. After finishing breakfast, Ming Nan was pleasantly surprised to discover that his vitality had increased by 54 points. Had he not pretended to be full halfway through the meal, Ming Hua and Zhang Yin would have insisted on saving the rest for him, refusing to eat otherwise. Fortunately, they ultimately consumed some dog meat, allowing Ming Nan to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing his efforts were not in vain. Having consumed so much mutated meat, Ming Nan realized an important truth. Even for the fourth category, eating more mutated meat was beneficial for physical vitality. Thus, although he needed vitality, he did not consume everything himself. Nevertheless, he still required an additional 182 points of vitality to obtain the system box once more. Ming Nan noted that the vitality content within the bodies of mutated animals after the first evolution was astonishingly high. He pondered whether the remaining dog meat would suffice to accumulate the 182 points needed. Perfectly, he could rest at home for a few days, finish the dog meat, and then head to the hunting team to explore any unique opportunities there. Chapter 35, The Brain Domain Activator. 3 days later, at midnight, Ming Nan sat solemnly at the dining table, his gaze fixed intently on the kitchen, eagerly awaiting Zhang Yin to bring the dishes to the table. Over the past few days, Ming Nan had subsisted almost entirely on dog meat, and his vitality had surged to an impressive 276 points. However, he had only 1 meal's worth of mutant dog meat left. When Ming Hua and his wife caught sight of the state of Ming Nan's fingers and toenails, they were horrified, fearing he had contracted some strange illness. They rushed to drag him off for a checkup. But Ming Nan had to explain to his parents that his physical vitality had undergone an evolution. Initially skeptical, the couple only came to believe him after confirming the news with Tang Junhua over the phone. The unexpected joy felt like a rejuvenation, making them feel as if they had shed years, and they spent the entire day unable to sleep from excitement. Finally, the long-awaited dishes were completed, and Ming Nan could hardly contain himself as he began to eat. When his vitality reached 299 points, he abruptly froze mid-bite, startling Ming Hua and his wife. What happened? You were eating so well, then suddenly stopped. Is it another adaptation phase? They wondered. No worries, I just realized I hadn't washed my hands before eating. I'll go wash up, he replied with a mischievous grin. I've never seen you wash your hands in the middle of a meal. It's quite odd. Life needs a bit of ceremony, you know, he chuckled, glancing at the 299 vitality points. He dashed to the restroom to wash his hands and splash his face. As he swallowed the last of the mutant dog meat, a system prompt flashed in his mind for the first time, making him feel that his efforts hadn't been in vain. Acquired Brain Domain Activator. Ming Nan calculated that consuming an entire mutant dog could potentially increase his vitality by approximately 500 points. The realization left him momentarily speechless, imagining the rewards if he could hunt a first-level mutant creature every day. In his room, Ming Nan closed his eyes and opened the system container, revealing a bottle of blue liquid resembling the enhancer. However, unlike the enhancer's fluid nature, this activator sparkled with countless glimmering points, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself and drank it down without hesitation. Unlike the enhancer's watery texture, the activator offered a subtle sweetness upon entry, enveloping him in a refreshing sensation that felt like a gentle spring breeze. However, familiar with the enhancer's unpredictable effects, he remained vigilant, bracing himself for any potential backlash. Gripping the iron rod meant for biting. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and the anticipated pain failed to materialize. Instead, Ming Nan felt his brain domain vitality surge with newfound vigor, his mind sharpening as if nourished by a clear spring, making the world around him appear vividly clearer. This sensation persisted, leading him to conclude that the activator's effects were far more gentle compared to the enhancer. The two substances contrasted sharply. The activator simmered slowly, while the enhancer seared like a fierce flame, offering a delightful and invigorating experience. Having confirmed the effects of the activator and noting it was still early, Ming Nan decided to visit the hunting team mentioned by Tang Junhua to gain insights into their activities. After informing his parents, he stepped out, and Ming Hua and his wife, now reassured about their son, did not press him further. Honey, have you noticed that since our son started high school, he seems to have transformed into a diligent student? Ming Hua remarked, glancing toward the entrance. Zhang Yin shot him a look, replying, Are you not satisfied that our son is working hard? They exchanged amused glances, chuckling together. Meanwhile, Ming Nan, oblivious to his parents' conversation, was already seated in a taxi heading toward the hunting team. Initially intending to walk through the familiar city, he realized he could not locate the new hunting team's location. After a 10-minute ride, he arrived at the site of the hunting team, staring at the circular building before him. Wasn't this previously the location of the Administrative Service Center? Now transformed into the hunting team's headquarters, he pondered where the Administrative Service Center might be, assuming it still existed. The grand sign that once read Administrative Service Center had been replaced by Hunting Hall. Upon seeing the word hunting, a wild energy surged through him. To accommodate the large undead, the entrance to the hunting hall was notably expansive. Upon entering, he was greeted by an array of bizarre zombies. Among those he had seen before, one particularly muscular undead creature crawled on all fours, its sinewy muscles exposed, seemingly preparing to engage in some transaction at a counter. Its tongue flicking out, nearly splattering saliva on the working undead staff. This creature bore a resemblance to the Lickers from the Resident Evil franchise, yet its eyes remained intact, and its head looked like that of a standard zombie. To its left, two others ambled together. One was disproportionately built, with an immensely muscular upper body and unusually short, bent legs, appearing almost unable to support its own weight. The other was more typical, its body a pale blue, skin cracked, exuding a chilling breath with each gasp. Overall, Ming Nan felt as if he had stepped into a chaotic hall filled with fantastical monsters, with himself as the most ordinary presence among them. However, this perception was merely his own illusion, as he was hardly any different from them. Chapter 36. The Freedom Squad. The particularly peculiar corpses were undeniably conspicuous, causing those of a more typical appearance to be overlooked. Upon finding an empty counter, Ming Nan inquired of the attendant within, "May I ask how to process the paperwork for hunting outside the city?" Upon hearing his voice, the expressionless attendant, who was typing away at the keyboard, glanced up at Ming Nan and replied, "Team name, member information, hunting application. What if I don't have a team?" "No team. Our city currently does not facilitate individual corpse hunting outside the city. If you wish to leave, you must first find a team on the second floor or establish one yourself, and then have the team leader come to process the paperwork." With that, the attendant returned to his typing, disregarding Ming Nan further. Feeling somewhat dejected, Ming Nan scratched his head, realizing he had overlooked a critical detail. Individuals could not process exit paperwork alone. However, the attendant's words had illuminated his path. Without further ado, Ming Nan headed straight to the second floor. Upon arrival, he found the layout similar to the first floor, but the attendants appeared exceedingly busy, with a line of corpses silently queuing at each counter. Gazing at the content displayed on the electronic screens before each counter, Ming Nan quickly understood. The scrolling text proclaimed, "Long-term recruitment for various evolved zombies. Miscellaneous tasks. No limit on numbers. Full-time and part-time positions available. The only requirement is experience." The Baitan Squad is recruiting one faceless, with or without experience. The Explosion Squad seeks one Frost, with excellent benefits. The Tongue King Squad is looking for a super brain, guaranteeing efficiency. We're waiting for you. The XX Squad requires miscellaneous workers. Overwhelmed by the plethora of information, Ming Nan found himself at a loss as to which team to approach. Although he had some experience from a previous encounter, it had merely been within a secured area established by the guard team. Doubts began to creep in. The available positions for flying stabs seemed scarce. Most teams sought experienced candidates, while the majority were looking for control and perception types. These two categories had the highest demand. Standing in the bustling second-floor hall, Ming Nan felt a sense of abandonment by the world. Yet, upon reflection, he understood the team's perspectives, after all. No one desired to take on an inexperienced and unstable part-time corpse. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a corner counter where a particular notice piqued his interest. The Freedom Squad was recruiting corpses. Driven by a sense of adventure, Ming Nan approached the counter and gently tapped the surface, addressing the drowsy attendant, "Excuse me. Are you recruiting for flying stabs?" Awakened by the commotion, the attendant, a young man with a pair of lifeless eyes that suggested perpetual fatigue, slowly registered Ming Nan's presence. As he shook off his drowsiness, he exclaimed with sudden vigor, "Yes, indeed. Please take a seat for a moment while I summon our team leader. Fill out this form." He then turned and shouted, "Team leader, come out to meet a candidate. A corpse is here for an interview, and he has a flying stab. Hurry." After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, a languid voice drifted from afar. Turning to look, Ming Nan saw a middle-aged man with exceptionally long arms. Appearing as though he had just awoken, lazily slumped in an electric wheelchair, maneuvering it slowly toward them. Upon seeing the team leader, Ming Nan felt a sense of unease. Beginning to understand why this squad had no requirements and yet had not garnered any members. Silent, he prepared to take his completed form and leave. However, the quick-witted young man snatched the form from his hands, glanced at it, and nodded approvingly, stating, "Well done. Just the type of corpse we need." He handed the form to the middle-aged man in the wheelchair, and feeling compelled to stay, Ming Nan stood in place as he awaited the leader's review. The middle-aged man slowly accepted the form, scrutinizing it silently. 5 minutes later, after a prolonged examination, Ming Nan was about to inquire if he had made any mistakes when the man spoke. "You are Ming Nan, correct? Please wait a moment while I register your entry into the team." Without granting Ming Nan a chance to respond, he dashed downstairs. Observing this scene, Ming Nan felt a whirlwind of confusion as he stood at the counter, sensing he had boarded a ship destined for peril, yet lacking evidence to support his suspicion. As their gazes locked, the atmosphere seemed to freeze for an instant. "Is it really this casual?" he thought. his lips twitching at the sight of the young man with the lifeless eyes. "Oh, by the way, I'm Ji Xiaoyu, and this is our team leader, Ji Shixiu. I will notify the other members. Please wait here for a moment, and I will introduce you to them when they arrive." With that, he rushed off to contact the other squad members. The team leader, noticing Ji Xiaoyu had sprinted off, feared an awkward silence. Ming Nan felt it was prudent to break the ice. "Team leader? Ji team leader." After calling out several times, Ji Shixiu seemed to finally hear him. Slowly turning his head with a bewildered expression. Seeing his new team leader in such a state, Ming Nan thought to himself, this is a disaster. But maintained a facade of calm. He chuckled awkwardly, responding, "Hee, it's nothing." Chapter 37. Team members after leaving the hunting hall. Ming Nan followed Ji Xiaoyu as she turned into a small community adjacent to the hall. Once inside, Ji Xiaoyu led Ming Nan to a firewood storage room. She rummaged through her pockets for a while, only to realize, oh no, I forgot the key. With an awkward smile directed at Ming Nan, she first pulled over the wheelchair and gently placed Ji Shixiu on the ground. Observing Ji Shixiu's passive demeanor, Ming Nan felt a strange pang in his heart. Ji Xiaoyu, standing atop the wheelchair, tugged at her left arm with her right hand. With a swift motion, she pulled it off. And Ming Nan heard a distinct pop as she effortlessly wielded the detached limb, reaching through a small window above the door. Moments later, the lock clicked open, granting them entry. Is this really how it works? Ming Nan sighed silently, resigning himself to the situation. Upon entering the firewood room, he surveyed the neat interior, which appeared to be a combination of several storage rooms. 2 beds were positioned on either side, one facing the bathroom, while a small table stood in front of the other bed, indicating that even in minimal space, it was well equipped. "Please, make yourself comfortable, Ming Nan. Once the other team members arrive, we shall convene," Ji Xiaoyu warmly invited, while pouring him a glass of water. "Thank you." Just as Ming Nan settled in, an impatient voice echoed from outside. The door suddenly swung open with a loud bang, and a fiery figure burst into view. "Xiaoyu, where's the new member? Don't let him escape this time." A woman in her 30s, clad entirely in crimson, stood at the entrance, her vibrant hair flickering like flames, suggesting a fiery temperament. "Red Ant, I told you to be careful when opening the door. Look, now it's broken again." Ji Xiaoyu sighed, glancing sympathetically at the damaged door before introducing Ming Nan. "Ming Nan, this is Zhu Yuhong. You can call her Red Ant. She is one of the veterans in our team." Before Ming Nan could respond, a fireball suddenly hurtled towards him. He instinctively dodged, yet the relentless fireball pursued him, refusing to relent. As he glanced back at Zhu Yuhong, he prepared to counterattack, but the fireball abruptly vanished without a sound. Zhu Yuhong nodded, her gaze scrutinizing Ming Nan, and declared with authority, "Not bad. I approve of this teammate. Finally, a reliable addition to our team. There's hope yet." Although the fireball earlier lacked the overwhelming ferocity of Shirley's molten lava, it was undeniably more intense than the flames emitted by mutated dogs. At that moment, a stout figure appeared behind Zhu Yuhong, nearly filling the doorway with his imposing frame. He hesitated to enter, overshadowed by Zhu Yuhong's presence, and remained standing behind her. "Go, you're here. Ming Nan, everyone is here. We can start the meeting." Ji Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Zhang Hong behind Zhu Yuhong. Zhang Hong sheepishly grinned, scratching the back of his head. When Zhu Yuhong stepped aside, he squeezed through the door, finding a spot to sit. "Captain, the meeting has commenced." "Huh, where's the captain?" Suddenly realizing something, Ji Xiaoyu rushed outside to retrieve Ji Shixiu, who had been lying to the side, and placed him back in the wheelchair. She smiled apologetically at the others. After the introductions, the 4 members lined up at the foot of the beds, and the room fell into a solemn silence. All eyes fixed on Ji Shixiu, who seemed to awaken slowly. He took a breath, blinked, and finally mumbled, "Get to the point already. You're dragging this out," Zhu Yuhong exclaimed, kicking him onto the bed, her impatience palpable. "At this rate, we'll be here until next year. Ming Nan, right? Xiaoyu has informed us of your abilities, and I find them commendable. Here's the plan. Once night falls, our team will organize an outing beyond the city to test your skills in the field and facilitate some team bonding. Your subsequent arrangements will depend on your performance tomorrow." With that, she cast a glance at the lounging Ji Shixiu, huffed, flipped her hair, and stormed out, exuding an air of decisiveness. "Then let us proceed as Red Ant suggested." Ji Xiaoyu looked at Ming Nan with a hint of concern, explaining, "Don't take it personally. Our captain was once very formidable. He is a dual evolution branch. Ever since he merged with the parasitic flesh of a sloth, he has changed drastically." Ming Nan, taken aback, glanced at Ji Shixiu, not particularly surprised by the dual evolution aspect, but rather by the notion that a corpse could merge with the parasitic flesh of such an animal. Explaining his sluggishness. Xiaoyu, I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow, Zhang Hongda announced as he prepared to depart. Ming Nan, noticing his intention, bid farewell to Ji Xiaoyu and followed Zhang Hongda out. Once all the team members had left, Ji Xiaoyu gazed at Ji Shixiu with a mixture of exasperation and concern. Dad, Ming Nan, our captain wasn't he always like this? Before merging with the sloth's parasitic flesh, he led our free team to a measure of fame outside the city. With his dual evolution physical vitality, he was a formidable force. A combination of tank and claws, a veritable mutant beast of destruction. In those days, sigh. As she reminisced about the past, Zhang Hongda's expression grew fervent, filled with admiration and longing, but ultimately, it all culminated in a heavy sigh. Ming Nan, however, seized upon a key phrase from his words, the dual evolution physical vitality. The combination of tank and claws. Could it be that dual evolution introduces an entirely new category? This query lingered in Ming Nan's mind. Yet he chose to hold it for a more opportune moment to consult Tang Junhua. Chapter 38. Stepping beyond the city once more. As the sun set around 6 in the evening, Ming Nan arrived punctually at the team's stronghold. Upon his arrival, he sensed that the other members had been waiting for quite some time. Oh, little brother, I thought you were too afraid to show up. If it weren't for the hunting hall's rule that we must leave the city with 5 corpses, we wouldn't be in such a passive position, Zhu Yuehong remarked, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction and provocation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to see everyone already gathered and awaiting his presence, Ming Nan replied, I thought I was quite punctual. But I'm glad to be here. As long as you're here, that's what matters. Let us set off quickly. With a nod of acknowledgement towards Ming Nan, Ji Xiaoyu exhaled in relief and urged the others onward. Once they were all prepared, they boarded an old-fashioned sedan, with Zhang Hongda at the wheel and Zhu Yuehong in the passenger seat, while Ming Nan and the other 3 corpses settled in the back. The vehicle headed towards the outskirts of the city. As they journeyed outside the city, this experience felt markedly different from his previous excursions. After 4 days of recuperation, Ming Nan sensed that he had fully regained his peak condition and had adapted more profoundly to the evolution process. The effects of the activator were still evident, as he could clearly feel the gradual enhancement of his brain activity. Although the progress was faint, it was consistent. The span of a single day felt nearly equivalent to the effect of an entire vial of enhancement serum. Uncertain of how long the activator's effects would last, he mused that if his brain activity continued to flourish in this manner, he could achieve complete evolution within a week. The gathering place they approached was nothing like the desolate one where he had previously trained. It resembled the hunting hall from the day before, bustling with corpses and lively shouts, and the vibrancy of the atmosphere was palpable even before entering. After parking the car, the group disembarked and entered the gathering place, mingling with other teams. Ming Nan, lingering at the back, observed the bustling locale with curiosity. This gathering place resembled a small town, with stalls lining the streets, showcasing a myriad of mutated creatures, equipment, tools, and various wares. The more upscale vendors had rented storefronts that displayed meticulously crafted items. A common theme among these shops was the advertisements for purchasing mutated animals, likely set up by major companies in the city to supply materials. At the end of the street stood a large building, where guards could be seen intermittently entering and exiting. As they passed a limb parts shop, Ming Nan noticed something peculiar. The window display featured limbs that were distinctly different from the ordinary parts found in the city. 2 enormous arms, each approximately 2 meters long, were displayed, their forearms raised at a 90-degree angle, fists clenched as if showcasing the biceps. When he glimpsed the price tag, he was nearly taken aback, contemplating whether he should sell his own arm to afford such an item. What's this? Ming Nan exclaimed, as a flash of his physical education teacher's imposing figure crossed his mind. Don't let the price fool you. It's merely standard for such items. In larger cities, there are specialized limb activation specialists who tailor limbs for corpses. Their prices? Astounding. Yet, I've heard those custom limbs can outperform the originals. So, the expense does carry its rationale, as it could enhance one's strength, Ji Xiaoyu explained. Upon hearing Ji Xiaoyu's words, Ming Nan understood and made a mental note of the limb activation specialist profession. He began to ponder whether selling his own arm for mutated animals would be a worthwhile exchange. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Realizing the increasing demands of his System S activation, ultimately, he decided that self-sufficiency was key. Navigating through the gathering place in a wheelchair for over 10 minutes, They arrived at the tallest building Ming Nan had seen earlier. Observing the sign that read guard, he confirmed his suspicions that this building housed the local guards division. Reflecting on the stark contrast with the gathering place where Han Shuyong was, he felt a sense of pity for their meager surroundings. At the entrance of the building, Ji Xiaoyu announced her intention to report inside, a customary procedure for newly arrived teams. After half an hour, she emerged, slightly out of breath but visibly excited, announcing, "Thank you for your patience. There were so many corpses inside, but we can set off now." As they rounded the building and continued forward, Ming Nan noticed that the streets on the other three sides of the guard building were even more vibrant. The entire gathering place radiated an atmosphere of bustling activity centered around the guard building, forming a cross shape. Standing at the exit of the gathering area, Zhu Yuehong's expression turned serious as she addressed the group. "This is our first venture outside the city in quite some time. Same as before, Xiaoyu will lead. Hongdao will carry, and Ming Nan, you will scout and assist me in targeting our foes." With that, Zhu Yuehong glanced at Ji Shixiu and added, "Xiaoyu, you should carry the captain and stay in the middle of the group for safety. Also, Ming Nan, since this is your first outing with us, let me clarify, our team operates on a merit basis. The more you contribute, the more you gain. However, any spoils you personally hunt will belong entirely to you." After scanning the group, her gaze settled on Ming Nan. Satisfied that there were no objections, Zhu Yuehong led the team toward the gathering place's exit. As they walked out of the area, silence enveloped them, each member vigilant, their eyes scanning the lush foliage of the surrounding forest. After walking approximately a kilometer beyond the gathering place, Zhu Yuehong halted abruptly, signaling that they had reached the interference zone. "Stay alert," she commanded, hearing her words. The corpses stiffened, their focus acute, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. Chapter 39. The Steel-Spined Wild Boar. Although Ming Nan had witnessed an interference zone once before, the urgency of that situation prevented him from fully absorbing the experience. However, this time, as he traversed through the interference zone, it felt as though he had passed through a barrier, a faint tingling sensation coursing through his entire being. Just as the group emerged from the interference zone, they had yet to survey their surroundings when suddenly, a flame surged from the distance towards them. "Be careful." Ming Nan heard the sound of fire striking an object, followed by the crackling of burning. Moments later, the charred corpse of a mutated creature drifted slowly towards them. As the body drew nearer, Ming Nan discerned that it was a mutated snake, over a meter long, completely scorched and devoid of life. Observing the approaching creature, Ming Nan thought, "This appears to be Ji Xiaoyu's evolutionary ability?" He watched Ji Xiaoyu, who was intently fixated on the mutated snake in midair. With deft control, the snake's corpse floated precisely into a bag Ji Xiaoyu had prepared. "Done. Aunt Hong is still as formidable as ever. I never expected to have such a gain right after exiting the interference zone," Ji Xiaoyu said with a gleeful expression as he tightened the bag. "Do not let your guard down. Let us set off quickly. Our destination is Corpse Fall Valley, and we must aim to arrive before dawn." Upon hearing Zhu Yuehong's words and reflecting on the ambush from the mutated creature immediately after leaving the interference zone, Ming Nan dared not relax his vigilance. Nodding earnestly in agreement. Indeed, the mutated creatures outside the interference zone were far more ferocious than those within. During their training, the mutated creatures had to be actively sought out, rarely attacking so aggressively, except for that mutated dog. The disparity in danger was stark. Just a kilometer from their gathering place, they had encountered no mutated creatures, yet upon exiting the interference zone, they were ambushed before they could even steady themselves. As they prepared to set off again, the group was markedly more cautious. Zhu Yuehong first retrieved a map from her backpack, unfurling it before the team. Pointing to their current location, she spoke solemnly. "We are here, and Corpse Fall Valley is here. We need to head northeast, then east, and finally north, circumventing those obstacles to reach the valley. Ming Nan, I will give you a few minutes to memorize the route and the symbols on the map. You will lead the way." Zhu Yuehong directed this primarily at Ming Nan, the only one unfamiliar with the route, while the other team members had been through several times, even if they had not visited Corpse Fall Valley specifically. Zhu Yuehong also aimed to assess Ming Nan's capabilities, evaluating the new recruit. Watching Ming Nan study the map, the others remained silent, waiting for him to finish before he returned the map to Zhu Yuehong. Taking a deep breath, Ming Nan nodded gravely at her, indicating he had memorized everything. "Let us depart." As Zhu Yuehong's words fell, Ming Nan sprang forth, leaping along the designated path, minimizing his movements and sound, while cautiously observing his surroundings from the air. Navigating through the dense trees, Ming Nan quickly noted that the mutated creatures outside the interference zone were indeed far more abundant. Within half an hour, he encountered several groups. Though they were merely ordinary mutated creatures, he had yet to spot anything as evolved as the mutated dog. He efficiently dealt with these creatures to fill his backpack, as at his current speed, the ordinary mutated animals could hardly escape his pursuit. Though lacking vitality, even mosquitoes were worth the effort. Every little bit contributed to his bounty. As he marked his path deeper into the jungle, Ming Nan observed that the mutated creatures were growing increasingly bizarre and larger in size. Just moments ago, he encountered a massive mutated wild boar. Its body covered in sharp spikes, resembling a porcupine. Its formidable jaws bore a pair of interlocking tusks, and its sharp teeth glinted ominously, clearly a formidable adversary. The wild boar was in the midst of hunting, its spikes launching towards a seemingly normal mutated cow charging from afar. In mere moments, the cow was riddled with spikes, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After hearing Ming Nan's account, Zhu Yuehong furrowed her brow in contemplation, all team members awaiting her decision. With a resolution in mind, the group swiftly moved towards Ming Nan's indicated position. This marked the first action of the Free Squad, despite their captain's laid-back demeanor. Ming Nan felt a surge of anticipation to witness the capabilities of his teammates, hoping they would prove as powerful as Zhu Yuehong. Crouching atop a tree, Ming Nan silently locked onto the steel-spined wild boar while awaiting the arrival of his comrades. He watched as the boar devoured the entire mutated cow, consuming it until nothing remained, bones and innards included. Witnessing this scene, Ming Nan lamented the missed opportunity. Had Zhu Yuehong and the others arrived sooner, there might have been some meat left. The steel-spined wild boar, oblivious to Ming Nan's presence perched above, continued its feast until it finally lay down to rest, completely disregarding its surroundings. As he observed the slumbering beast, Ming Nan pondered how he might confront it alone, mentally simulating various scenarios. Gazing at its spiked body, he furrowed his brow, momentarily overwhelmed by the daunting challenge before him. Chapter 40. The Valley of Fallen Corpses. He gestured toward the front, and all the team members nodded in understanding. Zhu Yuehong glanced at Zhang Hongda beside her, who immediately took off in a sprint toward the location of the spiked wild boar. As the creature came into view, Zhang Hongda leapt into the air. In that fleeting moment, his physical vitality surged, causing his form to expand dramatically. Layers upon layers of fat enveloped him, tearing apart his upper garments while his trousers, seemingly crafted from a unique, highly elastic material, remained intact despite his transformation. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Hongda had swelled into a veritable mountain of flesh, nearly 4 meters tall. This entire metamorphosis occurred in an instant as he soared upwards. Observing this spectacle, Ming Nan smacked his lips, contemplating that although he had transformed into a hefty figure, there was an undeniable charm to such a transformation. Comparing himself to Zhang Hongda, he felt a tinge of inadequacy regarding his own evolution. As Zhang Hongda, now a colossal mass, descended upon the spiked wild boar, it was akin to the weight of Mount Tai crashing down. In that moment, Ming Nan recalled the ultimate move of Qin Guohan from King of Fighters. However, the sight of Zhang Hongda, now a flesh projectile, evoked an even more terrifying aura, plummeting with unrivaled force. The two collided in an instant. The spikes met Zhang Hongda's thick layers of fat, seemingly on the brink of piercing through, yet failing to breach his skin. The resting spiked wild boar was caught completely off guard by Zhang Hongda's assault, letting out a roar of indignation, utterly unprepared for any creature daring to provoke it. Just as Ming Nan anticipated Zhu Yuehong would rally the team for assistance, an unexpected scene unfolded. Boom. Ming Nan felt the ground tremble violently as Zhang Hongda's weighty descent shook the earth, obliterating the spiked wild boar beneath him without regard for its formidable spikes. The creature's furious expression had no time to shift. It was crushed into a pulp before it could even utter a cry, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This left Ming Nan feeling somewhat despondent, astonished by the vast difference in strength despite both being at the first level of evolution. However, after witnessing the prowess of the other two corpses in the team, he began to appreciate the capabilities of this free-spirited squad. He instinctively glanced at Ji Xiaoyu, who carried Ji Shishio on her back, unable to fathom how terrifying he once was. Brother Da, the fangs and spikes are completely broken. They are hardly worth anything now. At that moment, Ming Nan and the others were passing by when Ji Xiaoyu's voice interrupted his thoughts. He tossed Ji Shishio aside and hurried to the spiked wild boar, rummaging through its remains for intact spikes. Having dealt with the spiked wild boar, Zhang Hongda reverted to his original form. Hearing Ji Xiaoyu's complaint, he chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and help. Zhu Weihong admonished Zhang Hongda before turning her gaze to Ming Nan. And you? The three hefty corpses obediently squatted beside the boar's remains, clearing away the spikes, while Zhu Weihong adjusted Ji Shirxiu's position, surveying the scene with a piercing gaze. Brother Da. That was quite a strike. The spikes didn't even pierce your skin. I can't help but feel my flying spikes seem rather weak. Ming Nan muttered quietly to Zhang Hongda, who was focused on removing spikes. Ming Nan, it's not that your flying spikes are weak. It's just a matter of approach. Besides, Brother Da is likely approaching mid-level evolution, making it easy to handle a mere wild boar. If he were to confront you, it wouldn't be so simple. Considering that speed is his weakness, Ji Xiaoyu remarked casually, effortlessly detaching spikes that flew aside, his movements remarkably efficient. Besides, if Brother Da faced me, he would be utterly overwhelmed. Zhang Hongda, still engrossed in his task, made no rebuttal to Ji Xiaoyu's words. Still chatting? Get back to work. Zhu Yuehong's voice cut through the air, prompting both corpses to shrink their heads, refraining from further conversation. Ming Nan stole a glance at Zhu Yuehong, sensing that she had taken on the role of a stern taskmaster, wielding authority over them. Given the limited conditions, they hastily cleared the spiked wild boar. The group of corpses gathered around the campfire, indulging in the roasted boar meat with gusto. Zhu Yuehong first sliced some cooked meat, gently feeding it to Ji Shirxiu, only beginning to eat herself after he had finished. Ji Xiaoyu and Zhang Hongda appeared unfazed, focused on their meals, while Ming Nan observed Zhu Yuehong with surprise, not expecting the fiery personality to exhibit such tenderness. Having finished their feast, Zhang Hongda shouldered the spikes, fangs, and remaining wild boar meat, while Ji Xiaoyu carried Ji Shirxiu, and the group resumed their journey. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, a myriad of bizarre mutant creatures emerged before Ming Nan, leaving him in awe of the wonders of life, even encountering several symbiotic mutant beasts. After hearing Ming Nan's account, Zhu Yuehong pondered momentarily, a hint of wariness crossing her features at the mention of a mutant bull, opting to steer clear of it as the team pressed onward. Along the way, Ming Nan gradually recognized the advantages of his flying spikes. Although they lacked the omnidirectional perception of the flesh projectile's fat or the fiery offensive power, the speed of the flying spikes had already secured a significant advantage, proving versatile in both offense and defense, which left him quite satisfied. As dawn approached, Ming Nan observed the environment growing increasingly desolate, with dwindling vegetation, evoking a sense of impending desertification. Recognizing the scene before him, he knew that the Valley of Fallen Corpses lay just ahead. Gazing at the stark desolation in front of him, a wave of oppression surged from within, prompting him to gather his strength and leap toward the location of his team. Chapter 41. The choice. Ming Nan had always been puzzled by Zhu Yuehong's unwavering determination to venture into the Corpse Drop Valley. Previously, he refrained from inquiring about their destination. But now that the valley lay before them, he felt compelled to understand Zhu's intentions. He wished to avoid blindly following them into potential peril. Though he had been getting along reasonably well with the members of the free team, some matters were best clarified in advance to prevent misunderstandings. Ming Nan considered himself a rather easygoing individual, yet being easygoing did not equate to being willing to be led astray. Upon returning to the group, Ming Nan fixed his gaze intently on Zhu Weihong and spoke gravely. "Aunt Hong, we are now approaching the Corpse Drop Valley. But I wish to know the purpose of our visit. The atmosphere there feels exceedingly perilous." After a brief pause, he added, "If there is no justifiable reason, I believe it would be wiser for us to hunt some mutated creatures in the vicinity, where the risks are considerably lower." The other three exchanged glances, with Zhu Yuehong and Zhang Hongda instinctively looking at Ji Shirxiu. Ultimately, Ji Xiaoyu sighed and stepped forward, earnestly addressing Ming Nan. "The truth is, we have come to the Corpse Drop Valley because we have heard that the blood and flesh of a particular mutated creature here can neutralize the characteristics of a sloth. Only in this way can our captain recover. We are left with no choice." According to legend, the valley was once a vibrant and flourishing region, akin to its surroundings. However, a zombie with an active brain domain attempted a 7th-level evolution here. The excessive activity of the rocks within its brain domain led to a catastrophic release of energy, culminating in its failure and altering the valley's environment into its current desolate state, hence the name Corpse Drop Valley. Of course, such legends may not be entirely accurate. Another account suggests that a meteorite suddenly struck the valley, reshaping the landscape, leading to another name, Stone Drop Valley. In any case, the truth remains elusive. But it is undeniable that the valley's vitality is in a state of chaotic disarray. Prior to this journey, we had already investigated the abilities of all the mutated creatures in Corpse Drop Valley, noting that they were all related to rocks, with some even being entirely petrified. Moreover, it is said that all communication devices within the valley are subject to interference, rendering them unusable, compelling us to rely solely on our eyesight. We need to locate a second-level evolved stone ape, as its heart serves as the parasitic flesh necessary for our captain's evolution, thus neutralizing the characteristics of the sloth. Upon hearing that the stone ape they needed to confront was of the second-level evolution, Ming Nan's pupils constricted, and he could not help but ask, "How are we supposed to deal with a second-level evolved stone ape? We are only at the first level of evolution. Even if we find it, we would be no match. This would be akin to seeking our own demise. You need not engage directly with the stone ape, simply assist us in locating it, and we will devise a plan." Ji Xiaoyu urged. "Captain, we must ensure his recovery. Ming Nan, we have divulged all that we know. The choice is yours. If you can aid us, even if we do not obtain the stone ape's heart this time, all the spoils we gather will be yours." Upon hearing Ji Xiaoyu's hopeful plea, Ming Nan gained a clearer understanding of the situation in Corpse Drop Valley. His expression grew somber as he contemplated whether to lend his assistance. For a moment, Ming Nan found himself torn. Helping them in the search posed minimal risk, and the prospect of reaping all the rewards was enticing. Conversely, if he chose not to assist, he would be left to fend for himself outside the interference zone. However, the only source of his discontent stemmed from the fact that they had only now revealed their true purpose, leaving him with an unsettling sense of coercion. This sentiment was uncomfortable to him. After all, the timing of information could drastically alter its nature. Had they disclosed their intentions before they set out, he would have wholeheartedly agreed to help, even fully aware of the dangers. After much deliberation, Ming Nan arrived at a resolute decision, his expression firm as he declared, "Very well, I shall undertake this task." He resolved to grant them, and himself, a chance. Upon hearing Ming Nan's affirmative response, Ji Xiaoyu exhaled in relief, while Zhu Huang and Zhang Hongda's expressions softened. Even Ji Shirxiu turned to glance at Ming Nan with a newfound depth in his eyes, though this moment went unnoticed by the others. With Ming Nan's agreement confirmed, Ji Xiaoyu felt a surge of elation. After all, when it came to speed, none of the three could match Ming Nan's prowess. "Then let us set forth," Ji Xiaoyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she addressed the group. All members nodded vigorously, invigorated by the prospect of their mission. However, Zhu Huang interjected calmly, "We are not yet familiar with Corpse Drop Valley. For safety's sake, let us travel together for the next few days. Once we gain a better understanding of our surroundings, we can decide how to initiate our search. Ming Nan, please take on the task of scouting the terrain ahead and observing the mutated creatures in the area." Zhu Yuehong's demeanor softened significantly upon hearing Ming Nan's agreement to help. "Today, we have all traveled extensively. Let us find a place to rest and regain our energy for the challenges ahead." Suppressing his lingering dissatisfaction, Ming Nan nodded slowly. Having pledged his assistance, he would commit fully rather than merely go through the motions, adhering to his principles despite the discomfort he felt. The group set up camp outside Corpse Drop Valley in a relatively safe and flat area, using the remaining wild boar meat for breakfast. After consuming the wild boar, Ming Nan's vitality surged by an additional 48 points, bringing his total to 91 points from the steel spike wild boar. He estimated that the boar possessed nearly 400 points of vitality, nearly sufficient for his self-defined first-level evolution. It was no wonder he felt emboldened to rest on the ground after the meal. Had he not encountered them, the steel spike wild boar would likely have been a dominant force in the region, yet it ultimately succumbed to Zhang Hongda's might, sealing its fate. Chapter 42. The Earthworm in the forthcoming day watch. Apart from Ji Shirxiu, the other four corpses took turns, perhaps to care for Ming Nan or to ensure he rested well, replenishing his strength for the morrow. Thus, Ming Nan was assigned the first watch, allowing him to enjoy a full night's sleep, and at a time around 8 o'clock, which was relatively early, as most corpses were still awake, making it the most relaxed and comfortable watch. However, for Ming Nan, any time would suffice, as he had spent the majority of the day actively stimulating his cerebral domain. Especially with the effects of the activator still lingering, he was determined not to squander such a splendid opportunity. Throughout the day, he had been engaged in activating his brain's faculties until the effects of the activator diminished entirely, and his cerebral activity returned to a tranquil state. Only then did Ming Nan cease his activation, wiping the sweat from his brow. He felt that the effect of a single bottle of activator was nearly equivalent to that of 2 bottles of enhancer, and the results were utterly painless, truly remarkable. Before long, Ming Nan was suddenly struck by an intense sensation of expansion in his head, akin to the feeling he experienced during physical activation, albeit less intense and still bearable. It seemed that his cerebral domain was on the brink of evolution, thanks to the activator. Otherwise, such rapid progress would have been unattainable. He hoped for a swift evolution of his cerebral domain, though uncertain of its eventual form. It would at least provide an additional layer of security in the Valley of Corpses. Stepping out of the tent, it appeared that the other corpses had long since risen. He observed them skillfully removing unwanted parts and bones, then roasting the meat over a fire. Ming Nan, emulating them, lent a hand, and soon all the meat was processed. He had learned a valuable skill. Having discarded the bones, the resulting meat was divided into 4 portions, which did not significantly add to their burden. Before long, the corpses completed their preparations and set off towards the Valley of Corpses. Upon entering the valley, Ming Nan was immediately struck by a heavy sense of oppression. The surrounding greenery had grown increasingly sparse, with rocks becoming more prevalent. The environment was dominated by jagged peaks and bizarre rock formations, where the entire color palette shifted to shades of gray and white. It was not that there were no trees here, but all the vegetation appeared to be draped in a layer of stone, creating an oddly enchanting atmosphere. Upon hearing Zhu Yuehong's words, Ming Nan solemnly nodded, refraining from unnecessary chatter as he began to sprint and leap, extending his hands and feet, employing all 4 limbs. His movements were fluid, and in an instant, he had scaled a nearby mountain. Standing atop the peak, he surveyed the expanse below, the view opening up considerably, rendering everything beneath him minuscule. He waved to Ji Xiaoyu and the other corpses, gesturing for their attention. Looking around carefully, Ming Nan realized that, apart from the direction from which they had come, the landscape ahead was indeed as Ji Xiaoyu had described, entirely composed of rocks. The rocky terrain rose and fell, all within his line of sight, dominated by the grayish-white hues. The valley was shrouded in stone. Even the mutated creatures were notably scarce. Gazing down from his vantage point, the valley below appeared desolate and silent, creating an illusion of a world completely at a standstill. Plucking a leaf from a nearby stony tree, Ming Nan discovered it to be merely a thin shard of rock, which crumbled to the ground upon a gentle squeeze. After brushing off the debris from his hands, he glanced at Ji Xiaoyu, who, along with the others, was progressing along the path ahead. Observing their direction, Ming Nan began to race along the mountain's edge. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Frowning, he wondered if it was merely his imagination, but without overthinking, he instinctively leaped aside. Boom! At that very moment, a shadow burst forth from the rocks, appearing precisely where Ming Nan had just stood. Witnessing this scene, Ming Nan was seized by a wave of terror. Cold sweat pouring down his brow, silently thanking his quick reflexes. Had he hesitated even for a second, he would have been devoured by the monstrous creature. Without a moment to spare, Ming Nan leapt towards the location of Ji Xiaoyu and the other corpses. In midair, he glanced back at the creature that had attacked him. It was a beast resembling an earthworm, as thick as a person could embrace, its mouth brimming with fangs, and its 2 eye stalks fixated intently on Ming Nan, secreting a corrosive liquid that dripped onto the rocks, turning them blackened and charred. Meanwhile, below, Ji Xiaoyu and the others regarded Ming Nan with vigilance, their expressions filled with apprehension. What was that? Zhu Yuehong inquired gravely, glancing at the spot where Ming Nan had just been. Ming Nan briefly described the creature he had encountered. Although he had escaped its attack, there was no sign of relaxation on his face. An earthworm? Zhu Yuehong mused, uncertainty in her voice. However, typical earthworms do not grow to such immense sizes. Without closer observation, I cannot ascertain if that creature was indeed an earthworm. Ming Nan expressed his confusion. An earthworm? Yes, a symbiotic mutant beast with the forms of a snail and an earthworm, though generally they do not reach such gigantic proportions. We must move quickly. If it is indeed an evolved earthworm, we may be in serious trouble. Upon finishing, Zhu Yuehong urged the corpses to hasten their departure, adding as she walked, ordinary earthworms measure no more than an arm's length and are slow-moving. They secrete a corrosive liquid that aids their mobility through soil. However, even then, in sandy or rocky soil, they can only achieve the usual speed of the corpses. Typically, as long as we avoid the corrosive liquid, earthworms pose little threat. Of course, if we come into contact with the liquid, we must promptly discard any affected body parts. If not addressed swiftly, the corrosive substance will spread throughout the body. Thus, remember, when dealing with earthworms, never touch their corrosive liquid. As for whether the creature you encountered was indeed an earthworm of that size, this is my first encounter, and I am uncertain of its speed within the rocks. Boom. Just as Zhu Yuehong was about to continue speaking, a sudden violent tremor surged beneath their feet. Without time to ponder, The corpses swiftly dodged to the side. Just as they moved away from their original position, a resounding crash erupted from below, revealing that the earthworm, which had been atop the mountain, had now appeared at their previous location. Chapter 43, Battle with the Snail Worm. This evolved snail worm traversed underground at a speed that was only slightly slower than Ming Nan's. Hongda, hold it back. Xiaoyu. Upon seeing the snail worm launching an attack, Zhu Yuehong shouted fiercely, assigning tasks with unwavering decisiveness. Flames erupted around her as she swiftly conjured a fireball in her hands, which she hurled towards the snail worm's position. Before she could set down Ji Shishio, Ji Xiaoyu concentrated fiercely, activating the potential of her brain. At that moment, Zhu Yuehong's fireball struck the snail worm, which was immobilized. There were two thunderous explosions, and gaping, bloody holes appeared on its body. Attempting to struggle, it found itself ensnared by Ji Xiaoyu, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Ming Nan leaped towards the snail worm's wounds, frantically digging into the flesh that had been blasted by Zhu Yuehong's attack. He quickly realized that the snail worm's flesh could not entirely resist the corrosive liquid, only its outer skin provided protection, much like how some venomous snakes fear their own poison. As Ming Nan jumped back, Zhang Hongda charged towards the snail worm's location without hesitation. Transforming into a projectile mid-charge, he rolled forth, carving a long path into the rocky ground. Surrounding him, green mist emanated from his body, thickening as he rolled forward until he reached the snail worm, completely enveloped in gas, resembling a verdant ball that crashed into the creature's wounds. With a roar, the snail worm finally broke free from Ji Xiaoyu's control, thrashing wildly as corrosive liquid poured from its body like rain. To Ming Nan's astonishment, Zhang Hongda remained unscathed, though the green mist around him began to thin. Clinging tightly to the snail worm, he occasionally belched, the mist escaping his mouth to replenish his defenses, though it could not keep up with the snail worm's onslaught. The corrosive liquid poured forth from the snail worm in torrents, attempting to shake off Zhang Hongda's grasp. Observing this, Zhu Yuehong launched two more fireballs, commanding, Xiaoyu. As the fireballs struck the snail worm again, Zhang Hongda, whose green mist had thinned to the brink, was compelled to release his hold and retreat. Just a little more. If only he could recover. Zhu Yuehong sighed, casting a glance at Ji Shishio on Ji Xiaoyu's back. Ming Nan shared her sentiment, feeling helpless as their coordinated effort faltered, allowing the snail worm to escape. The thought of the lurking snail worm filled him with apprehension. The unseen enemy is always the most formidable. Unexpectedly encountering such a troublesome symbiotic mutant beast upon entering the corpse drop valley, you wondered what other challenges awaited them. Let us rest for now. The snail worm is gravely injured and will not reappear shortly. Rest assured, if it dares to show itself again, it will meet its end. Zhu Yuehong's encouraging voice resonated among the group of corpses. Supporting the exhausted Ji Xiaoyu and taking Ji Shishio from his back, Ming Nan solemnly nodded. The snail worm's corrosive liquid is too potent for me to approach. We were so close. However, I noticed that its flesh seems unable to withstand the corrosive liquid either. Perhaps we can exploit this weakness. Oh, Zhu Yuehong glanced at Ming Nan, anticipating his elaboration. Aunt Hong. The snail worm is a symbiotic mutant beast of a snail and an earthworm. What about its shell? Ming Nan posed a question to Zhu Yuehong before revealing his thoughts. After a moment's reflection, Zhu Yuehong replied, when the snail worm sustains fatal injuries, it curls into a ball, its body gradually petrifying and becoming incredibly hard, entering a state of dormancy. The shape it curls into resembles a snail's shell, having assimilated into part of its being. Understanding dawned on Ming Nan as he continued. I observed that when the snail worm is heavily injured, the corrosive liquid spews out uncontrollably. Additionally, I noted that flames seem to inflict severe damage upon it. Even after evolving, it has not shed its essence, it still fears fire. My plan is to injure it first, then use the corrosive liquid to flood its wounds. How do we flood it? That terrifying corrosive liquid, who would dare to handle it? Ji Xiaoyu, regaining a bit of strength, gasped incredulously. Noticing Ji Xiaoyu's recovery, Ming Nan fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent. As they locked eyes, Ji Xiaoyu appeared bewildered, his expression shifting as he glanced around, realizing the absence of corpses and pointing at himself in confusion. Ming Nan nodded reassuringly, as if to say, yes, it's you, don't look elsewhere. Brother, am I supposed to call you brother now? I can't handle this. Don't put me in this position. This task should fall to Dagu. Ji Xiaoyu shuddered at the thought of the snail worm, exclaiming, how am I supposed to flood it? I can manage control. But this task is beyond me. Exactly. It's all about control. Ignoring Ji Xiaoyu's despondent expression, Ming Nan articulated his thoughts to the group. Upon hearing Ming Nan's plan, The team members nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Ji Xiaoyu, increasingly convinced that Ming Nan's strategy was viable. They had been blind to the possibilities, failing to realize that Ji Xiaoyu's abilities could be utilized in this manner, truly a case of fixed thinking hindering their efforts. Even Ji Xiaoyu, after hearing Ming Nan's proposal, ceased his protests and seemed to agree with the plan, as if this approach appeared simpler to him. Chapter 44, The Swarm of Butterflies after the task was assigned. All the corpses sat in place to restore their strength, eagerly anticipating the next arrival of the snail worm, eager to showcase their abilities. They resumed their search for the stone ape, but this time the corpses were far more cautious, fearing the emergence of another mutated beast at any moment. Ming Nan continued to ascend the mountain, leaping between peaks, gazing at the unchanging hues and the endless expanse of rocks surrounding him. He couldn't help but reflect on the formation of such a landscape, wondering if the immense power of evolution could truly alter such a vast environment. It could only be said that his imagination was limited by his current level of evolution, and perhaps only upon reaching that pinnacle would he uncover the answer. Unable to fathom it any further, Ming Nan ceased his pondering. Throughout the night, no attacks occurred, nor did they encounter any mutated animals. The corpse drop valley lay in eerie silence, as if the entire world consisted solely of their 5 corpses. The group sat together, silently consuming smoked meat, with only the sound of chewing breaking the stillness. Each corpse bore an expression of exhaustion, not from physical fatigue, but from the constant vigilance required in such a vast valley, where other mutated beasts could lurk unseen. Thus, their minds were perpetually alert, leading to inevitable weariness over time. Zhu Yuehong and Zhang Hongda remained silent, their expressions resolute, clearly resonating with what Ji Xiaoyu had expressed earlier. Observing this, Ming Nan shifted the conversation, declaring, "Since we must continue, let us not be morose. Today, you all should rest well while I keep watch during the day." Ming Nan's insistence was not born from a desire to be the benevolent leader, but rather from the realization that if they persisted in this manner, they would be worn down before any mutated beast could attack. Moreover, he rarely slept during the day, dedicating that time to activating his brain domain. Rather than remaining idle, he deemed it more efficient to allow his comrades to recuperate. Initially, Zhu Yuehong was reluctant to agree, considering Ming Nan's heavy responsibilities. If he were to guard them throughout the day, he might lack the energy to continue the search at night. Without giving them a chance to respond, Ming Nan spoke again, his tone resolute. Eventually, Zhu Yuehong and the others acquiesced, although they said nothing. It was evident they understood Ming Nan's intentions, their gazes toward him revealing a newfound depth. For the 3 corpses of the free team, witnessing their leader in such a state was a significant blow, akin to losing their anchor. Even Zhu Yuehong, known for her fiery temperament, was merely putting on a brave front. Ming Nan observed everything quietly as he sat outside the tent, gazing at the surrounding cliffs, and commenced activating his brain domain. As the sun reached its zenith and began its descent, Ming Nan opened his eyes, alertly scanning his surroundings. He sensed a slight disturbance nearby, faint yet undeniable. However, upon inspection, there were no living creatures, only an overwhelming silence. Ming Nan dismissed the notion of it being a mere illusion. With his extensive experience, anyone who would naively assume it was just a figment of the imagination would undoubtedly meet their demise. Without hesitation, he roused the 3 resting corpses, maintaining a vigilant demeanor. At that moment, he noticed a figure in the distance, a butterfly. However, as it drew nearer, he realized it was not just one, but an entire swarm. The butterflies were clustering together, flapping their wings in unison, forming a massive entity, a giant butterfly swarm. Zhu Yuehong's voice pierced through Ming Nan's thoughts, tinged with apprehension as she recognized the creature. "All corpses, run. Find somewhere to hide." Heeding her words, the corpses fled without hesitation, eventually taking refuge in a crevice formed by a mountain's fissure. Only then did they pause, realizing the swarm did not pursue them, and they collectively exhaled in relief, albeit puzzled, as they turned to Zhu Yuehong. Gasping for breath, Zhu Yuehong cast a wary glance back at their previous location and spoke with a mix of relief and dread. The butterfly swarm is a symbiotic mutant beast. Individually, they pose little threat, easily dispatched. However, a collective of them is truly terrifying. As she spoke, her expression morphed into one of sheer terror. "Before I joined the free team, when I had just evolved and ventured out for the first time, a fellow newcomer stumbled upon a nest of butterflies. He carelessly dispatched a few butterflies, reveling in his triumph. When he returned to the team with the nest, I still vividly remember the fear etched on our leader's face upon seeing it. Without a word, he turned and fled. But it was already too late. A swarm of butterflies emerged before us. Zhu Yuehong continued, recounting the horror of the swarm that had formed a colossal butterfly, moving with astonishing speed, its silent wings creating a tempest. Those who lagged behind were devoured without a trace, while even the swiftest could not escape the relentless stingers. In the end, only she managed to escape, as the rest of her team was consumed by the swarm. Though Zhu Yuehong spoke with an air of nonchalance, the remaining corpses could easily envision the perilous scenario she described, and the image of the butterfly swarm haunted their minds. They swallowed hard. And it was clear that Zhang Hongda and Ji Xiaoyu were hearing this account for the first time, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, realizing the gravity of the situation. The corpses shivered involuntarily, and they hastily gathered their usable supplies, steeling their resolve for the journey ahead. No one anticipated that on their first day in the corpse drop valley, they would face 2 assaults. Fortunately, they had suffered no casualties, a silver lining amidst their misfortunes. As they set out once more, Ming Nan cast a glance at the 3 corpses, who had grown notably silent, and a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Chapter 45, The Kill. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Although they still lingered on the outskirts, as they ventured deeper into the Valley of Corpses, Ming Nan noticed an increasing number of mutated creatures, each more formidable than the last. Most were evolved beings, and ordinary mutated animals were nearly absent. A team, relying on Ming Nan's reconnaissance skills, managed to evade much of the peril. However, despite their efforts, they appeared as ragged refugees, their clothes tattered and their demeanor disheveled. Various types of mutated creatures, camouflaged, burrowing, and communal, emerged incessantly, rendering the Valley of Corpses their dominion. Each corpse bore varying degrees of injury. Among the most terrifying creatures encountered was a double-evolved stone tortoise nestled within a crevice, its rock-like shell the only visible part. When Ming Nan and the others, unsuspecting, rested beside this colossal rock, it was abruptly awakened. Instantly, the ground trembled as the formidable stone tortoise, akin to a small mountain, furiously pursued Ming Nan and his companions, spewing rocks like cannonballs. Fortunately, their swift legs and the tortoise's sluggish movements spared them from dire losses. Who could fathom how a tortoise could mutate to such an extent? Far removed from its aquatic origins to dwell in this valley? Well, the 3 corpses nodded in resignation. Despite their frugality, they could not withstand the depletion of their resources. Most mutated creatures in the Valley of Corpses turned to stone upon death, rendering them inedible. Even Ming Nan, having bravely sampled the taste akin to chewing wax, discovered that these creatures did not increase in vitality, leading him to abandon the idea entirely. Continuing to search in their current state would only heighten their risks. Over these 2 days, with Ming Nan's daily vigilance and repeated early reconnaissance of enemies, the 3 corpses' impressions of him underwent a significant transformation, deepening their trust in him. Thus, they had no objections to his words. Furthermore, as their search intensified, Ming Nan uncovered a troubling issue. Prolonged engagement in flying stabs and the consequent depletion of stamina led to a marked decline in physical vitality. When this state reached its zenith, bodily vitality would become utterly submerged. To address this concern, Ming Nan directly inquired with the other members of the team. After 2 days of camaraderie, they were willing to enlighten him. Zhang Hongdao explained that this was a normal phenomenon. Vitality was akin to a corpse. It required rest when fatigued. After recuperation, vitality would naturally be restored. Moreover, Zhang Hongda added that such a depletion of vitality could be beneficial, hastening the adaptation period following evolution, a conclusion he had drawn from personal experience. When Ming Nan and the corpses finally glimpsed a hint of green ahead, their hearts brimmed with joy, and they could not help but inhale deeply. After enduring the staleness of rocky dust for so long, the fresh air of nature rejuvenated their spirits. Just as they prepared to depart the Valley of Corpses, a thunderous rumble erupted beneath their feet. Upon hearing this sound, Ming Nan immediately thought of the earthworm and was astonished to find it waiting for them at the entrance. The corpses exchanged resigned glances as they evaded the assault from below. Suddenly, an earthworm surged violently from the ground, revealing a large, unhealed wound on its neck. Seeing this, Ming Nan bellowed, "I'll draw its attention. You all exit the valley first." With that, he vanished and reappeared in front of the earthworm, his sharp claws poised to strike at its unhealed wound. Due to the wound's incompleteness, it had yet to be covered by corrosive fluid, making it the only viable target for Ming Nan's attack. With a sharp sound, The newly emerged earthworm felt a sudden pain as its nearly healed wound was torn open once more, an excruciating agony enveloping it. Angrily writhing, it attempted to burrow back into the ground. Unfazed by the furious creature, Ming Nan swiftly leapt towards the distance. As Ming Nan fled, the earthworm, with its razor-sharp maw, howled in rage and plunged back underground, pursuing him relentlessly. Zhu Yuehong and the other corpses, seeing Ming Nan divert the earthworm, wasted no time and dashed towards the exit. However, upon reaching the boundary where gray met green, an unexpected scene unfolded. From beneath the ground, another earthworm emerged. Initially, Zhu Yuehong and the others thought it was the one chasing Ming Nan, but upon closer inspection, they realized this earthworm was unscathed and even larger in size. In that moment, the trio understood that another earthworm lay in ambush. Crisis. At this instant, despite their exhaustion, they had no choice but to confront it. The three corpses exchanged glances, recalling Ming Nan's earlier strategy. Zhang Hongda roared, charging towards the obstructing earthworm without hesitation, channeling all his vitality, transforming into a living projectile. Green mist seeped from every pore of his body. As Zhang Hongda neared the earthworm, Zhu Yuehong gathered flames in her hands, launching 2 fireballs ahead. The ambushing earthworm, seeing the fireballs hurtling towards it, attempted to conceal itself underground. Just then, Ji Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. As the earthworm prepared to move, it hesitated for merely a moment. And in that fleeting instant, the fireball struck. Boom. The dual sounds of impact erupted as the earthworm, nearly uprooted by Zhang Hongda, ignited, its skin scorched to near oblivion. The green orb, simultaneously, corroded its flesh at a visibly accelerated pace. The earthworm, felled by the fireball, could only endure as its own corrosive liquid devoured its flesh. Its body writhing in futile resistance, the strength dwindling with each passing moment. Ultimately, the earthworm's form was entirely consumed, vanishing from existence. Only the long black mark left on the ground attests to its past existence. Until the annelid was utterly eradicated, Zhu Yuehong's body nearly succumbed to exhaustion, nearly collapsing to the ground. In contrast, Ji Xiaoyu fared somewhat better. After all, for him, this encounter merely involved controlling the corrosive liquid, which was not as burdensome as the full exertion required to manage the annelid. Ming Nan, just as the three corpses prepared to rest and regain their strength, they suddenly sprang to their feet, disregarding their fatigue, eager to catch a glimpse of Ming Nan's departing figure, intent on assisting him in vanquishing the annelid. Bang! At that moment, a shadow descended from the heavens, landing before the corpses, startling the three into a momentary shock. As they discerned the figure, their bodies trembled, poised to launch another attack. "It's me." Fortunately, Ming Nan's voice resonated just in time. He shook off the weight of the annelid's corpse and appeared before the three. Upon seeing Ming Nan, the three were taken aback once more. Zhang Hongda immediately activated his vitality, transforming into a more robust form to shield them. The sight of Ming Nan was undeniably alarming. His entire body bore no unscathed area, the exposed skin seemingly melting away. Most notably, his face was nearly unrecognizable. And if he remained silent, one could easily cast him in a portrayal of a human crisis. After such a struggle to defeat this creature. "Surely you all recognize me now?" Ming Nan remarked with a touch of resignation, gingerly touching his disfigured face. "You actually managed to handle it alone?" Ji Xiaoyu's incredulous voice broke the moment. Hee. Ming Nan chuckled sheepishly, as the other corpses stared at him with wide eyes. Chapter 46. The Victor. "I will draw it away. You all escaped the valley first," Ming Nan bellowed, luring the monstrous worm away into the distance. Feeling the creature's persistent pursuit from beneath the ground, Ming Nan sprinted desperately, yet he found himself unable to shake off the relentless beast. With no other options, Ming Nan had to confront the creature, leading it to a bizarre forest of stone formations. He paused momentarily before leaping away, the worm erupting from the very spot he had just vacated. Faced with the enraged creature, Ming Nan felt akin to a corpse attempting to bite a porcupine. Utterly unable to make a move, especially since the porcupine was determined not to let him pass. Rationally assessing the situation, he recognized that the worm's most fearsome trait was its corrosive fluid. Though its ability to burrow was indeed formidable, the noise it created while doing so was substantial, allowing a swift corpse to evade its attacks with relative ease. Yet, Ming Nan stood there, frustrated and glum, calculating how to buy time for Zhu Yuehong and the others to escape. Sensing the moment was right, Ming Nan believed they must have already fled the valley. He leaped onto a nearby stone tree, observing the worm below, blood gushing from its wounds. He continued to hop among the stone trees, calmly monitoring the worm's every move, searching for an opportunity. However, the worm was quick to learn. and having suffered once, it was now fiercely guarding its injured side, denying Ming Nan any chance to strike. As he navigated the stone grove, his form became increasingly elusive, acutely aware of his dwindling vitality. Realizing that attacking its wound was futile, a glint of ferocity flashed in Ming Nan's eyes, prompting a shift in strategy. With nimble footwork, he altered his direction multiple times, darting left and right until he found the ideal moment to attack the worm, which remained fixated on him. Utilizing his marginally superior speed, Ming Nan lunged toward its wound. Yet, the worm seemed to anticipate his move, suddenly turning, its maw filled with jagged teeth aimed directly at him. Witnessing this, Ming Nan felt no fear. His gaze remained unwaveringly cold. With arms outstretched, he propelled himself forward, diving headfirst into the creature's mouth. Once inside the worm's belly, a fierce light ignited in Ming Nan's eyes. The true contest of speed was about to commence. You wish to consume me? I shall grant you that. As he plunged deeper into the creature, he unleashed a frenzied assault, clawing, tearing, piercing, biting, and using his bone spurs with reckless abandon. It was a frantic race against time. Would he vanquish the worm, or would it digest him first? As he ravaged the worm's esophagus, making his way to its stomach, the creature writhed in fury, attempting to expel him, but it was too late. Within the creature's stomach, Ming Nan relentlessly targeted its innards, while the corrosive gastric juices began to eat away at his flesh. Thankfully, these stomach acids were far gentler than the creature's corrosive liquid. Ming Nan cared not for this self-destructive method. Survival was the ultimate victory. The stomach acid corroded his skin, yet he pressed on. It eroded his claws, but he adapted, using his hands and feet to strike. As his claws deteriorated, he utilized his bone spurs and teeth to continue the onslaught. Gradually, the worm's body weakened, its thrashing growing feeble. Ming Nan seemed tireless, a whirlwind of fury, until at last, he inhaled the fresh air from outside. He knew then that he had triumphed. He was the ultimate victor. Ming Nan recounted his harrowing battle against the worm to the three corpses, downplaying the peril he faced, yet they listened with bated breath, fully aware of the danger he had encountered. The three corpses shared how they had utilized the worm's corrosive fluid to their advantage. And upon hearing that his strategy bore fruit, Ming Nan felt a swell of joy. Noticing the numerous wounds upon Ming Nan's body, Zhang Hongda took it upon himself to hoist the now lifeless worm onto his shoulder. The creature, nearly 5 meters in length, had completely lost its vitality, and the secretion of its corrosive fluid had ceased. Zhang Hongdao observed Ming Nan's previous position, where it seemed he had donned the worm as a cloak. Shaking his head, he hefted the creature's carcass and shook it off, ensuring any remaining corrosive fluid was discarded. For it would be inconvenient to maintain a flesh-like form while being slippery with corrosive liquid. Rest assured, this worm is your solitary conquest. It is a trophy belonging solely to you, Zhang Hongda stated. Ming Nan, who had not given it much thought, nodded in understanding, his mind racing with calculations of his vitality and the potential gains from the entire worm. Acquiring vitality was paramount, gazing at his current total of 143 vitality points. He noted he needed 257 more to earn the next system reward. If he had accurately calculated the vitality of the mutated dog, this worm would yield at least 500 points. Upon returning to the jungle, the corpses felt a wave of relief wash over them, though they remained vigilant, aware that they were still outside the interference zone, where formidable mutated creatures lurked. Chapter 47. Respite. As they once again set foot on the land of the gathering place, the group of corpses felt a profound sense of relaxation. While Ming Nan and his companion strolled alongside the bustling streets, cries of "How much for that mutated snail?" echoed around them. 80,000. I'll take it. I'll offer 85. Vendors of exotic creatures and shopkeepers alike flocked to Zhang Hongda, who was shouldering the prized snail. In a fervor to inquire about its price or to make their own bids, savvy observers could easily recognize this as an evolved specimen. Despite some severe damage to its exterior, its intrinsic value remained undeniable. Witnessing this scene, Ming Nan was taken aback, astonished by the price of this evolved delicacy. This was merely the purchase price. He could only imagine how much it would fetch once transported to the city, likely doubling in value. After struggling to maneuver through the throng, Zhu Yuehong led the group to a fairly decent hotel, where they secured a large suite. Once inside, all the corpses collapsed onto the sofa, utterly fatigued. Zhang Hongda handed the snail to Ming Nan, advising him to rent a storage room at the guard station. Otherwise, the heat of the day would quickly spoil the meat. Of course, if he could eat quickly enough, storing it in the hotel fridge could suffice as well. The most pressing concern, however, was that he had no money. The suite Zhu Yuehong had booked was well-equipped. Ming Nan intended to clean the snail in the bathroom first. Noticing this, Ji Xiaoyu came to assist him in the cleaning process, diligently removing the corroded portions. After over an hour of meticulous work, they finally divided the meat and placed it in the refrigerator. At that moment, Ji Xiaoyu showcased his culinary skills, braising, steaming, frying, and dry frying. "I had no idea you were such a talented cook," Ming Nan exclaimed as he beheld the lavish spread of snail dishes, his mouth watering. Unable to reconcile it with the revolting appearance it had once presented, he gave Ji Xiaoyu a thumbs up. Ji Xiaoyu beamed with pride, his lifeless eyes sparkling with newfound confidence. When Ming Nan tasted the dishes, he was pleasantly surprised by their exquisite flavor. He quickly called Zhu Yuehong, Zhang Hongda, and the languid Ji Shishio over to partake in the feast. The group of corpses indulged heartily, their mouths glistening with oil. After the meal, Ming Nan had gained 23 points of vitality. Though it may seem modest, considering the snail's quantity, it was evident they had consumed less than 1/5 of it. And even that was divided among 5. Just think, Ming Nan had only ingested 1/25 of the snail meat, which had granted him 23 points of vitality. Thus, the entire snail must possess around 575 points. Seated cross-legged on the bed, Ming Nan activated his healing technique to mend his skin. Fortunately, although his injuries appeared severe, they were merely superficial, sparing him from further complications. Satisfied to see his skin regaining some vitality, he decided to pause his efforts for the time being. Aesthetics were not a priority. Gazing at the starry night sky, he wandered into the living room, only to find it devoid of corpses. Perhaps they had all gone to procure supplies? Unperturbed, Ming Nan retrieved a large piece of snail meat from the refrigerator, heading to the kitchen to prepare it. He noticed that when his vitality was rapidly depleting, his hunger escalated alarmingly, yet when his vitality remained stable, he felt little hunger. Perhaps this was due to the energy being consumed? Without further ado, he began eating, disregarding the cooking process, until he had devoured the entire chunk of snail meat. Noticing a surge of 59 additional points of vitality, he longed to consume the remaining meat from the fridge. Feeling the fullness in his stomach, which could no longer accommodate more, Ming Nan sank into the sofa in a state of blissful exhaustion, sighing. This method of acquiring vitality is both painful and pleasurable, and the efficiency is rather lacking. Just then, the suite's door swung open, revealing Zhu Yuehong, Ji Xiaoyu, and Zhang Hongda, each burdened with various bags. These items were likely preparations for their next expedition to the Corpse Valley. "Ah, looking well rested," Ji Xiaoyu remarked, setting down their supplies and surveying Ming Nan with an appraising glance. With a grin, Ming Nan rose from the sofa to assist in organizing their things. Managing a semblance of order. "Have you all eaten? Feel free to help yourselves to the snail meat in the fridge. I just finished. We've already eaten. You should save that meat for yourself. The taste is sufficient." Ming Nan did not insist, recognizing the significance of the snail meat for his own vitality. "By the way, when are we departing next?" Concerned about not having finished the remaining snail meat, Ming Nan inquired about their upcoming plans so he could manage the remaining food accordingly. Ji Xiaoyu seemed uncertain about the schedule. He glanced at Zhu Yuehong, who, meeting his gaze, turned to Ming Nan. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Yuehong glanced at Ji Shishio, who was slowly entering the room in his wheelchair. "We shall rest for another day and depart the day after tomorrow. We have lost a significant amount of supplies and require additional time to procure them." At that moment, Ji Shishio wheeled himself closer to Ming Nan. Observing Ji Shishio's earnest gaze, Ming Nan scratched his head, puzzled, and refrained from urging him, patiently awaiting his words. Throughout their days together, Ji Shishio's presence had been somewhat overshadowed, and were it not for Zhu Yuehong's gentle attentions during mealtimes, Ming Nan might have forgotten he was there. All eyes in the room turned to Ji Shishio, who began to speak sincerely to Ming Nan, expressing his gratitude. After a brief pause, Ming Nan waved his hand dismissively. Feeling somewhat bashful, "Captain, we are teammates. It is only natural for me to assist. Besides, I have learned so much from everyone over these past few days. And to be honest, I haven't done much." After a minute's delay, Ji Shishio nodded and wheeled himself back toward the room. Chapter 48. The Limb Manipulation Platform. In truth, the misunderstandings that had lingered in Ming Nan's heart had dissipated over the past few days. Observing the efforts that Zhu Yuehong and the others devoted to this captain, one could ascertain through a shift in perspective that the captain must surely be an admirable individual. Otherwise, if the captain were not of exceptional caliber, such a team would have disbanded long ago. Moreover, on deeper reflection, if similar circumstances befell him within this team, Ming Nan was confident that they would extend the same unwavering support to him. It is only such a team that is truly worthy of trust, and encountering them may indeed be a stroke of good fortune. Why are you dawdling? Go rest. Tomorrow we continue our procurement. Ming Nan, focus on recovering your injuries. Aim to be fully healed before we depart. Upon returning to his room, Ming Nan found that his injuries had nearly healed. He began to stimulate the activity of his brain region. Once the effects of the activator wore off, he was uncertain how long it would take for the evolution of his brain activity to occur. However, Ming Nan believed that diligence would be rewarded with consistent effort. He could enhance his brain activity without the aid of an activator. Yet, he pondered what category his brain activity would evolve into: Shirley's Stone, Zhu Yuehong's Flame, Ji Xiaoyu's Supermind. One's Shadow. This contemplation filled Ming Nan with quiet anticipation. At 6 in the evening, in the kitchen of the suite, Ming Nan hummed a tune while watching the escargot meat gradually cook. Unable to contain his excitement, he plated it and prepared to enjoy his meal. Just then, Ji Xiaoyu's door swung open abruptly, revealing his fish-like eyes, which seemed even more profound. Upon seeing Ming Nan's cheerful demeanor, Ji Xiaoyu's eyes flared with indignation as he glared at him. What the heck? Ming Nan, did you misjudge your evolution category? What have you been doing in the kitchen all day? I couldn't even sleep because of the noise. Hearing Ji Xiaoyu's words, Ming Nan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, especially when he met Ji Xiaoyu's gaze. He pointed to the escargot on the table and stammered. Just a little preparation? Preparation, my foot. Brother, spare me, he retorted, slamming the door shut and burying himself under the covers to continue sleeping. 2 hours later, Ming Nan reappeared at the dining table, where Zhu Yuehong and Zhang Hongda looked on with curiosity. Ji Xiaoyu cast a resentful glance at Ming Nan, who, feeling the weight of his stare, forced a chuckle and said, "Ha, brother you, please don't be angry. I'll be more mindful next time. Here, have some meat to replenish your energy." With a huff, Ji Xiaoyu scrutinized the escargot meat in front of him, his expression only deepening in resentment. Throughout the day, every 3 hours Ming Nan activated his brain activity and prepared a meal of escargot, not realizing that the commotion had disturbed Ji Xiaoyu's rest. Ming Nan felt quite mortified. Yet he had no choice. With their departure looming, he could not rest easy until the meat was consumed. Fortunately, his efforts had not been in vain. His activity had increased by 133 points. Had he not been too full to eat more, he speculated that his activity might have approached 400 points. Now, he was not far from that mark. His activity had reached 358 points. With just a few more hours of digestion, the system's box would soon be available. Rubbing his belly, Ming Nan felt eager. He finished cooking the escargot and placed it on the table. As he glanced at the dish, a nagging feeling made him wonder if he had forgotten something. Once he felt a bit of room in his stomach, he eagerly began to eat. When the progress bar nearly filled with red, indicating 399 points, Ming Nan decided it was time for a shower. Rituals are not to be overlooked. With the nation aiming for poverty alleviation in 2020, he too must not fall behind. An unkempt person must wash up, not neglecting any corner. He scrubbed himself thoroughly until every part was pristine. After completing his ablutions, he smiled confidently at his reflection in the bathroom mirror. Returning to the dining table, he picked up the last piece of escargot, watching the progress bar transition from crimson to empty, when suddenly, the system notification chimed once more. Acquired limb manipulation platform. Limb manipulation platform? What on earth is this? Closing his eyes, Ming Nan curiously gazed at the box before him. After a moment's hesitation, he opened it, revealing a sleek black workbench materializing before him, so minimalist that it bore nothing atop its surface. Staring at the workbench, Ming Nan felt momentarily perplexed. He gently tapped the surface, and upon contact, a jolt surged through him, freezing him in place. In his mind, a surge of information rushed into his consciousness. Turning his gaze back to the limb manipulation platform, Ming Nan's eyes sparkled with eagerness, as if beholding the most precious treasure in the world. Tenderly, he caressed the spot he had just touched, his movements exceedingly gentle. At that moment, Ming Nan could only utter one thought. Indeed, cleanliness truly fosters health. Returning to the matter at hand, the information he had just received regarding the limb manipulation platform was straightforward yet profound. Installation. In essence, it allows one to affix various desired parts to one's limbs, thereby enhancing their capabilities and acquiring corresponding abilities. It is somewhat akin to the parasitic nature of limb augmentation, though not entirely the same. For instance, had the head of the mutated dog he encountered earlier not been obliterated by Shirley, Ming Nan could have utilized this platform to detach his own limb, placing it alongside the dog's head on the workbench. A satisfying chime would follow, signaling the acquisition of 2 dog heads. These 2 heads could replace his own hands, or perhaps the dog's fire gland could be affixed to his hand, transforming it into a fiery appendage. Conversely, limb parasitism is far more direct. The same 2 dog heads would simply be attached to his shoulders. One could liken it to internal renovations versus acquiring new furniture. Of course, the specifics of operation and whether the installed components would be visible or hidden would only be revealed through experimentation. After all, some things require hands-on experience, even with a manual at hand. Furthermore, the platform had certain stipulations regarding parts. For starters, if a limb had been deceased for more than 2 days, 48 hours, the corresponding part became useless. After this time, the vitality within the body would settle into the flesh, rendering it impossible to install. One could think of it as the electrical connections in a part vanishing after 48 hours, making them irretrievable. Additionally, parts with a lower evolutionary weight than that of the limb could not be affixed, as they would be too weak to withstand the installation process. Even if one were to force them on, compatibility issues would render them ineffective, akin to a brittle object that shatters upon use. Conversely, parts exceeding the evolutionary weight of the limb could not be installed either, as the limb would be unable to bear the burden. Thus, for the installation of limb parts, it is best to select components that correspond to the evolutionary weight. These parts are the CR de la CR. Chapter 49. The first attempt. Having grasped the usage of the manipulation platform, Ming Nan was eager to experiment. However, he struggled to find suitable parts for installation. Gazing at the platform, he anxiously tugged at his hair. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He dashed to the refrigerator, excitement evident on his face as he beheld the neatly arranged snail meat within. Should I give it a try? He pondered, considering that the snail had only been dead for a maximum of 24 hours, meaning its tissues were likely still viable. The only uncertainty lay in whether it had been rendered unusable by the cold. In the dim light, the snail meat did not materialize in Ming Nan's hands, which did not surprise him. He placed the snail meat onto the manipulation platform, and as soon as it made contact, a piece of snail meat appeared on the platform out of thin air. Observing the newly manifested, still-chilled snail meat, Ming Nan took a deep breath. With a firm tug on his left forearm using his right hand, he felt a sharp pain, followed by a tearing sound as he forcibly detached his left forearm, skin and bone alike. After glancing at his severed forearm, he placed it on the platform. The moment it touched the surface, a violent chemical reaction ensued between the snail meat and his forearm, resulting in an explosive eruption. The suddenness of the event caused Ming Nan to instinctively shield his head with his arms, and upon reopening his eyes, he was astounded by the sight before him. The snail meat and his forearm had been completely disintegrated, with all the resulting tissue components floating serenely within the confines of the platform, arranged in meticulous order. Peering curiously at the suspended parts, Ming Nan resembled a child who had just discovered a beloved toy, eagerly examining this and prodding that. As he delved deeper into the experience, he realized the platform's capabilities were truly extraordinary. A fleeting glance at the disassembled snail skin on the left side sparked a bold idea in his mind. Upon magnifying the snail skin for observation, he noted the absence of sweat glands, replaced instead by corrosive fluid glands. Each gland was connected to a nerve, seemingly designed to facilitate the autonomous secretion of corrosive fluid. Recognizing the potential, Ming Nan nodded thoughtfully. If this theory held true, his offensive capabilities would ascend to a new level. He proceeded to enlarge both the snail and his arm skin, meticulously comparing them. Drawing the snail skin closer, he mentally directed the platform to filter out all the corrosive fluid glands, which then levitated before him. He then focused on his own skin, controlling the platform to implant the extracted glands adjacent to his sweat glands. Upon completing this intricate procedure, Ming Nan gazed with satisfaction at his handiwork, nodding in approval. However, he noted that the damaged skin slightly marred his aesthetic. With the incorporation of the corrosive fluid glands, a mere layer of secretion would enable him to corrode anything in his path, even himself in a fit of rage. But wait, wasn't that counterproductive? If his own hand could corrode, what use would that serve? It would render it a one-time affair. Realizing this flaw, Ming Nan's spirits plummeted. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in his mind. Insufficient materials. Forced operation can only cover 28. Taken aback by the notification, Ming Nan exhaled in relief. Grateful that he had not yet commenced the modification, he would need to retain the snail skin for its protective qualities. while also preserving the original functionality of his own skin. Thus, he reverted to his initial state and re-engaged with the platform, relocating the snail skin to replace the damaged skin on his forearm. Attempting to magnify his skin once more, he filtered out various nerves and sweat glands to integrate into the snail skin. Once everything was set, another prompt echoed: insufficient materials. Forced operation can only cover 28. Upon hearing this, Ming Nan adjusted the replacement area, shrinking it to cover only the skin of his palm. This adjustment resulted in a much more harmonious fit, as the snail skin now entirely replaced the palm skin, extending slightly to the wrist. Just as he was about to confirm his operation on the platform, 3 prompts emerged in his mind. Compatibility adjustment successful. This replacement consumes 200 vitality points. Insufficient vitality for replacement. Seeing these messages, particularly the last 2, caused Ming Nan's expression to darken, nearly prompting an expletive. Had he truly wasted so much time only to discover that vitality was also a requirement? He couldn't believe it. After laboring through the night, he had merely obtained a seemingly unusable object, regardless of whether the system could hear him. Ming Nan silently berated it for a minute in his mind, then opened his eyes despondently and exited the system space. The revolution was far from complete. He needed to persevere. What should he do now? Keep eating. Turning his frustration into motivation, he retrieved the snail meat and rushed to the kitchen, disregarding his hunger, ready to prepare for another meal. Thus, throughout the night, driven by his newfound goal, Ming Nan battled with the snail meat. Between eating, running downstairs, and stimulating his brain's activity in his room to aid digestion, he devised a clever strategy, separating the snail's skin from the meat and consuming only the flesh. This approach promised both vitality and preservation of the skin, a dual victory. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. When he attempted to place the peeled snail skin on the platform, it ominously prompted that the material vitality was insufficient. Witnessing this disheartening scene, Ming Nan felt a mix of disappointment and relief. The disappointment stemmed from his failed shortcut, while the relief was due to his prudent decision to test the operation beforehand. Had he waited until he had fully separated the skin and flesh, only to consume the meat, he would have found himself in a truly regrettable position. Chapter 50. Successful Replacement. From 8 p.m. until 8 a.m., the snail meat in the refrigerator diminished at a visible rate. At this moment, only the piece used for the experiment remained quietly within the fridge, while Ming Nan, having consumed nearly to the point of vomiting, sat on the sofa retching. Nevertheless, he bore the urge to purge, fearing that if he expelled the meat, the vitality he had gained would be squandered. Glancing at the nearly halfway depleted red bar, which indicated 217 points of vitality, Ming Nan felt the weight of life's hardships for the first time. It turned out that eating could also be a form of suffering. What followed was a series of audacious maneuvers. The further he distanced himself from the hotel, the better. He exited the establishment and headed towards the gathering's exit, noting that the crowd of corpses around him thinned significantly. Along the way, apart from the bustling stalls and vendors, most of the figures he encountered were those attempting to numb themselves with alcohol. Upon discovering that the gathering remained lively at this hour, Ming Nan stepped out into the surrounding jungle. Though he had not exited the interference zone and found himself alone, he prudently sought refuge in a tree, leaping onto a branch. With a sly grin, he rubbed his hands together, eagerly closing his eyes. The same formula, the same taste. This time, however, he replaced his left forearm with the right, as he found the right hand more familiar for usage. When the prompt reappeared in his mind, he skillfully adjusted the skin of his palm for the replacement. Once completed, the system's notification chimed once more. Compatibility adjustment successful. This replacement consumed 200 points of vitality. As these 2 notifications appeared, the components on the workstation began to wriggle, the adhesion process continuing steadily. Gazing sadly at the nearly empty red bar, Ming Nan sighed. Yet upon recalling the palm on the workstation, he revitalized his spirits, staring at it with great anticipation. A minute later, the final notification finally manifested in his mind. Replacement successful. At the moment of success, Ming Nan examined the palm on the workstation. After the skin replacement, it bore no visible change, appearing indistinguishable from its previous state. This pleased Ming Nan immensely, as he preferred not to have an odd skin tone that would easily reveal the peculiarity of his hand. The adjustment function was excellent. First impressions were paramount. At this point, the previously damaged skin of his right hand had completely healed, while the area above the wrist remained severely marred, something he had anticipated. Enlarging the view of his forearm for inspection and comparing the skin of his palm to that above his wrist, Ming Nan discovered that the tissue he had carelessly inserted into the snail's skin was adjusted to resemble normal skin. However, he noted that the skin on his palm had an additional erosion gland connected to nerves beside the sweat glands, and the epidermis of the snail seemed to possess an unidentified tissue, the purpose of which might be to resist corrosion. Removing the right forearm from the workstation, he slowly moved it to the site of the injury, where the wound wriggled slightly, gradually aligning. The moment the arm reattached, Ming Nan brought his palm to eye level, scrutinizing it thoroughly. Overall, it felt unchanged, yet he distinctly sensed a difference. His skin, perhaps still acclimating to the newly replaced skin. His palm felt as though it were being tugged, giving him an unsettling sensation of impending detachment. Notably, the outer layer of skin exhibited a peculiar sensation akin to goosebumps, tingling and prickly, but this layer of goosebumps arose entirely under Ming Nan's control. This sensation was wondrous, he experimented, causing the goosebumps to rise from his skin. As he manipulated the goosebumps to stand upright, droplets of dark green began to seep from the pores of his right palm. Over time, a layer of this dark green gradually enveloped his palm. Observing this, Ming Nan carefully lowered his right arm to prevent the corrosive liquid from flowing to other parts of his body. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to sever any contaminated areas. As he lowered his arm, the accumulating corrosive liquid on his palm gradually converged towards his fingertips, beginning to drip. Drip, drip, each drop caused the branch he was on to emit a hissing sound, instantly turning black. As the corrosive liquid devoured the wood like a swarm of dark green caterpillars, leaving a barren path in its wake. As the corrosive substance intensified, the tingling sensation in his hand grew stronger. When he commanded the skin on his palm to cease the seepage of the corrosive liquid, the tingling finally subsided. Watching as the branch neared destruction, Ming Nan leapt to a nearby tree's branch, continuing to observe the ongoing corrosion. These dark green caterpillars seemed to have an insatiable appetite, consuming the branch entirely, and only after eroding a significant portion did some of the corrosive liquid dissipate, while the remainder continued to devour the trunk. Boom! The entire tree was corroded and collapsed with a thud, yet the erosion did not cease. At the break in the tree, the corrosive liquid remained diligently consuming the wood. Ming Nan observed for nearly 10 minutes, until the fallen sections were eroded by more than a meter, at which point the corrosive liquid was finally exhausted. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the corrosive liquid, Ming Nan fully comprehended Zhu Yuehong's earlier warning. If not promptly addressed, any corroded part would be consumed entirely. Glancing at the remaining corrosive liquid on his palm, Ming Nan jumped down and repeatedly wiped his hand against the ground until it was clean, finally feeling at ease. Rotating his wrist, he realized the corrosive liquid was far too perilous. He feared that if he lost control, it would backfire on him. After all, the skin above his wrist was normal and utterly defenseless against such erosion. He needed a solution. Otherwise, he would not dare to use this corrosive liquid recklessly. As the discomfort from the tingling sensation in his palm faded completely, Ming Nan attempted to let the corrosive liquid seep solely from his fingertips. With his control, the dark green liquid gradually increased at the tips of his right fingers. Without hesitation, Ming Nan clawed downward forcefully toward the ground. He felt a slight resistance. But then the finger imbued with corrosive liquid penetrated the earth effortlessly. As the corrosive liquid accumulated and seeped deeper into the ground, Ming Nan found that his hands sank more easily. Realizing he could localize the seepage of the corrosive liquid, Ming Nan experienced an epiphany and decided to test it again at the knuckles and beneath his fingernails, focusing on the front half of his hand to create a buffer zone that would prevent the liquid from easily reaching his wrist. The experiments at the knuckles and the spaces under his nails proved exceptionally successful, especially the latter. With a swift swipe of his claws, each finger transformed into a venomous fang, ready to inject the hidden corrosive liquid into any adversary, greatly amplifying the potency of his attacks. Chapter 51. Corroded Skin. Observing the ravaged ground, tainted by corrosion, Ming Nan nodded in satisfaction. He envisioned the exhilarating scene of his claws piercing into the flesh of his adversaries, followed by the infusion of corrosive liquid, and felt a surge of excitement. The operational console proved to be remarkably formidable. With this transformation, he had instantly acquired an additional trump card, yielding explosive results that made the expenditure of 200 vitality points exceedingly worthwhile. His already razor-sharp claws, now augmented with corrosive fluid, instilled in him the confidence to confront even the stone turtle, regardless of its secondary evolution. After all, the stone turtle's weaknesses were glaringly apparent, and he belonged to the category that countered it. Previously, his attacks had been ineffectual against its defenses, but now the scenario had shifted. No matter how robust the turtle's shell, he would corrode it to ruin. After thoroughly examining the epidermis of the snail worm and ensuring that no trace of the corrosive liquid remained on his hands, Ming Nan turned to head towards the gathering place. Upon stepping out to the parts shop with the intention of selling the snail worm meat for some currency and perhaps acquiring a new skin, he encountered an eccentric old man who proclaimed himself a limb activation master, claiming he could handle the skin issue. Although Ming Nan had no intention of revealing the corrosive liquid, he realized that the restoration of his skin was impossible to conceal, as it was immediately apparent. He presented the excuse he had prepared, but the old man accepted his snail worm meat, providing only a meager amount of skin in return. And in the blink of an eye, the corpse vanished. What a stroke of bad luck, to encounter a fraud right after stepping out. Fuming, Ming Nan gestured dramatically for his team members to observe. What? All that snail worm meat only yields a single hand of skin? How outrageous. Ji Xiaoyu sprang from her seat, leaning in to scrutinize Ming Nan's right hand for some time, discovering it bore no difference from ordinary skin. In indignation, she exclaimed, "Is this the work of the limb activation master? No way. Tell me where he is. We must confront that old swindler. What limb activation master could possibly exist in our small town?" Seeing their companion deceived, Zhu Yuehong and Zhang Hongdao were solemn expressions as they regarded Ming Nan's right hand. Zhu Yuehong furrowed her brows and called out to the agitated Ji Xiaoyu, gesturing for calm. "Ming Nan, does your right hand feel peculiar in any way?" Upon Ming Nan's negative shake of the head, Zhu Yuehong continued, "Let us first search the vicinity where we encountered that old man. If we cannot find him, we shall report to the guard team." There was little use in discussing it further. They needed to depart. On the way back, Ji Xiaoyu, still incensed, patted Ming Nan's shoulder in consolation. "Learn from this misstep. Once I find that old man, I shall give him a good thrashing." Nodding emphatically, Ming Nan cast a grateful glance at his companions, choosing silence thereafter. This action, perceived by Zhu Yuehong and the others as a result of his dismay over the snail worm meat, prompted them to shake their heads in sympathy, unsure of how to comfort him. When the group of corpses rose again, the sky had darkened. Standing in the living room, Zhu Yuehong surveyed the listless faces of her companions and, with a sharp glare, admonished, "Is it merely a loss of some snail worm meat that warrants such morose expressions? We are about to embark. Do not give me any nonsense. Buck up." Upon hearing her final words, Ming Nan hastily waved his hand, rejecting Zhu Yuehong's concerns. "No need. No need. I've already consumed most of that snail worm meat, and the loss isn't substantial. Besides, is it not true that my palm skin has been restored?" Zhu Yuehong nodded, her gaze sweeping across the group before settling firmly on Ji Shishio. "Let us depart." Following Zhu Yuehong and the others, Ming Nan ventured back to the corpse drop valley. Previously, they had entered from the southern entrance. This time, under Zhu Yuehong's guidance, they circumnavigated the valley's edge for nearly a day before entering from a different direction. After all, the search for the stone ape relied heavily on fortune. Thus, the group set forth from the gathering place once more, and a week passed without any sign of the stone ape. Fortunately, this time they were well prepared, and their supplies remained ample. The perilous nature of Corpse Drop Valley showed no signs of abating with the change of direction, as they encountered increasingly terrifying mutated creatures. However, they remained vigilant, avoiding the ruin of their supplies, and though their search was prolonged, it lacked the chaos of their initial visit. Throughout the week, Ming Nan became thoroughly acquainted with the new skin on his palm. Whether it was due to the operational console's compatibility adjustments or his adept handling, he felt that his right palm's new skin was identical to the original, save for the ability to secrete corrosive liquid and the sensory control over the goosebumps, corrosive liquid. After considerable contemplation, he leaned towards the latter explanation. During this week, Ming Nan's vitality increased by a total of 378 points, averaging over 50 points a day. This was attributed to the numerous mutated creatures with rocky characteristics in the valley, as only a few, like the snail worm, were fit for consumption. Otherwise, his daily gains would certainly have doubled. Currently, his total vitality reached 395 points. With the next system box acquisition imminent. Chapter 52. The Eerie Sands. The stone lizard was a kind of social mutant creature they had encountered the previous day. Roughly the size of a palm, its surface cloaked in a layer of fully petrified skin, perfectly mimicking the appearance of rock. Once the rocky exterior was stripped away, the flesh within was normal, succulent, and delightfully flavorful when roasted. Ming Nan had half a backpack filled with stone lizards, which would serve as sustenance for their team in the days to come. They would conserve the food they had brought, only resorting to it when they failed to hunt any edible mutants. He hoped to encounter another edible creature soon, with the addition of the stone lizards. Their vitality would be sufficient. Contemplating this, Ming Nan felt his brain domain activity and slightly stimulated it, ensuring it remained in an active state. Throughout the week, he had consistently stimulated his brain domain activity. Initially, he had anticipated the effects of the activators would last at least a week before evolution occurred. Yet during these few days, the level of activity had far exceeded his expectations. Ming Nan had a premonition that his brain domain activity would evolve in the coming days. After finishing their lunch, Ming Nan brushed off the sand and stones from his body, nodded toward Zhu Yuehong and the others, and swiftly took to the air to survey the surrounding environment. After nearly 10 days of collaboration, Ming Nan and the members of the free team had developed a remarkable rapport. Often, a mere glance could convey their thoughts to one another. Standing atop a high vantage point, silently awaiting the other team members, Ming Nan gazed into the distance. He had performed this action countless times over the past few days. Yet each instance left him profoundly disappointed. Reflecting on his school days, he felt a sense of disconnection in just over a month. It seemed as though he had been away from school for an eternity, nearly forgetting that he was still a student preparing to enter his sophomore year. With a practiced motion, Ming Nan leaped forward, propelling himself into the distance. He traversed the rocky mountain before him, revealing a vast expanse of desert-like sands that lay ahead. Frowning as he gazed at the sand, he instinctively sensed something strange about this sudden appearance. A sense of caution enveloped him, his expression grave as he surveyed the area. It felt as though he were being consumed by the very sands before him. Struggling to shake off this unsettling sensation, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, his back had become drenched in cold sweat. Without daring to linger, he turned and hurried back to where Zhu Yuehong and the others were located. Upon recounting the situation beyond the mountain to Zhu Yuehong and the others, a heavy silence fell over the team. A choice loomed before them, to circumvent or not to circumvent. They understood that by not circumventing, they might encounter unknown dangers hidden within the sands. A palpable tension filled the air as the team grappled with their dilemma. Let us first investigate the sands before making a decision. Zhu Yuehong broke the silence, suggesting they approach the sands. Following Ming Nan, the team arrived at the edge of the eerie sands, and a wave of helplessness washed over them. It became clear that Ming Nan's descriptions had not been exaggerated. In fact, the reality was even more terrifying than he had conveyed. Let us avoid this area. The sands are too bizarre. Even the stone gorillas wouldn't survive here, Zhang Hongda stated gravely. Even Zhu Yuehong, who had initially been unconvinced, found herself agreeing after witnessing the sands. She pulled out a map, silently recording the scene before them. With the team in unanimous agreement to bypass the sands, Ming Nan breathed a sigh of relief. He, too, had no desire to venture into this strange terrain, which felt to him like the gaping maw of a primordial beast, waiting for prey to approach. After discussing their next course of action, the team adjusted their direction, proceeding along the distant edge of the sands. With the surrounding area so desolate, Ming Nan felt no need to scout ahead, choosing instead to advance alongside his comrades. Thus, the team continued to traverse the periphery of the sands for 2 days. In this desolate zone, they encountered no mutant creatures. Even the winds seemed to have vanished, as if all life had been consumed by the sands. If one were to observe from above, they would notice that as Ming Nan and his team circled the sands, their route gradually began to shift, as though an unseen force was subtly guiding them toward the heart of the sands. Yet, Ming Nan and the others remained oblivious to this insidious influence. Do you all feel something amiss? Ji Xiaoyu, carrying Ji Shirxiu, glanced around at the ashen landscape. Uncertainty etched on her face. As her voice broke through the silence, the entire team turned to her with puzzled expressions. In the next instant, they were jolted awake, terrified. They surveyed their surroundings, only to realize that they had unknowingly stepped into the sands. Despite his corpulent size, Zhang Hongda moved with remarkable agility. Ji Xiaoyu seemed to be using her abilities to aid him in increasing his speed. Gradually, Zhang Hongda's pace quickened. He cradled Ji Xiaoyu and Ji Shirxiu securely in his arms, then curled his body, utilizing inertia to roll forward. In that moment, Ming Nan finally understood the essence of a flesh projectile, as the sand and stones he displaced formed a swirling earth dragon that rolled farther and farther away. Chapter 53, Illusions Without Hesitation. Ming Nan swiftly followed him. Although Zhang Hongda moved with remarkable speed, Ming Nan managed to keep pace effortlessly, choosing not to overtake him but rather to remain by his side. In the face of such uncertainty, being isolated was the gravest peril. Gradually, Ming Nan began to feel a sense of disorientation. Before he realized it, Zhang Hongda and the others had vanished from his sight. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, unaware of when he had lost sight of Zhang Hongda. A single word echoed in his mind: run. A sense of dread enveloped him, leaving him feeling lost and somewhat frantic. Ming Nan wished to halt and search for his companions, yet his body seemed unresponsive, compelling him to continue running mechanically across the sandy terrain. As he ran, the sand beneath his feet grew increasingly soft, and his speed diminished, as if he were on the verge of sinking into the earth. With each passing moment, Ming Nan's movement slowed, his strength waning until he finally collapsed onto the sand, engulfed by the surrounding grains, until he was consumed by them. Hey, Ming Nan! Ming Nan! Wake up! What is wrong with you? Who is calling me? His thoughts were hazy, and as he listened to the voices around him in confusion, he recognized one as Ji Xiaoyu's. What has happened to me? Gradually, the calls grew louder, and Ming Nan, as if awakening from a deep slumber, opened his eyes to the blurry yet familiar figure standing before him. He attempted to speak, but his throat felt parched, and his voice emerged hoarse. Why you? All of you? At that moment, all his senses regained control. The familiar yet indistinct figure gradually came into focus. Ji Xiaoyu stood before him, eyes wide with concern. Ming Nan propped himself up on his knees, reminiscent of someone who had just been rescued from drowning, greedily inhaling the surrounding air, his heart swelling with gratitude for having survived. Run! Don't look at that patch of sand. Having finally caught his breath, Ming Nan urgently shouted at Ji Xiaoyu and the others, turning to flee without daring to glance back at the treacherous sand. Run! Let South leave this place and explain later. Seeing the others frozen in place, Ming Nan's voice was filled with anxiety and fear. Upon witnessing his expression, the group quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation, suppressing their questions as they followed him hastily away from the ominous spot. Exhausting the last remnants of his strength, Ming Nan ran until the sandy expanse was no longer visible. Feeling a significant alleviation of fear within him, he finally collapsed onto the ground, aware that the others were gazing at him with puzzled expressions, waiting for an explanation. Closing his eyes, he sought to untangle the confusion in his mind. With a steadying breath, Ming Nan recounted the ordeal he had just experienced. As he spoke, his companions seemed to live through his account, shivers running down their spines as cold sweat trickled down their backs. They cast wary glances over their shoulders, as if the sand was inching closer to them. Let us move further away. Ming Nan's hallucination might have been triggered by the sight of that sand, which could be concealing some monstrous entity, Zhu Yuehong speculated. Remaining relatively calm, however, she soon furrowed her brow in confusion. Yet, one thing is peculiar. Why are we unharmed? We all saw that patch of sand. Zhu Yuehong's words plunged the group into contemplation. Indeed, not only Ming Nan, but they too had witnessed the desolate expanse before finding him. Why had only Ming Nan fallen victim to it? This question lingered in their minds. Did Ming Nan possess some unique trait? Or was there something distinctive about them? Unable to fathom the reason, they chose to dismiss the thought, knowing that their current level of evolution could not decipher the nature of that sand. Once they had distanced themselves from the sandy terrain, the group continued their journey for half a day before daring to rest. Due to his injured mind, Ming Nan could no longer take on the scouting duties and was carried by Zhang Hongda. In the following 2 days, an ominous cloud seemed to hang over the hearts of the members of the squad, each feeling a weightier burden. Yet, they did not relent. Rather, they searched with even greater diligence, striving to uncover the whereabouts of the stone ape. Ming Nan's mental acuity had fully recovered over these 2 days, and remarkably, his experience of trauma had inadvertently advanced his cognitive abilities. He felt the familiar sensation of imminent evolution stirring within him once more, no stimulation required. His mental faculties were exceptionally vibrant. Casting a glance at the tent before him, he approached Ji Xiaoyu's quarters quietly. Xiaoyu, he called softly, attempting to rouse the slumbering figure within. Awakened by Ming Nan's voice, Ji Xiaoyu rubbed the corner of his mouth, sleep still clouding his eyes as he pulled back the tent flap, murmuring, "Do you need to relieve yourself?" "No, today you are on watch. My mind is about to evolve," Ming Nan explained hurriedly, sensing the restlessness growing within him. Noticing the lingering confusion in Ji Xiaoyu's gaze, he urged him again, raising his voice slightly. "Hurry. I can hardly contain it." With that, Ming Nan could speak no more, settling into a cross-legged position on the ground, preparing for his mental evolution. Here it comes. You should go now," Ji Xiaoyu said as he stepped out of the tent, rubbing his eyes, his expression somewhat bewildered as he took in the sight of Ming Nan seated on the ground. "Weren't you going to relieve yourself? I'll keep watch here. You hurry along." Evolution. Ming Nan, have you reached your second stage of evolution? Chapter 54. Evolution of the Brain Domain. Three figures surrounded Ming Nan in a triangular formation, anxiously guarding him during his evolution. Little Fish, still trying to process what he had heard, wondered if Ming Nan was indeed undergoing a secondary evolution. How could he evolve without completing his adaptation period? It seemed he had indeed mentioned his intent to evolve. Zhu Yuehong, with a skeptical gaze, scrutinized Ji Xiaoyu, who felt somewhat embarrassed under her scrutiny. Is that so? She asked. Are you certain? Ji Xiaoyu, bewildered, hesitated. Should I be certain? Observing Ji Xiaoyu's confusion, Zhang Hongdao promptly intervened. Once Ming Nan regains consciousness, we will know for sure. Speculation at this point is futile. With this, Zhu Yuehong ceased her inquiries and resumed her vigilant watch over the evolving Ming Nan, all the while remaining alert to the slightest disturbance in their surroundings. At that moment, Ming Nan, seated in meditation, was entirely oblivious to the external sounds, even losing control of his own body. The activity in his brain domain surged like a volcanic eruption, each nerve within his brain seemingly on the brink of rupture. Enduring the pain radiating from his head, he instinctively activated the stimulation method. As the activation method took effect, the previously chaotic brain activity quieted as if calmed by a strict teacher. Encouraged by the effectiveness of the activation method, Ming Nan felt invigorated, intensifying his efforts. However, just as he managed to stabilize one area of activity and prepared to stimulate another, the previously subdued activity erupted again, now more unruly than before, plunging the entire class into chaos. Though frustrated, Ming Nan had no choice but to persistently activate the stimulation method, diligently rectifying one area after another, extinguishing metaphorical fires as he went. The tumultuous brain activity weighed heavily on him. Resolving to take decisive action, he unleashed a barrage of stimulation on a particular area until the activity finally surrendered to his control. In the next moment, the once unruly activity was rendered docile by the stimulation, allowing tranquility to return. The sound of reading resumed, a refreshing current washing over Ming Nan's consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by the blazing sun overhead. It seemed only a brief moment had passed. Warned by the sight of his vigilant teammates nearby, he was about to speak when Ji Xiaoyu turned and caught sight of him, his expression oddly alarmed. Where's Ming Nan? He exclaimed, startling Zhu Yuehong and Zhang Hongda. The two turned to see that the spot where Ming Nan had been seated was now empty, devoid of any trace of him. As the three figures stared at the vacant space, seemingly unaware of his presence, Ming Nan realized that his brain domain had evolved into the shadow category. I'm right here, everyone. Everything is fine. Upon hearing his voice, the three figures jumped in surprise before expressing their astonishment at the empty area. Shadow? They chorused. Standing there, Ming Nan attempted to control the activity in his brain domain, striving to materialize his form. As he observed his hands, he noticed ripples distorting the air around them, gradually revealing his arms. Encouraged by this progress, he continued to manipulate the brain activity, and soon enough, his legs, torso, and head fully materialized. After taking a moment to absorb the changes in his body, Ming Nan felt a profound sense of liberation, as if his soul had transcended the confines of his physical form. He felt invigorated, every sense heightened, the world around him becoming remarkably clear. The three figures were taken aback as Ming Nan appeared to flicker like a phantom, seemingly teleporting 30 meters away. After a brief glance at the distance he had covered, Ming Nan propelled himself forward, creating a gust of wind as he veered left, then suddenly halted and changed direction, hurtling towards the three figures. As he neared them, his form began to fade, yet he seamlessly shifted direction again, moving with fluid grace, unimpeded by the transitions. Having circled around the three figures, Ming Nan came to a stop, leaving behind a whirlwind that swirled around them. As he materialized, he once again appreciated the benefits of his brain domain's evolution. The enhancement of his mental activity had concurrently elevated his physical agility. The fluidity of his recent movements would have been impossible with mere physical evolution. How does it feel? I didn't realize you had kept something in reserve. You, like the captain, have also branched into dual evolution. The three figures looked at Ming Nan, their faces alight with joy, especially Ji Xiaoyu, who was brimming with excitement. Elated by the transformations brought about by his brain domain's evolution, Ming Nan felt a surge of happiness, although he had not evolved into a category with formidable offensive capabilities. The abilities of the shadow category sparked a new appreciation within him. The synergy between shadow and flying dart made them perfect for reconnaissance and assassination. Returning to the moment, Ming Nan noticed Ji Xiaoyu gazing at him with palpable excitement. He smiled broadly, his pearly whites glinting in the sunlight, almost as if accompanied by a sound effect. I never expected my brain domain to evolve so swiftly. It's a stroke of luck. I suspect you are bragging, and I have evidence. Ji Xiaoyu remarked, narrowing his eyes and activating his ability to seal Ming Nan's lips, bringing him a sense of relief. As Ming Nan struggled to speak, Zhu Yuehong intervened, putting an end to their playful banter. All right, enough of this. Let us focus. The two figures ceased their antics, and Zhu Yuehong, satisfied, continued, now that everyone is awake. We should take advantage of the daylight to search around. As she paused, her tone shifted, revealing a sense of resignation and reluctance. Considering the passage of time, it seems we are approaching the captain's fate. Chapter 55, Traces. Upon hearing Zhu Yuehong's words, Ming Nan felt an overwhelming urge to scoff internally. What was with that uncertain tone? What did she mean by "I'm still a student," perhaps? Please, remove the word perhaps. Although his physique had evolved recently and he had benefited from better nutrition, allowing for a somewhat accelerated development, he was undeniably a legitimate student. Couldn't they see that? It was merely a matter of having grown a bit taller. These thoughts remained unspoken, yet his expression betrayed a sense of gloom. Regarding Zhu Yuehong's arrangements, Ji Xiaoyu initially intended to protest, but as she opened her mouth, words eluded her. Ultimately, she stood there, her face etched with frustration. Casting a glance at the tent where Ji Shirxiu resided, letting out a sigh. After gathering their belongings, Ming Nan looked at the three corpses, whose expressions were heavy with emotion. He finally fixed his gaze on Ji Shirxiu, shaking his head in resignation, pondering the enigmatic charm that compelled his teammates to invest so much effort for him. Basking in the sunlight, his eyes slightly squinted, Ming Nan reveled in the warmth of the sun. Since arriving in this world, it seemed he hadn't truly enjoyed the sun in ages. A gentle glow bathed him, casting a slender silhouette as he swiftly traversed the valleys between the mountains. Following the sun's path westward, the golden hues began to take on a rosy tint, as if the clouds on the horizon donned a splendid crimson gown. At that moment, Ming Nan suddenly halted, gazing ahead in confusion. The path before him mirrored the one he had traversed earlier, yet it seemed subtly altered now. With a flicker, he maneuvered around the surrounding cliffs, climbing adeptly over obstacles to approach the area. If memory served him correctly, there had been no trace here before. Before him lay a gash, a ravine that stretched from the mountain's peak to its base, seemingly carved by some colossal creature. Crouching beside this mysterious trench, he picked up a handful of shattered rocks, rubbing them between his fingers. They appeared distinct from those scattered on the ground, leaving him momentarily uncertain. Spotting the three corpses now in his line of sight, he gestured to them, indicating that something was amiss. A group of corpses stood at the mountain's foot, silently observing the grotesque gash, as if it had been wrought by some monstrous force. Let us follow the traces. Despite not knowing what creature had caused this upheaval, the sheer magnitude of the damage reignited hope in the hearts of Zhu Yuehong and her companions. Even the slightest chance was worth pursuing. Standing at the mountain's summit, Zhu Yuehong remarked gravely, "It seems a gigantic mutated beast has suffered a significant blow, carving its way down to the base, leaving traces of its presence." Upon discovering what resembled enormous zombie-like footprints, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhu Yuehong's eyes. "Quickly, we must continue our search. It could be the stone ape." Reaching the base of the mountain once more, Zhu Yuehong led her team in pursuit of further traces. Moments later, her voice rang out with exhilaration. "Here." The mutated beast began jumping from this spot. "Look at these cracked ground markings. And these." Her face lit with undeniable excitement as she pointed out the traces on the ground and the scattered footprints surrounding them, addressing the group of corpses. Ming Nan observed Zhu Yuehong's adeptness in tracking clues and deducing the situation from them, silently learning. To him, these skills were indispensable for survival outside the city. Noticing Zhu Yuehong's vigilant gaze scanning the rocky walls, Ming Nan followed suit. Suddenly, he spotted an area on the wall that appeared slightly concave. He pointed, though his tone was uncertain. "Over there?" Following his finger, Zhu Yuehong nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's it. Ming Nan, go check the traces." These marks seemed fresh, not long since being made, with each one displaying a pristine whiteness, untouched by time. A trail of claw marks continued up towards the mountain's peak. As Ming Nan ascended, he was met with a scene of utter devastation, as if a frenzied, mutated creature had rampaged through, leaving the surrounding stone forest in disarray. The group of corpses followed the path of destruction, their expressions growing increasingly grave and cautious, wary of the possibility that the stone ape might leap out at them at any moment. It was unfathomable to imagine a mutated beast capable of wreaking such havoc. Observing the chaos before him, Ming Nan's vigilance heightened. Although Zhu Wuhong had assured him that if they encountered a stone ape, he wouldn't need to intervene. He found himself instinctively contemplating how to handle a potential encounter with this fearsome creature, now that he viewed himself as part of the team. As the sun vanished beyond the horizon, the moon ascended, casting her soft yet luminous light upon the earth. The team of corpses finally reached the end of the traces. From the remnants behind, it was evident that the enraged, mutated creature's fury had begun to subside, learning to temper its rage and refrain from further destruction of the stone forest. Nevertheless, its colossal form had left unmistakable imprints in its wake. When the corpses arrived at the final location of the traces, they instinctively raised their heads to behold a crevice in the mountain before them. In the center of the rocky cliff, a massive pit had formed, its surface resembling a spider's web, riddled with cracks. A particularly prominent fissure ran from top to bottom through the entire rock face. Gazing at the gash that appeared as if struck by a mighty fist, a chill crept through the hearts of the corpses, sending shivers down their spines. "I'll go in and take a look. My newly evolved brain domain should come in handy." Suppressing his inner trepidation, Ming Nan declared resolutely. Without giving them a chance to respond, he darted forward, his figure flickering as he appeared against the mountain wall. As Ming Nan climbed, he gradually vanished from sight. Crouching against the wall, he took a deep breath, ensuring he had entered a state of invisibility. Instinctively, he softened his movements, cautiously approaching the vast opening of the pit. Peering inside, he found it shrouded in darkness. Yet that did not hinder his vision. After all, he had disguised himself as a zombie. The darkness was of little consequence. Observing the interior, he was surprised to find it devoid of the damp, fetid atmosphere he had anticipated. Instead, the mountainous belly had been hollowed out, spacious and dry, though cluttered with an array of bizarre stones, creating a disordered appearance. A faint breeze wafted from within, as if a terrifying creature lurked in the shadows, watching him. However, the knowledge that he was currently concealed allowed Ming Nan to relax somewhat. Turning his gaze toward his teammates, who were on high alert and worryingly watching him, Ming Nan steadied his breathing, striving to remain calm as he sought the silhouette of the mutated beast. His view was obstructed by the rocks, preventing him from fully discerning the scene inside. With a gentle leap, he descended into the pit, as silent as a feather, creating no sound. The moment he landed, ripples spread from his position, gradually fading away, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 56. The Stone Monkey. Within the mountain's belly, a sweltering heat enveloped the surroundings, the temperature exceeding his expectations. The space inside the mountain was neither too small nor too large. After searching for quite some time, examining every nook concealed by rocks, he found no trace of any mutated creatures. Was he in the wrong location? A fleeting thought crossed Ming Nan's mind, followed by a recollection of Zhu Weihong's description of the stone monkeys, along with the stone-like lizards nestled in his backpack. In the next moment, an involuntary chill coursed through him as he glanced apprehensively at the scattered rocks before him. He swiftly leaped onto the stone wall, grateful that his brain evolution had manifested as shadows. Otherwise, he dared not contemplate further. Now with a purpose, Ming Nan traversed the wall like a gecko, meticulously inspecting each stone scattered across the ground. He examined every rock with great care, leaving no clue unturned. After thorough scrutiny, he identified 3 stones that were similar in size to the tracks he had followed. Observing these massive rocks intently, he attempted to discern the concealed stone monkeys within them. However, he soon relinquished his inspection, for no matter how he looked, they appeared merely as ordinary rocks. After pondering for a moment while perched against the stone wall, Ming Nan cautiously approached the ground, intending to pick up a few stones to throw at the 3 rocks to test them. Yet, the instant he grasped the first pebble, it suddenly trembled in his hand, akin to the shock of a cockroach unexpectedly crawling up one's arm while reaching for a trash bag. Overwhelmed, he instinctively discarded the stone. If it were merely a cockroach, he could have accepted it. However, these stones were far from ordinary. Without a second thought, he headed directly toward the fissure. At that moment, as Ming Nan tossed the stone aside, the entire pit seemed to awaken. The mountain's belly began to tremor, the vibrations intensifying, escalating into a full-blown quake, causing the very mountain to sway perilously. Caught off guard, he barely managed to steady himself, disregarding any noise as he hastened towards the crevice. Meanwhile, the stone he had discarded began to writhe as if it were alive. Within moments, limbs and a head sprouted from it, transforming it into a diminutive stone figure resembling a monkey, entirely composed of stone. A closer inspection would reveal that this stone figure bore an uncanny resemblance to a young ape, its identity unmistakably that of a stone monkey. Yet, it was merely an infant, and all around it, stone monkeys of various sizes simultaneously stirred to life. A fleeting glance at this scene sent a jolt of terror through Ming Nan, drenched in cold sweat, and he felt an immense relief at his quick reflexes. Otherwise, he might have faced a brutal demise. With a furrowed brow, Zhu Yuehong pondered the next course of action, her mind racing with curiosity. According to her intel, stone monkeys were not social creatures. How could there be so many within this mountain's belly? Respecting Zhu Yuehong's contemplation, Ming Nan and the others refrained from interrupting her thoughts, waiting in silence until her expression softened. Based on the traces we've followed, we can deduce that one of the stone monkeys is injured. However, Ming Nan did not encounter this particular one inside, which is quite peculiar. Additionally, the information I've gathered suggests that stone monkeys are solitary. This is even more baffling. I wonder if these stone monkeys have undergone dual evolution. Turning to Ming Nan, Zhu Yuehong spoke earnestly, although we agreed you wouldn't need to assist us. We may require your help in observing the group of stone monkeys inside. Ideally, we would like to capture one without alarming the others. Absolutely, Ming Nan responded, meeting the earnest gazes of his companions. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slowly. The instant his words left his lips, the previously tumultuous mountain belly fell silent, prompting a bewildered expression among the group. Not wishing to waste time, Ming Nan climbed back toward the mountain's interior, while Zhu Yuehong and the others sought cover, ready to assist him at a moment's notice. Suddenly, Ming Nan's eyes brightened as he spotted a stone, roughly the size of a fist, lying quietly near the cave's entrance. Given the earlier circumstances, it seemed the stone monkeys were unaware of his footfalls. They would not awaken until he disturbed them. Yet, he remained vigilant as he approached the solitary stone. Without hesitation, Ming Nan seized the stone and, with nimble agility, leaped out of the pit. As he cleared the cave's opening, the once tranquil pit erupted into chaos, with all the stones awakening once more. Roar! Just as he reached Zhu Yuehong and the others, a furious roar echoed from within the pit, followed by an even more violent tremor of the mountain. The stone monkeys appeared to be searching for the intruder, venting their wrath. Several medium-sized stone monkeys attempted to leap out of the pit in search of their enemy, but were halted by a commanding roar, ceasing their pursuit. The furious roars persisted for nearly 5 minutes before gradually subsiding, revealing himself and presenting the still struggling stone monkey. Ming Nan exhaled in relief, thankful not to have failed his mission. As if preordained, Zhang Hongda took the small stone monkey from him, gradually tightening his grip. As he did, cracks appeared upon the stone monkey's surface, and with a sharp crack, it shattered into 3 pieces, tumbling to the ground. As Ming Nan pondered the rationale behind the decision to destroy the stone monkey, he observed the 3 fragments beginning to writhe, seemingly sprouting limbs and heads. Gradually, 3 tiny stone monkeys emerged before the group. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Yuehong's eyes sparkled with determination, and without hesitation, she hurled a fireball, incinerating the 3 newly emerged stone monkeys. Chapter 57. The Stone Ape, 2. Injured. Solitary. Fragments of stone scattered within the pit. Everything connected in an instant. It was a severely wounded stone ape, currently in the process of healing, while the debris strewn about the pit was a part of its own body. No wonder the enraged stone apes did not pursue when they discovered its body was stolen. This was the reason. Realizing all of this, the team's morale surged. Dispelling their earlier despondency, they launched a vigorous assault, taking advantage of its weakness. Flames flickered in her eyes as Zhu Yuehong resolutely declared, "Attack." Following this, Ming Nan transported team members in batches to the nearest crevice at the pit's edge. This fissure that traversed the mountainside offered ample standing space, negating the need for him to carve out new footholds. After ensuring Ji Shirxiu was safely positioned in the crevice, the team exchanged resolute glances. With a thunderous shout from Zhu Yuehong, they charged forth. Zhang Hongda instantly transformed into a living projectile, surrounded by a green mist that appeared to possess corrosive properties. Smaller stone apes on the ground began to dissolve under its influence. He stood firm against the 3 largest stone apes before him, while Zhu Yuehong seemed to embody the essence of a fire god. Flames surged around her, and with swift movements of her hands, she unleashed a barrage of fireballs, each striking true and melting a stone ape in an instant. Meanwhile, Ji Xiaoyu assisted the 2 fighters, forcibly restraining the stone apes in place while simultaneously fending off incoming attacks. In a mere moment, 1/3 of the stone apes within the pit had been vanquished, and the ease of their success left the team almost incredulous, preferring to watch their comrades display such prowess while they cheered from the sidelines. However, As the number of remaining stone apes dwindled to nearly half, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Roar! Roar! The remaining stone apes united in a furious chorus, violently breaking free from their attacks and converging upon the three stone apes facing Zhang Hongda. In the process, they began to merge, although the individual stone apes were dwindling. Their combined form grew larger. Zhang Hongda was the first to be sent flying. The three stone apes before him fused into an enormous behemoth. And as more stone apes joined the amalgamation, its size continued to escalate. The team fought desperately to halt this transformation, but as the stone apes merged, their previously lethal strikes now merely caused superficial wounds. They could do nothing but watch helplessly as the creature grew stronger for meters, 4.5 meters, 5 meters. Finally, the towering stone ape ceased its growth, reaching nearly 6 meters in height, looming before Ming Nan and the others, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. Even Zhang Hongda, standing at nearly 5 meters, appeared insignificant in comparison. With a piercing gaze fixed upon the team, hot breath escaped its nostrils, revealing sharp fangs that glinted ominously. Its entire form was constructed from rock, with explosive muscles that were wild yet aesthetically pleasing. Strong forelimbs rested lightly upon the ground, and the bulging rock muscles of its forearms rivaled those of its upper arms. It was unimaginable what fate awaited anyone struck by such a formidable limb. With the last small stone ape absorbed into its massive form, the colossal creature released a furious roar, pounding its chest with its fists, creating a series of thunderous impacts. The roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very mountains, as the earth quaked violently beneath them. Ming Nan and the others watched in terror as this gargantuan entity manifested before them, though they had prepared themselves mentally. The reality of the stone ape's true form exceeded their expectations, even in its injured state. As the roar subsided, the stone ape combined its hands into a massive hammer and struck the ground with ferocity. The earth beneath it caved in instantly, causing the mountain to tremble violently. Rocks crashing down from above. Ming Nan and the others scrambled to evade the falling debris, but in the chaos, the stone ape charged, using all 4 limbs. It disregarded the falling rocks and rampaged towards Zhu Weihong, intent on tearing apart the zombie that had inflicted the most damage upon its body. In this dire moment, Zhu Weihong concentrated flames in her hands, bringing them together slowly. Together, she bellowed, and as her hands met, the fire erupted into a brilliant blaze. With a swift motion, she opened her palms, and a pulsating fireball hovered between her hands. The surrounding air warped under the intense heat of the fireball, summoning all her strength. She propelled the violent sphere forward. It shot forth like a meteor from the heavens, trailing a long tail of flame towards the stone ape. Seeing this, the well-coordinated team sprang into action without need for command. Ji Xiaoyu, just as the fireball approached the stone ape, frantically activated her abilities, attempting to halt its charge. The moving stone ape stumbled momentarily before resuming its advance towards Zhu Weihong. Boom. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the fiery projectile struck the stone ape. Detonating upon impact, the massive fireball exploded against its chest, collapsing the rocky surface and creating a half-moon-shaped indentation as the heat vaporized the stone. But that was not the end. The flames emitted from the fireball possessed a fierce adhesive quality, clinging to the stone ape's body and continuously burning it. Thud, thud. Zhu Weihong and Ji Xiaoyu, having exhausted all their energy, collapsed to the ground. Get away. Zhang Hongda, having been knocked aside, suddenly appeared before the stone ape, forcefully colliding with it and sending a shower of stone fragments flying. As these fragments broke free from the stone ape, the flames clung to them, vaporizing into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Ming Nan hoisted the fatigued duo and rushed towards the pit's entrance, placing them alongside Ji Shirxiu to allow them to recover their vitality. Chapter 58. The Stone Monkey. 3. Perched upon the stone wall of the station, Ming Nan hesitated to make any sudden movements, keenly observing the recovering stone monkey. At that moment, its stature appeared to have diminished by half a meter, yet its injuries had fully mended, and the flames clinging to its form gradually extinguished. A ferocious aura emanated from the creature as it cast a glance at the fallen Zhang Hongda, its eyes brimming with animosity, and without a moment's hesitation. It advanced towards him with brutal intent. Dizzy and disoriented, Zhang Hongda found himself unable to evade the oncoming stone monkey. He could only muster the strength to rise unsteadily. Ming Nan, in a state of urgency, leapt into action, vaulting onto the shoulders of the stone monkey in an attempt to create an opening for Zhang Hongda and buy him some time, sweeping aside the boulders in its path. The stone monkey roared in fury, its massive arms swinging toward Ming Nan as if swatting at a fly. With a resounding crash, the stone monkey's fists, now like hammers, struck Zhang Hongda with tremendous force, sending him flying through the air. Fortunately, the layer of fat on Zhang Hongda's body absorbed much of the impact. Otherwise, a single blow would have shattered every bone within him. After sending Zhang Hongda hurtling away, the stone monkey pressed its advantage, closing in once more. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the stone monkey did not send Zhang Hongda flying. Instead, it relentlessly pounded its fist into the ground, mercilessly battering the fallen man. If this continued, Zhang Hongda would surely be crushed. Witnessing the gruesome scene, Ming Nan felt a surge of desperation and, with determination etched upon his face, he clenched his teeth, allowing his form to gradually vanish from sight. A dark green corrosive liquid began to seep from his palm until it enveloped his hand entirely, and he leapt back onto the stone monkey's shoulder. "Let me dissolve you, beast." As he landed on the stone monkey's shoulder, the creature's furious movements nearly sent him tumbling off, but he clung tightly to its neck. Ignoring the sensation of the pest upon its neck, the stone monkey's sole focus remained on Zhang Hongda, intent on pulverizing him into oblivion with its relentless fists, striking again and again without pause. An opportunity. As Ming Nan stabilized himself, he seized the moment and swiftly directed his right hand toward the base of the stone monkey's arm. The corrosive liquid demonstrated its formidable potency, and as it seeped in, the stone monkey's arm suddenly shattered under the relentless assault. With a resounding thud, the entirety of its right arm fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Roaring in fury, the stone monkey, feeling the loss of its limb, swung its remaining arm wildly toward its shoulder in a frenzied attempt to retaliate. However, Ming Nan had already leapt to the wall beside them the moment the arm fell. And as he jumped away, he didn't forget to smear the remaining corrosive liquid onto the stone monkey's left arm. Sensing the corrosive substance on its left shoulder, the stone monkey became alarmed. It attempted to scrape away the liquid with its left hand, but this action only resulted in its palm becoming tainted as well. As the green corrosive liquid writhed and devoured its shoulder, the stone connecting to its shoulder began to erode and fracture until its left arm, too, succumbed to gravity, crashing to the ground. Observing the two severed arms, Ming Nan couldn't help but marvel at the poetic justice of nature. With the corrosive liquid proving remarkably effective, he wasted no time. He darted toward the stone monkey, fluidly evading its sweeping legs, seizing one of its arms, which towered over him, and deftly applying the corrosive liquid onto its knee. He then hurled the dismembered limb toward the edge of the pit. Wary of the stone monkey's ability to regenerate and mindful of his companions still recovering within the fissure, after several iterations of this tactic, the stone monkey's limbs lay scattered throughout the pit, while Ming Nan managed to drag the barely conscious Zhang Hongda to a relatively safer spot at the pit's edge. The once towering and imposing stone monkey now appeared significantly diminished, yet its remaining form still loomed large over Ming Nan. In that moment, the stone monkey was engulfed in a frenzied roar, releasing its pent-up rage, its eyes ablaze with fury. If wrath could extinguish life, Ming Nan would have surely perished countless times over. Unbeknownst to the creature, the architect of its dismemberment lurked just behind it, while it continued to bellow into the void. Seizing the moment, Ming Nan gathered his resolve, forming a claw with his right hand, and concentrating the corrosive liquid at his fingertips, he exerted all his strength. With a swift motion, he plunged his entire hand into the stone monkey's midsection, allowing the corrosive liquid to flow deep within its being. As goosebumps erupted upon his palm, the liquid began to secrete forth, and Ming Nan slowly maneuvered his hand, intent on bisecting the ferocious creature. However, the stone monkey's height remained a challenge even without its legs, and though he lamented this, his actions showed no sign of pause. As he pressed on with his assault, the stone monkey, now sensing the encroaching corrosion, attempted to pivot on its remaining knee, searching for the source of its torment. But as it turned, it found only emptiness behind it, with the steadily eroding waste reminding it that the pest was still lurking. In an instant, as the stone monkey twisted, Ming Nan, like a specter, glided to its left, remaining fixed to its back, camouflaged by the invisibility of his stealth. Unable to detect its adversary, the stone monkey's rage surged. Its body began to writhe violently, and from the severed appendages, new limbs seemed to sprout, while its remaining form visibly shrank. At that moment, the scattered limbs around them twitched as if revived. "Be careful," a faint voice echoed. Ming Nan, engrossed in his effort to bisect the stone monkey, suddenly became aware of the writhing limbs surrounding him. The amount of corrosive liquid introduced into the creature's body was ample enough. he quickly withdrew his hand. A cold smile playing upon his lips, his eyes gleaming with determination. Let us see you remain unruly now. Experience this technique, the Immortal's Touch. With a forceful leap, Ming Nan sprang to the top of the stone monkey's head, his right hand poised like a claw, descending with ferocity upon the creature's crown. Chapter 59. The Stone Monkey. 4. The corrosive liquid secreted from the palm slowly cascaded down, seeping into the top of the stone monkey's head. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1/3 of its cranium had been eroded away. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged. With a sharp clap, a pair of hands struck the spot vacated by the stone monkey's head, and Ming Nan inwardly mused how perilously close he had come to disaster. At this moment, the stone monkey's arms had fully formed, while its lower legs continued to writhe. The violent inertia from the tremendous blow caused the heavily corroded waist to buckle under the force generated by the flailing arms, resulting in the stone monkey's entire body being cleaved in two and crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Boom! The colossal form finally collapsed, allowing Ming Nan to exhale slightly in relief. However, as he turned to observe the fully formed limbs, his brow furrowed deeply. The severed limbs of the stone monkey had transformed into nearly 2-meter-tall stone monkeys, all of them racing towards the center, seemingly striving to reintegrate with the main body. Not granting these stone monkeys a moment's respite, Ming Nan swiftly maneuvered along the rock wall, directing his corrosive liquid towards the legs of one of the stone monkeys. At that moment, Zhang Hongda, lying at the cave entrance and barely clinging to life, summoned an unexpected surge of strength. Leaping forward to grapple with one of the rushing stone monkeys, they rolled on the ground several times, pinning it down as green mist emanated from Yang's body, corroding the stone monkey. Witnessing this, Ming Nan wasted no time, altering his course towards another stone monkey, applying his corrosive liquid to its legs to impede its advance. He then turned his gaze towards the final stone monkey, realizing it was too late to intervene, and could only watch helplessly as it began merging back into the main body. In the next moment, just as the last stone monkey was about to make contact with the main body, it suddenly halted, as if an invisible force tugged it back. Despite its frantic struggles, it was being pulled farther away from the main body. Boom! A massive fireball erupted, striking it squarely. The flames engulfed its form, scorching the very rocks of its body, which began to melt away, the strength of its struggles gradually diminishing until it was entirely consumed, dissipating into the void. Brothers, our timing was impeccable. Looking towards the cave entrance, Zhu Yuehong and Ji Xiaoyu stood there. Though they could not see Ming Nan, Ji Xiaoyu vigorously nodded and gave a thumbs up to the air, sporting his signature lewd grin. Ming Nan, we owe this to you. Not allowing Ji Xiaoyu to continue with his ramblings, Zhu Yuehong's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she continued her actions, conjuring fireballs to strike one of the stone monkeys at the cave's edge. Seeing the two, Ming Nan felt a profound sense of relief, his anxieties easing considerably. At this moment, every stone monkey was restrained, including the central body, which Ji Xiaoyu was struggling to control, attempting to reintegrate. The chaotic scene had finally come under control. Ming Nan employed the same strategy, applying corrosive liquid to the various parts of the legless stone monkey until it was completely dismembered. He then shouted towards Zhu Yuehong in the distance, "Switch." Glancing at the dismembered pieces of the stone monkey, he noticed the fireball in midair alter its trajectory, whizzing past him and crashing into the stone remnants. Ming Nan immediately appeared before the slightly diminished stone monkey that Zhu Yuehong had struck, employing the same technique. With fluid grace, he moved as if he were a master sculptor, meticulously carving into the stubborn stone, utilizing the corrosive liquid with remarkable precision. Whether smearing, pricking, slicing, or stabbing, he wasted not a single drop, distributing every morsel with impeccable timing. In the blink of an eye, the stone monkey was completely dismembered, fragments scattering across the ground. In truth, the scene was somewhat chaotic, as Ming Nan's hands, stained with corrosive liquid, swiftly and haphazardly applied it to the stone monkey. The sound of slapping echoing through the cave. "Red Ant, I've dealt with this stone monkey," he called out, glancing at Zhu Yuehong, who was still incinerating the remnants with fireballs. Without mercy, the fireballs struck the writhing debris below, clenching his right fist. Ming Nan felt as if the skin on his palm had become dry and parched from the excessive use of corrosive liquid. He realized he was approaching the limit of his secretion. Casting a glance at Ji Xiaoyu, who was laboriously managing the main body, Ming Nan swiftly moved to its front, a glint of resolve in his eyes as he seized one of the rebellious legs that was about to transform into a stone monkey, swiftly dismembering it. Surveying his surroundings, he picked up the scattered fragments and transported them to the area enveloped by Zhang Hongda's green mist and Zhu Yuehong's fireball. Victory was within reach. At this moment, none of the others dared to relax their vigilance. Ming Nan, akin to a diligent little bee, dismembered one leg and without pause, proceeded to dismantle another. His right hand, laden with corrosive liquid, tirelessly delivered fragments into the attack zones of his companions. Finally, upon completing this arduous task, the scales of victory tilted significantly in their favor, the chaos fully under control. Observing the others exhausting the last remnants, Ming Nan made his way to the cave entrance, collapsing onto the ground in utter fatigue, taking a moment to rest. At this point, his right hand was completely cracked, dehydrated, clinging tightly to his bones. Unable to secrete another drop of corrosive liquid. "I need to replenish," he called to his companions, feeling parched and utterly drained. Slowly, he moved towards the fissure, where Ji Shirxia was lost in thought. Nodding at him, Ji retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack, gulping it down in one breath, then quickly producing another bottle to pour into his withered palm. As if savoring a cold drink on a scorching summer day, a wave of refreshment coursed through his hand, alleviating the tightening sensation. Although he wished to assist in completely vanquishing the stone monkeys before resting, Ming Nan's physical burden had reached its utmost limit, his vitality waning and becoming impossible to summon. At this juncture, overthinking would be futile. He had exerted his utmost effort and would be better off seizing the time to recuperate his vitality and strength. Chapter 60, Excavation. A thunderous roar erupted from above, causing the entire mountain to tremble violently. This jolt startled Ming Nan, who had nearly succumbed to slumber, snapping him awake. Instinctively, he scooped up Ji Shirxia, secured his backpack, and activated his recently regained vitality, leaping through the fissure. Boom! As he vaulted out, another resounding crash echoed from the mountainside. This time, it seemed as though something had struck the pit with ferocious force, overwhelming it until the entire cavity collapsed, sending dust swirling that lingered in the air. Turning his gaze back, concern etched on his face, he quickly moved to a stone tree, setting Ji Shirxia down. "Captain, wait here for me. I will go assist Xiao Yu and the others." With rapid movements, he dashed towards the pit. Upon witnessing this, a cold sweat cascaded down his body, and he shouted into the abyss, "Xiao Yu, where are you?" As he excavated, every bit of space he unearthed seemed to trigger more rocks to tumble down from above, filling the newly exposed area. After half an hour of relentless digging, the rocks finally ceased their descent, revealing a small slope. Exhausted once more, Ming Nan had to pause to recuperate. This approach won't suffice, he thought, his vitality depleted again. Regaining his composure after the initial shock, he moved Ji Shirxia from the stone tree to sit on the slope he had just cleared. Seated, Ming Nan withdrew some stone lizard jerky from his pack, consuming it quietly. Regaining strength was paramount. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Without energy, all efforts would be futile, a mere exercise in futility. 2 hours elapsed, and as he finished the last of the jerky, he felt his dormant vitality stir back to life. Even the corrosion on his skin regained its suppleness. His vitality increased by 77 points, inching him closer to the 500 mark. Yet, he had no time to ponder this. The immediate priority was to rescue the corpses. With preparations complete, Ming Nan stood once more at the summit of the slope he had excavated and resumed digging. His claws extended, alternating hands worked tirelessly, and the efficiency of his excavation noticeably improved severalfold. The space before him gradually expanded, while the rubble behind him accumulated. However, to prevent further debris from cascading down, he continued digging upwards, elevating his position. Glancing back at the slope he had carved out, Ming Nan sighed and resumed his work. Time trickled by, as he recalled the structure and dimensions of the pit, estimating that Ji Xiaoyu and the others should be nearby. Just as he prepared to dig again, Ji Shirxia, seated beside him, spoke slowly. His words were difficult to decipher, leaving Ming Nan momentarily puzzled. After a brief pause, Ji Shirxia repeated himself, this time slightly quicker. "Move aside." This time, Ming Nan comprehended, though the intent behind his request remained unclear. Nevertheless, he complied, moving to the edge of the pit while ensuring Ji Shirxia was with him. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Just as Ming Nan contemplated resuming his excavation to break the tension, Ji Shirxia stirred. His arms began to swell and writhe, as if mice were scurrying beneath his skin, albeit sluggishly. With each muscular contraction, his arms grew larger, the veins surfacing like serpents coiling beneath his skin. Not only were his arms transforming, but his fingers also elongated, their tips sharpening gradually. This transformation persisted for nearly 15 minutes until Ji Shirxia's arms finally ceased their metamorphosis. When Ming Nan beheld Ji Shirxiu's remarkably powerful arms, his eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. At that moment, he comprehended the significance of the words exchanged before their departure with Ji Xiaoyu and Zhang Hongda. Before him, two arms that bore no resemblance to human proportions materialized, each exceeding 3 meters in length. These could no longer be termed arms. They were more akin to colossal limbs. Each muscle fiber was strikingly defined, coalescing into formidable clusters, resembling a suit of armor that enveloped his arms, including his fingers. These arms dwarfed those of his physical education instructor. The biceps alone as large as half of Ming Nan's body. The sluggish movements beneath the surface hinted at the presence of the elderly mice, occasionally stirring to remind him of their existence. The sheer visual impact of this transformation was overwhelming, instilling a sense of terror in Ming Nan. Just imagining the might Ji Shirxiu possessed before this transformation was staggering. Ji Shirxiu's colossal arms slowly maneuvered over the pile of rubble, penetrating it as effortlessly as piercing through tofu, without encountering any resistance, gradually submerging his hands, forearms, and biceps into the debris. A tremendous roar reverberated through the air as the mountain trembled slightly. Ji Shirxiu's arms bent as they embraced the rubble. As the debris neared them, his arms shifted, sweeping aside all stones at the mouth of the pit. With a resounding crash, the excavated stones cascaded outward in a torrent. The entire process unfolded at a leisurely pace, every scoop, every sweep, culminating in nearly half an hour of effort. Yet, in that single motion, he accomplished what Ming Nan had labored to achieve in 2 hours. Gritting his teeth, Ming Nan watched as Ji Shirxiu prepared to dig again, filled with impatience, wishing fervently that he could control those mighty arms himself. Wait, what if I could control them? Captain. Hearing Ming Nan's words, Ji Shirxiu paused, turning to him with a look of confusion as he awaited further explanation. Look, are your arms easy to detach? Could you let me have a go? It might be quicker, Ming Nan queried eagerly, posing a barrage of questions while standing still, awaiting Ji Shirxiu's response. Though Ji Shirxiu's expression remained perplexed, he gradually nodded, seemingly in agreement with Ming Nan's proposition, acknowledging its feasibility. Then, Captain, allow me to assist. Without waiting for Ji Shirxiu to react, Ming Nan stepped forward, positioning himself beside Ji Shirxiu. After examining the colossal arms, he gestured and silently nodded, selecting an optimal position. With a few quick breaths, he rubbed his hands together and grasped Ji Shirxiu's right arm, attempting to pull it outward. The sheer girth of Ji Shirxiu's arms was such that Ming Nan could barely encircle them. He contemplated various techniques, tug-of-war, shoulder lifting, localized cutting, tree climbing, and ultimately decided on the latter, reasoning it to be the most effective. Using Ji Shirxiu's ribs as a pivot, he combined the force of his legs with the pull of his arms for a dual advantage. Thus, Ming Nan and Ji Shirxiu's colossal arms remained locked in a stalemate for nearly 20 minutes. To his horror, he discovered that even if Ji Shirxiu stood still and permitted him to try, he was utterly incapable of detaching Ji Shirxiu's massive arms. In the event that Ji Shirxiu's arm could be restored to its normal state, it would indeed facilitate disassembly. However, he harbored fears that once a normal arm was affixed to his body, it might be incapable of transforming into a giant arm, rendering him unable to operate it effectively. Moreover, during the process of detaching his arm, Ming Nan recalled a statement made by Zhang Hongda, who had mentioned that Ji Shirxiu was a dual evolution entity. Therefore, the activity of such an arm might not be sufficient to sustain the energy expenditure required for the transformation into a giant arm. Captain, I cannot detach it. Perhaps you should continue digging. I fear we may waste time, and little you and the others might be buried alive, Ming Nan said with a hint of frustration as he quietly descended from Ji Shirxiu's massive arm. He calmly brushed off the footprints on Ji Shirxiu's clothing before expressing his dismay. Ji Shirxiu's gaze drifted slowly, first observing the spot where Ming Nan had stepped, and then raising his head to nod at Ming Nan, signaling that the two giant arms would resume their laborious excavation. Following the earlier interruption, Ming Nan observed the slow pace of this elderly excavator, feeling a sense of calmness wash over him, for this method of excavation was currently the most efficient. The rumbling continued, and as time passed, the debris within the pit diminished at a noticeable rate. After 3 hours of toil, the ground was marked with scratches from the movement of rubble, and though only a handful of digs had been made, the area around Ming Nan and his companions had become significantly more spacious. Seizing the opportunity while Ji Shirxiu rested, Ming Nan did not waste any time. He approached the pile of rubble, discerning the direction before he began to dig upwards again. This time, he opted to crawl forward, minimizing the need to excavate such a vast space. When confronted with large and immovable boulders, Ming Nan often resorted to using corrosive fluid to create a small passage suitable for his passage, thus conserving considerable energy and enhancing efficiency. An hour slipped by once more, and suddenly Ming Nan perceived a faint green hue appear within his line of sight, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Was it an illusion? He remained still, rubbing his eyes, when once again a wisp of green danced before him. This time, he was assured that the green mist was not a figment of his imagination. He recognized it as the very green mist emanating from Zhang Hongda's body. Suppressing his excitement, he realized that the presence of this green mist indicated that Little Yu and the others were indeed trapped nearby. Patiently, he awaited the next manifestation of the green mist. When it appeared again, Ming Nan focused intently, discerning the direction it flowed from. He cautiously turned to his left, gingerly moving aside the stones in front of him, striving to maintain the structure of the rubble to prevent a secondary collapse. Following the trail of green mist, Ming Nan crawled through the darkness, and as time progressed, the green mist before him thickened, no longer dissipating as swiftly as before. It swirled around him, most of it clinging to the surfaces of the surrounding debris, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the rocks, while a smaller portion wove through the gaps in the rubble and drifted away until it vanished, which was the reason Ming Nan could perceive the mist. Suddenly, a dense wisp of green mist descended upon him, and he watched as the skin on his arm was instantly corroded, leaving behind a charred patch. Ming Nan gasped, a shiver coursing through him. "Dagu, please refrain from exhaling the mist. I am nearby." After a moment of thought, he realized that without the guidance of the green mist, he would struggle to locate them. "No, Dagu, release the mist every minute. It will help me find your position." It seemed his words bore fruit, as Ming Nan sensed the surrounding green mist becoming sparser. Following the direction from which the mist flowed, he finally laid eyes on Zhang Hongda. His massive form was pinned to the ground beneath the rubble, seemingly attempting to create space for his abdomen, with his elbows and knees slightly braced against the earth. His breath was faint, intermittently inhaling before lifting his head to burp, a plume of green mist escaping his lips and dissipating into the air. "Dagu." Hearing Ming Nan's voice, Zhang Hongda ceased his burping, raising his head with eyes filled with surprise and fatigue. In a weak voice, he murmured, "Ming Nan, they are beneath me." With that, his willpower faltered, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Even in his fainted state, he remained in the same position, still supporting the rubble above Little Yu and Zhu Yuehong. Witnessing this scene, despite his exhaustion, Ming Nan dared not delay. He swiftly cleared a path leading under Zhang Hongda's massive body and crawled beneath it, where he discovered Little Yu and Zhu Yuehong. Zhu Yuehong lay quietly on the ground, unconscious yet bearing few injuries. Her clothing showed signs of scorching, and her exposed skin appeared slightly cracked. In stark contrast, Little Yu, though conscious, bore a much grimmer appearance, with multiple bones protruding from his body, and both arms hanging limply as if their bones had shattered. Nevertheless, he clutched a stone-like object tightly in his embrace. Upon seeing Ming Nan, he managed a weak smile. Finally locating all his teammates, Ming Nan's heart, though still burdened by their injuries, found solace in the fact that the worst had not come to pass. They were all alive and safe. Chapter 62. Ji Shirshio. A faint whisper reached Ming Nan's ears, interrupting his thoughts. "I knew you wouldn't abandon us." Glancing at the nearly unconscious Ji Xiaoyu, Ming Nan sighed, then encouraged, "Hold on. I will take you out first. The captain is waiting outside. Now that we know the location, once the captain arrives, he will quickly dig us all out." Ji Xiaoyu did not respond to Ming Nan's words. Instead, he lowered his gaze to the stone in his arms. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. "This is the heart of the stone ape. Take good care of it for me." Gritting his teeth, he attempted to move his arms, seemingly wanting to pass the stone ape's heart to Ming Nan. However, no matter how hard he tried, his hands would not obey him. Struggling to speak, he managed to utter, "Please." Seeing the stone ape's heart in Ji Xiaoyu's embrace, Ming Nan sighed again, taking the heart into his possession. "Do not worry." As he grasped the heart, Ji Xiaoyu's whole body relaxed, his form collapsing as he lost consciousness. Observing the three fallen comrades, Ming Nan felt a pang of envy towards Ji Shirshio, who had such devoted teammates willing to sacrifice for him. In a moment when the situation appeared to be improving, the three comrades had instead succumbed to this state. As he crouched in place, pondering whether to first deliver the stone ape's heart to Ji Shirshio or rescue the others, Ming Nan ultimately decided to transport the heart, while simultaneously retrieving one more comrade. Given the current circumstances, Zhang Hongda's situation was particularly unique. So he set that concern aside for the moment. He glanced at the two unconscious comrades, contemplating how to carry them out. By chance, his eyes fell upon Ji Xiaoyu, whose body was nearly shattered. A sudden spark of inspiration struck Ming Nan. He realized that, in certain respects, zombies possess numerous advantages over humans. Without wasting any time, he placed the stone ape's heart within his line of sight, murmuring softly, "I hope Brother Xiaoyu won't blame me when he wakes up." Unhesitatingly, Ming Nan began to dismantle Ji Xiaoyu's shattered limbs, setting them aside. Satisfied with the now smaller and narrower form of Ji Xiaoyu, he nodded in approval. This would facilitate their escape. Even while disregarding the risk of further injury to Ji Xiaoyu, Ming Nan dragged the half-unconscious body through the cramped environment, a task that proved to be more than doubly challenging compared to when he had entered. He also had to remember the path they had taken, so that once Ji Shirxiu regained his strength, they could carve a direct route to safety. However, when Ji Shirxiu saw Ming Nan and the unconscious Ji Xiaoyu he was carrying, a glimmer of life returned to his eyes. "Captain, this is the stone ape's heart. Hurry and use it," Ming Nan exclaimed, placing Ji Xiaoyu down and handing the heart to Ji Shirxiu with anticipation. As Ji Shirxiu's gaze shifted from Ji Xiaoyu to the stone ape's heart in Ming Nan's hand, he trembled slightly as he slowly reached out to accept it. Once the heart was safely in Ji Shirxiu's possession, Ming Nan released his grip, his eyes fixed intently on him, eager to witness the fusion of Ji Shirxiu and the heart. With one hand grasping the stone ape's heart, Ji Shirxiu's other hand moved to his chest, his fingertips gradually transforming until they became sharp claws that pierced his skin, slowly making an incision. As Ji Shirxiu performed this action, a slowly pulsating heart emerged into Ming Nan's view. The entire process took approximately half an hour, largely due to Ji Shirxiu's deliberate movements. Otherwise, it might have been completed in mere minutes. A simple yet brutal heart transplant had thus been executed. Ming Nan, standing nearby, was both astonished and terrified. His mind left with but two words: incredible. He watched as Ji Shirxiu, having received the stone ape's heart, gradually closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to the changes within his body. Suddenly, Ji Shirxiu's eyes flew open, a brilliant light igniting within them. "You have worked hard. Leave the rest to me." In that moment of distraction, Ji Shirxiu rose, glancing at the unconscious Ji Xiaoyu on the ground, then turning to Ming Nan, who stood there bewildered, nodding. In an instant, Ji Shirxiu's form surged, his physique expanding dramatically until he almost touched the ceiling of the pit. The transformation was seamless, and even the ailing creatures within him seemed to regain their vitality, becoming agile and robust again. Seeing the transformed Ji Shirxiu, Ming Nan, who had previously witnessed his immense strength, was left awestruck by the sight of this colossal figure, akin to a descending deity. The words ferocious, terrifying, and brutal scarcely sufficed to describe Ji Shirxiu in this moment. Standing at an impressive height of 8 meters, his muscles layered and intertwined, each sinew appeared meticulously crafted. Devoid of excess, exuding an undeniable power, his massive arms nearly reached his knees, with claws glimmering with a ghostly light. As he breathed, his hands instinctively clenched and relaxed, as if calibrating this formidable machine of violence, poised to unleash its fury at any moment. Ming Nan felt as if his physical education teacher stood before him as a mere child, while the mutated creatures seemed nothing more than slightly thicker strips of jerky in comparison. Although aware that the stone ape's heart would restore Ji Shirxiu, the abruptness of the transformation caught Ming Nan off guard, leaving him reeling from the stark contrast to Ji Shirxiu's usual demeanor. In any case, in Ming Nan's eyes, Ji Shirxiu at this moment was nothing short of extraordinary. "Wait, Captain. Their position is approximately at 2 o'clock. As Ji Shirxiu prepared to clear the rubble, Ming Nan, having regained consciousness, urgently called out to him, relaying the linear direction he had deduced from their earlier path. Upon hearing this, Ji Shirxiu paused for a moment, nodding in acknowledgement. With a thunderous crash, he took a single step forward, reaching the debris. Ji Shirxiu raised both hands, every muscle in his body tensing. And in that instant, his form swelled once again. Chapter 63. Escape with a resounding crash. The ground trembled violently. The rhythmic thuds echoed, once, twice, thrice, each strike sending shockwaves through the pit. As the rubble was excavated, the obstacles before Ji Shirxiu diminished, his pace quickening with each effort. Observing the scene, Ming Nan likened him to not one, but 10 excavators working in unison. He surmised that, had it not been for the concern of being trapped, Ji Shirxiu's speed would have been magnified several times over. Gradually, Ji Shirxiu's figure delved deeper into the debris, and before long, a tunnel wide enough for a truck emerged from the rubble. His renewed vigor was astonishing. Just as Ming Nan pondered the implications, the cacophony of crashing stones abruptly ceased. In his moment of uncertainty about whether Ji Shirxiu had located Zhang Hongda and the others, Ji Shirxiu began to push a mass of debris from the tunnel toward the pit's opening. After tirelessly excavating, Ji Shirxiu pushed the last of the rubble out for a third time and, instead of re-entering the tunnel, approached Ming Nan, whose jaw ached from holding it slack in disbelief. I have unearthed the way. The rest is in your hands. I may revert to my former state. So please relay to them that they need not risk themselves for my sake. As he spoke, his tone faltered, and a hint of despondence shadowed his expression. Witnessing this, an inexplicable sadness welled up within Ming Nan. Despite everyone's efforts to restore Ji Shirxiu, none had anticipated that the stone ape's heart would only afford him a fleeting recovery. Meanwhile, the unconscious Ji Xiaoyu likely could not fathom that the arduous quest for the stone ape's heart had not resolved Ji Shirxiu's plight. Standing still, Ming Nan nodded at Ji Shirxiu, who had reverted to his normal size, rubbed his weary jaw, and sighed deeply before advancing into the tunnel Ji Shirxiu had carved. Inside, the tunnel walls appeared to be solidified, adorned with enormous handprints, and at its deepest point, the rotund form of Zhang Hongda lay in repose. Though it took Ming Nan 2 hours to crawl from the pit to their location, the actual distance was not great. It was merely the obstruction of rubble that had consumed so much time. He noticed Zhu Yuehong frowning deeply, seemingly caught in a nightmare. What of the others? Where is the captain? To go, let us revert to our original forms and discuss this outside. Ming Nan hesitated under Zhang Hongda's hopeful gaze, uncertain of how to respond. Especially with Ji Xiaoyu and Zhu Yuehong still unconscious. The captain had indeed posed a formidable challenge. Zhang Hongda, sensing Ming Nan's unease, fell silent and quietly returned to his normal state, his demeanor growing somber, though flickers of determination still shone in his eyes. Without Ji Shirxiu in sight, he seemed reluctant to surrender hope. Glancing at the blazing sun outside the pit, Ming Nan realized that nearly 20 hours had elapsed since they were buried. Thankfully, all had survived, which was a small mercy amid their misfortune. Just as Ming Nan prepared to offer Ji Xiaoyu some water, the two unconscious figures stirred awake, their first instinct to seek Ji Shirxiu with eager eyes. However, upon witnessing Ji Shirxiu's sluggish state, their spirits, much like Zhang Hongda's, plummeted, disappointment evident in their expressions. With all the figures now awake, Ming Nan inhaled deeply, cleared his throat, and addressed them, relaying Ji Shirxiu's instructions. As he spoke, Ji Shirxiu nodded in affirmation, igniting a renewed flicker of hope in the eyes of the others upon hearing of his proposed solutions. Let us first eat and recuperate. Life must continue. We must trust the captain. If he claims to have a way, then assuredly, he does. Ming Nan encouraged, distributing the scant food from his backpack among them. Zhang Hongda, while assisting in clearing the rubble, had been largely cushioned by his own fat, suffering only minor abrasions, while Ji Xiaoyu bore the brunt of the injuries. Her skeletal structure shattered. Ming Nan, uncertain of how many bones could be mended, knew he needed to wait for Zhu Yuehong or Zhang Hongda to recover before attempting any complex procedures. A day passed swiftly, and aside from Ji Xiaoyu, the others had nearly regained their strength. After their recovery, Ming Nan learned of the events that transpired in the pit during his absence. Chapter 64. The beginning and the end. As the timeline unfolds, we find ourselves at the moment when Ming Nan departs from the pit. Upon reaching the crevice in the mountain to take a respite, everything seemed to progress smoothly. The numerous corpses were intensifying their assault to completely dismantle the small stone ape, preparing to launch their attack on the main body. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The main body of the stone ape, previously under the control of Ji Xiaoyu, violently broke free, forcefully merging its upper and lower limbs. In that instant of fusion, it disregarded everything and charged recklessly towards the position of Zhu Yuehong. The abruptness of this occurrence was so overwhelming that the gathered corpses could hardly react. Even Ji Xiaoyu, who was nearest, had no time to warn anyone. In the blink of an eye, the forcibly merged stone ape had already reached Zhu Yuehong, seemingly intent on rescuing the limbs that she was dissolving. Just as the stone ape was about to collide with her, Zhu Yuehong remained oblivious to the impending danger, fervently incinerating the stone ape's limbs beside Ji Xiaoyu. Sensing the peril, Ji Xiaoyu endured the agony in his head and selflessly pushed Zhu Yuehong aside. Thud. Bang. The two sounds resonated almost simultaneously. In the instant Ji Xiaoyu pushed Zhu Yuehong, he was struck by the stone ape's charge, instantly sent flying, his bones shattered, and he lost consciousness. In that fleeting moment when Ji Xiaoyu pushed her away and was subsequently knocked aside by the stone ape, Zhu Yuehong's eyes widened in shock. her pupils constricting as she let out a piercing and furious roar. Like the descent of a fire god, flames enveloped her body in an instant, reacting violently to their mistress's wrath. The flames, as if imbued with life, surged forth from Zhu Yuehong, racing towards the stone ape while she stood still, basking in the fiery baptism. With her eyes gently closed, she appeared adorned in a magnificent gown woven from flames, which gracefully enveloped her entirely. As the flames consumed the moisture in her skin, it dried and cracked, the fissures resembling battle scars, enhancing her otherworldly beauty in conjunction with the fiery attire. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two humanoid flames slowly separated from her body, standing at her sides. At the very moment the stone ape was about to touch its limbs, Zhu Yuehong suddenly opened her eyes, filled with brutality. The humanoid flames beside her seemed to receive a command upon her awakening, instantly charging towards the stone ape. As the humanoid flames converged in midair, they merged into a single entity that appeared much more solid. With a thunderous roar, they collided with the stone ape, blasting it apart as it attempted to merge with its limbs. The stone ape was instantly shattered, reduced to countless fragments scattered across the ground. Just as the flames on Zhu Yuehong's body prepared to split again, the scattered remnants on the ground began to dissolve, disappearing into the earth. Even the stone ape, pinned beneath Zhang Hongda, vanished without a trace. In that moment, the sudden disappearance of the enemy left Zhu Yuehong with a feeling akin to striking cotton with a fist. Her pent-up fury unable to be released. "Come forth!" A fierce cry erupted, and the flames enveloping her surged fiercely, causing the temperature within the pit to skyrocket. Although enraged, Zhu Yuehong did not lose her composure. The flames once more divided, 5 humanoid flames emerging from her, lacking a specific target. Zhu Yuehong did not remain idle. She commanded these 5 humanoid flames to converge, much like the stone ape merging with its limbs. As the humanoid flames fused together, their flames grew denser, resembling solid form. Suddenly, the entire rocky mountain began to tremble violently, loose stones plummeting from the ceiling of the pit. Zhang Hongda, having regained some strength, approached Zhu Yuehong and Ji Xiaoyu, silently preparing to shield them from the impending attack of the stone ape. As the tremors intensified, the frequency of falling stones increased, their size growing larger. Zhang Hongda glanced at the furious Zhu Yuehong and quietly suggested, "Shall we retreat from the pit and regroup?" Boom! The humanoid flames beside her suddenly surged upwards, colliding with a massive rock. The shaking pit could no longer withstand the violent explosion, collapsing with a thunderous roar, debris raining down upon them. When Zhang Hongda finally discerned the enormous rock, a cold sweat broke out. The stone ape had seized the opportunity to drop down from the ceiling during their conversation. Though the stone ape had diminished in size, it remained formidable. Had it landed a direct hit, both he and Zhu Yuehong would likely meet the same fate as Ji Xiaoyu. Thankfully, Zhu Yuehong reacted swiftly, sparing them from disaster. At the moment of collision between the humanoid flames and the stone ape, the latter's body was blown apart, revealing its heart, which was scorched by the flames clinging to it, gradually being incinerated. Observing the falling heart of the stone ape, Zhang Hongda eagerly reached out to catch it, preparing to flee the impending collapse of the pit with his comrades. However, upon seeing the stone ape's heart in Zhang Hongda's grasp, Zhu Yuehong could no longer withstand the depletion of her vitality and succumbed to unconsciousness. Having secured the stone ape's heart, Zhang Hongda intended to lead his comrades towards the exit of the pit. Yet, just a few steps in, the overhead rocks cascaded down, culminating in the complete collapse of the pit. He had no choice but to shield Zhu Yuehong and Ji Xiaoyu beneath him, bracing against the falling debris until the 3 of them were buried beneath the rubble of the collapsed pit. Upon recounting their tale, Ming Nan exhaled deeply, astonished at the events that transpired after his departure from the pit. He was grateful that everyone remained unharmed and could scarcely fathom the mutated creature that had injured the stone ape. In his heart, he felt immense relief that the stone ape had been wounded. Otherwise, he could not bear to contemplate the alternative. The journey to the corpse falls had reached its conclusion. Yet one lingering regret remained. The stone ape's heart had not completely neutralized Ji Shirshio's sloth-like traits. His system vitality had once again increased by 236 points, alongside the acquisition of a system box. However, this time, the box did not yield any novel items. It merely contained a vial of vitality activator. Uncertain if this was due to the overuse of bone spurs, after consuming the activator, he still did not sense the faintest hint of impending evolution. Nevertheless, he felt immensely satisfied with the bounty of this entire summer, as he had managed to evolve both his physical and cerebral domains within this brief time. Such an achievement would undoubtedly astonish many corpses. Especially now, as he gazed at his intermittently visible form, Ming Nan found himself in a quandary. He had just completed the adaptation period for his physical evolution, and now faced another for his cerebral domain. When he eventually encountered Tang Junyo, he would be at a loss for words to explain his rapid progression. Standing outside the guardhouse, awaiting Zhu Yuehong, who was finalizing her paperwork, Ming Nan observed the throngs of corpses bustling about, each preoccupied with their own affairs. Stretching languidly, he felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Just then, Zhu Yuehong emerged from the guardhouse, her demeanor heavy with the persistent somber atmosphere that had lingered for days. Though unspoken, it was evident that everyone was troubled by the unresolved issue regarding Ji Shishio. As he watched the mutated wolf at his feet, Ming Nan silently followed behind the crowd of corpses, mirroring his earlier approach, yet he shook his head helplessly at their downcast figures. Despite his repeated refusals, once Zhu Yuehong had fully regained her strength, she fulfilled her promise and collaborated with Zhang Hongda to deal with the mutated wolf entrusted to him. Although this mutated wolf had not yet evolved, Ming Nan estimated that it was not far from doing so, at least on par with a spiked wild boar. On their return journey, silence enveloped them. Ming Nan had long grown accustomed to it in the wake of Ji Shishio's absence. It seemed as if they had all lost their anchor, rendered helpless and directionless. Ming Nan, you too, share your contact information. We'll notify you when there are new missions. Though it may not be soon, Xiaoyu, and you still have school. We will look for other temporary teams, and if we need to continue, it will have to wait until your break. Don't be disheartened. The captain has said he has a solution. We must trust him and lift our spirits. We can't let him see us like this. After exchanging contact details, Ming Nan noticed the still heavy-hearted expressions of his teammates. After spending so long together, he wished to see them uplifted rather than succumb to despondency, and he offered words of comfort. Rest assured. Do you think we need your consolation? Off you go to play in the mud. Ji Xiaoyu, perched on Zhang Hongda's back, playfully scolded him, then turned to survey the group. All right, disperse. Enough chit-chat. Remember to study hard. Upon seeing Ji Xiaoyu prepare to tease again, Zhu Yuehong raised her brows, instantly silencing him. However, Ji Xiaoyu's playful interruption had lightened the team's atmosphere considerably, and Ming Nan felt a sense of relief as he waved goodbye to each of them. Carrying the mutated wolf in a burlap sack, Ming Nan had just taken a few steps when a thought struck him. Oh, Xiaoyu, where do you go to school? Is it high school as well? High school? Do you take me for a child of 3? I'm about to become a university student, Ji Xiaoyu declared proudly, lifting his chin towards the sky. Oh, you just graduated? I thought you were already in university. I didn't realize you had only just completed high school. You seem so eager, Ming Nan remarked, unable to resist teasing Ji Xiaoyu, who appeared quite pleased with himself. Ignoring the flustered Ji Xiaoyu, Ming Nan sensed a tug behind him and decided to make a swift exit, faintly hearing Ji Xiaoyu's voice calling out, "You should probably take care of your skin first. With that face of yours, you might scare the corpses during the day." Ultimately, he opted to sell the wolf's pelt, as the meat contained active properties. Nevertheless, the pelt alone fetched nearly 10,000 yuan. The trade of wolf skin for human skin seemed quite advantageous. Furthermore, the shop he chose had an impressive range of services. After selling the pelt, he also arranged for a deep skin treatment, and the attendant graciously offered him a discount. In summary, it was all about exchanging. Of course, he did not choose to replace all of his skin, but merely discarded the corroded sections. After all, having evolved, replacing all his skin would require reactivating its vitality, which would be time-consuming and not worth the effort. Due to still being in the adaptation phase of the brain domain evolution, parts of his body occasionally vanished, prolonging the skin replacement process. However, the outcome was splendid. After nearly 4 hours, he emerged renewed, standing before the mirror, admiring the handsome young man reflected back at him. Satisfied, he confirmed that his new skin bore no flaws and promptly paid for the service. As he exited the shop, the hour approached midnight. But he found contentment in this. Who is it? The door opened from the inside, and upon seeing Ming Nan, Minghua nearly failed to recognize his son. Though his appearance had not changed much, his entire demeanor had matured significantly, giving off an aura of wildness. After surveying Ming Nan from head to toe, he furrowed his brow, worry evident in his gaze as he looked at Ming Nan's legs. He then patted his shoulder reassuringly. Did you lose a leg? After dinner, I'll take you to get a new one. He truly wondered how things would unfold when it came time for school. Chapter 66. The beginning with a dog's head with a resigned shake of his head, just as he was about to explain, Minghua, noticing his son's expression, mistakenly thought he was upset. Alongside Zhang Yin, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. They looked at Ming Nan's leg with pity and offered comfort. It's all right. A real man can endure anything. So what if you have a leg injury? Don't frown like that. It's unbecoming. Ming Nan, does your leg hurt? If it does, I can take you to get it checked right now. We can't let it fester. You don't understand anything. Just eat first. Ming Nan can tell us about the outside world, Ming Hua said, ignoring his wife's dramatic reactions as he pulled Ming Nan toward the dining table. What did you say? Ming Nan. This leg definitely can't be neglected. Here's the deal. I'll manage with my old leg for now, and we'll get you a new one soon. Seeing his wife's anger, Ming Hua quickly retracted his statement, adopting a righteous tone. At the same time, he exchanged a conspiratorial wink with her, as if to say, is this acceptable? He bent down, pretending to remove his own leg. Ming Nan, touched by his parents' antics, hurriedly intervened. Dad. No. Mom and Dad, my leg is fine. Look, it's right here. Let us eat. I'm starving. Such an annoying adjustment period. Observing his parents' anxious expressions, Ming Nan felt a wave of frustration. He had painstakingly clarified the situation, and after witnessing the adaptation to physical evolution, his parents quickly accepted that their son had evolved again, much to their astonishment. However, as they belonged to the fourth category, they didn't fully comprehend the challenges of evolution, naively believing this was a standard pace. For every parent sees their child as unique and exceptionally bright. Finally finished with the explanations, Ming Nan let out a sigh of relief, feeling more exhausted than after a battle with mutated beasts outside the city. By the way, Mom, here is the money I earned from trading the wolf pelt, he said, handing Zhang Yin the remaining cash in his pocket. Also, please don't buy mutated chickens anymore. They're too expensive. I can get them myself from outside the city. Surprised, Zhang Yin accepted the money, her eyes glistening with tears of pride. Our son has grown up. Time always flies by during breaks, and soon, the first day of school was upon them. Originally, he intended to visit Tangjun to inquire about the adaptation period for shadows, but reconsidering, he decided to wait until school started. He had spent almost the entire summer outside, so he would rather cherish the last 2 days of vacation. During this time, Ming Nan planned to visit the hospital to check on Pang Bin and hopefully run into Lu Yahui to discuss college matters. However, when he arrived at the hospital, he learned that Pang Bin had recovered and been discharged, leaving him with no reason to stay. Without the urgency of the gathering place, his vitality gradually increased by about 50 points daily. After realizing the benefits of consuming mutated meat, he consistently set aside a large portion of each meal for his parents, regardless of the results, as it was his way of showing care. Comfortably lying on his bed, he instinctively activated his vitality, stimulating his parasitic ability. Compared to the other two branches, the activation of this ability was significantly slower. Ming Nan planned to focus on enhancing it to achieve evolution in the coming days. He wondered how much mutated meat the school would provide each month, eagerly anticipating it. Once school started, he wouldn't be able to hunt mutated beasts outside anymore. Yet, the thought of receiving a monthly share of mutated meat from school made Ming Nan smile involuntarily, his heart filled with excitement. The heightened tension of the summer had deprived him of restful sleep, and only at home did he feel relaxed and at ease. Thus, he lay there comfortably, fully relaxed, stimulating his parasitic ability, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Ming Nan was suddenly jolted awake by noises outside, instinctively preparing to leap up. As he was about to move, he realized he was at home. His tense body slowly relaxed as he exhaled deeply. Over the past few days, this scenario had occurred countless times. Any slight noise would wake him instantly. Glancing at the clock, it was precisely 6 in the evening, time to head to class. He knew Zhang Yin was busy preparing dinner. After hastily finishing a bowl of wolf meat noodles, Ming Nan hurried to school. It was the first day of class division, and he certainly didn't want to be late or miss out on finding out who the new homeroom teacher was and how many of his former classmates were in the new class. Upon arriving at his new classroom, Ming Nan spotted Yu Quan, who sat alone in the last row. After a summer break, it was amusing to see his old MP3 had transformed into a smartphone. Yu Quan was engrossed in his device, occasionally letting out a mischievous chuckle. Hey, Quan. What a coincidence. We're in the same class again. Looks like Lu Chun will be lonely. Yu Quan, confused, looked around, realizing he was alone. He had been so absorbed in playing with his phone that he thought he heard Ming Nan's voice, but upon looking up, he found no one around, leading him to believe he was hallucinating. Seeing Yu Quan's bewildered expression, Ming Nan understood that his adaptation period was playing tricks on him. He considered making his presence known but hesitated at the sight of Yu Quan's mischievous grin. Curiosity got the better of him, and he took a peek at the content on Yu Quan's phone. To his astonishment, Ming Nan saw that Yu Quan was browsing a forum discussing evolution. The bold title read, "Starting with a dog's head, how to assemble parts." The post suggested a route for evolution: 1 scorpion tail, 2 knife arms, and a pair of wings, preferably bat wings. Don't ask why, just know they look cool, along with 2 shield gorilla arms, a wolf head on the left, a dog head on the right, and a corpse head in the middle. Following this route would lead to an evolution into a 6-headed complete form, ultimately transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed Super Saiyan corpse, capable of both close and ranged combat, offensive and defensive maneuvers, simply invincible. The author strongly suggested considering this plan. Don't listen to that nonsense. His evolution scheme will just result in a joke. Another user chimed in. Listen to me. The key is to gather 1 more dog head, dog claws, dog legs, and a lava dog heart to evolve into a dog body. Finally, add a snake for the tail, and you'll become a 3-headed hellhound. I found this template based on human mythology, and it's absolutely epic. You'll turn heads everywhere. Ugly rejection. What kind of hellhound is this? It pales in comparison to my 3-headed, 6-armed design. Mine is based on the human Neza template, while your hellhound is just pathetic. Don't mislead others. Trust me, and you'll be unstoppable. The discourse continued, and suddenly, Ming Nan felt that the parasitic ability seemed quite intriguing. Chapter 67. The new semester in the class on parasitism. Tang Junguo primarily covered foundational knowledge. His discussion on the evolutionary aspects of parasitism was rather vague, leaving him with minimal understanding. Thus far, he had only encountered Luya Hui's blade arm and his own bone spur, remaining oblivious to everything else. The key revelation for Ming Nan was that parasitism could be executed in such a remarkable manner, truly opening his eyes to new possibilities. Quan, what are you doing in this class? A bewildered Yu Quan, upon seeing Ming Nan, gazed at him with curiosity. Did you just call me? I just arrived. You must have misheard me. Is it your new phone? Noticing Yu Quan's intent to inquire further, Ming Nan quickly shifted the topic, feigning surprise as he focused on his friend's phone. You've upgraded. Impressive. The mention of the phone instantly energized Yu Quan, erasing his earlier confusion. With a proud expression, he exclaimed, "Hee hee, after a summer of hard work, I've initially activated my parasitic ability, and my family rewarded me for it." Ming Nan was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated Yu Quan's rapid progress in activating his parasitism. He realized that if it weren't for the system-provided potions, Yu Quan would likely have activated only 2 branches at most, rather than evolving them. After all, even the most outstanding students in high school, like Luya Hui, only evolved during their senior year. It was a matter of fate. Some individuals seemed to be born with an advantage, effortlessly starting ahead of the rest without struggle. After a brief moment of surprise, Ming Nan comprehended the situation and felt a genuine joy for his friend's swift activation. He sincerely congratulated. Well done. You're 1 step closer to evolution. Sprinkle some water. I must strive harder to evolve quickly. My dad promised that if I evolved before the college entrance examination, he'll reward me with the head of a blazing hound for my parasitism. Yu Quan declared, his face brimming with excitement, almost drooling at the prospect. Seeing Yu Quan's enthusiasm, Ming Nan finally understood why his friend had posted such a message. Come on, let us quickly brainstorm together on which evolutionary path is the best. As he scrolled down, he noticed that the subsequent content of the thread had devolved into insults. Aside from the first few comments, the entire thread had strayed from discussing evolutionary paths and descended into mutual mockery, prompting Yu Quan to angrily close the forum. Perhaps it was derailed by the 3rd-floor branch cannon. Ming Nan lamented, feeling utterly disappointed after his anticipation. I've received word that starting from the last academic year, each year's college entrance examination will include an additional subject, extracurricular training. I heard that this trial run was prompted by an incident during last year's senior training outside the city, he continued. I'm not clear on the specifics, but it seems quite serious, and many parents are opposing this new requirement. Glancing at Yu Quan in surprise, Ming Nan was taken aback by how well-informed his friend was. Having experienced the events firsthand, he realized that without participating in this training, he would have been completely in the dark about it. Ming Nan, do you think our school will frequently take us outside the city for adaptation and practice? After all, it's now part of the entrance examination. Yu Quan mused, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. That's likely, but if there was an incident during this trial, the school will surely enhance safety measures. Besides, the outside world isn't exactly safe. Don't let your excitement cloud your judgment. You might find yourself lost, Ming Nan cautioned. reflecting on the experiences of the past summer and feeling compelled to provide a warning to Yuquan. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the class bell rang. Ming Nan took a seat beside Yuquan, curious about which homeroom teacher would be in charge when Tang Junguo appeared in his line of sight. Not him again. Yuquan muttered under his breath. Upon seeing Tang Junguo, Ming Nan felt a surge of happiness. After all, Tang had treated him quite well. Clearing his throat, Tang Junguo commanded the class's attention. The room fell silent, and he surveyed the students with satisfaction. When his gaze landed on Ming Nan, his eyes widened in surprise, and his brow furrowed in curiosity. Ming Nan found himself puzzled by Tang Junguo's astonishment. Was he the one who assigned him to this class? What was the cause of this expression? After a brief self-introduction, the second year officially commenced. During the class, Tang Junguo announced the addition of a new examination subject, extracurricular training, for the upcoming entrance exams, emphasizing its significance while also reminding students not to neglect their cultural studies, which remained equally important. Although Ming Nan had anticipated this outcome, witnessing his classmates' cries of despair and complaints gave him an odd sensation that the announcement had been delivered with undue urgency, leaving them unprepared and bewildered. Finally, when the class concluded, Yuquan was eager to boast about the accuracy of his information when Tang Junguo gestured for him to come over. As they walked to the office, Tang Junguo scrutinized Ming Nan. Has your brain domain evolved? Upon hearing this, Ming Nan instantly understood the source of Tang Junguo's earlier surprise. Despite his efforts to control his activity and keep it discreet, he had not escaped Tang's keen observation. Following that, aside from discussing the system, Ming Nan recounted his experiences from the month spent outside the city over the summer. However, when explaining how his brain domain had evolved, he fabricated a story, claiming that the activation had nearly occurred before consuming the meat lump he had found, which allowed for his evolution within that month. As for the reason behind the brain domain activating faster than the other two branches, he simply stated that he was unsure why this was the case. Ming Nan felt helpless, acutely aware that one lie often necessitated countless others to maintain its fade. Yet regarding the system, he had no choice but to tread carefully. Chapter 68. Acquiring resources. Listening to Ming Nan recount the events that transpired outside the city with the Free Squad, Tang Junguo cast a deep glance at Ming Nan. He refrained from probing further into his words, acknowledging that every individual possesses their own opportunities, including himself. He advised, be cautious and avoid straying down the wrong path. With a hint of exasperation, he added, moreover, your actions are utterly reckless. I have informed you that the application for the mutated meat from the school will be processed this semester, so why the haste? If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your parents? Henceforth, aside from school-sanctioned outings, remain in the city and do not venture out again. Having realized that his tone was somewhat harsh, Tang Junguo softened his voice, saying, Ming Nan, you are already quite exceptional. Growth requires time, do not rush it. Haste makes waste. Utilize this time wisely. Keep up with your academic progress and set aside all other matters for now. Upon hearing Tang Junguo's words, Ming Nan instinctively nodded. He had no intention of leaving the city again, feeling the need to reflect on the gains of the summer. Finally, it has arrived. When Tang Junguo mentioned the resources, Ming Nan nearly burst into song, as if the world had suddenly brightened. Although he was uncertain of the school's allocation, even a mere 20 points of vitality would suffice. After all, even the smallest morsel holds value. Oh, and regarding the mutated meat you hunted yourself, refrain from sending it my way. The mere thought brings me joy, and I have enough here. At this moment, you require the resources more than I do. Your diligence in studies is the greatest gratitude you can offer me. Do not engage in superficial gestures. As if struck by a sudden thought, Tang Junguo paused momentarily before speaking again, not waiting for Ming Nan's response, and turned to leave. Some students even cast glances tinged with animosity, leaving Ming Nan bewildered. He scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed under the scrutiny of so many classmates. He endeavored to control his vitality, striving to avoid becoming invisible at that moment. Just as he was about to approach his seat, he noticed that all his classmates' gazes followed his movement. Even Ming Nan, typically oblivious, sensed that the atmosphere in the classroom was somewhat off. Ignoring the curious stares, he approached Yuquan, eager to inquire about the situation. But Yuquan beat him to it, exclaiming, how did you suddenly receive the school's scholarship? A classmate overheard, and now the whole class is buzzing about it. You are now the object of envy, all the students are jealous of you. So treat us. Looking at Yuquan's gossiping expression, Ming Nan could feel his genuine happiness for the resources he obtained from the school, much like his own joy over the initial activation of his vitality. Simultaneously, he finally understood the reason behind his classmates' peculiar looks. After all, the price of mutated meat was substantial, and not every student's family, like Yuquan's, could provide such resources. At this time, the monthly allocation from the school represented a significant boon for them. Just a minor detail. Let us hit the snack shop after class. Ming Nan waved off the stares of his classmates and began flipping through his textbook. He held off until the end of class, at which point Yuquan eagerly pulled Ming Nan toward the snack shop, adhering to the principle of sharing the wealth. He also invited Lu Qian, who was assigned to the adjacent class, to join them. You guys are lucky to be in the same class. I'm stuck alone. None of my classmates are familiar, not a single one to chat with. Lu Qian lamented, his expression resembling that of a disgruntled spouse, brimming with grievances. Not to mention, you owe us a treat. Both you and Ming Nan have activated your vitality, while I'm lagging behind. By the way, Xiaoming missed a treat too. Where have you been during the summer? We are here studying hard, unlike some who are slacking off. Make sure you keep up, or you'll fall behind. Look at you, just activated and already bragging? Let us see if I don't catch up. With that, Lu Qian prepared to unleash a newly learned technique on Yuquan. Amid the banter, they arrived at the snack shop, finally silencing the two. Before long, school was over. After bidding farewell to Yuquan and the others, Ming Nan made his way to the school's logistics office. The logistics office resembled a hospital's pharmacy window, with various items displayed on the shelves behind the counter. A young male teacher was busily organizing items, and Ming Nan watched in awe as he efficiently arranged the shelves, marveling at the sheer prowess of the tentacle-like appendages. The sight inspired him to contemplate whether he should also experiment with a few tentacles in the future. After waiting for the organization to conclude, Ming Nan stepped forward, presenting his student ID with courtesy. Teacher, I am here to collect resources. Here is my student ID. The young teacher, verifying Ming Nan's information against the computer, nodded in confirmation. Without a word, a tentacle extended from behind him, reaching toward one of the shelves. Retrieving a square package wrapped in brown paper and placing it at the exchange point. Cherish and utilize every resource wisely. Thank you, teacher. Ming Nan accepted the package with a slight bow and exited the logistics office. The moment he stepped out, he eagerly unwrapped the package, revealing a piece of fresh mutated meat. Weighing it in his hands, he nodded in satisfaction. The school had provided a generous portion, approximately 5 pounds. With that thought, Ming Nan quickened his pace, heading home, occasionally flickering in and out of view, almost as if teleporting, until he vanished from the school in the blink of an eye. Chapter 69. The troubling joys of happiness. Upon arriving home, Ming Nan was greeted by the cheerful clanging of pots and pans emanating from the kitchen, indicating that Zhang Yin was preparing breakfast. With a light-hearted stride, he approached the kitchen and saw his mother bustling about. Mom, the school has awarded scholarships. And this is for you. Oh dear, it's you, Xiaonan. You moved so quietly, you startled me. Is this your father's influence? Or are you doing this on purpose? What did you just say? Feeling inexplicably reprimanded, Ming Nan repeated his previous statement while handing over the package in his hand. Upon hearing the word scholarship, Zhang Yan's expression transformed, her demeanor becoming warm and approving. You earned this scholarship through your hard work. This package seems quite substantial. Well done. Keep some for yourself to spend. Xiaonan has become so sensible and even received a scholarship. You're becoming more of a comfort to us. Has Mom misunderstood something? Can mutated meat be deposited in a bank? Does the bank have such extravagant services? Glancing at the package of mutated meat he had repackaged, Ming Nan slapped his forehead, realizing that he had not communicated clearly, leading to his mother's misunderstanding. He quickly clarified, opening the brown paper to explain what a scholarship truly was. Recalling Tang Junguo's words, he reiterated to Zhang Yan, Mom, there's no room left in the fridge, just cook it all. My appetite has increased lately. I'll snack on it later. Given that their fridge was already filled with various items, and considering its size compared to the hotel suite's, it could barely accommodate a single mutated wolf, which nearly filled the entire fridge. Truly, a delightful dilemma. Thus, the family enjoyed a harmonious meal together, with the couple occasionally inquiring about Ming Nan's interactions and adjustment in his new class, keeping the conversation centered on him. While savoring the meal, Ming Nan suddenly recalled something. Having been in this world for a while, he had found the rice particularly delicious, with each mouthful bursting with flavor, lingering on his palate. Curiosity piqued. With his mouth full, he mumbled, Mom, what kind of rice is this? Where did you buy it? It's exceptionally tasty. The flavor is remarkable. Of course, it's primarily due to your culinary skills. With a bemused glance at Ming Nan, Zhang Yin replied, Haven tea, we always eaten this rice produced by the pig? Rice pig? To avoid appearing uninformed, Ming Nan feigned understanding, nodding in acknowledgement, while silently noting the term rice pig for future reference. Nevertheless, considering his current situation, he deemed it prudent to take things slowly. He understood the wisdom of not overindulging. Evolution is the true path. Once back in his room, Ming Nan felt overwhelmed as he glanced at the mutated meat on his desk, a sudden fear of being consumed by snail and earthworm meat flashing through his mind. Eating like this every day was unsustainable. Eventually, even if he wasn't a meatball, he would end up resembling one. Ming Nan, are you a pig? You just ate so much rice. Muttering in frustration, Ming Nan felt disheartened, uncertain if the system could provide a method to absorb vitality. This method of obtaining vitality was truly too fortunate. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began activating his digestive acceleration technique, preparing for a night-long battle with the pot of meat before him. By evening, after a full day of consuming food, Ming Nan finally felt a slight relief in his stomach. After freshening up, he set out for school. Just as he was lost in thought regarding his upcoming schedule, a mocking voice reached his ears. Hey kid. Ignoring the voice, he continued to ponder his own matters until the voice called out again, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind as someone approached quickly from the side. Instinctively, Ming Nan sidestepped to avoid the oncoming foot that had aimed for the spot he had just occupied. Are you deaf, or just ignoring me? Only then did Ming Nan look up to see three burly youths blocking his path, clad in sleeveless shirts, their arms adorned with colorful tattoos, all glaring at him with an air of arrogance. Oh. Glancing at the trio of tattooed youths and the cigarette butts littering the ground, he frowned slightly. You seem to have been waiting for me for quite some time? While speaking, Ming Nan racked his brain, trying to recall if he had offended anyone. Why would they approach him so inexplicably? Hand over the mutated meat if you know what's good for you. One of the tattooed youths on the left said impatiently. The raucous voices broke Ming Nan's train of thought, finally clarifying why these three had confronted him. Realizing the situation, Ming Nan understood that the trouble stemmed from the mutated meat. Did they think him an easy target simply because he possessed more of it? Has this kid gone dumb? Haha, quite possible. Meanwhile, the two youths beside him remained oblivious to their companion's odd behavior, continuing to shout and prepare to confront Ming Nan. However, their positioning was rather haphazard. One youth's arm was detached and grafted onto another's thigh, while the dismembered leg was awkwardly attached to the arm of the other tattooed youth. In an instant, they had transformed into a grotesque four-armed, four-legged spectacle. Ming Nan stepped over the two sprawled tattooed youths and addressed the one who had just threatened him. Now slumped in defeat. What did you just say? I didn't say anything. Oh. The entire exchange flowed seamlessly, executed with grace and poise, devoid of any hesitation. Having resolved the matter, Ming Nan glanced at his watch, relieved that he had left early, not wasting more than a few minutes. Disinterested in the ruffians, he turned to leave. He had neither the inclination nor the time to engage in any detective games or seek out the so-called mastermind behind this. Such thugs lacked the audacity to confront him directly. Letting others do their dirty work was simply beneath him, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Want the mutated meat? Let your underlings come and speak to me directly. His words floated into their ears, instilling fear within them. They nodded vigorously, appearing eager to escape, yet hesitant to do so. They were nothing but bullies, preying on the weak. In dramas, they rarely survived beyond an episode. Ming Nan considered conversing with them a waste of breath. Of course, he had no intention of relinquishing the coveted mutated meat. Surrender was not an option. Come at me if you dare. Long after he departed, Ming Nan could still faintly hear the lamentations of the three tattooed youths behind him. I dropped out of school before learning how to reattach limbs. My hand is about to fall off. Help me out. I don't know how. I can, but I don't have a hand. Chapter 70. Monthly examination. As Ming Nan walked towards the school, he quickly cast aside the events of earlier. Indeed, after some activity, he felt invigorated and even his stomach was at ease. Although such days may seem monotonous, each one was filled with purpose, and his academic pursuits did not falter. After all, while evolution was paramount, cultural knowledge held equal significance. Mastering mathematics, physics, and chemistry would ensure he could traverse the world without fear. After a week of consuming the mutant wolf, Ming Nan had finally finished it all, excluding what his parents, Ming Hua and his spouse, had eaten. It had augmented his vitality by 326 points, bringing it to a total of 573 points. Though he was still 27 points shy of receiving another box due to sharing the mutant meat, he felt no regret about this decision. What could possibly be more important than the health of his parents? Before long, the time had arrived for the first monthly examination of his sophomore year. Once this examination was completed, he could once again claim mutant meat, which filled him with anticipation. Following the incident with the 3 tattooed youths, Ming Nan had not encountered any further harassment. It seemed that the classmate he had displaced had given up. This did not concern Ming Nan in the slightest. Regarding the upcoming examination, the school introduced a unique subject, an excursion outside the city. Naturally, for students just entering their second year, the school had no intention of truly sending them into perilous adventures. Their destination was merely the outskirts, a transitional zone between the city and the wilderness. The school's intention was not to expect much from the students, but to familiarize them with the external environment, a preparation for the future college entrance examinations. Attendance for this monthly examination was mandatory. However, the school had no objections to students wishing to withdraw. Similar to the students of the senior class 3 years prior, most began with curiosity but soon fell into silence as the decaying structures around them became increasingly sparse, creating an atmosphere of trepidation. Observing his classmates' reactions, Ming Nan felt the school's arrangements were indeed reasonable. The previous year's seniors had been caught off guard by the sudden addition of the outdoor training course, introduced merely a few months in advance, leaving both the school and students unprepared. This abruptness led to nearly half of the students being eliminated before they even stepped outside the school gates. While the principal's decisions played a role, Ming Nan believed this was ultimately for the benefit of those prematurely eliminated. Even among those who ventured outside, had it not been for Shirley's intervention, many would have faltered at that hurdle. This time, however, the school was prepared, equipping the students of both years with prior training to facilitate their adaptation, allowing ample time for a psychological adjustment. During this month, the greatest challenge for Ming Nan was subtly concealing his adaptation period. The sudden disappearing acts of parts of his body, or even his entire self, left him feeling utterly helpless, just as it was now. Ming Nan, what do you think the outside world is like? Seated beside him, Yuquan gazed longingly at the scenery outside the vehicle. Ming Nan, Xiaoming, where are you? Oh no, don't scare me like that. You were just beside me. Ming Nan, come out. Don't frighten me. Teacher Tang, Ming Nan has disappeared. As Yuquan's frantic shouts echoed, the entire truck fell silent, leaving only his anxious cries and the sounds of his palms striking the side of the vehicle. Observing Yuquan's reaction, Ming Nan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, but more so, he felt touched. Sometimes, it is not the grand gestures that resonate, but rather the seemingly insignificant moments that leave an indelible mark on the heart. However, this was hardly Ming Nan's intention to tease him. The adaptation phase was simply complicating matters, rendering him unable to manifest. As if responding to Yuquan's frantic tapping, the truck suddenly came to a halt by the roadside. Tang Junguo opened a small window at the junction, looking at the agitated Yuquan. What is going on? Why the commotion? Teacher, Xiaoming. No. Ming Nan has disappeared. Yuquan's face had turned ghostly pale, his already ashen complexion now almost translucent. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he spoke in a disjointed manner. At that moment, Ming Nan's adaptation period finally concluded, bringing him relief. He hurried to the front, pulling Yuquan aside. Teacher Tang, it's all right, I'm here. I just accidentally dozed off and didn't notice. Tang Junguo cast a resigned glance at Ming Nan, nodding in acknowledgement before closing the window, signaling the driver to continue. He was well aware of Ming Nan's situation but felt powerless to assist. As the truck resumed its journey, the students in the rear compartment seemed to come back to life, their energy restored as chatter filled the air. Well, you scared me to death. Next time you fall asleep, at least let me know. I was worried for nothing, Yuquan exclaimed. Wiping the sweat from his brow while discreetly dabbing the corners of his eyes, his pallor beginning to regain some color. All right. I was just feeling a bit carsick. Don't worry, nothing can happen here, Ming Nan reassured him, patting Yuquan's shoulder. As he spoke, a visage, both timid and fervent, flashed through Ming Nan's mind. Shaking his head, he dismissed the chaotic thoughts. It had been 2 months since that incident, and he believed that the guards had eliminated any lingering threats, allowing the school to feel secure in permitting them outside the city. After a bumpy ride, the truck finally arrived at the first checkpoint, under Tang Junguo's direction. All the students disembarked and assembled, awaiting his instructions. Thus far, aside from a few exceptions, most of you have performed admirably. He began. This is your first excursion outside the city. I do not expect you to excel or show off. The primary objective is to acclimate to the environment for one day. Limited to a 5-kilometer radius. Please refrain from wandering off. This is a positioning wristband. Each of you will receive one. If you encounter danger, simply press the button on it, and we will be able to track your location. Tang Junguo's demeanor was particularly serious as he outlined the precautions, emphasizing the importance of the wristband's usage. Chapter 71. Arrival of strangers. As Ming Nan gazed at the positioning wristband allocated to him, he noted that its appearance closely resembled the one from summer vacation, save for an additional button. Upon hearing Tang Junguo's explanation, a sudden clarity dawned upon Ming Nan. No wonder the school felt emboldened to allow them to venture beyond the city. They must have recognized the shortcomings of the locator following a prior incident and made improvements. Moreover, he was certain that within this 5-kilometer radius, members of the guard team were concealed, ever ready to respond. Furthermore, if there is no emergency, refrain from pressing the button above. I trust everyone is familiar with the tale of the boy who cried wolf. I do not wish to see such behavior in our class. Any violations will be met with severe punishment. The seriousness of the atmosphere was palpable, and as Ming Nan, affected by the gravity of the situation, heard the words "the boy who cried wolf," he nearly succumbed to laughter, his expression morphing into one of bemusement. He leaned towards Yuquan and whispered, "What on earth is the boy who cried wolf?" Had Elchin been present, he would undoubtedly have refrained from asking, lest that rascal proclaim he had traversed dimensions once more. Yuquan, glancing at Ming Nan in astonishment for not having heard of a story even a 3-year-old would know, quietly began to explain. "You haven't heard? It's about a mischievous boy who, for his amusement, deceived the villagers by shouting, 'Wolf! Wolf!' The kind-hearted villagers rushed to his aid." "Stop. I just recalled," Ming Nan interjected, slapping his forehead. "Isn't this just a morbid retelling of the wolf story?" At that moment, Tang Junguo concluded his warnings and announced, "All students may form their own teams and set off. I advise against acting alone." He cast a sidelong glance at Ming Nan, who felt a twinge of embarrassment, remembering his past transgressions. Once Tang Junguo finished speaking, Ming Nan eagerly pulled the bewildered Yuquan, who was attempting to bond with other classmates, towards the exit. "Aren't we supposed to find classmates to team up with? Aren't we already a team?" Yuquan retorted, glancing around the path. Ming Nan, undeterred, took a turn and led Yuquan towards a narrow byway. "We've already activated our devices. With you watching my back, what is there to fear?" Seeing Yuquan open his mouth to protest, Ming Nan quickly interrupted, praising him. Watching Yuquan's expression shift from confusion to pride, Ming Nan couldn't suppress a chuckle. Were it not for Yuquan's presence, Ming Nan would have preferred to avoid teaming up with other classmates. He wished to conceal as much as possible in front of them. And given his current circumstances, teaming up would only squander precious time. This was a rare opportunity to venture beyond the city, and he intended to savor every moment. Although they were still within a safe zone, the presence of mutated creatures could not be entirely dismissed. With a stroke of luck, they might encounter one. Thus the urgency to act. After winding through the narrow path for nearly an hour, Ming Nan intermittently touched this and examined that, occasionally sniffing the air. Crouching to listen to the ground, and parting the underbrush in a series of strange actions that left Yuquan utterly perplexed, sensing an inexplicable potency in Ming Nan's fervor. "Ming Nan, what exactly are we doing? Is it wise to run so far without a purpose?" Yuquan's excitement began to wane as he surveyed the eerily quiet forest, his earlier enthusiasm waning into trepidation. After searching the mountains for so long without a trace of mutated creatures, he felt quite disheartened. There's no way it could be this thoroughly cleared out. The guard team should have left some of the smaller, harmless mutated animals. "Let us move on. There's nothing here," Ming Nan called back to Yuquan, who remained unconvinced. Time slipped away, and after another 4 hours of fruitless searching, Yuquan trudged behind Ming Nan. Nearly exhausted, they had scoured nearly every inch of the mountain, and after such an extensive search, his initial awe of the outside world had all but evaporated. "Let us take a break. This aimless searching is futile." Noticing Yuquan's fatigue, Ming Nan realized that their stamina differed significantly. Even though he was eager to find mutated creatures, he could not disregard his companion's feelings. They paused for over half an hour to rest before resuming their quest. Yuquan, still uncertain of Ming Nan's intentions, simply followed along. As the day drew to a close, Ming Nan's spirits sank further. Whether it was due to the guard team's thoroughness or sheer misfortune, they had yet to encounter a single mutated creature despite their prolonged efforts. Yuquan, trailing behind, was now so hungry that his stomach pressed against his back. They had set off without any provisions, adhering to the standards of their recent examinations. With a sigh upon seeing the sun dip lower in the sky, Ming Nan reluctantly led Yu Quan back towards the checkpoint, glancing at the positioning wristband to ascertain their location. Observing the gathered students emerging from the dormitory adjacent to the checkpoint, Tang Junhua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, no further incidents had occurred. After confirming that all students had arrived safely, he addressed them. In the midst of all the cheers, I will now read each name until I confirm everyone is accounted for. Finally, they concluded this brief expedition beyond the city. Chapter 72. 2 years upon returning to school during a day off, Ming Nan's first task was to collect the resources provided by the school for the month. Although he had not encountered any mutated creatures during his recent excursion outside the city, the thought of the available resources filled him with excitement, especially since he needed just 27 more points of vitality. His steps lightened with anticipation. "Mom, please cook more meat today. I'm starving after a whole day without food." After an anxious and lengthy wait, during which Ming Nan even took a moment to bathe, Zhang Yan finally placed a platter of mutated meat on the table. Unable to contain his hunger any longer, Ming Nan eagerly embraced the dish and began to eat. "I'm so hungry," he mumbled, his mouth full, while keeping an eye on the fluctuations in his vitality. When his vitality reached 599 points, he felt considerably more at ease. Taking a moment to breathe, he glanced at his greasy hands, then calmly placed a piece of meat in his bowl before washing his hands and face. Returning to the table, Ming Nan's demeanor turned solemn as he regarded the meat with utmost reverence, leaving his parents, Ming Hua and her husband, utterly perplexed. "What are you doing, Xiaonan? Just a moment ago you were starving, and now you're staring at the meat in a daze." Immersed in his own world, Ming Nan ignored Zhang Yan's words, savoring each bite of meat until he received the vitality enhancer. Suddenly, he thought, why not a vitality enhancer related to parasitic life? Ming Hua and her husband observed their son's expressive reactions with increasing bewilderment. He's great in every way, but lately, he often behaves like this when eating meat. Should we take him to the hospital? Since the conclusion of the monthly exams, nearly 2 years had slipped by, and in just a month, Ming Nan would face the college entrance examination. During this period, despite being invited by Ji Xiaoyu and others to hunt outside the city during the summer break of their second year, Ming Nan politely declined due to his heavy academic workload. Ji Xiaoyu and the others understood and urged him to prioritize his studies. After all, while hunting outside the city may be significant, it could not overshadow the importance of education. One should not forsake the essential for the trivial. There would be ample opportunities to hunt in the future. Throughout these 2 years, the school organized monthly excursions for students to train outside the city, gradually increasing the duration and expanding the scope of these activities while intermittently introducing mutated creatures for them to adapt to. This made the students' already busy lives even more fulfilling, akin to being invigorated by an energy drink, leaving them unable to pause. The students, initially brimming with enthusiasm, now appeared drained. Yet relief was on the horizon with the conclusion of this demanding period just a month away. They would learn about the mutated creatures they might encounter outside the city and how to respond to them. Regarding vitality, thanks to the school's resource subsidies over nearly 2 years, Zhang Yan finally heeded Ming Nan's advice and ceased purchasing mutated chickens every month, alleviating some of the family's financial burden. After all, acquiring a mutated chicken each month was a considerable expense for an ordinary family. The enhancement of system vitality had stabilized significantly. Through the monthly allocation of mutated meat, after setting aside portions for his parents, Ming Nan's vitality reached 691 points. With just one more resource collection before the college entrance examination, he would be able to obtain another system box. As for the evolution of the 3 main branches, perhaps due to a period of relative comfort, only the physical vitality branch seemed on the verge of progressing to the mid-stage of evolution, while the brain domain vitality remained stagnant in the early stages. The adaptation phase was successfully navigated during the first semester of his senior year, providing him with some psychological reassurance as he no longer had to fear sudden, unexplained lapses in his physical presence. In stark contrast, the parasitic vitality was in a more dismal state. Ming Nan held deep grievances regarding this. He often lamented that had the last system box he received contained parasitic vitality-related agents, his parasitic vitality would have surely evolved by now, rather than lingering in its current state. This reality fueled his indignation. Mysticism cannot save the impoverished. Regarding his academic performance, thanks to the evolution of his brain domain vitality, Ming Nan absorbed cultural knowledge rapidly. Though he had not reached a photographic memory level, He grasped the concepts in textbooks with remarkable ease, excelling in his class. Ming Nan. With just a month until the college entrance examination, which evolution academy do you plan to apply to? Sitting beside him, Yuquan interrupted his thoughts. Yuquan had changed significantly from 2 years prior. The left shoulder, obscured by his clothing, slightly bulged, hinting at a mass that seemed to writhe beneath the fabric. Having prepared a dog head for him at home, Yuquan could no longer resist and had finally undergone the parasitic transformation in his senior year. It was unclear whether he was following the path of Neza or the Hellhound, as both involved the parasitic growth of heads on the shoulders. To Yuquan, the concept of parasitism was straightforward. The sooner one embraces it, the sooner one can find peace of mind, and it serves as a constant motivation, providing a goal to strive for. Based on his progress, Yuquan's approach seemed effective. He claimed he would reach the first stage of evolution before the college entrance examination, aiming to gain extra points and make use of his newfound abilities during the trials. The Dongming Evolution Academy. Ming Nan had set his sights on this institution 2 years ago, determined to choose the best. Currently, the top 2 evolution academies in the country were Qingbei Evolution Academy and Dongming Evolution Academy. Given their geographical locations, Ming Nan leaned towards the southern Dongming Academy. What about you? Have you decided where to apply? Upon hearing Ming Nan's question, Yuquan already had an answer in his heart. He understood Ming Nan well. Despite his outstanding achievements, Ming Nan remained remarkably humble and unassuming. Though he had never asked, Yuquan could sense that Ming Nan was equally adept in the realm of evolution, perhaps even more so, a sixth sense that held true. How wonderful! I wish I could go out of the province too, but my family insists I apply to Luda Evolution Academy. The admission requirements there are too high. I don't have your brain domain vitality to make studying feel like a cheat code. How can the college entrance examination overlook cultural scores? Just look at those with brain domain vitality. They devour knowledge as if they've taken performance enhancers. Why doesn't parasitic vitality provide similar benefits? It feels so unjust. I'm counting on evolving soon. If that happens, I might earn enough points to barely qualify. Lu Chun was also considering Luda Evolution Academy, his scores hovering around the cutoff. He had only just activated his abilities, contrasting with Ming Nan. We should combine our scores for a better chance. It would be great if you applied to Luda too. That way, we 3 brothers might end up at the same school. With a heavy sigh, Yuquan casually mentioned this, aware that each person had their own path and not wanting his selfishness to hinder his friend's future. A contemplative silence enveloped them as they pondered the impending separation. Why worry so much? With communication being so advanced nowadays, we can stay in touch anytime. After speaking, he stood up and gently patted Ming Nan's shoulder, waving goodbye as he observed Yuquan's departing figure. Having spent 3 years together, Ming Nan felt a twinge of sadness in his heart. It was hard to believe that he had been in this world for nearly 3 years. He had completely acclimated to his current existence, masquerading in a disguise akin to that of a zombie. At times, he found himself pondering which reality was genuine. Was everything that had transpired merely a fleeting dream? Yet, the disguise he wore served as a constant reminder that he was indeed human. However, he couldn't help but wonder if the costume, worn for 3 years, had accumulated dirt. Should he consider washing it? Chapter 73. The college entrance examination. A month later, standing on the podium, Tang Junguo's gaze swept across the students before him. After 3 years of guidance, supplemented by monthly adaptive training organized by the school, each student radiated vitality. His eyes finally settled on Ming Nan, and with a satisfied nod, he cleared his throat. Dear students, tomorrow marks the college entrance examination. We have shared 2, some even 3, years together. I have witnessed your transformations, and it fills my heart with immense joy. I take great pride in having encountered such exceptional students like you. Ambition is the wellspring of strength, the cradle of wisdom, the banner of advancement, and the sword that cleaves through adversity. After 3 years of relentless striving, we stand at this pivotal moment. A sharp sword is forged through rigorous honing, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. I wish you all a triumphant start. For your dreams, for your aspirations, let us rally together. Tang Junguo's impassioned words ignited a fervor among the students. All those years of diligent study were for this very moment. Each student clenched their fists, faces flushed with excitement, hearts racing fervently. Let us go. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the classroom, reverberating through the school. Teacher, Mr. Tang. Gazing at the educator who had guided him for 3 years, Ming Nan felt an overwhelming gratitude. Though the system had its role, Tang Junguo had provided invaluable assistance. Words seemed to coalesce into a torrent, yet he found himself at a loss for expression. After a long pause, he managed to utter 2 words. Thank you. Tang Junghua smiled reassuringly at Ming Nan and nodded affirmatively. I have imparted all that I can. The road ahead is long. Remember to stay true to yourself and not lose your way. Thank you, teacher. Ming Nan bowed slightly, his eyes glistening with emotion. Go forth. With a wave, Tang Junghua turned towards his office, rubbing his slightly reddened eyes while muttering, where did the sand come from? Even with glasses, it found its way in. Emerging from the logistics room, Ming Nan held a package, weighing the mutant meat in his hands. Glancing at the nearly full red bar, he silently prayed that the system would not disappoint him this time. Before him were 2 large pots of mutant meat. With a helpless expression, he turned to Zhang Yan. Mom, why did you buy more mutant chicken? I can't possibly finish this much. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. You need to eat more mutant meat to replenish your strength. Who knows, you might perform extraordinarily well. Just leave what you can't finish. I didn't say you had to eat it all at once. Zhang Yan's eyes brimmed with encouragement. Feeling warmth in his heart, Ming Nan nodded vigorously at his parents' hopeful gazes. Don't worry, I will not let you down. Eat well, don't stress too much. How you perform doesn't matter. We have seen your efforts throughout high school. We believe in you. Ming Hua and his wife seemed to avoid disturbing Ming Nan, opting instead to take a walk in the sun, leaving him alone at home. In his room, Ming Nan refrained from studying or even attending to the newly acquired system box. With the exam looming, he deemed it wise to avoid any distractions that might hinder his preparation. Instead, he sat cross-legged on his bed, emptying his mind to attain the best possible state. Only after that did he casually skim through his textbooks, the knowledge already ingrained in his mind, merely revisiting it for reassurance. Throughout the day, Ming Nan chose to forego activating his abilities, opting instead for an early night's rest to rejuvenate his spirit for the following day's examination. As the sun set, its rays filtered through the window, casting a warm glow on Ming Nan's cheeks, restoring color to his pale face. His eyelids fluttered as he gradually opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and stretching leisurely. Since learning the activation method, he felt he hadn't slept so comfortably in ages. After a simple wash and enjoying a steaming dinner, Ming Nan initially planned to head to the exam venue alone. However, at Zhang Yan's insistence, both parents accompanied him to the entrance, cheering him on. Son, go for it. We will be here waiting for your victorious return. Walking backward as he waved goodbye, Ming Nan turned and entered the familiar examination hall. Once seated, he closed his eyes until the exam papers were distributed. Taking a deep breath, he was enveloped in the familiar scent of ink. At that moment, he opened his eyes wide, gazing at the densely packed questions, and began to write. The 2-day written examination of the college entrance exam concluded swiftly, and Ming Nan felt immensely satisfied with his performance. He was now fully prepared to face the second part of the exam, the outdoor training. At that moment, Ming Nan finally comprehended the feelings of his peers, Liu Yahui and others, during their outdoor training in the first year, an amalgamation of anxiety and excitement. This year, the emphasis on outdoor training had intensified, making this exam even more significant in the eyes of all students and the school. With over 20 days remaining before the outdoor training commenced on July 1st, the results of the written exam would only be released after the outdoor training scores were announced. At that time, students would combine both results to fill in their preferences. While Ming Nan immersed himself in solitary practice, time relentlessly marched on. In this regard, time is both fair and frugal. Regardless of one's appearance, character, wealth, or status, everyone's time is equal, with no one receiving an extra moment. Standing at the door, Ming Hua and his wife heeded Ming Nan's advice this time and refrained from accompanying him to school. Watching his wife tidy up their son's clothes, Ming Hua nodded at him. Go for it, son. Despite his pale complexion, Ming Nan's spirit was fully invigorated as he tightened the straps of his backpack, stepping out of the house to embrace the challenge ahead. As he prepared for the final segment of the college entrance exam, his mindset was markedly different from his first outdoor training experience. Back then, he felt indifferent watching other students take their exams, but now, as it was his turn, to state he felt no tension would be untrue. Yet, amidst the anxiety, there was a flicker of excitement and anticipation. Finding his class's designated spot, he saw Tang Junghua maintaining order among the students. About half of the class had already arrived. How did it go? Upon seeing Ming Nan, Tang Junghua gestured for him to join the line, his face lighting up with concern. All right, the principal has particularly instructed me. The school's reputation rests on your shoulders. Do your best. After Tang Junghua moved on to manage the crowd, Yuquan suddenly appeared beside Ming Nan, looking mischievous. How did it go? I feel like I'm set for Luda Island Evolution Academy this time. I really excelled. Next, it's all about this outdoor training. You'd better stick close to me. I have a secret. My activation ability has evolved in recent days. The training will be a breeze. Once we're outside the city, I'll show you the ropes. Ming Nan noticed that the slight bulge on Yu Quan's left shoulder had vanished, though it still pulsated occasionally, as if something was trying to break free from beneath his skin. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you acting all cool in this heat? Isn't it uncomfortable to have your hands in your pockets? Yu Quan suddenly noticed Ming Nan with his hands tucked away and curiously inquired. Funny enough, I also experienced an evolution in my activation ability these past few days. Upon observing Yu Quan's shifty eyes, Ming Nan decided it would be best not to provoke him further. Yet, those eyes were indeed sharp, earlier. Tang Junguo had failed to notice anything amiss, but Yu Quan had caught on immediately. As for his own parasitic evolution, Ming Nan had no intention of concealing it. Were it not for the complexities of explanation, he would have also mentioned the evolution of his physical form and brain domain. What a clever lad! Concealed so deeply, yet somehow managed to evolve without a sound. Although he was somewhat prepared for it, the suddenness still took him aback. Upon hearing Ming Nan's words, Yu Quan adopted an exaggerated expression, only to realize something else. Wait a moment, what does your parasitic evolution have to do with your pocket insertion? You've evolved through parasitism? This exemplifies why Ming Nan was reluctant to disclose his evolution. The moment he informed Yu Quan, the latter bombarded him with countless questions. Well, this increases our chances of achieving high scores together significantly. Hee. That lad Lu Chun will surely be left in tears for not being able to cling to our successes. As if struck by a thought, Yu Quan pulled Ming Nan toward Tang Junguo's location. Almost forgetting, you need to notify Tang Gua about your evolution. Yu Quan's exaggerated demeanor left Ming Nan exasperated. Why must there be a need for notification? If you don't report it, how will the school account for it? How will you gain extra points? Are you daft? Upon hearing Yu Quan's words, Ming Nan suddenly realized that this was indeed the way to earn additional points. Tang Junguo was already aware of his previous physical and brain domain evolutions, which is why he had subconsciously overlooked the necessity of reporting this matter. Chapter 74, 30 points. Teacher Tang, Ming Nan has evolved too. His parasitic vitality has also advanced. Yu Quan, disregarding the astonished gazes of his peers, hurriedly called out to Tang Junguo from a distance, pushing through the throng of corpses. The surrounding students, upon hearing his words, directed their attention towards Ming Nan. Their expressions a cacophony of disbelief, astonishment, envy, and flattery. They could hardly fathom that just moments ago, Yu Quan had boisterously proclaimed his own evolution, only to return with Ming Nan, who had similarly progressed. It was imperative for him to receive confirmation from Ming Nan himself, as well as to witness the demonstration of the report procedure in order to validate his evolution for submission to the school. Truth be told, Ming Nan's surprising achievement was beyond Yu Quan's expectations. He had never anticipated that within the 3 years of high school, Ming Nan would accomplish the first level of evolution across all 3 major branches. Initially, Tang Junguo believed that if Ming Nan could complete the evolution of the other 2 branches by the end of his first year, it would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Thus, he had not dared to hope that Ming Nan could achieve the evolution of parasitic vitality before graduation. Although this realization brought a tinge of regret, it remained a fact. Clearly, this young man was adept at concealing his true capabilities. Observing Ming Nan's current expression, Tang Junguo recognized that this young man had once again delivered a tremendous surprise, achieving what he had deemed impossible. As Tang Junguo gazed at Ming Nan with eager anticipation, Ming Nan shot a fierce glare at Yu Quan, who appeared utterly baffled. Did he err in promoting him? Ming Nan helplessly nodded to Tang Junguo, affirming Yu Quan's words. The moment he nodded, the entire class erupted into chaos, akin to a bustling marketplace. Silence. What is this racket? If this continues, all practice qualifications will be revoked. A stern command instantly quelled the disorder, drawing curious glances from surrounding classes. Parasitic vitality has evolved too? Ming Nan, feeling somewhat bemused, nodded once more. He had not anticipated such a significant reaction from Tang Junguo regarding the evolution of parasitic vitality. Previously, the evolution of the other 2 branches had not elicited such fervor. He had thought it was entirely normal for an additional branch to evolve. Show me the bone spurs. Tang Junguo impatiently grasped Ming Nan's hand. The bone spurs had now reached a length of 10 centimeters, their once pale hue now muted, appearing more restrained. Excellent, 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 Tang Junguo exclaimed joyfully, his laughter resonating. Well done. Ming Nan, you have shattered our school's record. You are now the only student to graduate having completed the evolution of all branches. Let me take you to see the principal. Without waiting for a response, he pulled Ming Nan toward the podium. Indeed. The system box Ming Nan received on the eve of the college entrance examination contained a parasitic vitality enhancer. Although he felt a trace of regret that it was not an active agent, he was nonetheless exceedingly satisfied to have obtained the enhancer, especially since the single vial allowed his parasitic vitality to complete its evolution just in time for the exams. Principal. The principal, busy arranging tasks, glanced at Tang Junguo and the brought-along Ming Nan, his eyes filled with curiosity. As Tang Junguo relayed Ming Nan's situation, the principal's astonishment grew, frequently stealing glances at Ming Nan, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. I understand the situation. Well done, young man. You have certainly lived up to our expectations. Those resources were not given to you in vain. According to policy, completing all branch evolutions grants an additional 5 points, and achieving an evolution during high school adds another 5 points. Initially, with 2 branches evolved, you would have received 15 points, but now, with all 3 branches evolved, a solid 30 points. Upon hearing the principal's words, even Ming Nan, usually composed, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had not anticipated that completing the evolution of the last branch would double his points. Do not underestimate these 30 points. In the context of the college entrance examination, even a mere 0.5 points can eliminate a significant number of competitors, let alone 30. Overwhelmed by the sudden delight, Ming Nan found himself unable to process the principal's subsequent words, as images of the 30 points flashed before his eyes like a barrage of notifications. Ming Nan, now we await your written exam scores. Based on your usual performance and the historical admission scores of Dongming Evolution Academy, you are surely in a secure position. Tang Junguo felt immense pride for his outstanding student and, after issuing a few more instructions, returned to restore order in the class, where the students had finally gathered. How was it? What did the principal say? As soon as Tang Junguo departed, Yuquan crept up to Ming Nan, casting furtive glances at the front of the line. 30 points, said Ming Nan. What 30? Yuquan responded, cupping his ear in confusion, prompting him to inquire further. The principal just said, I can add 30 points. Wow. A high-pitched shout erupted, attracting the attention of nearly half the students in the playground, who turned their heads in bewilderment. Realizing he had spoken too loudly, Yuquan quickly covered his mouth, offering an awkward smile to those around him, while edging closer to Ming Nan, urgently asking, Is that for real? After receiving Ming Nan's confirmation once again, Yuquan fell into a state of self-doubt, muttering to himself, This is outrageous. How can this be? It's unbelievable. But why can you add so many points? I only received 5 points for my parasitic vitality evolution. The heavens have forsaken me. He nearly let his voice rise again, and quickly suppressed his excitement, though his eyes still sparkled with enthusiasm, as if those 30 points were his own. I must hurry and tell Lu Chen. I can't keep this news to myself. With that, Yuquan dashed away from Ming Nan, intent on finding Lu Chen to share the joyous news. At that moment, akin to 2 years prior, a terrifying aura surged forth from all directions. As Yuquan prepared to slip away, he was caught off guard, his body swaying as his knees buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Thankfully, Ming Nan, standing beside him, swiftly pulled him back, preventing him from being eliminated. Ming Nan vividly recalled the students from 2 years ago who had been overwhelmed by such an aura and subsequently eliminated. He certainly did not wish for Yuquan, who had just completed his evolution, to suffer the same fate merely due to a lack of preparation. Fortunately, Yuquan had also evolved his parasitic vitality, and after a moment of initial surprise, he quickly regained his composure and adapted to the pressure. As time ticked by, each second felt like an eternity for every student. Just as it had been 2 years prior, the intensity of this aura had not significantly increased. Ming Nan, having acclimated to such sudden pressures 2 years earlier, stood calmly on the playground, braving the principal's overwhelming presence while also observing the performances of the students around him. This time, Ming Nan noticed that the principal's aura was indeed tailored differently. For instance, the students from the 4th category class over there, with a few exceptions, managed to endure the pressure, albeit with great difficulty. Clearly, they faced considerably less strain than those in the 3 major branches. In stark contrast, the students from the 3 major branches appeared flushed, visibly struggling against a much stronger pressure than that faced by the 4th category. Regarding this matter, Ming Nan is also aware that students of the 4th category inherently lack the aptitude for evolution. If they were to face the same overwhelming pressure as their peers, It would undoubtedly prove insufferable, thereby extinguishing their hopes. The school would never resort to such measures. From Ming Nan's current perspective, the pressure exerted is not excessively intense. The principal's actions seem merely aimed at weeding out those students who lack dedication. As the pressure mounted, some students ultimately exhibited signs of distress, collapsing onto the ground. In the end, the palpable tension that had enveloped the playground suddenly receded. The majority of classes experienced a reduction in numbers of about one-third. This could be attributed to the school's stringent enforcement of evolutionary theory studies, or perhaps the effectiveness of the preemptive training conducted outside the city. In any case, this situation is markedly improved compared to 2 years ago. Ming Nan vividly recalls the scene from that time, when nearly half of each class was eliminated. Conversely, in this present moment, Ming Nan possesses a different sentiment. Having witnessed the perils beyond the city, he perceives the principal's actions as genuinely beneficial for the students. After all, the pressure he exuded was not overwhelmingly strong. Those who fell could only be said to have chosen mediocrity and relinquished their aspirations for evolution on their own accord. Chapter 75. Encountering Han Shuaiyang. As the students diligently checked their luggage and boarded the vehicles, they were provided with location wristbands. Orderliness and quietness prevailed among the students, a testament to the experience gained by the teachers over the years. They had prepped their classes well, resulting in only a few students clinging to the notion of bringing unnecessary items, thus significantly reducing the amount of waste collected this time. Seated in the truck headed towards the outskirts, the students exhibited a stable mindset after 2 years of adaptive training. Each student sat quietly in their designated spot, observing the familiar landscape as it receded into the distance. After an hour's journey, the vehicle passed through the checkpoints they recognized, traversed the tunnel, and finally arrived at their destination, the gathering site outside the city. Fortunately, this journey was devoid of the mishaps that had occurred 2 years prior, and all students reached the gathering site safely. Ming Nan's heart raced as he beheld the familiar gathering site, a place he had ventured to during his first year of high school. He was reminded of familiar faces like Shirley and Han Shuaiyang. Pondering their fates since that incident, time had flown by, and it felt as if the events of that day had transpired only yesterday. Once all the students disembarked, they formed a silent queue, a clear indication that their 2 years of training had borne fruit. This year's cohort seems quite composed, not making a ruckus at all. A hoarse voice resonated behind them, prompting the students to turn around. 2 faceless figures stood before them, although their features were indistinguishable. The familiar voice and attire filled Ming Nan with unexpected joy. He had not anticipated encountering Han Shuaiyang again after 2 years. Shirley was nowhere in sight, and beside Han Shuaiyang stood another faceless individual clad in dark green camouflage. Having undergone 2 adaptation phases, Ming Nan discerned a peculiar trait in Han Shuaiyang, his penchant for maintaining the faceless guise to intimidate younger students, despite having long since completed his training. As if sensing Ming Nan's silent musings, Han Shuaiyang turned towards him, his tone brightening. Well, Ming Nan, you're here too. What a coincidence. I'll have to keep an eye on you during the task assignments. Enough. After all these years, don't fall back into your old habits of rambling. A light cough from Tang Jungu interrupted Han Shuaiyang, who was about to continue. Let us get started. Upon seeing Tang Jungu, Han Shuaiyang slightly bowed in respect and addressed him. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Shuaiyang, your captain. You may refer to me as Captain Han. This beside me is the vice captain of the gathering site, surnamed Wang. You can call him Captain Wang, according to the arrangements of previous years during the upcoming month. Regardless of the method employed, each of you must submit 10 mutated animals to pass your training. Of course, this merely signifies passing. If you seek commendable results, aim to hunt as many mutated creatures as possible. 10 is merely the baseline. As Han Shuaiyang spoke, especially with his habitual light cough, Ming Nan finally understood from whom he had inherited that trait. This time, he had not increased the student's workload, but rather established a standard benchmark. As for what constitutes excellence, I will determine that myself. Everyone, do your best. Old Wang, please organize them. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but when Han Shuaiyang called out to old Wang, the faceless figure beside him seemed to sprout 3 dark lines from his head. By the way, I forgot to mention, you are not permitted to remain in the gathering site during the night. As the students prepared to follow Captain Wang to the dormitory to stow their luggage, Han Shuaiyang's voice rang out once more. You have 20 minutes to settle your belongings and gather the items necessary for exiting the gathering site. Afterward, assemble outside. Captain Wang stood waiting in front of the dormitory, Upon arriving at the dormitory, Ming Nan once again chose the same bunk he had occupied previously. Gazing at the punch marks on the bed frame, he felt as though the past had returned. Ming Nan, do you know Captain Han? What is he like? How did you meet? After placing his belongings, Yu Quan, who had chosen the bunk above Ming Nan, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked excitedly. He is quite well. Hurry up and pack. Get rid of the unnecessary items and bring what you'll need in the field. Don't waste time. Oh. With Ming Nan's reminder, Yu Quan snapped back to reality, hastily beginning to organize his backpack. Having undergone 2 years of adaptive training, the students had formed their own teams, eliminating the need for reorganization, which expedited their preparation significantly. Soon, they were ready with their backpacks and gradually made their way outside the dormitory. 20 minutes passed swiftly. Standing outside the dormitory, Captain Wang exhibited no impatience as he observed the students before him, nodding in satisfaction. Without further ado, he commanded, "Let us depart." Captain Wang was not like Han Shuaiyang from years past, who had imposed extra tasks on them. This surprised Ming Nan, although it could be attributed to the absence of sluggish students in their class. Dear students, after such extensive training, it is now time to assess your progress. I hope you take this seriously. Remember to wear your location wristbands. This will allow us to monitor your positions to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Upon concluding his instructions, Tang Junguan nodded at Han Shuaiyang, signaling him to address the students. In light of your commendable behavior, I believe it is necessary to inject some excitement into this month. I will occasionally release some mutated animals into your designated areas as surprises. If you manage to hunt them successfully, I will grant you a pass. The students in the queue stirred at Han Shuaiyang's words, but he paid no heed. Pondering before continuing, as for the locations and timings, that will depend on my mood. Ming Nan surmised that Han Shuaiyang was not inclined to let them navigate this month's training easily. Whatever challenges awaited them would inevitably come to pass, albeit under different pretenses. Observing classmates hastening eagerly towards the outskirts of the gathering site, Ming Nan held back Yu Quan, positioning themselves at the rear of the line. Only after all the students had departed did he approach Han Shuaiyang to greet him. Captain Han, I just heard Teacher Tang say that you've been doing quite well these past 2 years, not slacking off. As all the students had already moved far ahead, Han Shuaiyang's tone softened considerably as he faced Ming Nan. Captain Han, whereas Captain Sure, I haven't seen him. Upon seeing Han Shuaiyang's demeanor, Ming Nan feared to burden him further. Just as he intended to change the subject, Han Shuaiyang's raspy voice resonated once more. Since that incident, Sure Dui had voluntarily assumed full responsibility, applying to be transferred to the frontline hunting team. Alas, the dangers faced by the hunting team far exceed those of the guard team, and I cannot fathom his current state. After speaking, Han Shuaiyang's mood appeared to plummet further. Why does that little brat need to know so much? Let us set off. Was there truly a war brewing at the frontline hunting team? Ming Nan silently committed Han Shuaiyang's words to memory. Sighing, Ming Nan discerned that Han Shuaiyang's spirits were equally low due to Shirley's transfer. Moreover, the incident in question bore little relation to Shirley, which made Han Shuaiyang feel quite guilty, as he was the one leading the team at that time. Ming Nan, how did you get acquainted with Captain Han? And what about Captain Sure? What exactly transpired during that incident? It seems as though you have endured many untold hardships. Gazing at Yu Quan, who appeared anxious and restless, Ming Nan had anticipated such inquiries. He paused momentarily, considering his response. After a brief reflection, he recounted how he had participated in the training 2 years prior, detailing the experiences and the mutated dogs, while deliberately omitting any mention of Wang Wan's involvement. He merely brushed over that aspect, as he was uncertain whether it constituted confidential information. Thus, it was prudent to remain silent. Chapter 76. Do not ask. Just take a stroll until Ming Nan finished speaking. The flames of gossip in Yue Chuan's eyes continued to blaze, refusing to be quelled. Ah, Xiaoming, you've hidden it so well. Here I was, sharing news with you at the first opportunity, and yet you were actually present during that event last summer. Just as Yue Quan was about to inquire further, Ming Nan quickly interrupted him. All right, that was a long time ago. Let's not delve into it. It's complicated. At that moment, Ming Nan suddenly sensed unusual movement in the nearby grass, not merely swaying in the wind. Following the direction of the sound, he spotted what appeared to be a guard lying in the grass about 50 meters to their left, completely focused on them. Though Ming Nan did not reveal his realization, he instantly grasped a great deal. He had initially wondered whether the safety measures for their training merely involved upgrading the locator wristbands to include a distress signal. Upon seeing the guard, he understood that numerous hidden guards were likely stationed around them, ensuring immediate assistance in case of an emergency. unlike the delay experienced during the rescue of Wang Yu, which had squandered precious time. With this understanding, Ming Nan ceased to ponder the hidden guard, seized Yue Chuan's hand, and with a sudden burst, propelled them forward. Ming Nan, wait a moment. With each leap, the trees and grass around them seemed to retreat rapidly. Yue Chuan, caught off guard, felt the rush of wind fill his mouth, nearly frightening him into oblivion. At this moment, Ming Nan decided to reveal nothing further. After all, the college entrance examination was approaching, and the goal was to achieve excellent results. In the past, he had avoided complications, but now with only Yue Chuan present, explanations would be straightforward and blunt. Do not ask, just come along for a spin. If you have more questions, we'll just take a few more rounds. I believe. After a few laps, Yue Chuan will grasp my intent, and his inquisitive spirit will be blown away by the wind. If he continued to conceal things during the examination, it would be foolish. In a whirlwind of motion, they reached the banks of a stream within 5 minutes. Upon releasing Yue Chuan, the latter collapsed onto the ground, retching. Ming Nan, as soon as you recover, yet before he could finish, Ming Nan appeared before him again, yanking him up. One more round. Let us go. Once more. Yue Chuan found himself on the ground, gasping for breath. Just as he prepared to speak, he saw Ming Nan approaching again, and terror filled his face as he hurriedly retreated. I want to ask. Brother, you continue with your business, pretend I'm not here. This method proved effective, and Ming Nan nodded with satisfaction, allowing Yue Chuan to rest for a moment. Gazing at the crystal-clear stream before him, he felt a wave of nostalgia. So much time had passed, and the traps he once set had long been washed away by the water and fish. But this was to be expected. After all, time had elapsed. Ming Nan had come merely to revisit the stream that had saved his life and aided his escape from the mutant dogs. As Ming Nan reflected, Yue Chuan finally regained his composure and approached him. Can you let me finish a sentence? How did you suddenly evolve again? Damn it. Are you trying to murder me? Enough of the fuss. My ears are ringing from your noise. All 3 of my branches have evolved. This casually dropped statement struck Yue Chuan like a thunderbolt, freezing him in place, as though he had heard the most terrifying words in the world. He turned his head slowly, eyes wide with disbelief. No wonder there's a bonus of 30 points, so that's how it is. Seeing Yue Chuan ready to ask more, Ming Nan waved his hand to silence him. Do not ask for reasons. Explaining would be too troublesome. We must hurry to find the mutant creatures. We cannot waste any more time here. Nodding mechanically, Yue Chuan allowed Ming Nan to lead him away from the stream. Just a few steps later, Ming Nan halted, causing Yue Chuan to nearly collide with him. Before Yue Chuan could comprehend the situation, Ming Nan vanished from his sight. At that moment, all 3 of Ming Nan's branches had evolved, complementing each other and greatly enhancing his senses. Just a moment ago, he had sensed unusual activity nearby, so he swiftly moved to investigate, discovering a mutant snake. With precision, he stepped on it, seized it, and crushed its head. A seamless sequence of movements swiftly eliminated the mutant snake, making the task seem effortless compared to 2 years prior. Staring blankly at the mutant snake Ming Nan held, its head now gone but its body still writhing in his grasp, Yue Chuan's mind briefly malfunctioned. Is it really that sharp? Is it done just like that? Over the next 10 days, Ming Nan guided Yue Chuan through the vast jungle. Whether it was because students were expected to come for training, or due to the area being a buffer zone, Ming Nan noticed that mutant creatures were remarkably scarce and sparsely distributed. Not to mention, he had yet to encounter any evolved mutants, not even those on the verge of evolution. The creatures they hunted contained mostly low levels of vitality, ranging from 20 to 30 points, with only a few reaching 50. It was evident how fortunate Ming Nan had been when he encountered the mutant dogs back then. This also suggested that while the authorities had allowed them to face mutant creatures early, they had also considered the safety of the students. During these 10 days, they managed to hunt around 5 mutant creatures daily. But do not underestimate those 5. Achieving this was largely due to Ming Nan's exceptional speed and acute perception. Of those 5 creatures, after setting aside one for the collection point and another for a better meal at the dining hall, Ming Nan was left with but a single creature, barely enough to satisfy his hunger. This situation led Ming Nan to ponder. Although his abilities had improved, the acquisition of vitality seemed to have stagnated compared to 2 years ago. Having previously adopted a detached attitude, he now empathized with the feelings of Lu Yahui and others from back then. Everything was for the sake of results. Having met the quota of mutant creatures set by Han Shuaiyang, Ming Nan and his team did not let their guard down. After all, this figure merely met the minimum standard for passing the training. Their goal was excellence. Who wouldn't want their college entrance examination scores to be as high as possible? As he savored his meal, gazing absently at the campfire, Yuequan suddenly spoke. During these 20 days of training, I initially intended to take you to new heights. But now I've become nothing but an accessory, clinging tightly to your leg. Just as Ming Nan pondered what kind of mutant creatures Han Shuaiyang might deploy, Yuequan's voice drew his attention. Turning to him with a puzzled expression, he heard Yuequan continue in a hushed tone. It's too dull here. What do you say we sneak out of the interference zone to take a look? Let us pull off something big. Let us not. The college entrance examination is around the corner. It's best to finish our training honestly. Safety first. After a moment of contemplation, Ming Nan dismissed the suggestion, reasoning that there would be plenty of time for mischief in the future. All right. Seeing his proposal rejected, Yuequan wore a dejected expression, quickly finishing the skewered meat in his hand. After that, Ming Nan led Yuequan towards the gathering point. Suddenly, Ming Nan's steps faltered, and he furrowed his brow, glancing towards the right where a disturbance beckoned. Wait for me here, he instructed briefly before relinquishing his hold on Yuequan. With a forceful thrust of his foot, he darted through the thicket like a flash of lightning. As he soared through the air, his figure gradually faded, leaving behind a ripple in the stillness. However, he overlooked one crucial aspect, Yuequan's feelings. They were both young corpses, and Yuequan had diligently prepared for this trial, even exerting himself to complete his evolution beforehand. Eager to showcase his prowess during the endeavor and earn the admiration of his fellow corpses. After all, within the hearts of most corpses lies a sense of heroic individualism, fantasizing about saving the world rather than being saved themselves. Chapter 77. Easter Eggs and Proposals. However, Yuequan never anticipated that upon leaving the city, Ming Nan would transform into an impressive force, moving with such swiftness that he could scarcely react. Despite his fervor, he found himself at a loss, grappling with self-doubt as he observed Ming Nan's formidable strength after 20 days in the wilderness. It left him questioning his own worth, as if a pent-up frustration simmered within him, yearning for an outlet. Thus, he proposed to venture outside the interference zone to encounter stronger mutated creatures, believing that in such circumstances, Ming Nan would be unable to handle them alone, offering him a chance to prove his capabilities. Although such notions were rather naive, at that moment, Yuequan was consumed by them. Furthermore, his determination remained unshaken by Ming Nan's dismissal. Instead, it intensified. Meanwhile, having just parted ways with Yuequan, Ming Nan hurried towards the source of commotion, only to find a mutated bull come into view. This creature, noticeably more robust than an ordinary bull, displayed no other remarkable traits. At that moment, it appeared enraged, its eyes aflame, relentlessly charging at the trees before it, oblivious to its surroundings, leaving destruction in its wake. Upon sighting the mutated bull, Ming Nan's spirits lifted. After 20 days of encountering trivial creatures, a substantial opponent had finally emerged. Could this be the Easter egg Han Shuaiyang had mentioned? It seemed highly plausible. After all, if the mutated bull had been present from the beginning, he would have certainly noticed it by now. Utilizing his invisibility, Ming Nan leaped onto the tree that the bull was attacking. He then gracefully descended, landing silently on the ground, completely undetected by the creature that stood nearby, unaware of his presence as he observed it intently. After a brief observation, Ming Nan seized the opportunity to strike. With two muffled thuds, the enraged bull collapsed instantly, 8 bloodied holes punctuating its head, its furious expression forever frozen in time, marking its final emotion in this world. Satisfied with his handiwork, Ming Nan reflected on how effortlessly he had dispatched the bull. Despite its apparent power, it had not evolved, rendering it no match for him, who had already undergone significant evolution across all 3 branches. Had any other students encountered this mutated bull, they would have found it nearly impossible to defeat without clever tactics. Attempting to lift the now silent creature, Ming Nan suddenly realized a disconcerting truth. He could not manage it. This was a bit awkward, as it was indeed the Easter egg Han had mentioned. Let us go and deal with it together, Ming Nan called out. Hearing this, Yuequan sprang to his feet, excitement radiating from him. Do you need my help? Let's hurry. My appetite is insatiable. Realizing Yuequan had misunderstood his intention, Ming Nan awkwardly clarified. Upon hearing this, Yuequan's enthusiasm waned, his shoulders slumping in disappointment. It's already taken care of? All right, let us go. Casting a glance at Yuequan, Ming Nan chose not to elaborate further, though he sensed something was amiss with Yuequan's demeanor, unable to pinpoint precisely what fell off. They continued towards the location of the mutated bull's carcass. Upon their arrival, Yuequan was struck with awe, gazing at Ming Nan with admiration. Although Ming Nan had taken longer than usual, this mutated bull was no ordinary creature. Particularly, the sight of the 8 gaping holes in its head and the expression of shock etched on its face left him astounded, prompting involuntary thoughts on how he would have managed had he faced the bull alone. "Let us get started," Ming Nan urged, observing Yu Quan lost in thought. He began to dismantle the bull while Yu Quan scoured the area for kindling, preparing supplementary materials. Although they had just eaten, the small mutated creatures they had encountered were hardly sufficient to satisfy their hunger, so some beef would be a delightful addition. Ming Nan retrieved a dagger from the outer side of his thigh, the very one from years past, though its effectiveness had diminished due to evolutionary changes. He still carried it, allowing it to serve as an occasional knife. With deft movements, he skillfully carved the mutated bull into manageable pieces, using bone spurs to sever particularly stubborn joints. Considering the weight they would have to carry, he discarded most of the bones, retaining only the meat and the head as proof of their successful hunt. With clearly defined roles, as Ming Nan finished butchering the majority of the bull, Yu Quan returned with a substantial amount of firewood, and together they completed the task swiftly. "Let's start a fire and eat." As the sun rose gently, the morning light filtering through the leaves cast a warm glow upon them. The two sat around the campfire, silently savoring their beef, each lost in their own thoughts. "Ming Nan, tomorrow I plan to venture out on my own. I won't be following you anymore. With this mutated bull in our hall, our training results will surely be commendable. From now on, I'll rely on myself." On their way back, Yu Quan regained his usual demeanor, grinning as he shared his decision with Ming Nan. Frowning slightly, Ming Nan felt that Yu Quan's enthusiasm was somewhat misplaced. "We only have 10 days left in this training. It would be wiser to stick together." As he spoke, a realization struck him, and his frown deepened. He looked seriously at Yu Quan and asked, "You intend to sneak out to the interference zone alone?" "Not at all. How could I want to go outside the interference zone? I just think that our results are already sufficient, and staying with you has left me no room to shine. I want to try it on my own." Unfazed by Ming Nan's intense gaze, Yu Quan's expression remained unchanged. After all, it felt somewhat regretful to have ventured outside only to coast through the training assessment. Moreover, after so many days, it seemed relatively safe here. "Don't worry, I can handle myself." While Ming Nan had hoped to share the journey to achieve better results together, he realized he had overlooked Yu Quan's feelings. Every individual has their own aspirations. Some prefer to coast along, while others may resist the comfort of protection and yearn for independence. "Really? Absolutely. I'm more determined than that brat El Chun." Seeing Yu Quan's conviction, Ming Nan felt reluctant to argue further. He sighed, "Just remember not to venture outside the interference zone alone. It's not as safe as you think. In any case, good luck." Encouraged by Ming Nan's acceptance, Yu Quan's expression brightened, and he chuckled. Shaking his head, Ming Nan chose not to say more and quickened his pace. Upon returning to the gathering place, Ming Nan presented the mutated bull, and it seemed all too familiar to Han Shuaiyang. "Kid, seeing is believing. It appears Teacher Tang was not exaggerating. This mutated bull, while slightly weaker than the mutated dog from years ago, demonstrates that you have not slackened in your training. Well done." As Han Shuaiyang departed, a remark drifted into Ming Nan's ears. "It seems there's a bit of a shortage of beef?" Observing Han Shuaiyang's retreating figure, Ming Nan awkwardly scratched his head, relieved that Han Shuang bore no ill will towards him. Indeed, the rare opportunity to enjoy a pleasant and safe hunt for mutated creatures was not one he intended to squander. Thus, his fleeting thoughts of idleness were merely whimsical. Glancing at the remaining 193 points of vitality needed to obtain another box, with 10 days left, he felt confident that the next box was assured. Ming Nan resolved to refrain from submitting any more mutated creatures, striving instead to secure an additional box and aim for the coveted system box at 900 points. While Yu Quan collapsed into slumber, Ming Nan, unwilling to waste a moment, settled cross-legged on his bed to activate his vitality, hoping to expedite his adaptation period. It was not until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon that Ming Nan finally succumbed to sleep. At that moment, Yu Quan, lying on the upper bunk, seemed to sense something. His closed eyelids fluttered briefly before returning to tranquility. Chapter 78, Disappearance at 6 in the evening, after resting for 3 hours. Ming Nan opened his eyes and glanced at the still sleeping Yu Quan. He gently tapped him and said, "Time to wake up and get ready to set off." The moment he spoke, Yu Quan instinctively jumped up from the bed, nearly hitting his head on the ceiling. "Just a moment, wait for me." However, as he got up, still groggy and preparing to wash up, he suddenly recalled, "Didn't I say I would go alone today?" Seeing Yu Quan firmly resolved to act independently, Ming Nan refrained from saying more and decided to leave the gathering place alone. After lying in bed for a few more minutes, Yuquan finally opened his eyes again, displaying a hint of fatigue. Yet, upon remembering his forthcoming actions, he instantly perked up, quickly completed his morning routine, humming a little tune as he made his way to the entrance of the gathering place. Once outside, Ming Nan did not rush to find mutated creatures, but instead stood beneath a tree not far from the gate, closing his eyes to wait quietly. It was not until Yuquan's figure appeared that Ming Nan slowly opened his eyes, and then his silhouette gradually vanished. He watched as Yuquan emerged from the gathering place, humming cheerfully while admiring the surrounding flora and fauna. Seeing Yuquan in such spirits, Ming Nan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, continuing to observe him to discern his next destination. This approach had been conceived by Ming Nan when Yuquan proposed to venture out alone that morning. He decided to take some time to secretly monitor Yuquan. If he truly intended to sneak out of the interference zone, Ming Nan would have the opportunity to intervene and prevent any potential disaster. Following Yuquan throughout the night until midnight, Ming Nan noted with relief that Yuquan indeed had no intention of leaving the interference zone. Watching him diligently search for mutated creatures, Ming Nan shook his head, thinking to himself, perhaps I was overthinking it. Just keep it up. With a sudden flicker, Ming Nan vanished with a few nimble leaps, leaving behind only a few leaves swirling gently to the ground. After trailing Yuquan for half a day, Ming Nan's harvest was rather modest, having only hunted 3 mutated creatures. However, these 3 creatures belonged entirely to him. Furthermore, if he were to ration them, they could suffice for a day's meals, eliminating the need to exchange for food at the cafeteria, thus saving him some resources. Considering that every mutated creature he had hunted contributed to his vitality, Ming Nan felt a surge of confidence as he noted the increase of 71 points in vitality. With only 122 points remaining to reach his goal, he resolved to strive for that milestone by tomorrow. Feeling the bed frame shake, Ming Nan saw Yuquan, and he finally exhaled in relief. It seemed that Yuquan had indeed heeded his advice and was no longer contemplating a reckless venture beyond the interference zone. With this assurance, he closed his eyes again, beginning to activate his vitality. Meanwhile, Yuquan, perched on the upper bunk, glanced down at Ming Nan's expression and also felt relieved. He looked at the bedboard beneath him, as if envisioning Ming Nan seated there, his eyes shimmering with hopeful light, as if something was brewing within him. In the early evening, Ming Nan rose early to prepare for an early departure from the gathering place to keep up with his pace. After all, considering the previous day's average of 5 mutated creatures, today's target posed a challenge. It was that Ming Nan lacked the skill to wield his blade. Rather, the scarcity of mutated creatures in this area was the issue. If it were in a normal region outside the city, Ming Nan was confident he could amass 1,000 points of vitality in a single day. Of course, that was merely a thought, as the current arrangements were for their benefit. Not everyone was as capable as he was. Casting one last glance at the still sleeping Yuquan, Ming Nan turned and exited the dormitory. Sitting by the campfire, he savored the taste of the mutated chicken in his hands. He realized that his grilling skills had significantly improved on days when he had nothing to do. He would fear going hungry, as he could easily set up a barbecue stand to earn some money. Closing his eyes, he admired the nearly crimson skewers, nodding in satisfaction. Although the sky was beginning to brighten, he had successfully accomplished the goal he had set for himself, proving that his early departure had not been in vain. As he drained the last of the red skewers, the empty stick displayed the number 1. And the system notification arrived as expected, acquired parasitic vitality enhancer. Upon receiving the parasitic vitality enhancer, Ming Nan's anticipation was abruptly extinguished. He had hoped for a surprise, perhaps a clever twist of fate, but it seemed the system had not complied with his wishes. Black was simply black, deeply ingrained in his essence. At that moment, all 3 of his branches had completed their evolution. Unless something new emerged, any potion obtained for the branches would be of little significance to him. The only thing he yearned for was to acquire something novel. A vitality enhancer would suffice. Frustrated, he tossed aside the chicken bone and retrieved the bottle of the parasitic enhancer, tilting his head back and downing it in one gulp. With a casual flick of his wrist, he discarded the empty bottle, standing and brushing off the dust from his pants. The moment the bottle slipped from his grasp, it vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Ming Nan had long since grown accustomed to this phenomenon. Another day passed. Upon entering the dormitory, Ming Nan immediately noticed Yuquan seated cross-legged on the upper bunk, activating his vitality. Surprised, he cast a glance at him. Perhaps due to his recent evolution, Ming Nan no longer experienced the intense discomfort he had previously felt when consuming enhancers. It merely made his parasitic vitality feel slightly more animated, akin to a group of revelers dancing to the old disco. Yuquan remained seated as he stimulated his parasitic vitality until the afternoon when Ming Nan finally sensed that the inebriated vitality had sobered up and quieted down. Yuquan, meanwhile, appeared to have woken and was preparing to set off. Heading out before dark? How diligent, Ming Nan remarked, feeling the bed frame shake and glancing at the time. It's a bit late now, but I figured I'd take a look today. Besides us, I doubt the other students will manage anything. Just wait for my good news. I'll share half the credit with you. The more Yuquan spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already envision himself vanquishing that elusive prize. Be careful, I'll rest a bit before setting out, Ming Nan replied as he watched Yuquan leave the dormitory, glancing at the majority of their classmates still lost in slumber. He intended to lie down for a while to recover from his mental fatigue. When he opened his eyes again, the sun had fully risen. With 8 days remaining until the end of the trial, he needed to utilize the time left to acquire another box. Aiming for an average of just over 100 points of vitality per day, a timeline that could only be considered barely sufficient, had it not been for the excessive hunting of mutated creatures in previous days, which raised concerns about weight and food issues. He would have pursued this goal sooner. Now, however, with those external factors no longer in play, hunting mutated creatures was simply a matter of sustenance. In the past 3 days, Ming Nan had accumulated a total of 412 points of vitality, significantly enhancing his efficiency in acquiring vitality. Teacher Tang, what brings you here? Where's Yuquan? Yuquan? He asked. Not with me. We parted ways a few days ago. The last time I saw him was 3 days ago, when he was halfway through a sentence. As Ming Nan spoke, he sensed something was amiss and fell silent. 3 days ago? But the tracking shows you two have been together all along. In that moment, Ming Nan realized something was wrong. He quickly rummaged through his backpack, emptying its contents onto the ground. As he did so, he discovered a tracking wristband in a compartment of the backpack he rarely used. At the moment he spotted the positioning bracelet, Tang Jun's expression gradually became grave. As he pulled Ming Nan along, he inquired anxiously, and with each word, his pace quickened, urging Ming Nan towards the conference room. Chapter 79. Search and clue. Upon entering the conference room, they encountered Han Shuiyang and deputy team leader Wang seated. Without hesitation, Tang Jun spoke. There is a student who may have ventured outside the interference zone. Shuiyang, please make arrangements for a search immediately. Sensing Tang's urgency and still trying to grasp the situation, Han Shuiyang inquired about the details. Only after Tang recounted the events did he begin to comprehend the gravity of the matter, grumbling. Surely you didn't let him slip away, did you? Every time I encounter you, someone ends up missing. Having voiced his complaint, he swiftly grabbed the phone to assemble the team, simultaneously picking up a walkie-talkie, his tone laden with seriousness. All teams, report status. Team 1, all clear. Team 2, all clear. Team 3, all clear. The reports came through the walkie-talkie in succession until the 12th team concluded their updates without any anomalies detected, causing Han Shuiyang to tighten his grip on the device. If you do not locate Yuquan in your respective areas, disperse to the periphery of the interference zone and stand by. Facing Tang Junhua, he appeared somewhat solemn, although his expression remained neutral. Ming Nan could sense the gravity in his raspy voice. Teacher, please brief me on Yuquan's situation as we walk. Deputy Wang, prepare Yuquan's information. Assemble at the training ground. As he spoke, he led Tang Junhua and Ming Nan along the way, listening intently to the updates on Yuquan, with Ming Nan occasionally adding a comment or two. When Han Shuiyang grasped the full situation regarding Yuquan, they arrived at the training ground, where solemn-faced guards stood at attention. Feeling the weighty atmosphere, Han Shuiyang remained silent, waiting patiently for Deputy Wang's arrival. When Deputy Wang reappeared, he held a stack of documents, distributing them to the leaders of each team. Amidst the distribution, Ming Nan caught a glimpse of Yuquan's photograph printed on the sheets. Once all the guards possessed Yuquan's image, Deputy Wang approached Han Shuiyang and addressed the assembled personnel, then turned to Han Shuiyang, seemingly inquiring if he had any further instructions. Observing Han Shuiyang's slight shake of the head in silence, Deputy Wang decisively announced, "Let us move." With that, he led all the guards from the training ground toward the gathering point. Yuquan, that reckless lad. Instead of honing his skills, he has to stir up trouble. When I find him, I shall give him a proper reprimand. Sensing Han Shuiyang's rising anger, Tang Junhua suddenly spoke sternly. However, though Tang's tone was severe, it was evident he aimed to protect Yuquan. If Yuquan were indeed found outside the interference zone, Tang would only scold him mildly. In contrast, Han Shuiyang's reprimands could be far harsher, potentially resulting in Yu Quan's disqualification from the training exercise, as the evaluation was entirely in Han Shuiyang's hands. Teacher, the safety of the students comes first. We will address everything else once we locate the body. All right. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat heavy, Ming Nan broke the silence, addressing the two leaders. Upon hearing his words, Tang Junhua and Han Shuiyang pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement with Ming Nan's suggestion. This will facilitate communication. Despite his complaints about the misfortunes that seemed to follow him whenever Ming Nan arrived, Han Shuiyang still felt a sense of trust in Ming Nan, particularly after their shared experience 2 years prior. With both leaders' consent, Ming Nan accepted the walkie-talkie handed to him by Han Shuiyang without further ado and hastily made his way outside the gathering point. It was only after Ming Nan's figure faded from their sight that Tang Junhua spoke again, quietly expressing, "Xiang, I truly apologize for not managing the students well, which has caused you trouble." Before Tang could finish, Han Shuiyang waved his hand, interrupting, "Teacher, I understand your sentiments, but please do not belittle me. If there are no casualties, everything can be resolved." Otherwise, his unsaid words hung heavily in the air. At that moment, Tang Junhua could only silently pray for no mishaps to occur. With a resigned sigh, Tang Junhua shook his head. I understand. Your acknowledgement is more than enough. I suppose this old body of mine needs some exercise. These troublesome youngsters truly do not allow for peace." Meanwhile, disregarding the events unfolding at the training ground after Ming Nan's departure, he hurriedly made his way to several locations where he and Yu Quan had previously been. Although he recognized the likelihood of finding Yu Quan in those places was slim, he still felt compelled to search for without a positioning bracelet. Locating Yu Quan in the vast city outside was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After visiting 4 or 5 sites without a trace of Yu Quan, his conviction that Yu Quan had exited the interference zone deepened, intensifying his anxiety and prompting him to quicken his pace. Some even believed their training had concluded early, rushing back to the gathering point with excitement. At this point, Ming Nan had entirely abandoned the idea of searching for Yu Quan within the interference zone, opting instead to examine the periphery. Resolutely, he set off in a straight line toward a predetermined direction. After more than 10 minutes, a long row of barriers came into view, stretching from left to right, and seemingly encircling the entire buffer zone outside the gathering point, effectively isolating the area from the interference zone. This was a location Ming Nan and Yu Quan had passed through previously. At that time, Ming Nan speculated that the barriers were installed to prevent students from inadvertently crossing into the interference zone, serving as a form of indirect warning. After all, when he and Ji Xiaoyu had exited the gathering point, there had been no such barriers marking the interference zone. However, they had not approached closely, only glancing at the barriers from a distance before departing. Ming Nan estimated that if Yu Quan were to leave the interference zone, this would be the most likely exit point, the only location they were aware of for traversing beyond the interference zone. Just as Ming Nan was about to approach the barrier, a voice rang out beside him. Turning toward the sound, he spotted a guard hidden in the shadows. His expression stern and watchful, eyes fixed intently upon him. "I have been authorized by Captain Han to assist in the search for that student. You may verify this." Sensing the guard's vigilance, Ming Nan quickly explained. The guard scrutinized him, then furrowed his brow, producing a walkie-talkie to report the situation while maintaining a watchful gaze on Ming Nan, as if he were a suspect. Name: Ming Nan. However, Ming Nan soon pondered another question. Was this guard originally stationed here, or had he recently arrived after completing a search in the vicinity on Han Shuiyang's orders? Given the guard's demeanor, Ming Nan leaned toward the former. Moreover, he held a degree of confidence in his own speed. He believed he could search faster than those emerging from the gathering point or the guards covertly protecting the students. Yet, if guards were stationed nearby, how had Yu Quan managed to slip outside the interference zone? Furthermore, were there guards positioned at other locations? Why did Han Shuiyang fail to contact them just now? Unable to fathom the reason, Ming Nan did not dwell on it further. He began his search for Yu Quan's whereabouts, meticulously following the railing. Along the way, Ming Nan spared no detail, continuously scanning his surroundings. Although this method slowed his pace considerably, it ultimately led him to discover a clue. Before him, a black strip of cloth hung from the railing. He focused intently on this fragment, carefully removing it from the railing to examine it closely. Gradually, the lingering scent of the cloth and the image of Yu Quan began to merge vividly in his mind. Ming Nan became increasingly convinced that this strip of cloth had been torn from Yu Quan when he scaled the railing. Chapter 80. Breaking free from the interference zone, this discovery invigorated Ming Nan. Captain Han, I have made a discovery. He hastily reached for the radio to report his findings. When Han Shuayang, stationed far away at the gathering point, received Ming Nan's report, he glanced at his positioning wristband and spoke. Your location is to the southwest of the gathering point. Good. With Ming Nan's position confirmed, 2 green dots flickered at the edge of the interference zone. After a moment of contemplation, he switched the radio channel. Deputy Wang, take the corpses to Sector 7 for examination. Captain Han, I have left a mark here. I request permission to exit the interference zone to assess the situation. Upon receiving approval, Ming Nan felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, Han Shuayang consented. Otherwise, he had planned to act impulsively and venture out to find Yuquan, knowing that every minute spent outside increased Yuquan's peril. After pausing for a few moments, Ming Nan felt considerably more at ease, his body no longer trembling. At that moment, he finally comprehended the sensations experienced by the mutated dogs and grew increasingly curious about the interference zone. He pondered why. During his previous excursion with Ji Xiaoyu and the others, they hadn't encountered such circumstances. It seemed likely that Ji Xiaoyu had acquired some device that allowed the team to bypass the interference. This also explained why Yuquan had been obstructed by the barrier. With his clothing torn, he had been ambushed unexpectedly. Realizing this, Ming Nan retrieved the radio once more to consult Han Shuayang. Go to the location of the guard you encountered earlier. He will instruct you on what to do. This time, Ming Nan was not hindered by the invisible wall and successfully passed through the interference zone, allowing the tension within him to ease. For the sensation of being electrocuted was far from pleasant. Upon exiting the interference zone, the scenery outside mirrored that within. It was still a dense forest, though the surrounding trees and vegetation had been cleared, revealing a strip of earth and tree stumps before him. He meticulously examined the ground for traces of Yuquan's passage. The surrounding muddy terrain showed few signs of corpses or mutated creatures, so Ming Nan quickly spotted a substantial collection of fresh footprints 2 meters away. This revelation instantly revitalized him, and he continued to scrutinize the prints. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood. Having discovered a clue, he understood that clarifying it would facilitate the ensuing search. Crouched by the footprints, Ming Nan could almost envision Yuquan's excitement and anxiety upon exiting the interference zone. As he continued to observe the prints, it became evident that after the initial thrill, Yuquan appeared somewhat disoriented, as if grappling with which direction to take. Ultimately, Ming Nan deciphered the information left in the footprints and determined Yuquan's path forward. Following the trail left by Yuquan, he unwittingly spent 2 hours in pursuit. At that moment, the radio in his pocket buzzed, indicating that the signal outside the interference zone was somewhat weak. We have arrived at Sector 7. The team members there have been attacked by corpses, bound, and rendered unconscious. This is likely Yuquan's doing. According to his account, he was assaulted just after his shift change, and it has been less than 12 hours since. Upon hearing this, Ming Nan's heart tightened. He could hardly fathom that Yuquan would dare to assault the guard team in his quest to escape the interference zone. If only Han Shuayang had contacted the guards stationed at the edge of the zone earlier, the issue would have been swiftly identified. It seemed that at that time, he had not anticipated Yuquan's audacity in attacking the guards there. Captain Wang, I have located Yuquan's trail and am following it. Ming Nan glanced down at the fresh traces left by Yuquan, which suggested they had been made not long ago. Good. We will promptly head to your location. 3 more hours passed, and the path Yuquan had traversed through the grass and ground became increasingly evident. After all, Yuquan had merely intended to hunt a mutated creature alone and had not considered concealing his movements, which eased Ming Nan's pursuit. Moreover, Ming Nan had a premonition that he was close to finding Yuquan, as the traces before him appeared increasingly fresh, almost as if they had been made moments ago. He could even occasionally catch a whiff of Yuquan's lingering scent in the air. Suddenly, Ming Nan noticed that the footprints ahead began to appear disordered. It seemed Yuquan had discovered something here, as chaotic prints crisscrossed the ground. A mental puzzle began to piece itself together in Ming Nan's mind, gradually forming a clearer picture. In an instant, Ming Nan froze, his brow furrowing as a faint metallic scent of blood wafted into his nostrils. The moment he detected the smell of blood, his heart raced. Following the scent, he located a spot marked by blood. On a tree trunk, there were 3 finger-shaped bloodstains, and on the ground beside it lay a pool of fresh, uncoagulated blood. It appeared that Yuquan had encountered a mutated creature's attack here. From this point on, there was no need for meticulous tracking. The signs became abundantly clear, And with Yuquan's injury, the blood he shed illuminated the path ahead like guiding lanterns. Without daring to linger any longer, he followed the blood trail for half an hour, gradually hearing roars emanating from ahead. Come out. What kind of cowardly sneak attack is this? Trash. If you dare to show yourself, I will burn you alive. From the tone of Yuquan's voice, it was evident that he was extremely enraged. Flashes of fire flickered intermittently in the distance. Due to the daylight, the flames did not appear overly conspicuous. Hearing Yuquan's voice, Ming Nan exhaled in relief. It was a good sign. He wondered what kind of mutated creature Yuquan had encountered that had left him in such a dire state. Pushing aside his thoughts, he hurriedly made his way toward the source of the commotion. As Ming Nan navigated through the trees, Yuquan's figure came into view. He was furiously roaring and cursing at his surroundings, with the head of a dog on his shoulder periodically spewing flames. A gaping wound in his left shoulder bled profusely. Had the wound been a few centimeters higher, it might have penetrated his skull instead. His right hand clutched the injury, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. Yuquan. Upon spotting him, Ming Nan called out urgently, trying to draw his attention while narrowly dodging the flames shooting around them. Turning to see Ming Nan standing before him, a flicker of surprise crossed Yuquan's eyes, but it quickly morphed into panic. He seemed taken aback by Ming Nan's unexpected presence, his voice tinged with exhaustion and weakness. How did you find me? Then, as if recalling something, his voice trailed off. I'm sorry, I deceived you. This is not the time for that. Are you all right? Watch out, Ming Nan. Just as Ming Nan was about to inquire further, a figure suddenly leaped from the adjacent tree, launching an attack aimed at Yuquan's head. Moving with astonishing speed, he instinctively shouted a warning while reflexively attempting to push Yuquan aside. However, the assailant's speed surpassed his own, and Ming Nan merely caught a glimpse before Yuquan was struck. Just as he reached Yuquan, he managed to give him a slight nudge, altering the impact's trajectory enough to spare him from a fatal blow. Nevertheless, despite this, Yuquan was similarly sent flying several meters, colliding with a tree and losing consciousness. Moreover, the canine head on his left shoulder was utterly shattered, leaving only half of it precariously attached. Chapter 81. The Symbiotic Cat. At this moment, Ming Nan finally discerned the nature of the mutated creature that had attacked Yuquan. To be precise, it was a symbiotic mutant beast. A black cat materialized at the very spot where Yuquan had just stood. This mutant feline was roughly the size of an ordinary domestic cat. Yet it sported two tails, one of which was a mutated snake, flicking its tongue and casting a cold, penetrating gaze upon Ming Nan. Its body frequently coiled with a scorpion-like tail, moving unconsciously in a languid manner. Currently, the symbiotic mutant cat was crouched on the ground, lazily licking a half-eaten dog's head, occasionally taking a bite as if savoring a sumptuous feast, utterly oblivious to Ming Nan's presence. Seizing the opportunity while the cat was preoccupied with its meal, Ming Nan dared not approach too closely. Instead, he cautiously moved to Yuquan's side to assess his condition. Seeing that Yuquan was still alive, albeit unconscious, brought a sigh of relief to Ming Nan. However, the dog head on Yuquan's shoulder was likely beyond salvage, and he wondered what expression Yuquan would wear upon awakening to find it. A true warrior fears not the loss of a head. He could always procure a new one. Not daring to let his guard down, Ming Nan carefully lifted Yuquan, intending to carry him to safety. He had witnessed the cat's speed earlier and knew that he could not match it. It was prudent to strategize a retreat while prioritizing survival, trusting that their comrades would eventually devise a means to confront the creature. Yet, he was uncertain of the guardian's whereabouts. The instant Ming Nan hoisted Yuquan, the symbiotic cat, which had been devouring the dog's head, abruptly lifted its head. Its previously languid gaze transformed into one of icy intensity, as if it considered Ming Nan merely a lifeless object. Feeling the weight of the cat's stare, Ming Nan's hair stood on end. He tightened his grip on Yuquan and, with a powerful thrust of his legs, propelled himself forward at incredible speed. Meow. The symbiotic cat emitted a sharp cry of fury upon realizing its prey was not remaining still for its indulgence. It swallowed the remnants of the dog's head and, like a phantom, surged after Ming Nan. As Ming Nan fled with Yuquan, he sensed the cat pursuing him from behind, causing him to tighten his resolve and increase his speed. It was a second stage. The terrifying gaze of the symbiotic cat ignited a sense of dread within him. He felt it was nearly on par with the stone ape. If this cat truly was a second-stage creature, they were in peril. Even though the stone ape was a formidable power-type mutant, Ming Nan could exploit his speed to evade it. However, this symbiotic cat, judging by its earlier swiftness, clearly belonged to the speed category and was likely swifter than Ming Nan himself. As the cat relentlessly closed the gap, Ming Nan's mind raced, desperately seeking a means to escape. If he were unburdened by Yu Quan, he could attempt to vanish into the shadows. However, under the present circumstances, that was impossible. At this moment, Ming Nan understood the feeling of being pursued, as if a shadow were always at his heels. He exerted every ounce of strength he had in his leaps, yet no matter how he dodged, the cat followed him like a ghost, refusing to be shaken off. In that instant, Ming Nan yearned to convey to the cat behind him that pursuing him was futile. They were ill-suited for one another, as were man and beast, even in the face of zombies. Clearly, the symbiotic cat was oblivious to his silent plea. With each passing moment, Ming Nan could feel the distance between them diminishing. As the fierce wind whipped past him with each frantic jump, Ming Nan's resolve solidified. He could no longer afford to remain passive. With this thought, he activated his brain domain, and his form gradually faded from view. As he vanished, Yu Quan appeared to float effortlessly in the air, propelled by the winds. If this scene were to be captured, it would depict Yu Quan as a superhero, soaring through the skies. Yet, this superhero was merely lost in a dream. Returning to the matter at hand, when Ming Nan's form dissipated, the pursuing cat momentarily hesitated, but soon regained its composure. Its serpent tail twisted, aligning the snake's head with that of the cat, and its cold eyes fixated on the spot where Ming Nan and Yu Quan had vanished, emitting a chilling glimmer. Oblivious to the cat's movements, Ming Nan was solely focused on devising a strategy to counter the creature. At the very moment he disappeared, he exerted force with his hands, aimed in a specific direction, and hurled Yu Quan away. No sooner had he completed this action than he abruptly changed course, charging toward the symbiotic cat, while leveraging the momentum from throwing Yu Quan to propel himself faster. Time was of the essence, and the situation was dire. Ming Nan could think of no other strategy but to use Yu Quan as bait to divert the cat's attention. Upon witnessing the cat's gaze fixated on Yu Quan, a wave of hope surged within Ming Nan, praying that this tactic would succeed. Clenching his fists, 8 bone spikes erupted from his knuckles with a swift motion. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears as he closed the gap with the cat. He slowly raised his clenched fist, targeting the oncoming creature. With a sickening sound, flesh was pierced, followed by a loud thud as Ming Nan's body was sent hurtling through the air. In mid-flight, he glanced down to see 2 deep gashes on his chest, revealing bone beneath, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never anticipated that this symbiotic cat would detect him. Just as Ming Nan's fist was poised to strike, the cat, which had been fixated on Yu Quan, slowly shifted its sharp gaze to him. A chill ran down Ming Nan's spine. His limbs turned cold, and his raised fist froze in midair as he momentarily forgot to strike. In that instant, he could almost perceive the mocking glimmer in the depths of the cat's eyes, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. He self-deprecatingly thought, so it was true. It had seen through my invisibility all along, patiently waiting for me to offer myself. In the next heartbeat, Ming Nan felt a sharp pain in his chest as the cat's claws tore through him. Fortunately, the cat's agility outweighed its strength. And combined with Ming Nan's own physical evolution, most of the force was absorbed by his muscles, preventing any broken bones. As he plummeted to the ground, he skidded along, carving a long trench in the earth until his back collided with a tree, finally halting his descent. He could hardly fathom that. Even in the face of the stone ape, he had never been so utterly defeated. Yet, in this first encounter with the symbiotic cat, he had already sustained injuries. The cat, having scored a hit, did not pursue further but instead perched atop a tree, licking the blood and flesh from its claws with a look of satisfaction. Gazing down at Ming Nan and the distant Yu Quan as if they were mere mutated rodents, its eyes filled with mockery, especially when its gaze swept over Ming Nan. It seemed to have found a delightful new toy, sending a shiver down Ming Nan's spine. Lying on the ground, Ming Nan could not comprehend why his invisibility had been penetrated. Yet, when he glanced at the symbiotic cat, or more precisely, at the snake head aligned with the cat's, a vague realization began to dawn upon him. Ming Nan recalled watching the television program Corpse in Nature, which introduced the fascinating concept of certain snakes possessing thermal vision. However, the notion of thermal sensitivity raised an intriguing question. How could he, disguised as a zombie with no body heat, be detected by such a sense? Was it a matter of vitality? At present, there were no corpses nearby to provide him with answers. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to linger on these thoughts. He hastily pressed the torn skin together, urging the symbiotic cat, which was still observing him, to activate his vitality, striving to mend the ripped flesh to avoid any hindrance to his movements. just as Ming Nan had managed to adhere half of the torn skin. The symbiotic cat perched on the tree sprang into action. With an elegant gait, it leaped gracefully from its branch. This was the moment. Seeing the audacious cat hovering before him, Ming Nan seized the opportunity, propelling himself off the ground to strike at the cat still suspended in midair. However, just as he was about to close the distance, the cat, seemingly foreseeing his approach, flicked its scorpion tail, striking the trunk behind it. In an instant, its descent altered direction, effortlessly evading his attack. Undeterred by the miss, Ming Nan vanished once more, forcefully pushing off the tree trunk before falling in the opposite direction of the symbiotic cat. At first glance, it seemed that his invisibility held no advantage against the cat. Yet he was tactically using it to distract the mutated snake. If he remained visible, the snake's tail would be liberated, and he would have to contend not only with the cat but also with the serpentine creature that coexisted with it.